Sun Yu, a homebody, accidentally traveled to the Dragon Ball world in an unforeseen and not only does he become a Saiyan as he wished, but he also awakens a unique Sharingan powered by Chi. Step by step, through sheer determination, Sun Yu ascends to the pinnacle of what a mortal can cultivate, merging the Sharingan with divine energy, evolving into the mightiest Eye of God. Destroyer God Beerus. With just a glance, I can plunge him into an endless cycle of reincarnation. When the power of my gaze reaches its zenith, there is nothing that cannot be resolved with a single look. If there is, then two will suffice. Chapter 1. My name is Sun Yu, and I am a Saiyan. The roar of engines reverberates in my ears, and the tremendous gusts of wind strike my face. The aches throughout my battered body instinctively urge me to move. I subconsciously open my heavy eyelids, and my chaotic thoughts instantly return to my true form. Where am I? Sun Yu realizes he is lying horizontally on the ground, with only a dim sky in his view. There seems to be a bird soaring above, but as he notices the long trail of airflow behind it, he suddenly comprehends that it is not a bird, but an aircraft. No, to be precise, it is an unidentified flying object. My heavens, what place is this? In a panic, Sun Yu attempts to lift his body, but as he moves his arm, he touches a soft form. Upon closer inspection, it is a cute young girl, her body sprawled across him in a T-shape. Her clothing is strange and tattered. Surrounding him are many others lying in disarray. The scene resembles a battlefield, with blood and corpses everywhere, utterly horrifying. No way. I distinctly remember I had plans this afternoon to play Dragon Ball Super Universe at the internet cafe. On my way, I saw an elderly lady collapsed, and despite the risk of losing everything, I went to help her. After all, in this society, there are not many youths like me who are so compassionate. But I remember that a speeding car was heading straight for me at that moment. I thought I was done for, yet, realizing this, Sun Yu's eyes brighten. He has not died, nor is he in a hospital. Thus, there remains only one possibility. He has traversed worlds. Suddenly, Sun Yu turns his body to look behind him, and a fluffy tail sways in the wind. Seeing this tail sends tremors through his heart. Perhaps to others, they do not know what this tail signifies, but Sun Yu is a quintessential Danan, a connoisseur of anime. Having adored various Japanese animations since childhood, especially classics like Dragon Ball and Naruto, where he can recite character settings by heart. The tail is the hallmark of Saiyan. Sun Yu has read many novels about traversing worlds, never imagining he would catch the wave of universal traversal himself. I have turned into a Saiyan. Sun Yu is exceedingly exhilarated, but before he can revel in his joy, the pain in his body crashes upon him like a bucket of cold water. Ouch, that hurts! Sun Yu touches his right ribs, realizing two are likely broken. However, such injuries are not severe for a formidable Saiyan. Once he calms down, Sun Yu contemplates the situation in the Dragon Ball universe, letting out a bitter smile as he says, "This Saiyan I have become is probably just a cannon fodder. I wonder how much time remains before Frieza destroys planet Vegeta. I might as well take this opportunity to leave planet Vegeta. Yes, to Earth, to train and grow stronger." Clearly, he and several other young Saiyans have been dispatched to this planet for a mission. Although he has just seen a few evacuate, the spaceship he arrived in must still be somewhere nearby. Saiyan spaceships are spherical, single-cabin vessels. Perhaps he can use it to reach Earth. Just as Sun Yu prepares to leave in search of a spaceship, he notices the girl who had been lying atop him. According to his memories, the Saiyan team had endured a harrowing battle, and the girl before him shielded him with her body. But unfortunately, this did not save her life. Otherwise, he would not have traversed worlds. Sun Yu turns the girl over and checks for signs of life. There is still a faint breath. It appears she is not dead. According to the memories of this body's original owner, your name is Lana, my cousin, and a highly gifted intermediate warrior. Sun Yu furrows his brow. In the lore of Dragon Ball, Saiyans are supposed to be cold-blooded and ruthless, showing no sympathy for the weak. Why would this cousin sacrifice herself to save him? Well, perhaps this world differs from the Dragon Ball anime universe. Regardless, she risked her life to save me from grave injury. I cannot stand by idly. Let me perform artificial respiration and CPR. Sun Yu can swear on his integrity that he is not attempting to take advantage of his cousin simply because she is cute. It is not like they are in a hospital with medical equipment. Therefore, he must resort to artificial respiration. He must trust in science, and also in his own character. After turning Lana over, something resembling glasses falls from her embrace. Upon seeing it, Sun Yu's heart leaps with joy. It is precisely the power level scouter featured in the Dragon Ball anime. Carefully stowing away the combat power detector, Sun Yu bent down and pinched the delicate bridge of the girl's nose with one hand while using the other to pull her chin, parting her lips before taking a deep breath and pressing a heavy kiss. Cough, he exhaled. Their lips met, and a soft sensation filled with the fragrance of the young girl surged into Sun Yu's mind. Before his time travel, he was a quintessential otaku, never having held a girl's hand. Now, he had inadvertently bestowed upon himself his long-preserved first kiss. Nonetheless, he firmly believed in his heart that he was merely saving her. After blowing air into her lungs 7 or 8 times, Sun Yu reluctantly straightened up, preparing to perform CPR on his cousin. According to what he learned from textbooks in his childhood, CPR required placing the palm of one hand over the back of the other hand and applying firm pressure to the patient's chest. However, when Sun Yu glanced at his cousin Lan Na's chest, he could not help but swallow hard. His memories reminded him that she was only 15 years old. Truly, the Saiyans were a warrior race. This 15-year-old girl had already developed quite maturely, with curves in all the right places. Her body was taut and full of explosive power, complemented by a flawless Eastern beauty on her face. It was utterly tempting, to say the least. Forcing down the myriad of wicked thoughts racing through his mind, Sun Yu placed his right hand atop his left and pressed it against the girl's heart. Although Lan Na was clad in a specially designed soft armor battle suit reminiscent of the Dragon Ball anime, it did nothing to hinder Sun Yu from feeling the astonishing elasticity of her form. Casting a furtive glance around, he slightly increased the pressure of his hands, intending to perform CPR for Lan Na. Just then, the girl, who had been in a deep coma, suddenly coughed and slowly opened her eyes. Sun Yu was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, frozen in place. The girl's gaze quickly transformed from confusion to clarity. Upon noticing Sun Yu's hand on her body, her fair face turned pale as she instinctively slapped him, exclaiming, "Kyer, you rogue." Beep, beep, beep. Combat power, 874. The combat power detector suddenly announced Lan Na's strength level. Consequently, Sun Yu was sent flying 10 meters away by his cousin's full-force strike. Oh no, how am I supposed to explain to my cousin that I was performing CPR? Chapter 2. If you wish to pursue me, you must grow stronger. The Kyle mentioned by my cousin is indeed the name Sun Yu bears as a Saiyan. His full name is Kyles's, which translates to bringer of death in the Saiyan tongue. Ahem, nah, this is a misunderstanding. Allow me to explain. As Sun Yu witnessed Lana hastily approach him, he braced himself, fearing another round of punishment, for throughout his childhood, he had been no stranger to her strikes. Kyle, I have little affection for those weaker than myself. If you truly wish to win my favor, you must strive to cultivate your strength at the very least. You must attain a battle power of 3,000. Lana raised her chin defiantly, attempting to project an air of aloofness. However, the keen-eyed Sun Yu discerned a flicker of shyness and anticipation within her gaze. A battle power of 3,000? Sun Yu's lips twitched. Perhaps it was due to his identity as a transmigrator that his perspective transcended the conventional understanding of battle power among Saiyans. While Saiyans are inherently endowed with remarkable physiques, their comprehension of martial arts and the manipulation of ki is woefully inadequate. They adhere blindly to the law of the jungle, which hinders both them and the majority of beings in this universe from unlocking their true potential, a sentiment that resonates surprisingly with the world of Dragon Ball. Thus, to better harness his own capabilities, Sun Yu felt compelled to journey to Earth, where he could seek the guidance of a supreme Kai and learn the art of ki control. Noticing Sun Yu's silence, Lana peut-être. Her tone softened with a hint of reassurance. Kyle, although you're a low-level warrior, diligent training may yet enable you to reach a battle power of 3,000. You must believe in yourself. Upon hearing Lana's words, Sun Yu smiled and gently shook his head, responding slowly, "Nah. I believe it is erroneous to assess a newborn's potential based solely on their battle power." What nonsense are you spouting? Lana furrowed her brows. You are clearly envious of my status as a mid-level warrior, which is why you say such things. Sun Yu chuckled softly and shook his head. Talent is a fickle concept, difficult to evaluate by a singular standard, as it is often intertwined with one's diligence, enlightenment, and even serendipity. Some may be born weak, yet through relentless learning and ceaseless struggles, they can shatter their limitations and emerge incredibly powerful. Take Son Goku from the Dragon Ball universe as an example. He began with a mere battle power of 2 to 3 and was scorned as a worthless low-level warrior. Yet, this so-called waste of a warrior, through persistent learning and an unyielding quest for strength, ultimately transcended himself time and again, becoming one of the most formidable beings in the universe. While Son Goku's achievements were undoubtedly influenced by the Saiyan bloodline that thrives on adversity, How many of the Saiyans from planet Vegeta have truly broken free from their constraints to become genuine powerhouses? Most of them ended up as mere souls lost under Frisia's dominion. To ascend to greatness, one must rely partially on innate talent, but predominantly on fortune, while the majority, indeed a staggering 90%, must be earned through relentless effort. Perhaps due to the heritage of the Saiyan race, Sun Yu harbors an almost obsessive fervor for strength. He refuses to accept the fate of an ordinary Saiyan, destined to share the grave with King Vegeta on planet Vegeta. He aspires to be a formidable force, one capable of wielding mastery over his own destiny. Regardless, upon your return to planet Vegeta, make certain to dedicate yourself to rigorous training, Lana remarked with a smile. By the way, Sister Na, I noticed many people were evacuating. Why did they not take the time to clear the battlefield before departing? I find it rather perplexing. To be candid, Sun Yu is reluctant to return to planet Vegeta, as the escalating tensions between King Vegeta and Frieza suggest that Frisia's scrutiny of the Saiyans will intensify, making any future escape far more challenging. You refer to them? They evacuated upon receiving news from planet Vegeta, which reported that the king had welcomed a son, who was born with a combat power nearing 500. In his elation, King Vegeta hosted a grand feast and summoned all Saiyans to planet Vegeta to celebrate. As she spoke, Lana's eyes sparkled with admiration for the newborn with such extraordinary potential. The news of King Vegeta's new son sent a jolt through Sun Yu's heart, and a name surfaced in his mind. Indeed, that name was Vegeta, the prince of the Saiyans, who, at birth, possessed a combat power of 500 and surpassed even King Vegeta by the age of 8, a prodigy of unparalleled talent. Sun Yu quickly recalled the Dragon Ball anime, where Vegeta was merely 5 years old when Frieza annihilated planet Vegeta, meaning that the destruction of the planet was a mere 5 years away. While Sun Yu was lost in contemplation, the combat power scanner nestled in his arms suddenly emitted a series of alarming beeps. Beep, beep, beep. High combat power detected ahead. 485. 397. Something is amiss. Sun Yu and Lana immediately adopted a defensive stance. Sun Yu returned the scanner to Lana, swiftly retrieving another from the corpse of a fallen Saiyan comrade. Beep. No combat power detected. Lana, upon acquiring the scanner, swiftly affixed it to her ear, scanning the surroundings for signs of the enemy through the device's lens. Yet this time, the scanner yielded no readings. What the? This old model seems to be malfunctioning, Lana mumbled, tossing the device aside. This antiquated scanner, equipped with a voice alert feature, was designed to warn the wearer of nearby threats within a certain range. However, its limited detection range and lack of precision rendered it obsolete. No, it is not the scanner's fault, Sun Yu stated gravely. In this world, numerous races possess the ability to alter or even conceal their combat power at will. With the right training, we too can master such abilities. What? This is impossible. Lana clearly struggled to accept this harsh reality. Kyle, you coward. Even if you can conceal your combat power, what of it? My fighting capacity stands at an impressive 874, easily overpowering these indigenous folks. Sun Yu cast an irritated glance at Lana, realizing the prideful nature of the Saiyans was indeed formidable. Although this planet was classified as a low-tier one, with scans indicating its highest combat power was below 1,000. Who could guarantee there weren't powerful beings here capable of masking their energy? Until absolute strength was ascertained, caution was prudent. Suddenly, an inexplicable chill coursed through him, causing every hair on Sun Yu's body to stand on end. Without time to ponder the reason, he shoved Lana aside and shouted, Sister Na, be careful. A thunderous explosion resonated as the ground where they had stood was obliterated by a massive energy wave. Shadows darted out from behind them, short, dark-skinned figures with hunched physiques. The natives of this planet. Damn Saiyan monkeys. How did you discover us? Our energy was concealed perfectly. A total of 6 figures approached Sun Yu and Lana rapidly, surrounding them. Sun Yu noticed that the leader among them, despite his efforts to mask his energy, emanated an aura that hinted at formidable strength, possibly greater than Lana's. Lana re-equipped her power scouter, and with a press of a button, the readings revealed the combat powers of the 6 individuals, 531, 499, and 358. I thought you might be formidable. With such meager power, what do you intend to do? You don't really think you can kill us, do you? Lana's previous gentleness towards Sun Yu was replaced by a fervor for battle and bloodshed. Kyle, you stay back. I'll handle these punks swiftly. With that, Lana charged forward, aiming directly for the leader, the one who made Sun Yu uneasy. Sister Na, be cautious. He is concealing his power. You foolish Saiyan monkey. Prepare to die. As Lana closed in on the diminutive leader's attack range, he suddenly roared, unleashing a torrent of energy that swirled around him like a cyclone. Ding! Combat power, 978. A collision of energy erupted, sending Lana hurtling several meters back, crashing heavily against a massive boulder, which fractured under the impact. Coughing blood, she bravely stood up despite the pain and urged Sun Yu, "Kyle, you must flee. I was too arrogant before. I'll hold them off for you, Run. You shall not escape, invaders." Chapter 3. The Awakening of the Sharingan. To send a girl to her doom while fleeing alone was something Sun Yu could never bring himself to do. He harbors no messianic complex. Yet he possesses his own principles. There are matters he will engage in and others he will not. Abandoning friends and family is something he cannot bring himself to do. Moreover, the current situation is not necessarily one of certain demise. Sister Lana, I shall not retreat. I believe these individuals are far from our adversaries. Sun Yu approached Lana, casting a cold gaze at the 6 individuals surrounding them, and continued, "The natives of this planet, though diminutive in stature, are not suited for direct combat. They excel in manipulating energy rather than engaging in close-quarters conflict. This is why they initially conceal their combat capabilities, feigning weakness until you let your guard down, at which point they strike with ferocity. They are wary of our strength." "How infuriating, you cunning Saiyan monkey!" The leader of the diminutive beings spat, seemingly struck at his weak point. Upon hearing Sun Yu's words, Lana quickly grasped the situation, her demeanor returning to composure as she remarked, "So you're suggesting that if we avoid direct energy clashes and opt for close combat, we still stand a chance? Huh. I never imagined our little Kyle had such a mature side." "Please, not everyone thinks solely with their fists as you do," Sun Yu protested, though he refrained from expressing that even if they adopted a close combat approach, their odds remained slim. The enemy was numerous, and both he and his cousin Lana had sustained significant injuries, greatly diminishing their combat effectiveness. Nevertheless, what of it? Saiyans are a race capable of unleashing unprecedented potential in the face of extreme adversity. Each time they are on the brink of death, they surpass their previous limits and grow stronger. Enough chatter. Let us unite and obliterate these Saiyan monkeys, bellowed the leader, conjuring a brilliant energy sphere in his hand. The other 5 diminutive beings behind him assumed battle stances, converging upon Sun Yu and Lana. Beep, beep, combat power readings displayed 760, 820, and 643. At that moment, the 6 adversaries unleashed their full combat prowess. Lana intended to charge directly at the most powerful of the diminutive foes for a life-or-death struggle. However, Sun Yu suddenly grasped her arm, saying, "Sister Lana, allow me to handle the 2 strongest. You focus on defeating the weakest ones first, and then come to support me." Sun Yu recalled that his own combat power was merely 569, undeniably the lowest among them. If Lana became entangled with the strongest adversary, they would ultimately face death once their stamina waned. However, if Lana engaged the weaker opponents first, their combined efforts might provide an opportunity to overcome the 2 most formidable foes. This strategy was inspired by the ancient tale of Tianji's horse racing. Yet, Lana remained unconvinced about Sun Yu confronting the 2 strongest diminutive beings. Nevertheless, he offered her no room for negotiation, darting forward and declaring, "There is no but. Simply follow my lead." The voice of Sun Yu still reverberated in Lana's ears, yet his figure had already vanished into the distance. Lana stared blankly in the direction he had gone, momentarily struck by the realization that the timid little Kyle from her memories had grown up. He now dared to directly command his elder sister. This new Kyle, however, seemed to exude a more masculine charm. Before Lana could ponder further, several energy spheres launched by the diminutive native fighters hurtled towards her. With a sudden chill in her gaze, she swiftly maneuvered her form, charging toward the group of adversaries. Although Sun Yu had been an unathletic recluse before his transformation, having now become a Saiyan, the battle spirit deeply embedded in his genes had ignited. His body moved with agility, leaping toward the 2 formidable dwarfs, his small fists imbued with terrifying power as they struck at the enemy. Sensing Sun Yu's fierce approach, the 2 dwarfs immediately leaped apart to evade his assault. Unfazed by the missed strike, Sun Yu quickly redirected his charge toward one of the dwarfs. Madmen. Saiyan monkeys are all madmen. Bang, bang, bang. Sun Yu soon found himself embroiled in combat with the 2 dwarfs. The pain from his previously fractured ribs throbbed violently, and the relentless attacks from the powerful foes only heightened his senses, driving him into a more bloodthirsty and frenzied state. The more grievously injured a Saiyan becomes, the stronger their combat prowess grows. Yet, This formidable strength came with peril, especially when faced with opponents far superior in power. In the wake of Sun Yu's brief but fierce offensive, the two dwarf warriors quickly regained their composure. They began to coordinate their movements, creating distance while unleashing additional energy blasts upon Sun Yu. After being struck by one such energy blast, Sun Yu coughed up a mouthful of blood. His vision began to blur, and his legs felt as heavy as lead. Kyle, I'm here to help you. Lana, a talented intermediate warrior, had efficiently dispatched two of the weaker dwarfs in a remarkably short time. However, her own condition was dire. Upon seeing Sun Yu, bloodied and battered, she swiftly positioned herself in front of him. Kyle, I apologize for not taking down those foes sooner, but leave the remaining ones to me. You must escape first. At that moment, Sun Yu could only muster a bitter smile. If blame were to be assigned, it lay with his own inadequacy. The Saiyan physique was not infallible. Enough chatter. Let us eliminate this woman first, then we'll deal with the man, the remaining four declared in unison as they charged toward Lana. Despite her prowess as a gifted intermediate warrior, her youth rendered her unable to withstand the combined might of four foes. Under their relentless assault, she struggled, exchanging injuries in a desperate bid to buy time. Sister Lana. Sun Yu watched as Lana's wounds grew more severe, his heart aching with each passing moment. You must flee. As I depart, what shall you do? Sun Yu roared within, loathing his own impotence and harboring an even deeper hatred for this brutal world governed by the law of the jungle. Having no grievances with the inhabitants of this planet, he had previously missed several opportunities to eliminate his adversaries completely. Now, due to his foolish compassion, he was on the brink of endangering his cousin's life, intensifying his self-loathing. As he witnessed a shockwave pierce through Lana's left shoulder, Sun Yu's fury erupted entirely. Beasts, I shall confront you, he declared, striking the ground with tremendous force, propelling himself upward with the rebound. His hair disheveled and his eyes ablaze with crimson intensity, he resembled a being possessed. Lana, observing Sun Yu's transformation, felt her heart ache profoundly. A clear chime resonated in Sun Yu's mind, and he gradually perceived his pupils constricting rapidly, splitting to reveal a tomo. In the next instant, the world around him faded to a grayish hue, and the movements of everyone slowed. He could distinctly observe the flow of energy within those before him. It was as if he had gained an extraordinary insight into the fabric of existence, feeling as though the entirety of the world lay within his grasp. Could this be the Sharingan? Sun Yu's sorrow transformed into elation. He scarcely had time to ponder the fundamental requirements for awakening such an eye, which typically necessitated the inheritance of the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, given that he had already encountered the surreal experience of traversing realms. Pondering the awakening of the Sharingan seemed trivial, although Sun Yu sensed that his single Tomo Sharingan differed from what he had observed in the anime. This miraculous ocular technique had granted him a glimmer of hope for survival, even on the brink of death. Not to mention, the diminutive foes before him appeared to move in slow motion. He could see through their every attack and the flow of their energy, placing him in an invincible position in this battle. Lana, hold on. I'm coming to rescue you. Chapter 4. The Lament of the Weak. Since you seek death, we shall be the ones to end you. Perish, Saiyan monkey. With a resounding boom, two colossal energy orbs detonated around Sun Yu, who lay helplessly on the ground, engulfed by the shockwave. Kyle, how could you be so foolish? As the group of native dwarfs reveled in their apparent victory, one of the dwarfs suddenly wore an expression of dread, trembling as he pointed behind another dwarf, exclaiming, "Beware what's behind you." Crack! The dwarf was momentarily stunned, only to be struck with immense force from behind, the sound of shattering bones echoing through the air. What did you get behind me? That dwarf collapsed, filled with despair and regret, struggling to rise, but finding Sun Yu's foot heavily pressing down on his back. Release us, and I shall spare him, Sun Yu declared coldly, surveying the crowd. The dwarfs trembled involuntarily when they met Sun Yu's blood-red Sharingan gaze. Lana gazed at Sun Yu, her heart awash with a tumult of emotions. She yearned for him to escape this perilous place, yet simultaneously, she harbored a fervent desire to witness him stand resiliently on his own. What a joke. You Saiyan monkeys have slaughtered so many of our kin. I would relish tearing you to pieces. You think you can flee? Not a chance. Indeed, even if it means our utter destruction, we shall avenge our fallen comrades. Yes, eradicate these detestable Saiyan monkeys. Confronted with the fury of these diminutive warriors, Sun Yu felt a tremor within his heart. He understood that these few were the last vestiges of combat prowess on this planet. Yet what could he truly alter? In his memories, King Bei had amassed a considerable fortune clearing this world, and even if Sun Yu chose to depart, it would not prevent the inevitable invasion by stronger warriors, such as the lament of the weak. I had no desire to engage in a fight to the death with you, but you seem eager to meet your demise. So I shall oblige. Sun Yu gritted through clenched teeth, his right hand rising slowly, a radiant orb of light materializing within his palm. Impossible. How can you wield our energy blast? One of the diminutive beings exclaimed. As Sun Yu glanced at the orb in his hand, a sly grin crept across his face. He had replicated the dwarf's technique through his Sharingan, manipulating and condensing the energy within his own being, gathering in his palm. This bore similarities to Master Roshi's Kamehameha, yet it was evident that these dwarves were slightly inferior in their mastery of energy, rendering their blasts significantly less potent. Beep beep beep. Battle power, 738. Battle power, 849. Lana regarded the luminous sphere in Sun Yu's hand with incredulity, for she had just witnessed the readings on the power detector skyrocketing at an astonishing pace. Battle power, 942. Battle power, 1011. It seems Kyle was correct. Battle power can indeed be altered at will, Lana murmured, her gaze brimming with anticipation. She quietly stepped aside, observing the boy in the arena who shone like a new star. Meanwhile, Sun Yu looked on impassively at the indigenous dwarves frantically gathering their energy blasts. In the moment his own energy orb reached completion, he hurled it towards the dwarf, exuding the strongest aura. Strike while the iron is hot. In an instant, Sun Yu's energy orb transformed into a shooting star, leaving a long trail as it hurtled towards the unfortunate dwarf, who was still reddening his face in concentration. Elder. The other dwarves, desperate to preserve their elder's life, abandoned their half-formed energy spheres and hurled them at Sun Yu's orb instead. A cacophony erupted as several energy blasts collided in midair, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that sent tremors through the taut nerves of those present. Lana stood by, unable to restrain herself from covering her small mouth. Although she had long known from the detector about the extraordinary power of the energy sphere wielded by Sun Yu, witnessing the terrifying explosion firsthand still left her somewhat astonished. It is worth noting that Sun Yu's original combat power was merely a paltry 569. The indigenous dwarves, infuriated, desperately shielded themselves from the swirling debris with their sleeves. They were genuinely vexed, for they had seemingly secured victory. Yet this young boy had plunged them into such a disheveled state. However, in the next moment, a voice as frigid as ice emerged from behind the elder dwarf, stating, I will ask you one last time. Let us leave, and I may spare your lives. Do not compel me to truly end you. Sun Yu, still unable to harden his heart, found his emotions in turmoil. The Saiyan blood coursing through his veins instigated a combative spirit within him. Yet perhaps due to his recent arrival in this realm, he could not bring himself to commit cold-blooded murder. Moreover, the natives of this planet were also victims. Sun Yu did not wish to entangle himself in the moral complexities of right and wrong. His only desire was to pursue his own aspirations, nothing more. Sensing Sun Yu's formidable killing intent, the indigenous dwarves fixated on him with trepidation, fearing that he might, in a moment of agitation, crush their elder's neck. The atmosphere grew tense and silent for an extended period until the elder dwarf let out a deep sigh and said, You may leave. Elder, we cannot allow them to escape. They will undoubtedly return with reinforcements. Another dwarf protested. Indeed, Elder, we must avenge our fallen brethren. Enough. The elder interjected. Do you wish for him to end my frail existence? Not at all. Elder, they replied in unison, their fists clenched and heads bowed. They were unwilling to see the invaders roam freely, but were even less inclined to witness harm befall their beloved elder. The elder dwarf regarded Sun Yu with a calm demeanor, hesitating for a moment before inquiring, I wish to know if there will be further invaders coming to our planet. Upon hearing the elder's words, Sun Yu released his grip on the elder's neck, his eyes shifting from the state of the Sharingan to normalcy. He replied with composure, Indeed. A substantial sum has been paid to hire the warriors of King Vegeta to cleanse your planet. Thus, rather than engage in feudal conflict here, it would be wiser to gather your belongings and flee. What? The dwarves' eyes filled with despair at Sun Yu's revelation, for in these lower-tier galaxies, the name of King Vegeta was as fearsome as that of death itself. Why do you share this with us? The elder dwarf asked again. Sun Yu turned to walk towards Lana, contemplatively replying, Because we are all but weaklings. Observing Sun Yu's retreating figure, one of the dwarves signaled to the others with his eyes, suggesting, Now is the perfect moment to strike. Unexpectedly, the elder dwarf shook his head and sighed. Let be. Even if we slay them, It will not alter our fate. We must return and convene the remaining clansmen to deliberate on our next course of action. Once the dwarves departed, Sun Yu exhaled a sigh of relief, dissipating the energy orb that was poised to form, and approached Lana, saying, "Sister Lana, we should hasten our departure from this place." Chapter 5. Return to Earth. Oh my, our Kyle has become quite formidable. Lana's beautiful eyes sparkled, curving into crescent moons as she scrutinized Sun Yu from head to toe, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. "Kyle, I have a question." Lana fixed her gaze upon Sun Yu, her expression turning serious. Please, go ahead," Sun Yu replied, his demeanor somewhat awkward, as he anticipated that his cousin would inquire about the Sharingan. It was not that he wished to conceal anything from Lana. Rather, the matter pertained to his identity as a traveler, which warranted careful consideration. "How can I control my combat prowess? Could you teach me this?" Lana smiled, her request straightforward. Sun Yu was momentarily taken aback. This was the question she posed. He was uncertain whether Lana had noticed the peculiarities of his eyes, and it would be for the best if she had not, sparing him the need for excessive explanations. "Oh, so that's what you meant. To control one's combat abilities, one must first learn to manage the energy within. Regrettably, I cannot teach you that right now. However, you can accompany me to a place where we can explore advanced concepts regarding energy." Sun Yu spoke truthfully. He had previously utilized the energy orb skill through the imitative capabilities of the Sharingan. To truly master the manipulation of energy, he needed to seek guidance on Earth. Although the combat prowess of Earthlings was considerably inferior, their inherent limitations had led them to pursue a meticulous study of energy, enabling them to maximize the potential of every fragment of energy within them, a feat that surpassed the Saiyans by a wide margin. "What place is this? Please tell me," Lana exclaimed, her excitement evident as she clutched Sun Yu's arm and shook it fervently. As Sun Yu's arm brushed against certain soft areas of her form, he struggled to maintain his composure, clearing his throat to regain his calm demeanor. "The place is called Earth, situated within a small star system in the Milky Way galaxy." "Earth, the Milky Way?" Lana echoed the unfamiliar terms as they walked, soon locating the spacecraft they had arrived in. However, to their dismay, apart from a few ships that had been piloted away by those who departed earlier, only one intact spacecraft remained. "Kyle, there's only one spaceship left. What shall we do?" Lana said, hands on her hips, her brow furrowed as she gazed at the sole operational vessel. "Sister Lana, why don't we squeeze in together?" Sun Yu replied with a mischievous grin. "Hello, Kyle, are you once again lost in your chaotic thoughts?" Lana's face flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple, as if she recalled certain indescribable events from the past. No, Sister Na, my thoughts are quite pure," Sun Yu replied, pressing his hand firmly to his chest, adopting an expression as if he were speaking with utmost sincerity. Should I discover any inappropriate behavior on your part, beware of my wrath," Lana warned, shaking her fist at Sun Yu. Thus, the two of them squeezed into a spacecraft originally designed for a single occupant. Once aboard, Sun Yu immediately began searching the ship's database for Earth's location. Before long, all information regarding Earth appeared before them. Earth, combat capability insufficient, below 300. Its biosphere is exceedingly fragile, with unpredictable temperature fluctuations and low gravitational pull. Overall assessment: low-grade planet, not worthy of invasion. For special needs, it is advised to send newborns, with an anticipated completion of invasion within 3 years. "Kyle, are you certain this is the place where you claim one can learn to control energy?" Upon reviewing the information about Earth, Lana cast a skeptical glance at Sun Yu. "How could they consider my Earth unworthy of invasion? I truly wonder how the inhabitants would react upon reading this, whether to laugh or to weep. Nevertheless, Sister Na, this is indeed the place. I assure you, you will enjoy it," Sun Yu responded. After configuring the automatic navigation system, they prepared to enter sleep mode. The journey to Earth would require a year of travel, meaning Sun Yu and Lana would spend an entire year in this confined vessel together. The thought alone filled him with excitement. "Kyle, what are you grinning about?" Lana inquired. "Oh, nothing, Sister Na. Let's quickly enter sleep mode. A year is not a short time," he replied. Once everything was set, Sun Yu and Lana embarked on their journey towards Earth. "Earth of the Dragon Ball world. Here I come," Sun Yu silently declared. Earth, year 738 of the Age of the Gods. As time swiftly passed, their spacecraft had entered the Milky Way, with only a few days remaining until they reached their destination. At this moment, Sun Yu had completely lost interest in sleep. Gazing out the spacecraft window, he beheld the familiar, yet strange expanse of the galaxy. His mind swirling with countless thoughts. Observing Lana, who was still in deep slumber beside him, Sun Yu reminisced about the many times he had awakened during the journey. He was not one to remain unaffected in the presence of beauty. To be accompanied by such a lovely companion without taking action would be a disservice to both party and people. However, this young lady was quite alert. Even the slightest hint of his more audacious movements would rouse her, leading to a swift reprimand. It was precisely this dynamic that transformed their lengthy and monotonous journey into a vibrant tapestry of experiences, painful yet joyous. Aside from constantly thinking about taking advantage of Lana, Sun Yu did not neglect his cultivation. During his moments of awakening, he meticulously studied the flow of his meridians by reactivating his Sharingan. Thanks to the extraordinary ability of the Sharingan to perceive energy, Sun Yu gained a preliminary understanding of the many characteristics of Qi. Through numerous attempts at cultivation, his aura became increasingly subdued and powerful. If Lana were to measure his battle power with a device now, she would undoubtedly be taken aback, Sun Yu mused silently. Soon, the spaceship began to decelerate upon entering the solar system. The previous momentum caused the vessel to shake violently. At that moment, Lana also awoke, rubbing her drowsy eyes and stretching luxuriously, radiating a healthy, wild beauty. Wow, that planet is Earth, isn't it? Lana leaned against the window, gazing at the magnificent azure sphere. As a prodigy among intermediate warriors, she had traversed countless planets, but she had never encountered one as beautiful as this. Hee, I told you that you would like it. Just a little hint, the cuisine on Earth is among the finest in the entire universe, Sun Yu said playfully, feigning mystery. Come on. To be a bargaining chip in negotiations with the infamous God of Destruction Beerus, Earth's delicacies must indeed be unrivaled. Ah, hearing you say that makes me famished. Okay, I don't care. I want to eat. Chapter 6. The Bank Heist Planet Vegeta. Report, King Vegeta. We have a spaceship with anomalous flight records. Amidst the festivities, a guard reported to King Vegeta. Anomalous flight records? King Vegeta, having just extricated himself from the tedious banquet, appeared displeased upon hearing this news. What exactly is happening? Speak quickly. The situation is as follows. A spaceship previously dispatched to clear the dwarf planet has now deviated from its orders and is heading towards the 8021 sector. Our technicians have accessed their pre-set destination, which appears to be a lowly planet called Earth, the guard respectfully informed the king. Acting on their own, are they? They had better be conquering that planet for me. Otherwise, they will face my wrath. Prepare a case, and wait 2 years before sending someone to investigate. You know what to do, King Vegeta said with a grim expression. As you command, my king, I understand. Earth, a desolate area in the southeastern part of a certain country. A brilliant light streaked across the sky like a meteor, and following this radiance, a thunderous noise erupted in the uninhabited outskirts of the southeastern region, marking the moment when Sun Yu's spaceship made contact with the Earth. Haha, we have finally arrived, Sun Yu exclaimed as he pulled Lana out of the spaceship, stretching exuberantly and feeling an overwhelming sense of bliss. Kyle, I find the gravity of this planet to be remarkably low. Is it truly possible to learn the methods of cultivating energy in such a place? Lana surveyed her surroundings, pouting slightly as she spoke. Allow me to explain. When Earthlings are born, their combat power is a mere 0. Upon reaching adulthood, certain exceptional individuals can achieve combat powers exceeding 10. Amongst such a race, there are those who, through diligent study of martial arts, can elevate their combat prowess to over 260. Sun Yu paused for a moment before continuing, stating, given that Earthlings have such poor foundational attributes, the potential for such significant improvement is remarkable. If both you and I were to master this method of cultivation, one can only imagine the heights to which your combat power could ascend. If what you say is true, then it is indeed possible for my combat power to surpass 10,000 upon reaching adulthood. Am I right, Kyle? Upon hearing of such a substantial enhancement in combat power, Lana's eyes sparkled with excitement. Surpassing 10,000, and you're already this thrilled? Sun Yu thought to himself. For he was aware that according to the lore of Dragon Ball, when Goku completed his training under 100 times gravity, it was said he possessed power that transcended the limits of a Saiyan. This implies that a Saiyan only truly begins to develop their combat power upon reaching a battle strength of 90,000. However, Sun Yu could not share this with Lana. So he simply smiled and replied, naturally, an increase to 10,000 is hardly remarkable. Wow, Kyle, you mustn't deceive me. A battle power of 10,000 would surely surpass that of King Vegeta. When the time comes, I shall return to become the new queen of planet Vegeta. Ha ha ha, Lana exclaimed, dancing with excitement. Sun Yu, meanwhile, felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead, pondering whether bringing her to Earth was a wise decision. He fervently hoped that this spirited lady would not suddenly decide to conquer the planet, wishing instead to establish herself as a queen here. Kyle, please take me to train with the powerful beings of Earth. Lana urged eagerly. Sure, Sun Yu replied casually, then produced a combat power detector, placing it against his ear. Let me see where these strong individuals are hiding. Beep, beep, beep. The device detected low combat power levels. 3, 5, 7. After a thorough scan, he was dismayed to find that the highest combat power did not exceed 50, leaving him feeling quite embarrassed. How is it possible that I cannot detect them? They must be concealing their energy. That makes sense, he thought. According to the Dragon Ball storyline, Goku has yet to arrive on Earth during this period, and the current state of Earth is one of peace. The strongest being is none other than the Grand Kai, but he is not a combat-oriented Namekian, so his energy is entirely repressed, making it impossible for the detector to locate him. As for Master Roshi, that is another story altogether. He is merely an old man who spends his days indulging in adult magazines and dreaming of inappropriate encounters. What a troublesome start, Sun Yu lamented. Hey Kyle, I'm feeling quite famished. Let's first indulge in some sustenance, suggested Lana upon noticing the troubled expression on Sun Yu's face. Sun Yu soared into the sky and, spotting a city in the distance, acquiesced to Lana's proposal. Very well, let us go eat, my little foodie. Huh, you're the real foodie here, and I am. After all, you're elder, Lana retorted with a playful roll of her eyes. Hold on, Sun Yu called out to her. There's a saying, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. You promised me you would behave while on Earth, and here, purchasing food requires currency. Do you have any money? Lana inquired, tilting her head inquisitively. Clearly, Sun Yu had anticipated this question, as a mysterious smile crept across his face. Let's go rob a bank, he suggested. Sun Yu had no intention of emulating protagonists from certain time travel novels who resorted to hunting beasts to exchange their pelts for money. Such actions were beneath a noble scion. At present, Sun Yu was an invincible entity on Earth, and he whimsically pondered the experience of robbing a bank. Imagining himself delivering a powerful punch to shatter the vault and retrieving wads of cash filled him with a sense of exhilaration. Of course, for Sun Yu, this was merely a playful jest, as he was about to confront the formidable Frieza, who sought to dominate the universe. He would not idly wait for Son Goku's growth, hoping for him to vanquish Frieza. If possible, Sun Yu preferred to engage Frieza himself and triumph over him. Although Lana did not fully grasp the concept of bank robbery, she found Sun Yu's enthusiasm infectious. The duo quickly made their way to the city center, where the architecture bore a striking resemblance to that of the Dragon Ball world. The technological advancement was markedly superior to that of Earth prior to Sun Yu's arrival, as evidenced by the solar-powered hovering vehicles traversing the streets. Upon spotting an imposing building labeled East Capital Bank, Sun Yu decisively declared, "This is the place, Lana. We shall rob this bank. Let us descend. But remember not to harm anyone." Lana nodded in agreement, and they swiftly descended to the ground, only to discover chaos at the bank entrance, with pedestrians scattering in all directions, as if something alarming had transpired. Intrigued, Sun Yu stopped an elderly man with white hair and inquired, "Excuse me, sir. Do you know what has happened up ahead?" "Huh? Young man, you are unaware? There are armed robbers inside the bank, holding numerous hostages. I advise you not to proceed further to avoid getting caught in the crossfire," the elderly gentleman cautioned. "What?" Sun Yu exclaimed, taken aback. "In this day and age, do we have to wait in line to rob a bank? How can I possibly endure this?" At that moment, the wailing of police sirens pierced the air as a fleet of police cars sped by. Officers emerged and shouted through loudspeakers, "Attention inside. You are surrounded. Release the hostages and surrender immediately." Chapter 7. The Doubtful Robber Nana. "Let us venture inside," Sun Yu suggested, his frustration palpable. The audacity of these wretched robbers, arriving precisely when he intended to execute his own heist, was utterly intolerable. "Very well, I shall follow your lead," Lana replied, exhibiting no dissent. The duo strode confidently towards the East Capital Bank. Upon observing Sun Yu and Lana, the nearby police officers approached with stern expressions, admonishing, "Hey, you two youngsters, retreat at once. There are robbers inside. Do not obstruct our duties." Sun Yu was about to retort when he noticed Lana's countenance darken. An overwhelming aura erupted from her, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper's arrival. Her formidable combat prowess, nearly at a staggering 912, manifested as an immense hand that clutched the police officer's throat with an iron grip. The unfortunate officer trembled as if he had encountered an electric shock, on the verge of fainting. "Lana, he is nearing his end. You promised me not to kill Earthlings," Sun Yu chastised. Despite spending the year largely in slumber, Lana had managed to elevate her combat strength from 874 to 912. Fortunately, she refrained from unleashing her full power. Otherwise, her mere presence could have instilled fatal terror in the hapless officer. Reigning in her ferocity, Lana playfully stuck out her tongue at Sun Yu, her demeanor a stark contrast to the earlier intimidation. "Ah, you truly confound me," Sun Yu sighed in relief, choosing to ignore the incapacitated officer, who lay on the ground in a state of shock. The pair strode boldly into the bank, where none dared to impede their passage, not even the previously arrogant officers. Upon entering the grand hall of the bank, Sun Yu found little joy in the opulent architecture. Within, there were 7 or 8 robbers, all lacking combat prowess beyond a meager 5 in his and Lana's eyes. The robbers were divided into 2 groups. 3 monitored the hostages in the atrium, while the remaining 5 had extracted several large bags of cash from a vault. Had their heist succeeded, the spoils would suffice for a lifetime of indulgence. But they were now confronted by Sun Yu. Their presence immediately drew the attention of one robber, who exchanged glances with a companion before advancing with a semi-automatic rifle aimed at Sun Yu and Lana. "Hey kid, behave yourself and squat over there, or I'll blow your head off," he barked. Yet, Sun Yu and Lana paid no heed to the robbers' threats, continuing their approach towards the cash-laden culprits. "Hey," I said. The disregarded robber raised his weapon, aiming directly at Sun Yu. However, before he could pull the trigger, Lana swiftly waved her right hand, sending the firearm flying several meters away, leaving the assailant sprawled on the ground, unconscious and oblivious to his fate. "Alas, I just witnessed you being threatened." And in a moment of desperation, I failed to consider the gravity of the situation. "Kyle, you wouldn't hold this against me, would you?" Lana wore a pitiful expression reminiscent of a remorseful child, nearly deceiving Sun Yu with her act. What a farce! A proud Saiyan threatened by a mere submachine gun. Surely, you could devise a more convincing excuse. It is evident that your fingers are itching for mischief. Deep down, you are nothing but a frenzied instigator. Yet you persist in feigning an innocent demeanor. Sun Yu, caught in a dilemma, found himself powerless against his mischievous cousin. The task of guiding his cousin would be a long and arduous journey. How vexing it is. What have you done, Paul? The commotion caused by Lana had drawn the attention of everyone within the bank lobby. All the robbers cocked their weapons, advancing menacingly towards Sun Yu and his companion. "Drop the money, and I will let you go," Sun Yu stated with a grim expression. Laughter erupted among the robbers, who found amusement in his words. "I say, little brat, do you not grasp the situation? We are 7 strong, armed to the teeth. Even if you manage to ambush Paul, what would that achieve?" One burly, bald robber stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. "Boss, spare us the chatter. Let me teach these 2 kids a lesson." The other robbers snickered, parting to make way for the bald giant, who towered over Sun Yu. "Youngster, if you can withstand a punch from me, all this money shall be yours." Laughter erupted once more, while the hostages nearby displayed sympathetic expressions. Sun Yu merely nodded in acknowledgement, and the bald giant, fueled by his ambitions, swung a punch at him. With a resounding thud, the anticipated scene of the boy being sent flying did not unfold. Instead, the giant's fist struck Sun Yu as if it had collided with an impenetrable wall, leaving him with a tingling wrist. "This is impossible. Good heavens." He showed no reaction. Could this boy be made of iron? Sun Yu paid no heed to the onlookers' murmurs. He had no intention of engaging in conflict with these robbers. Was it truly entertaining to bully those with a combat power under 5? If only these robbers had cooperated, he would have gladly taken the money and departed. However, since they had chosen to escalate the situation, a slight reprimand was in order. Thus it was settled, under the watchful eyes of all. Sun Yu gently raised his right hand and extended his index finger, slowly pointing it towards the bald giant. The pace had slowed to an almost agonizing crawl, yet every eye in the room was fixated on the finger of Sun Yu, which slowly descended upon the bald man's body. In the next instant, the bald man was propelled backward several meters with an audible gasp. Perhaps due to Sun Yu's meticulous control over his strength, the man, despite being sent flying, managed to lean shakily against the wall, spitting blood. Compared to the earlier incident involving a man named Paul, this outcome was significantly better. At least he was still alive. However, Sun Yu's gentle touch had already instilled profound doubt in the remaining robbers regarding the very fabric of their existence. This was utterly inconsistent with the laws of physics. At such a critical juncture, who cared about the laws of physics? It was imperative to regain control of the situation. Thus, the remaining robbers brandished their most formidable weapons, the semi-automatic rifles they claimed could kill anyone who stood in their way, be they man or deity. As previously mentioned, Lana tended to lose her composure when someone named Sun was threatened. She paid no heed to the absurdity of her justification. In any case, Lana sprang into action once more. The unmistakable sounds of 5 shattering bones reverberated throughout the bank hall, yet no one witnessed Lana's movements, as she was simply too swift. The onlookers merely perceived a flash before the cacophony of broken bones ensued, leaving 5 robbers, who had been brandishing their weapons just moments ago, sprawled haphazardly across the floor. Sun Yu discreetly glanced at the police officers from Dongdu, who were paralyzed with fear at the doorway, and let out a resigned sigh. He turned to Lana, who was feigning innocence and pity, and remarked, "You, a Saiyan, solely engage in acts of bullying against ordinary people. Is this not a source of embarrassment?" Lana offered a shy smile, but suddenly a loud voice interrupted them. "Don't come any closer, or I'll kill this hostage." It appeared that Lana had overlooked one of the robbers, who, rather than lying still and pretending to be dead, had chosen to make a scene at this critical moment. Sun Yu twitched his lips in irritation and turned to face the attention-seeking robber, who indeed had a hostage in his grasp, pressing an assault rifle against the hostage's head. His gaze icy as he stared at both Sun Yu and Lana. Perhaps the robber naively believed that Sun Yu was an ally of justice assisting the police. However, as Sun Yu observed the hostage, he felt an unsettling sense of familiarity. The hostage was not particularly old, had a somewhat frail physique, and sported a disheveled mop of silver hair. Thick glasses framed a pair of slightly bewildered eyes, and a prominent mustache adorned his lips. This individual was undeniably familiar. Sun Yu pondered, though he could not quite place him. Perhaps he was a character from the Dragon Ball anime. Chapter 8. The Wealthy Hostage. If this hostage were indeed a character from the Dragon Ball universe, he could not be neglected. Therefore, Sun Yu mustered a warm smile and addressed the attention-seeking robber with a grin. "Hey there, buddy. Do not come any closer." The robber, gripped by fear, was startled, and in a moment of panic, a gunshot rang out. The weapon's muzzle was alarmingly close to the hostage's head. Even with Lana's extraordinary speed, she could not possibly intercept the bullet in time, and it was uncertain whether she even cared about the hostage's fate. Once again, it falls upon me to save the world, Sun Yu reflected. While he may not match Lana's swiftness, he possessed the Sharingan. During a year aboard the spaceship, he discovered a new capability of his Sharingan. As is widely recognized, the Sharingan not only boasts an unparalleled copying ability, but also an extraordinary insight, allowing one to perceive any technique and discern swiftly moving objects. Through a year of experimentation, Sun Yu stumbled upon a revelation. Upon activating the Sharingan, he noticed that the electronic clock aboard the ship appeared to slow down. This led him to ponder whether the Sharingan could influence the passage of time. After numerous experiments, he concluded that activating the Sharingan indeed affected the flow of time. By expending his physical energy to the utmost, he could successfully halt time in a 2-meter radius around the spaceship for 2 seconds. This was, in essence, an upgraded version of the Sharingan. For an ordinary person, 2 seconds might seem fleeting and inconsequential. However, for Sun Yu, it represented an entirely different realm. After the robber fired the shot, Sun Yu activated his Sharingan, creating a time stasis field within a radius of several dozen meters, rendering everyone present as if frozen in place. The 2 seconds of suspended time now commencing. In an instant, Sun Yu darted before the robber, whose face was still etched with sheer terror, a sight both amusing and tragic. With little interest in this disheveled criminal, Sun Yu gently plucked the suspended bullet from the air, turned it around, and aimed it at the robber's knee. This would indeed be a case of taking a bullet to the knee. Although the trope of being shot in the knee was well worn, Sun Yu couldn't help but envision the robber, in future reflections on his dismal life, declaring, "I was once an exceptional thief, having robbed the greatest bank in the world, until I took a bullet to the knee." Stifling his laughter at the imagined expression of the robber, Sun Yu covered his mouth, suppressing the urge to chuckle, and contemplated what to do with the remaining 15 seconds after rescuing the hostage. Bored, he turned his gaze towards Lana. The moment he did, he nearly lost control, his excitement almost causing a nosebleed. It must be said that Sun Yu's insight provided by the Sharingan was indeed formidable. At that moment, Lana's battle armor appeared almost transparent to him, allowing him to gaze unabashedly at her exquisite figure. Although what he beheld was a unique perspective granted solely by Sharingan, it was prudent not to indulge too greedily. Alas, Lana's figure has become increasingly alluring. It would be wise to avert one's gaze, lest one fall behind in the realm of sustenance. Sun Yu jested inwardly, his eyes fervently wandering over Lana. "Hey, Kyle, your gaze is rather lascivious. What are you contemplating?" Lana's sudden admonition startled Sun Yu, causing his Sharingan to vanish in an instant. Sun Yu stared at Lana in astonishment, his heart racing. Was there not still a moment of stasis? How had Lana regained her freedom so swiftly? A soul-piercing scream echoed through the hall, that of the robber. Yet Sun Yu found himself devoid of any interest in the robber's plight. For he had tragically realized that the duration of his Sharingan stasis was significantly diminished when faced with individuals of greater strength. Kyle, why are your eyes so red? It's rather frightening, Lana inquired as she approached Sun Yu. Huh? Haha, sometimes it just happens. I can't quite fathom it myself. Sun Yu chuckled awkwardly. Before Lana could press further, he seized a bag of cash from the floor, preparing to make his escape. At that moment, a timid police officer from Dongdu entered. Trembling as he addressed Sun Yu, "Sir, oh no, esteemed hero, I beseech you to leave the cash behind. Get lost." Sun Yu's eyes turned icy, his voice laced with anger. "Please understand, I am here to rob the bank as well." Several officers gulped nervously, summoning their resolve to state, "If you insist on taking that bag of cash, then we shall." Their demeanor suggested an intent to draw their weapons, yet their trembling hands rendered them unable to steady their grips. "Humph," Sun Yu scoffed, advancing towards the officers, who immediately collapsed in fear, unable to utter a coherent sentence. "Is it truly necessary to be this afraid of me?" Sun Yu thought, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Had he not intervened before Lana, they would all be lying in a hospital morgue by now. A weak voice emerged from behind Sun Yu. Turning, he recognized the recently rescued hostage. What is it?" The hostage, summoning great courage, addressed Sun Yu and Lana. "If you two are in need of funds, I happen to have some savings I could offer you." "Oh, someone is generously offering money?" Sun Yu could hardly refuse such an opportunity. "So, sir, are you quite wealthy?" The hostage smiled sheepishly in response. "I own a company and have made some modest profits over the past 2 years. If you wouldn't mind, could you grant me this small favor?" Alas, it seemed that a bank heist was not to be realized today. Without the thrill of a fist smashing through a machine, Sun Yu felt a sense of loss. "Very well, we are hungry. Please take us to get something to eat, and then procure us a set of clean clothing. How does that sound?" Sun Yu casually tossed the cash he had seized from the robber to the officers of Dongdu, stating thus, "No problem, no problem." The hostage deliberately patted his satchel, indicating it was filled with money. "I am Beerus. May I ask how to address both of you?" Kyle says, "If it is inconvenient, you may call me Sun Yu. This is my cousin, Lana. You can refer to her as Sunshine." Sun Yu casually revealed his true name, wishing not to be addressed as Kyle says on Earth. He also bestowed upon Lana an earthly name. Upon hearing the name Sun Yu had given her, Lana's cheeks flushed, and she pouted, saying, "Hey, Kales, please refrain from arbitrarily naming people. My name is Lana." Sun Yu pretended not to hear Lana's protest, and, amidst the profuse gratitude of the East City Police, exited the bank, followed by Lana and the newly elevated Beerus. "Let us head to the gourmet street ahead," he suggested. Chapter 9. The Saiyan Stomach. The Saiyan stomach can accommodate food weighing 36 times their body weight, and for the adolescent Saiyans still in their developmental phase, this limit can be further surpassed. The naive Beerus, unaware, led Sun Yu and Lana to the most luxurious hotel in East City. In a display of hospitality, he ordered an abundant feast. As he invited Sun Yu and Lana to indulge, the two youths descended upon the meal with the vigor of famished souls reborn. What does it mean to consume with the swiftness of a whirlwind? In Beerus' mind, a table laden with enough food to barely satisfy a dozen adults was devoured by the two youths in merely 3 minutes, each plate licked clean. Were these plates to be served to other guests? None would suspect they had not been washed. "Waiter, bring out 20 more of each dish." Sun Yu called out to the petrified waiter. "Kale, don't just think of yourself. I need a serving too," Lana said, delicately wiping the grease from her lips. Shyly addressing Sun Yu. "Oh, then waiter, make it 40 of each," he replied. No sooner had he spoken than Beerus, clutching his chest, fainted, his eyes rolling back. "Oh no, this uncle has fainted from hunger. Hey, waiter, hurry with the food. Someone has collapsed here." Thus began the darkest day in the careers of the chefs at the East City Grand Hotel. They exhausted nearly all their supplies for the month. Overwhelmed, the chefs worked frantically for 3 hours before finally calling the police. Calling the police? These chefs really are something, one might think. The same East City officers arrived, and upon spotting Sun Yu and Lana, one of them slapped the chef who had called for help and warned, "If you cannot serve these two well, prepare to face imprisonment." 10 hours later, Sun Yu and Lana each let out a contented belch, signaling the conclusion of their extravagant feast. Uncle Beerus, did we not agree to go shopping? Why must we first visit your home?" Sun Yu inquired, puzzled by Beerus' invitation for the two of them to his residence. Brivs discreetly touched his empty wallet, having withdrawn 1.2 million from the bank. He found himself entirely depleted. Nevertheless, he maintained a smile and replied, "Is that my wife has prepared a delectable dessert at home, and I was wondering if you two would care to join us." "Really? That sounds marvelous. Kyle, let us hurry. A dish called dessert must be exquisite." Lana had completely succumbed to the culinary delights of Earth, reinforcing the adage that to win a woman's heart, one must first captivate her palate. There seemed to be no fault in this logic. Ultimately, Brivs successfully navigated his immediate financial crisis. Reclining comfortably in Brivs' spacious luxury car, Lana rested her head on Sun Yu's shoulder, quietly admiring the picturesque scenery along the street. This was what life was meant to be. Before long, they arrived at Brivs' home, where the servants arranged baths for Sun Yu and Lana. The servant attending to Sun Yu, upon noticing the tail behind him, displayed no excessive curiosity, perhaps due to the existence of diverse species in the Dragon Ball world. If they could accept beings such as pig-headed and tiger-headed individuals, it was only natural that a Saiyan with a tail would not be regarded as an oddity. After their baths, the servants thoughtfully selected the latest fashionable attire for Sun Yu and Lana. Once everything was in order, they were invited to the living room to sample some desserts. Upon entering the room, Sun Yu was momentarily struck by the sight of Brivs' young and beautiful wife, her golden curls framing her face, and the blue-haired little girl cradled in her arms, resembling a doll. At this moment, Sun Yu suddenly recalled the insignia on Brivs' uniform, the Capsule Corporation. "I remember now. You are Bulma's father," Sun Yu exclaimed, realization dawning as he looked at Uncle Brivs, the genius scientist, founder of the Capsule Corporation and the future world's wealthiest individual. How does Mr. Sun know my little girl?" Brivs asked, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Dr. Brivs, you are too kind," Sun Yu responded, now fully aware of Brivs' identity and no longer daring to be casual. "Doctor, may I request a favor?" Sun Yu's sudden shift in demeanor left everyone in the room taken aback, especially Lana, who found herself increasingly perplexed by her cousin. "Mr. Sun, you are too courteous. Please do not hesitate to ask for anything you need," Brivs replied, fully aware of Sun Yu and Lana's formidable prowess, and sincerely grateful for Sun Yu's life-saving assistance. Hearing Brivs' response, Sun Yu chuckled softly and leaned in, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. "Dr. Brivs, I require a training room where I can freely adjust the gravity. Let us set the upper limit to 100 times for now. I trust this is within your capabilities." With a startled exclamation, Brivs exclaimed, "Mr. Sun, constructing the gravity training room you desire is certainly not a daunting task. But do you truly comprehend what setting a gravity of 100 times entails?" "Of course I do," Sun Yu replied nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. He then recited from the original text, "For an individual weighing 60 kilograms. Under a gravity of 100 times, their weight would escalate to 6 tons. Am I mistaken?" Brivs nodded mechanically, observing Sun Yu's calm demeanor and recalling the formidable strength he had previously exhibited. Ultimately, Brivs clenched his teeth and conceded, "Very well, since it is Mr. Sun's request. I shall give it a try. Please proceed at your leisure, Mr. Sun. I will head to the laboratory to research this gravity training room." "Yes, doctor, please do," Sun Yu replied. Dr. Brivs retreated into the laboratory, while Mrs. Brivs departed to prepare additional sweets for Lana. The living room was left with only Lana, licking the remnants of cake from her hands, and the two, Bulma and Sun Yu, who were sizing each other up. Sun Yu was taken aback by Bulma's unexpected cuteness as a child. A series of events led him to feel a bit overwhelmed, and he found himself staring blankly at Bulma. Compelled by an inexplicable impulse, he stealthily reached out and gently pinched her rosy cheek. "How soft," was Sun Yu's initial impression of Bulma's face. "Heavens, could I be a potential lolicon?" "No, surely not. It was merely a slip of my hand." "Hey, some people don't even spare such a little girl." Lana shot a disdainful look at Sun Yu, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. "It was just an accidental slip of my hand." "Ha!" Sun Yu defended himself. "Little sister, come here to your big sister. Be careful of certain bad people who might do strange things to you." Lana instantly transformed into a warm big sister, opening her arms towards the little lowly Bulma. "Okay," Bulma responded softly, and then sat beside Lana, reaching out to pinch the tail wrapped around Lana's waist. "Hey, Lana, clarify what you mean by me doing strange things to her," Sun Yu said, staring at Lana. "Let's not discuss that. What was that gravity training room you had the doctor create?" Lana inquired curiously. Chapter 10, A Dragon Ball. As I previously mentioned, within a gravity training room of 100 times, a body weighing 60 kilograms would directly transform into 6 tons. If we could acclimate ourselves to such gravity, Our battle power could conservatively be estimated at 90,000, Sun Yu replied indifferently. 90,000? How is that even possible? Lana was reluctant to believe Sun Yu, for that figure seemed like an astronomical number to her at that moment. 90,000 battle power. Are we still talking about Saiyans? Sun Yu smiled slightly, rising to approach the window. Sister Lana, you must never underestimate the potential of us Saiyans. The battle power of 90,000 merely signifies the preliminary stage of combat power development. It is only when one's battle power reaches 3 million that one truly enters a realm of extremity. At that juncture, conventional training methods become increasingly ineffective for further enhancement. To attain greater strength, one must transform into the legendary Golden Warrior, also known as a Super Saiyan. Upon assuming the Super Saiyan form, an astonishing 50-fold increase in battle power is achievable, meaning that the original 3 million battle power would surge to an astounding 1.5 billion. Such a terrifying figure indeed. With a heavy heart and a long journey ahead, Sun Yu's peripheral vision unexpectedly caught sight of a small black cat in the yard, instantly bringing a smile to his face. He recognized this little feline as a recurring character throughout the Dragon Ball series. It was the cherished pet of the Briefs couple, currently frolicking with the Dragon Ball. Wait a moment, that Dragon Ball is a 2-star ball. Sun Yu could no longer maintain his composure. He mentally cursed countless generations of the Briefs family for carelessly tossing a Dragon Ball to a pet cat as a toy. The world of the affluent is beyond my comprehension. Without hesitation, Sun Yu leaped from the window and swiftly approached the little black cat. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped the cat by the scruff of its neck with one hand while picking up the Dragon Ball with the other. Oh dear, Sun Yu. What brings you into the yard? Mrs. Briefs, carrying a large platter of pastries, returned to the living room just in time to spot Sun Yu outside. Lana also emerged from the house, casually taking a piece of dessert from the platter while inquiring, "Same question for you, Kale. You didn't come out just to collect that glass ball, did you?" "Indeed, it is precisely that," Sun Yu replied. "Mrs. Briefs, do you know the origin of this object?" Mrs. Briefs pointed to Bulma, who was hiding behind Lana, and explained, "Oh, that glass ball was found by Bulma on the roadside. She took a liking to it, so we kept it as a toy for the little black cat. That is its name. This object is called a Dragon Ball, and there are a total of 7. Once all 7 are gathered, one can summon the eternal dragon and fulfill any wish." Sun Yu elucidated. "Mrs. Briefs, this object emits a stable wavelength. Do you think it will be possible to create a radar that detects its location? Such a marvelous artifact exists? I shall inquire with my husband. Please enjoy your pastries in the meantime," Mrs. Brief said as she accepted the Dragon Ball from Sun Yu. "The gravity training chamber can wait, if feasible. Let us prioritize the Dragon Ball radar," Sun Yu added. "Understood." With that, Mrs. Briefs hurried off to her husband's laboratory. "Kale, is it true that this Dragon Ball is genuinely so extraordinary?" Lana, evidently intrigued by the Dragon Ball, inquired. "Are you familiar with Namek?" "Namek? Of course. I've heard tales of Namek, but like most beings in the universe, I assumed it to be mere exaggeration and rumor." Sun Yu nodded, affirming that the legends of Namek were indeed true, and so were the Dragon Balls of Earth. However, he mused that the Dragon Balls of Earth paled in comparison to those of Namek, likening them to mere imitations. "Wow, Kyle, you possess such extensive knowledge. Have you contemplated what wish you would make?" Although Lana inquired about Sun Yu's desire, her heart harbored a wish of its own, yearning for fulfillment. "Not yet. We shall discuss it when the time comes," Sun Yu replied, secretly hoping to use the Dragon Radar to locate Karen Tower and train with the deity. You're such a blockhead," Lana muttered in dissatisfaction. In the days that followed, Sun Yu procured a set of weighted armor for both Lana and himself, akin to that worn by Sun Wukong in the original Dragon Ball, each weighing a staggering 900 kilograms. Even Lana, whose battle prowess exceeded 900, found it somewhat cumbersome upon her first wear. The next day, Dr. Briefs successfully crafted the Dragon Radar. Indeed, having a technologically adept companion proved advantageous. After acquiring the Dragon Radar, Sun Yu intended to bid farewell to the Briefs couple, who desperately tried to persuade him to stay. However, Sun Yu was resolute in his decision. Little Bulma, upon hearing that her older brother Sun Yu was leaving, was instantly brought to tears. Her distress was heart-wrenching. "If only you were a bit older, I could take you on adventures," Sun Yu lamented. "Kyle, you truly wish to take advantage of Bulma," Lana teased from the sidelines. Ultimately, Sun Yu had to resort to the most potent tool to soothe the little girl, a lollipop. There's an old saying in Huaxia: "There is no loli you cannot conquer, only lollipops you cannot afford." Having successfully pacified Bulma, Sun Yu then embarked on the quest for the Dragon Balls with Lana. Initially, the pursuit for the Dragon Balls held some intrigue, as Sun Yu lamented the realization that, given their strength, there was scarcely anyone on Earth capable of impeding their progress. Thus, their search for the Dragon Balls unfolded with astonishing ease. Consequently, the sole enjoyment of their journey became the indulgent feasting of Sun Yu and Lana, coupled with the joy of dining without paying, deliberately provoking restaurant owners to chase them through the streets. Eventually, they transformed the vibrant Dragon Ball into the delectable Earth on a plate, with the location of the Dragon Balls becoming inconsequential compared to the search for culinary delights. On a certain plateau, known as Bun Mountain, Lana exclaimed, "Grandpa Gohan, your roasted Earth Dragon is simply exquisite," as she savored the delectable dish, sincerely praising the culinary skills of Son Gohan. Indeed, Sun Yu and Lana had arrived at Bun Mountain, for Son Gohan possessed a 4-star Dragon Ball. Upon learning of their intentions, Son Gohan not only readily presented the Dragon Ball, but also warmly hosted the two with a hearty meal. With a light-hearted chuckle, Sun Wukong remarked, "It pleases me that you all enjoy your meal. Do not fret, there is plenty more to come." After indulging in a hearty feast, Sun Yu, feeling content, stretched lazily and suddenly recalled something. He turned to his grandfather, Sun Wukong, and inquired, "Grandfather Wukong, if I am not mistaken, you are a disciple of the Turtle Hermit, are you not?" Sun Yu's words surprised Sun Wukong, who readily confirmed, "Indeed, how did you come to know of my master?" Anyone who has laid eyes on Dragon Ball is familiar with that eccentric old man. Sun Yu replied with a hint of admiration. "I have long wished to pay my respects, but have yet to find the opportunity." He then expressed his desire. "I wonder if Grandfather Wukong could demonstrate the revered technique of the Turtle School, the Kamehameha." Chapter 11. The Kamehameha. You wish to learn the Kamehameha? Sun Wukong discerned Sun Yu's intent. "Yes," Sun Yu affirmed decisively. "If it is not too much trouble, I would greatly appreciate your guidance in my training." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's expression shifted slightly. He then replied, "However, young friend, if I am not mistaken, your strength far surpasses mine. Perhaps only my master could provide you with proper instruction. Nonetheless, I can certainly demonstrate the Kamehameha for you." "Very well, I am in your debt," Sun Yu said eagerly, his gaze fixed on his grandfather. Sun Wukong then made his way to the open ground in front of the door, followed closely by Sun Yu and Lana, who watched intently. With his hands clasped before his chest, Sun Wukong's energy surged dramatically. He gradually lowered his hands to his waist and shouted, "Kamehameha!" A thunderous explosion erupted as a massive boulder was shattered by the force of his energy wave. Breathing a sigh of relief, Sun Wukong looked at Sun Yu with a beaming expression and asked, "Did you see that clearly? Would you like to give it a try?" Having just retracted his Sharingan, Sun Yu smiled gently at his grandfather and replied, "Certainly, I shall give it a go. Do not hesitate, young friend. If anything is amiss, I will boldly point it out." Sun Wukong stepped aside, joining Lana in watching as Sun Yu approached the courtyard. At that moment, Sun Yu was filled with exhilaration, reflecting on the countless times he had imitated the Kamehameha in his childhood. Now, he could truly perform this technique and fulfill a long-held dream. With a casual gesture, he brought his hands together before his chest, and his aura erupted with intensity. The sudden surge of power caused Sun Wukong's heart to race, his complexion paling instantly. Despite his attempts to overestimate Sun Yu's strength, he realized he had grossly underestimated it. That detestable Kale. When did he become so formidable? Lana muttered through gritted teeth. Lacking a battle power detector, she could not ascertain Sun Yu's exact strength, but she sensed that his power was likely very close to her own, awakening a sense of unease within her. Sun Yu retracted his hands to his waist, suddenly emitting a terrifying radiance. His aura surged to an unprecedented peak, causing the very earth around him to tremble. With a powerful thrust of his palms, a formidable wave of light surged forth, hurtling towards the distant hills. In an instant, the ground shook violently, and the hills erupted, disintegrating into countless fragments. Gulping in astonishment, Sun Wukong's eyes widened in disbelief. He found himself at a loss for words, having just boasted about guiding Sun Yu moments before. Apologies, Sun Yu said, scratching his head as he addressed Sun Wukong. "I may have exerted too much force." Indeed, heroes emerge from the youth. Sun Wukong chuckled self-deprecatingly. Sun Yu's talent is truly astounding. It seems I've grown old. Though the Kamehameha is a lower-tier martial art, its capacity for charging and subsequent secondary release endows it with unparalleled potential for amplification. It is precisely this reason that has made Sun Wukong so fervently dedicated to mastering this technique. After exchanging a few more words, Sun Yu bid farewell to Sun Wukong and continued on his quest for the Dragon Balls. With the recently acquired 4-star ball, Sun Yu now possessed 4 Dragon Balls, with 3 remaining. Following the guidance of a dragon radar, he and Lana swiftly soared towards the tropical regions of the south. As the radar indicated their proximity to the Dragon Ball, Sun Yu spotted a towering white spire rising majestically ahead. He grinned widely, having finally located the legendary sacred land of Korin, the abode of the gods. Korin Tower stands upon the vast tropical plains of the southern world, safeguarded by generations of indigenous villagers, and is renowned as the birthplace of martial arts. For centuries, countless martial artists have sought to ascend Korin Tower. It seems only Master Roshi has succeeded thus far. Kai, look, it appears there is an army below. Lana pointed towards a large group of individuals in the distance. Following her gaze, Sun Yu indeed saw soldiers stationed near the village surrounding Korin Tower, armed and displaying fierce expressions as they assaulted innocent indigenous villagers. Could it be that they too were after the Dragon Balls? Sun Yu pondered this possibility, recalling that in the original Dragon Ball narrative, the Guardians of Korin, the Bora father and son, indeed possessed a Dragon Ball, specifically a 3-star ball. Kai, let's investigate, Lana suggested, embodying the innate curiosity shared by all female beings across the universe, even if she often denied it. It seems we must wait a moment before we can pay our respects to the gods, Sun Yu sighed, shaking his head. After all, Korin Tower is right here. Arriving a little later will not be of great consequence. Indeed, Sun Yu affirmed, and the two of them descended from the sky, strolling leisurely towards the army. The insignia of the army is characterized by a striking red bow tie, flanked by capitalized English letters on either side, unmistakably identifying them as the Red Ribbon Army. However, in Sun Yu's recollection, the Red Ribbon Army had only begun their quest for the Dragon Balls after Wukong participated in the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Why then? Had they already arrived at Korin Tower? Was it possible that his presence had triggered a butterfly effect? Stop right there, you two brats. An officer, bearing a foreign appearance, obstructed Sun Yu and Lana's path. With his hands firmly on his hips, he boisterously proclaimed, "If you know what's good for you, scram. Disobedient children might find themselves on the wrong end of a gun. Ha ha ha. Wait a moment." Before Sun, you could devise a plan to deal with this insufferable officer. Another figure emerged. This individual donned a meticulously arranged military uniform, and his sapphire blue eyes accentuated his handsome visage. He marched up to Sun Yu with a sardonic chuckle, saying, well, I never expected you two to be here for the Dragon Balls as well. General Blue, could you be mistaken? They actually know about the Dragon Balls? The foreign officer exclaimed in unexpected astonishment. Sun Yu instantly recognized this person as General Blue, the commander of the elite blue team within the Red Ribbon Army, renowned for his extraordinary abilities. It was also rumored that he was homosexual. Ah, you've caught me, Sun Yu replied with a mischievous grin. Could you enlighten me on how you came to know this? Very well, I shall indulge you. General Blue's expression turned icy as he disdainfully regarded Sun Yu. We possess a Dragon Ball radar, and your possession of 4 Dragon Balls has been entirely exposed. You have done well in gathering them for our army. Ha ha ha. The revelation that they, too, possessed a Dragon Ball radar left Sun Yu utterly astounded. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, the Red Ribbon Army was home to the genius Dr. Gero, capable of creating a Dragon Ball radar, was well within the realm of possibility. How did you become aware of the Dragon Balls? Sun Yu pondered, perplexed. Logically, not many people on Earth should have known about the Dragon Balls at this time. Yet here they were, equipped with a radar. You're quite inquisitive for a child, General Blue remarked, maintaining his rigid posture. However, given your contribution of 4 Dragon Balls to me, I shall inform you. Our leader, General Black, recently met the renowned Dr. Briefs at a charity gala. It was during this occasion that the topic of the Dragon Balls came up, and he even mentioned 2 remarkable young individuals, presumably the 2 of you. The realization that he was indeed the cause of the situation left Sun Yu both amused and exasperated. He mused that Dr. Briefs was the type to let slip secrets when inebriated. But what of it? With his own strength, annihilating the Red Ribbon Army would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Enough of your questions, little brat. Hand over the Dragon Balls, General Blue demanded. Chapter 12, Korin Tower. Enough of your questions, little brat. Hand over the Dragon Balls, General Blue reiterated. As General Blue's voice faded, he swiftly utilized his supernatural abilities to restrain Sun Yu and Lana, seemingly to prevent their escape. You cannot move now, little brats, he taunted. Sun Yu and Lana exchanged glances, contemplating who should engage first. Kyle, did you not mention that dealing with ordinary people is quite beneath us? Lana remarked. Having been bullied, it is only natural to retaliate. Moreover, the Red Silk Army is not composed of virtuous individuals, Sun Yu responded. While he abhorred senseless killing, It did not imply he would spare those who perpetrated evil. General Brew, feeling overlooked, was consumed with fury, neglecting to ponder why his powers seemed ineffective against them. He charged towards Sun Yu, delivering a furious punch while bellowing, "Impudent brat, how dare you ignore me? You seek death. Huh, these little brats are doomed." They have enraged General Brew, a soldier jeered. "Indeed, our general's might is unmatched by mere mortals." The surrounding soldiers laughed boisterously, while the subdued, local Indian villagers huddled together, sorrowfully observing Sun Yu and Lana, aware that the fate of the rabbit often befalls the fox. As Brew charged, a cold smile spread across Sun Yu's lips. He seized the moment and struck at Brew's neck with a precise chop. Crack! The sound echoed as Sun Yu's hand made contact, abruptly silencing the soldiers' laughter. They stared in disbelief at Brew, whose head was now askew at an unnatural angle. It was clear that the soldiers struggled to accept the reality of their once mighty general being so easily vanquished. However, they soon witnessed Brew stagger backward, ultimately collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Curse him! Perhaps out of fear from witnessing Sun Yu's swift defeat of their general, the soldiers raised their weapons, ready to fire. Though their firearms posed no genuine threat to Sun Yu's life, being hit would still inflict pain, for even a Saiyan is of flesh and blood. Yet, the soldiers' fates were sealed the moment they lifted their guns. Sun Yu transformed into a flash of lightning, his movements lethal and precise, delivering fatal blows before the soldiers even felt a hint of pain. "Don't come any closer." The foreign officer, hiding in the back, terrified by the scene, scrambled into a vehicle and sped away in a panic. "Ha! He runs quite swiftly," Sun Yu scoffed, choosing not to pursue, for he was not a man driven by bloodlust. Such scum were not worthy of his chase. The remaining soldiers, witnessing Sun Yu's mercy, scattered in disarray. Upon witnessing the demise of the villains and the scattering of their remaining cohorts, the local Native American villagers sighed in relief. However, when they turned their gaze towards Sun Yu, an air of apprehension enveloped them, for they were acutely aware of his formidable prowess, instilling a sense of fear within their hearts. Sun Yu and Lana approached the villagers at a leisurely pace, prompting them to immediately kneel in reverence, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you both for saving our lives." "Please, no need for such gestures. Rise," Sun Yu urged, managing a warm smile. He addressed an elderly man who appeared wise and venerable. "Grandfather, we have come in search of a transparent glass sphere known as the Dragon Ball, the one with several stars inside. Surely, you must have seen it." Upon hearing Sun Yu's quest for the Dragon Ball, the elder's expression darkened, seemingly concerned that Sun Yu and his companions might harbor ill intentions akin to those of the previous malefactors. "What do you intend to do with that Dragon Ball? You're not like those ruffians, are you?" "Rest assured, Grandfather, we are not villains, nor will we use the Dragon Ball for nefarious purposes." Sun Yu replied with a reassuring smile. Sighing, the elder conceded, "I too believe you are not malevolent. Brah, go fetch the Dragon Ball." He turned to a robust young man. The young man, named Brah, stood up, tall and bare-chested, adorned with a necklace of bone and teeth. Sun Yu's eyes sparkled upon seeing him, for Brah was the father of UPE, a character from the original Dragon Ball series whom Sun Wukong met at the sacred Korin Tower. However, it seemed that Brah had yet to marry, and thus, UPA did not exist in this timeline. Brah swiftly retrieved the Dragon Ball, a 3-star sphere, and reluctantly handed it to Sun Yu. Having acquired the 5th Dragon Ball, Sun Yu bid farewell to the villagers and, alongside Lana, turned to depart. "Will you not stay for a cup of tea?" the elder implored, eager to express gratitude for Sun Yu's recent heroics. "Thank you, Grandfather, but we must ascend to the top of Korin Tower." Sun Yu waved his hand without looking back. "Are they really going to climb Korin Tower?" The villagers murmured among themselves. In their eyes, only true warriors could reach the summit of Korin Tower, and Sun Yu epitomized the essence of strength. Once they left the village, Sun Yu smiled at Lana and said, "Sister Na, atop Korin Tower resides the Earth-S deity. While his combat prowess may be modest, his insights into martial arts are profoundly unique. Do not be rude when you meet him." "Understood, you are quite the nag," Lana protested, her discontent evident. Upon reaching the base of Korin Tower, Sun Yu and Lana soared into the sky, ascending vertically into the towering clouds. It is said that the palace of the deity is guarded by mysterious forces, preventing any flying object from approaching. However, before the absolute might of Sun Yu and Lana, any semblance of mystical power was rendered futile, and they shattered the defenses of the deity's palace, arriving before him. From the very moment the two enigmatic visitors arrived on Earth, the celestial deity had taken note of their presence. Fortunately, Sun Yu and Lana had refrained from committing any heinous acts, which allowed the deity to breathe a sigh of relief. However, today, the deity was suddenly alarmed to discover that these immensely powerful beings had appeared near the sacred land of Karlin, causing his previously relaxed demeanor to tighten once more. As Sun Yu and Lana descended upon the celestial palace, they were greeted by the deity, who had been waiting at the entrance alongside his servant, the ebony-skinned Bobo, and the legendary cat sage, Karlin, who claimed to have lived for 8 centuries. Karlin, too, had come to await the arrival of the two visitors. "Greetings, celestial deity. And you too, Mr. Bobo." "Ah, Karlin, I see you are here as well," Sun Yu exclaimed, visibly excited and warmly addressing each of them. In stark contrast to Sun Yu's casual demeanor, the celestial deity and his companions were nearly on the verge of tears, overwhelmed by the uncertainty of the situation. They were utterly oblivious to the nature of the two youths, sensing only their formidable strength, while it seemed that the visitors were fully aware of their circumstances. It was a most peculiar scenario. Chapter 13. The Scapegoat, Frisia. The aged celestial deity cleared his throat and approached Sun Yu with a heavy gait, solemnly inquiring, "What brings you esteemed guests to my humble abode?" "Your Excellency, you flatter me," Sun Yu replied, stepping forward to bow respectfully. "As we seek knowledge, it is only fitting to adopt a proper attitude. I am Sun Yu, and this is my cousin Lana. We have heard that the sacred land of Karlin is the origin of martial arts in the world, and we wish to inquire about the methods of cultivation." Upon hearing Sun Yu's words, the venerable deity scrutinized both him and Lana, and after a moment of contemplation, he shook his head and said, "I fear that your powers far exceed mine. Moreover, the burdens you carry are profoundly heavy. Thus, I cannot impart my teachings to you. Indeed, the Saiyans are notorious for their bloodthirsty nature, often engaging in the extermination of entire planets. Just as Sun Yu had recently traversed here, they had obliterated the dwarf planet. So their burdens cannot be understated." "Hey, what are you saying, old man?" Lana interjected, irked by the deity's words. While she was indifferent to how others perceived her, she would not tolerate any slight against Sun Yu. "Who are you calling burdened? Do you believe I want to destroy you?" "Lana, please calm down," Sun Yu urged, swiftly stabilizing her temper and apologizing to the celestial deity. "I beg your pardon, Your Excellency. Please do not take offense. My cousin is merely protective, though she's truly a good person." "What a disastrous beginning," Karlin the sage remarked, having harbored animosity towards Sun Yu from the outset. Perhaps it was the innate intuition of cats that sensed the bloodthirsty nature of the Saiyans. This time, Lana did not erupt in anger, but shot a fierce glare at Karlin, causing the latter to become flustered and scurry behind the celestial deity in fright. "Enough. Please cease your commotion. Mr. Sun Yu, you are not welcome here. I sincerely hope you will take your leave." The celestial deity struck the ground with his staff, issuing an unequivocal expulsion order before turning to retreat into the sanctuary. "Wait a moment, the divine being?" Sun Yu had not anticipated such aversion from the celestial god towards the Saiyans. He had done nothing to warrant this disdain, and Sun Yu was reluctant to shoulder the blame for this misfortune. In a moment of quick thinking, he furrowed his brow, a clever idea forming in his mind. With a mysterious smile, he said, "Might I inquire, esteemed deity, do you not wish to return to your home planet?" This statement struck the celestial beings like a torpedo detonating in water, leaving them momentarily stunned. "What do you mean by returning to your home planet? Please clarify," the celestial god demanded, unable to maintain his previously calm demeanor. To alleviate the deity's hostility, Sun Yu invoked the name of the universe's foremost antagonist, Frisia, as a common adversary. Although Frisia had not yet acknowledged the existence of the Namekians, it mattered little. As the quintessential villain, he must possess the resolve befitting his role. "Surely, esteemed deity, you have noticed that your appearance differs from that of the humans on this planet. You, like us, hail from the cosmos. At coordinates 9035 in the universe lies a planet known as Namek. Due to environmental degradation, its population has drastically diminished. The Grand Elder once dispatched a distinguished member of the dragon race to seek other worlds. However, upon learning of Namek's remarkable Dragon Balls, the cosmic tyrant Frisia yearned for eternal life to conquer the boundless universe. He sought to harness the power of Namek's dragon to achieve this goal. Pray tell, what do you suppose his first course of action would be upon fulfilling this desire?" Sun Yu's voice lowered ominously, and the expressions of those present darkened. The celestial god swallowed hard, attempting to moisten his parched throat, and murmured he would utterly annihilate Namek to eliminate any future threats. With Frisia as their scapegoat, the celestial deity's perspective began to shift, just as Sun Yu had anticipated. The esteemed deity, Mr. Popo, glanced nervously at the celestial god. The aged deity appeared even more frail, for while one might expect joy in learning of his heritage, the revelation of such a terrifying truth left him visibly shaken. He inhaled deeply and asked Sun Yu, "Is my home planet now in grave danger?" "Fear not, esteemed deity, for Frisia is wary of a legend surrounding our super Saiyans. Thus, he will not act against your home planet until he has thoroughly eradicated the Saiyans." Sun Yu reassured the celestial god. Meanwhile, Lana, who had remained silent, could no longer contain herself upon hearing Sun Yu's words. She grasped Sun Yu's arm urgently and exclaimed, "Kai, what nonsense are you spouting? Lord Frisia has always treated us Saiyans favorably. How could he possibly turn against us? A headache indeed. How does one forget this young lady? She's a pure Saiyan. After all, perhaps on planet Vegeta, many of her family and friends still exist. It is only natural that Lana cannot remain indifferent to Frisia's plan to annihilate the Saiyans. Oh, heavenly god, listen closely. It seems they are in cahoots with that Frisia, and the troublesome cat, Corinne, has also emerged to stir chaos, harboring a long-standing animosity towards Sun Wukong. Frisia, Sun Wukong scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the meddlesome Corinne. He turned gravely towards the heavenly god and continued, "I shall not conceal the truth from you all. Due to certain circumstances, I have foreseen events to come. I am aware of Frisia's ambitions and know that I can find the strength to oppose him here. Great heavenly god, you possess telepathic abilities. You can discern whether I speak in deceit." Having spoken, all present turned their gaze toward the heavenly god, eagerly anticipating his response. After a moment's contemplation, the heavenly god nodded slowly and addressed the assembly. "He does not lie. Now, I wish to know, do you possess the capability to confront this Frisia you speak of?" "Not yet," came the reply, "but once we fully unleash the potential within us, we will indeed have the strength to overcome him. Can we say we are unable to defeat him? Otherwise, the heavenly god would not squander time training us." The heavenly god nodded in agreement, stating, "You indeed harbor immense potential within, yet your auras are remarkably weak, failing to exhibit the strength you possess. First, allow Corinne to teach you the methods of controlling your aura. Once you have made some progress, I shall personally guide you further." "Thank you, great heavenly god. Teacher, I humbly bow before you." Sun Wukong stepped forward and offered a deep bow to the heavenly god. "That is unnecessary," the heavenly god replied, a sheen of cold sweat forming on his brow. Sun Wukong's actions left him perplexed. "Your strength far surpasses my own. I feel unworthy of such a title." "Unnecessary? Nonsense." Sun Wukong grinned unabashedly. "As they say, the accomplished take precedence. Since I have sought your teachings, you are indeed my teacher." With that declaration, the heavenly god ceased to decline further, lest it appear disingenuous. "Corinne, please take Sun Wukong and Lana below for training," he instructed. "Very well, great heavenly god," Corinne replied, though he remained cautious in his heart. Nonetheless, with the heavenly god's command, he begrudgingly led Sun Wukong and Lana to their training. Chapter 14. This may be a fake spirit being. Once Corinne returned with Sun Wukong and Lana to their residence beneath the heavenly god's palace. Bobo expressed his concerns to the heavenly god. Is it truly wise to teach them to cultivate? The heavenly god sighed in resignation. As the heavenly god, I can perceive the burdens upon them. However, to speak candidly, I do not sense any malevolence within them. Perhaps by guiding them towards righteousness, we may cleanse their burdens, an act of merit, if you will. With that, the heavenly god and Bobo returned to the temple. Upon returning to his dwelling, the enigmatic Carlin, with a look of skepticism, scrutinized Sun Yu and Lana. He remarked, "Though it is with great reluctance, I must comply with the command of the divine. I trust you do not intend to conquer the world upon completing your training here?" Sun Yu, with a hint of jest, replied, "Do we truly need training for world domination?" Lana, in a show of solidarity against Carlin, chimed in, "Exactly. You, whose combat prowess barely surpasses 200, should not underestimate us." Frustrated by their taunts, Carlin thumped his staff against the ground, producing a resounding crack. Suddenly, he smirked and declared, "You think little of me. Now, I challenge you to seize the bell from your grasp without employing any energy." Sun Yu, with an air of teasing defiance, interrupted Carlin, who was about to produce a bell. "How did you know?" Carlin exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief, though his efforts were in vain, for his gaze was as comical as his stature. "I merely guessed," Sun Yu chuckled. "If the objective were simply to snatch the bell from your hand, it would be as easy as consuming 10 Big Macs in a minute. Thus, I deduce your true intention is for us to wear bells ourselves and to seize yours without making a sound." Carlin, drenched in cold sweat, was left speechless, contemplating his existence. No, his cat existence. After Sun Yu had laid bare his ulterior motives. Since you have discerned my thoughts, let us commence. With no recourse but to concede, Carlin hoped to regain his dignity in the ensuing training. Who will go first? I shall, Lana declared, stepping forward while Sun Yu stepped aside, observing quietly as she took the bell and tied it around her waist. Carlin, too, affixed the bell to his staff and took a deep breath. Begin, he announced. Due to the encumbrance of her heavily weighted armor, Lana's speed and precision were significantly hindered, and every time she nearly grasped the bell on Carlin's staff, her own bell would inadvertently chime. Huh, what are you doing? Did you not have enough to eat? Hurry up. Seizing the rare opportunity for retaliation, Carlin unleashed a torrent of mockery at Lana. That is quite excessive. Lana, unable to endure Carlin's taunts any longer, removed her heavy wrist guards, which thudded heavily to the ground, causing a tremor beneath. With a long gasp of astonishment, Carlin found himself momentarily petrified, having just spent the previous moment mercilessly mocking Lana. After shedding 2 pairs of exceedingly heavy boots, Lana finally paused. Although she still donned a 400-kilogram alloy lead vest, she refrained from removing it due to her gender. However, considering that Earth's gravity is merely 1/10 that of Vegeta's, it was evident that such weight posed little challenge to Lana. Apologies for the weight, little kitty. After flexing her wrists and ankles, Lana's form vanished in an instant. Carlin instinctively adjusted the position of his staff, but it was too late. As Lana seized the bell from Carlin's staff, the bell she wore resonated, indicating that her movements had surpassed the speed of sound. Curse be your cheating. You all are monsters, bullying me, Carlin exclaimed, flailing in indignation, seemingly attempting to leap and strike Lana's knee. Listening to Carlin's outburst, Sun Yu scoffed. What does that have to do with me? I haven't bullied you. Sister Lana, please stop teasing him and put on the heavy gear. Otherwise, this training is pointless. Indeed, generally, Lana was receptive to advice, and she quickly donned her heavy gear once more. Carlin, sensing her seriousness, ceased his taunting. Consequently, Lana devoted herself to maintaining equilibrium within her body, striving to harmonize her breathing with her rhythm. In less than a day, while clad in her heavy gear and without disturbing her own bell, she successfully seized the bell from Carlin. The first Earthling to ascend Corinne Tower, the formidable Wu Tai Do, had taken 3 years to accomplish this feat, while the youthful son Wukong managed it in 3 days. Setting aside combat prowess, Lana's aptitude for martial arts rivaled that of both. Remarkable. Sister Lana, your aura has become more profound and harmonious, Sun Yu genuinely remarked. Hee. Your sister is a genius-level intermediate warrior, Lana replied with a sense of pride, patting Sun Yu on the shoulder. Carlin then produced a ceramic jar, from which he extracted a magical bean and tossed it to Lana, stating, this is a senza bean. Consuming it rapidly restores stamina, equivalent to 10 days' worth of nourishment. Sun Yu's eyes gleamed with realization as he reflected. So this is the legendary senza bean. In the Dragon Ball anime, as long as one draws breath, no matter how grievous the injury, recovery is possible. It is second only to the wish-granting dragon. Regrettably, due to the low yield of senza beans and the majority being squandered by that fool Yachirobe, what remained was minuscule. Consequently, in future battles, Sun Wukong and fellow Dragon Ball warriors often found themselves in dire straits due to the scarcity of senza beans. A thought that brought tears to the eyes and sorrow to the heart. With a crisp sound, Lana quickly chewed the celestial beans and swallowed them. In less than a breath, her stamina was swiftly restored. However, her cheeks soon flushed crimson, and after a few unsteady steps, she faltered and collapsed. Sister Na, what is wrong? Sun Yu exclaimed, noticing Lana's unusual state. He rushed over and caught her in his arms, urgently calling out her name. Suddenly, Lana wrapped her arms around Sun Yu's neck, her lips brushing against his ear, exhaling a fragrant breath. What on earth did that foolish cat give my cousin? These celestial beans must be a sham. Chapter 15, Celestial Bean Wine. Fool, these celestial beans are undoubtedly authentic. The Kalen sage protested with a shrill voice. Then why is Sister Na like this? Before Sun Yu could finish his sentence, Lana's crimson lips had already pressed against his, her hands tenderly cradling his face as she kissed him passionately. What in the world is happening? Is this some sort of celestial ascension? Lana's delicate form writhed in Sun Yu's embrace, every hint of her youthful fragrance igniting his senses. Her ample bosom pressed tightly against him, causing a warmth to spread through his abdomen, nearly overwhelming his reason. Activating his Sharingan, Sun Yu regained a sliver of clarity. Although he relished the moment, It was evident that this was not Lana's true intention. He could not allow himself to be too unrestrained in front of that foolish cat. How infuriating. Could that silly cat not have the decency to avert her gaze? With a swift motion, he delivered a chop to the back of Lana's neck, causing her to faint. Once he confirmed she was peacefully asleep, Sun Yu let out a sigh of relief and shot a fierce glare at the Kalen sage, demanding, "What is going on? Why does she look as if she's intoxicated by false wine?" Having been engrossed in watching Sun Yu and Lana, the Kalen sage explained, "These celestial beings have been fermenting for thousands of years. Have you ever heard of the principle of anaerobic respiration in plants producing alcohol?" Sun Yu nearly spat out blood in disbelief. "Are you joking? Anaerobic respiration in plants producing alcohol? You must be kidding me. Then according to your logic, couldn't you just add some water and let it naturally ferment to create a barrel of celestial being wine?" Sun Yu retorted mercilessly, "Ah, what a splendid idea. How did I not think of that?" The Kalen sage exclaimed, slapping his forehead in realization. After hearing the sage's words, Sun Yu felt a wave of despair wash over him. This is what you get for being so flippant and making foolish comments. "Hey, Sun Yu, are you going to practice snatching my bell or not? If you're going to practice, do it quickly. I still need to go back and brew a barrel of celestial being wine," the Kalen sage said. "I think I'll pass," Sun Yu replied, shaking his head decisively. As Lana fervently attempted to seize the bell of the sage Carlin, Sun Yu had already activated his Sharingan from the sidelines. His purpose was to thoroughly observe the flow of energy within Lana, meticulously studying her method of breath control and coordination, and thereby drawing connections to his previous learnings, ultimately elevating them into his own insights. This exemplifies the perceptive technique of the Sharingan. It is not solely confined to the realm of combat. When applied judiciously, the Sharingan can yield astonishing effects even in the nuances of cultivation. What? You dare claim you do not need the boy? Are you perhaps afraid? Worried that you pale in comparison to this girl, thus hesitating to challenge her? Carlin squinted at Sun Yu. What a laughable notion. I, Sun Yu, would never succumb to such fears. It is simply unnecessary to engage. Sun Yu, eager to return and tend to Lana, who, having consumed a high concentration of celestial beings, was now inebriated, felt a sense of responsibility for his sister. After all, one must attend to the needs of a drunken individual, such as helping them remove their clothing and using a warm towel to gently wipe down their body. Moreover, a person inebriated would often have stiff muscles, requiring someone to assist with a soothing massage. In essence, Lana needed care at this moment. "Hey, young man, do not be so dull. Come, give it a try. I shan't mock you." Carlin seemed convinced that Sun Yu was too timid to compete and thus relentlessly encouraged him. However, Sun Yu had resolutely decided to ignore him. "Perhaps I could part with 2 jars of celestial beans. I want 3 jars. That is impossible. I have spent centuries accumulating 5 jars. I cannot part with 3 at once. What I use to brew my wine?" Carlin promptly rejected the offer. "Very well, then." Sun Yu scooped up the sleeping Lana and turned to leave. "Wait. All right. If you can successfully snatch my bell within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, I shall grant you 3 jars, Carlin reluctantly conceded. Having calculated that even with Lana's considerable talent, it took her nearly a day to seize his bell. Hence, he believed this young boy, even if slightly more gifted than Lana, could not possibly accomplish it within the stipulated time. "Oh, since you put it that way, I shall give it a try. I hope you keep your word." Sun Yu expressed his resignation, astonished that celestial beings were being offered so freely in this day and age. I am a sage. How could I possibly go back on my word? But you must not remove your heavy protective gear, Carlin emphasized firmly. "Rest assured, that will not be necessary." Sun Yu, cradling the slumbering Lana, approached Carlin and inquired, "Shall we begin?" "Comos." With Carlin's permission, Sun Yu first adjusted his breathing. Drawing from his current understanding of energy, he realized that it begins in stillness, manifests in movement, and culminates in action. Every breath produces energy, and true masters can conceal their movements within their breath, emerging with inhalation and dissipating with exhalation, achieving the aim of stillness, overcoming motion. As Sun Yu synchronized his breathing, he naturally extended his hand, exuding an air of tranquility that rendered him indistinguishable from the surrounding environment. It seemed that the serene essence emanating from him had also reached the senses of the celestial being, Carlin. Momentarily freed from tension due to the absence of any palpable aura from Sun Yu, experienced a fleeting relaxation. Yet, it was precisely in this instant of ease that Sun Yu's palm swiftly approached Carlin's face, making evasion impossible. What appeared as an excruciatingly slow movement was, in reality, as rapid as a bolt of lightning. "Ah, I have successfully acquired them without much difficulty, Carlin. I shall take these 3 jars of celestial beans. Sun Yu calmly tossed the bell to Carlin before retrieving a versatile capsule, which, upon opening, revealed a suitcase. He proceeded to place the 3 jars of relatively new celestial beans within, for he had no desire to consume a high-concentration alcoholic celestial bean during future battles, a rather foolish endeavor. Meanwhile, Carlin remained frozen in place, still captivated by the moment Sun Yu had just seized, clear as the sky, swift as lightning. He marveled at the unexpected depth of understanding this young creature possessed. "Hey, foolish cat, why are you still dawdling? Can't you see Sister Lana is asleep? Quickly find me a quiet room." Sun Yu shouted at the dazed Carlin while cradling Lana in his arms. Before Carlin could respond, a deep voice echoed nearby. "Miss Lana may rest in the temple for now. Mr. Sun Yu, the deity beckons you." "Damn it, Bobo, could you refrain from appearing so silently every time? Scaring people can lead to dire consequences. And now the deity shows up at this juncture to ruin my plans. What mischief is this?" Chapter 16. 3 Realms. Once Lana was comfortably settled, Sun Yu followed Mr. Bobo to meet the celestial deity. The deity stood at the edge of the temple, gazing down upon the splendor of the mortal realm. Sun Yu approached respectfully and bowed, inquiring, "Great deity, have you summoned me for a matter of importance?" "Ah, Sun Yu, you have arrived," the deity replied, turning to offer a stiff smile. "I observed your training with Carlin. Oh, it seems he's about to offer guidance on my cultivation." Sun Yu thought, his spirits lifted. "I apologize if I have embarrassed you, great deity. Might you be willing to enlighten this humble junior?" Enlightenment may be too grand term. However, I have observed your burgeoning control over Qi. Are you aware of how the ancients classified the realms of Qi? The deity introduced a concept that had never appeared in the original Dragon Ball narrative, instantly piquing Sun Yu's interest. "I am not aware. I humbly request your guidance." Sun Yu replied, bowing deeply, his sincere demeanor greatly pleasing the deity. The realms of Qi are categorized into 3: subtlety, awareness, and emptiness. You have already begun to merge your Qi with your breath, allowing it to manifest and dissipate at will. This is the realm of subtlety, the deity explained, elaborating with clarity. What then does the realm of knowledge signify? I humbly beseech the divine being to elucidate this matter for me, as I am parched for understanding. It seems that your words have resonated within me, echoing like a knock upon the door to the world of martial arts. I yearn to push through this door and delve into the mysteries of the martial path. Knowledge is a subtle elevation. The essence of a realm lies in its artistic conception. Allow Bobo to demonstrate this for you, as it will facilitate your comprehension. The divine being gestured towards Bobo. As Sun Yu turned his gaze to Bobo, he noticed that, unbeknownst to him, Mr. Bobo held a wooden stick in his hand. Following the divine being's direction, he began to sway the stick slowly in front of Sun Yu from a considerable distance. The stick's movements were languid, and after pondering for a while, Sun Yu could not discern anything extraordinary about it. Just as he was about to inquire about the divine being's intentions, the seemingly short stick suddenly elongated and lunged towards him. "I must evade." Sun Yu, quick-witted, darted aside, but upon taking a single step, he realized that the stick had not truly lengthened. Was that merely an illusion? "Sun Yu, how do you fare? Do you comprehend?" The divine being inquired upon witnessing Sun Yu's reaction. "What do you mean by that? Why do you all revel in cryptic riddles? Would it kill you to speak plainly?" Sun Yu was on the verge of tears. He recalled a moment from the Dragon Ball anime, where young Sun Wukong was similarly startled by Bobo wielding an ordinary stick. Yet due to the passage of time, he could not recollect how Bobo had managed it. "I am but a dullard. I implore you to enlighten me directly," he pleaded. "There are hierarchies in knowledge. You possess wisdom, and I shall humble myself." This is the essence of knowledge. All things possess their attributes, such as length, speed, and temperature. Humans can perceive these attributes, and that is intent. When I guide you to feel these attributes, that is the realm. Intent and realm can mutually transform. Just as when Bobo wielded the stick, his intent was to strike you with it. Thus his artistic conception manifested, the divine being explained. Sun Yu nodded in understanding, contemplatively remarking, "I see. So the notion that the realm arises from the heart is indeed this principle. Indeed, it appears you have grasped the concept." The divine being expressed with a look of approval. "And what of the realm of clarity? Might you demonstrate that for me as well?" Sun Yu inquired. "Your impatience is palpable. You wish to run before you have learned to walk." "Very well, Bobo. Please provide Sun Yu with a demonstration." The divine being chuckled gently, once more instructing Bobo. "Certainly, esteemed divine being." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Mr. Bobo appeared lost in thought, gazing vacantly towards the distant horizon. seemingly reminiscing about the days of his youth spent running beneath the setting sun. Hey, divine being, Bobo is clearly daydreaming. I acknowledge that, mister. Bobo possesses a certain adorable clumsiness, but it is not that Sun Yu intentionally wished to criticize Bobo. Rather, it was due to his complete lack of perception. In this situation, anyone observing would undoubtedly conclude that Bobo was in a state of daze. Do not speak, close your eyes, and allow yourself to truly sense. The deity advised. Well, in truth, Sun Yu had long desired to shut his eyes, for doing so would enable him to activate his Sharingan without the deity's notice. As the Sharingan awakened, Sun Yu's eyelids could no longer obscure his vision. Although the deity sensed a slight anomaly in Sun Yu's aura, he did not dwell on it. Under the scrutiny of a Sharingan, Sun Yu discovered to his astonishment that he could not detect Bobo's presence at all. How could this be? It was true that Bobo's combat prowess was rather feeble, yet it was inconceivable that not even a trace of energy would be emitted. In Sun Yu's eyes, it seemed as though there was not a single ounce of energy within Bobo at that moment. If one were to liken him to a stone, Sun Yu would readily accept that comparison. All living beings, no matter how humble, possess an aura, let alone a human. Have you sensed anything? The deity inquired. I have sensed nothing at all. If it were not for my attentiveness to Mr. Bobo's location, I would hardly perceive his existence, Sun Yu replied candidly. The deity chuckled softly and remarked, this is the realm of emptiness. All things are but illusions. Originally, there is nothing. How can there be any sense of perception? It seemed that Sun Yu was beginning to grasp the concept. It appeared that the cultivation of qi in this world was strikingly similar to the philosophies of Buddhist and internal cultivation practices on Earth, wherein one enhances their control over qi through a direct connection to their true self. In Sun Yu's memory, after completing his training under 100 times gravity, upon arriving at Namek, the members of the Special Forces were using a combat power detector on Sun Wukong. No matter how they assessed him, he consistently registered a combat power of merely 5,000, while in reality, he possessed an astounding power of 90,000. In retrospect, it seemed that Sun Wukong had already attained the state of emptiness. He no longer needed to deliberately conceal his strength. This state allowed him to be free from all distractions, with all his energy interwoven within the vastness of the universe. Perhaps one might question, but he still had a combat power of 5,000 that could not be hidden? In truth, it was not that he could not conceal it, but rather that he had no need to do so. With Bobo's combat power barely exceeding 100, he exhibited no trace of strength under the state of emptiness. Sun Wukong, however, was different. His inherent might could not be masked by the realm itself. Thus, unless he chose to suppress it intentionally, a hint of his aura would inevitably escape. It is good that you understand. The path of cultivation emphasizes gradual progress. One must not rush. I am somewhat reassured regarding you, but that Miss Lana possesses an excessive competitive spirit. If she does not amend this trait, she may easily stray on the martial path. The deity sighed. Rest assured, my lord, I will diligently oversee her progress, Sun Yu assured. Thus, I have imparted all that I can teach. The remaining journey relies upon your own diligence. Within the palace, Bobo has prepared 2 rooms for your use, and you may reside there for as long as you wish. We shall then take our leave. Chapter 17. Bulma has been kidnapped. In the subsequent 3 months, Sun Yu and Lana remained within the Celestial Palace, diligently honing their skills. Under Sun Yu's guidance, Lana successfully delved into the intricate realm of qi manipulation. Following her entry into this refined state, her combat prowess surged dramatically, nearing a breakthrough of 10,000. Meanwhile, Sun Yu, engrossed in the comprehension of his own realm, found his combat ability momentarily diminished, fluctuating around 7 to 8,000. However, can one's strength truly be gauged solely by combat power? Among all the denizens of the Celestial Palace, only Lana remained oblivious to the fact that Sun Yu's prowess had long surpassed hers, even without the assistance of a Sharingan in battle. In the realm of Dragon Ball, combat power can directly overshadow martial arts realms. Nonetheless, when 2 individuals possess similar combat strengths, their martial mastery becomes pivotal in determining the outcome of their confrontations. Subsequently, believing herself to be significantly ahead, Lana resolved to expedite her breakthrough to a combat power exceeding 10,000, striving to outpace Sun Yu by considerable margins. To achieve this, she recklessly chose to expend an opportunity to enter the hyperspace and time chamber. Is it truly wise to squander this opportunity so early? You're still not of age, and your combat potential remains unrefined. Even with a year's time, your growth would be minimal. One must embrace a gradual progression, Sun Yu advised Lana. Unfortunately, the spirited young lady remained resolute in her decision. Over these 3 months, her explosive growth in combat power had inflated her ego, particularly regarding her physical appearance. Currently, her mind was consumed with visions of surpassing the 10,000 mark and ascending to the role of Queen on Vegeta, even jesting about bestowing upon Sun Yu the title of a minor prince, which left him feeling quite awkward. Upon Lana's entry into the hyperspace and time chamber, the celestial being revealed a peculiar matter to Sun Yu. Sun Yu, in recent days, numerous patrol aircraft have appeared near the temple. They seem to be searching for something. However, due to the gravitational shield surrounding the temple, they have been unable to locate us. Upon hearing the mention of a search, Sun Yu immediately thought of the Dragon Balls. Could it be the Red Ribbon Army? This seemed plausible, given that he had previously vanquished General Blue from the Red Ribbon Army, thereby establishing a vendetta. Moreover, with the existence of the Dragon Balls in his possession, the mobilization of their forces appeared reasonable. Not quite. The celestial being swiftly dismissed Sun Yu's conjecture. Those aircraft bore no insignia of the Red Ribbon Army. Their emblem belongs to the Capsule Corporation. Huh? Sun Yu expressed surprise upon hearing the name of Capsule Corporation. How could Dr. Briefs possibly have dispatched aircraft to locate him? Even if he intended to inform Sun Yu that the gravity training room was ready, such an uproar was unnecessary. Where there is unusual activity, there is often something amiss. It turns out to be the Universal Capsule Company. Great Lord, I believe they must be looking for me. I shall go and investigate. Please exercise caution. After bidding farewell to the deity, Sun Yu swiftly soared beyond the confines of the Divine Temple's force field, heading towards the nearest aircraft. At that moment, the pilots of the patrolling planes hovering near the sacred site of Karlin suddenly noticed that the radar coordinates shared by their employer were shifting at an alarming pace, prompting them to feverishly report to their superior. Reporting to the boss, the target position has changed. Repeat, the target position has changed. The current coordinates are 2 degrees 17, 47 minutes east, 48 degrees 51, 30 minutes north. Reporting to the boss, the target position has changed again. Repeat, the target position has changed again. The current coordinates are... Dr. Breves, the president of the Universal Capsule Company, after receiving this series of reports from his subordinates, decisively switched off all communication devices with a sharp click, then quietly gazed at the approaching figure in the distance. As Sun Yu neared the aircraft, he caught sight of Dr. Breves sitting inside through the cockpit's glass window and greeted him. Hello, Doctor, it truly is you. By the way, what brings you to the sacred site of Karlin so suddenly? The side door of the plane opened, and Dr. Breves waved at Sun Yu, urging him to come aboard. Mr. Sun, please come in. Very well. Sun Yu entered Dr. Breves' aircraft and immediately noticed how markedly worn the doctor appeared. His already slender frame seemed even more gaunt. Mr. Sun, I find myself in a dire predicament. It is entirely my fault. The sight of Dr. Breves on the brink of collapse tightened Sun Yu's heart. He stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Dr. Breves' shoulder, and comforted him. Doctor, please share your troubles. I am here to assist you in any way I can. Upon hearing Sun Yu's words, Dr. Breves recounted the unfolding events. It turned out that the Black Marshal of the Red Silk Army, upon discovering the existence of the Dragon Balls, had devoted all efforts to locating them. Thanks to Dr. Garrow's invention of the Dragon Ball radar, they had indeed managed to find 2 of the Dragon Balls during this period. However, the Black Marshal soon realized that the remaining 5 Dragon Balls had inexplicably congregated together, and he quickly recalled the 2 young individuals that Dr. Breves had mentioned inebriated one evening. According to reports from the remnants of the defeated Blue Team, Sun Yu possessed formidable combat prowess. Consequently, the Black Marshal devised a nefarious scheme. Having heard that Sun Yu maintained a close relationship with the Capsule Company, he resorted to kidnapping Bulma, intending to leverage her as a means to compel Sun Yu to surrender the remaining 5 Dragon Balls. Mr. Sun, it is all my fault for speaking carelessly while intoxicated. Dr. Breves' voice quivered with emotion. They warned that if the Dragon Balls are not surrendered within 3 days, they will execute the poor Bulma. Although Dr. Breves is the wealthiest man in the future world, he is currently in the ascendant phase of his career and lacks the capacity to confront the Red Ribbon Army, which possesses substantial military might. After much contemplation, he ultimately chooses to assist the exceptionally powerful youth, Sun Wukong. The audacity of those brutes to lay hands on Bulma is truly incomprehensible. A dragon has its scales, and to touch them is to invite death. While it may be premature to label Bulma as Sun Wukong's weakness, it is undeniable that his concern for her safety is profound. Many, like Sun Wukong, undoubtedly hold Bulma as their favorite female character in the Dragon Ball series. The spirited, beautiful girl has captured the hearts of countless admirers, and upon encountering her for the first time after his transmigration, Sun Wukong felt an overwhelming joy, eagerly anticipating Bulma's gradual growth. However, the Red Ribbon Army, in their arrogance, dared to kidnap Bulma, leading Sun Wukong to internally condemn them all to death. After ascertaining the army's location, he reassured himself, "Do not worry, I will return with Bulma unharmed," and with a thunderous crash, he burst through the wall. As Sun Wukong soared through the sky, a cold smile graced his lips while he silently vowed that if the Red Ribbon Army dared to harm a single hair on Bulma's head, he would ensure their utter annihilation to satiate his wrath. Perhaps, even if Bulma were to perish, the Dragon Balls could resurrect her. However, Sun Wukong wished to spare her from the trials of life and death too soon. If possible, he hoped that Bulma's future would always be under his protection. Much like Bulma in the original story, who wished for Goku's presence during moments of peril, Sun Wukong hoped that, regardless of whether the Earth faced destruction or the threat of Majin Buu slaughtering humanity, Bulma would always smile inwardly, assuring herself, with Sun Wukong around, everything will be all right. Chapter 18. The Dream of the Black Marshal. Sun Wukong's battle power had reached its zenith, allowing him to traverse the vast expanse of over 1,000 miles indicated by the Dragon Radar, ultimately locating the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army on a solitary island along the western coast. Following the radar's guidance, he arrived above a magnificent palace adorned with fluttering flags. Utilizing the insight granted by Sharingan, Sun Wukong swiftly pinpointed the secret chamber where Bulma was held captive. She appeared unharmed, crouching in a corner with her head bowed, exuding an air of vulnerability. "Thank goodness you are unharmed. I shall repay the grievances you have endured 100-fold," he silently vowed. Then, aligning himself, he plunged down from thousands of meters above, akin to a divine being descending to earth. In an instant, the reinforced concrete floor of the resplendent palace crumbled beneath him as if it were mere paper, his figure materializing before the door of the chamber where Bulma was imprisoned. Boom! The drowsy guards, startled awake by the thunderous noise, beheld a figure before the hostage cell and immediately brandished their weapons, threatening, "Who goes there? Do not move, or I shall fire." Sun Yu cast a cold glance at the few guards, causing them to shudder involuntarily. Their faces turned pale as they caught sight of the large hole in the ceiling. "Get lost," he commanded succinctly. The guards, feeling as though they had been granted a reprieve, bowed deeply in gratitude for his mercy before hastily fleeing the scene. Amidst the commotion, the little girl, Bulma, raised her small head. Her red-rimmed eyes evoked an irresistible urge to cradle her tenderly. Indeed, Sun Yu did just that. With a creak, he effortlessly tore apart the thick iron bars at the entrance of her cell. Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment, and she exclaimed, "Brother Sun Yu, are you here to rescue me?" With the bars now parted, Sun Yu stepped into the room and scooped up the little girl, gently reassuring her, "Yes, not only will I rescue you, but I shall also help you punish the wicked." Before he could finish, tears welled up in Bulma's eyes, and she stammered through her sobs, "Thank you, Brother Sun Yu. I was very obedient. The bad people wanted me to reveal where you were, but I said nothing. They tried to frighten me, yet I did not cry. I was very brave. I was very brave." Finally surrendering to her emotions in Sun Yu's embrace, Bulma's tears flowed freely, like a river breaking through its dam. The sound of her weeping pierced Sun Yu's heart like a needle. Coldly, he remarked, "They dare to intimidate my Bulma? It seems there is no need to wait for Wukong to annihilate the Red Silk Army, for today, they shall vanish from this world entirely." He tore off a piece of his clothing to gently wipe away Bulma's tears. Perhaps for the first time, being held by someone other than her parents, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Had the circumstances been different, Sun Yu might have been unable to resist kissing her tenderly. The truth is out. How can I claim I'm not fond of little girls? Come, brother will take you home." With that, Sun Yu lifted the princess into his arms and soared into the sky. Bulma clutched his collar tightly, visibly apprehensive of the height. However, as they burst out of the palace, Sun Yu noticed that numerous troops from the Red Silk Army had gathered around them. The sky was filled with combat aircraft on high alert, and the ground was fortified with tanks and artillery. Perhaps the Black Marshal believed this show of force would intimidate Sun Yu. How blissfully ignorant. To ease Bulma's fear of the rapid ascent, Sun Yu descended to the ground. Observing from a distance, the Black Marshal mistakenly believed that his army had successfully intimidated Sun Yu. With a smug demeanor, he commanded his armored vehicle towards Sun Yu, opening the rooftop hatch and brandishing a megaphone to shout, "Ha! You are surrounded. Hurry and surrender the Dragon Balls, and perhaps I may spare your life." Meanwhile, The Dark Marshal did not forget to quietly speak to his aide, Blark, beside him. What do you think? I told you. This fool indeed came alone to rescue that little girl. Ha ha ha. Blark, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth, reluctantly complimented. The Marshal is truly insightful. I am in awe. Brother Sun Yu, Buma said anxiously, tugging at Sun Yu's clothing. He smiled gently at her, ruffled her hair, and reassured her, do not worry. With your brother here, I will ensure that no harm befalls you. Just wait and see the spectacle shortly. As he spoke, he casually produced a lollipop and placed it in Buma's hand. Buma responded with a contented mm, and with the lollipop in hand. She obediently retreated behind Sun Yu to savor her treat. Once he had calmed Buma, Sun Yu raised his voice towards the armored vehicle housing the Dark Marshal, declaring, I advise you to cease your actions. Otherwise, with a mere word from me, your life shall end. As his words echoed, the venue fell silent, the only sound being the roar of mechanical engines. A full minute passed before a wave of laughter erupted. Some individuals doubled over, clutching their stomachs, tears streaming down their faces. What'd you say? The Dark Marshal nearly choked on his laughter, incredulously asking Sun Yu, you claim that with just one word from you, I shall perish? Ahaha, is my hearing failing, or is your intellect in question? The Dark Aide, Blark, struggled to contain his laughter, shaking his head as he addressed Sun Yu. Young man, we are well aware of your formidable skills. However, to assert that a single word can end the Marshal's life is somewhat absurd. If your intention was to amuse us, I must concede, you have succeeded splendidly. I did not intend to amuse you, Sun Yu replied, feeling quite aggrieved. For the truth was that the method to eliminate the Dark Marshal was indeed as simple as uttering a single phrase. In the original narrative, the Dark Marshal met an unjust demise. Under the pretext of world conquest, he gathered a multitude of ambitious warmongers, compelling his subordinates to seek the Dragon Balls with unwavering loyalty. To achieve this, he implemented draconian military regulations, declaring death for any failure to fulfill their missions. This included the remnants of the Blue Team, who had been defeated by Sun Yu upon their return to the Red Scarf Army headquarters. They were immediately executed by the Dark Marshal. Such ruthless and severe military regulations spawned discontent among many soldiers. Ultimately, Blark discovered the true intent behind the Marshal's collection of the Dragon Balls. It was not for world domination, but rather a trivial desire to remedy his own insecurities regarding his height. In anguish over the many soldiers who sacrificed themselves for such a trivial wish, Blark deemed the Dark Marshal unworthy of his command and resolved to end his life. Thus, all that was necessary was to inform Blark of the Marshal's little secret in advance. There was no need for Sun Yu to intervene personally, especially considering he had previously remarked that dealing with insignificant individuals was a matter of disgrace. Ahem, Lieutenant Brack, you let him speak. I am curious to see how he intends to condemn the esteemed Marshal Hay with but a single utterance. Marshal Hay disdainfully fixed his gaze upon Sun Yu, his expression one of utter contempt. Indeed, if I may interject, Sun Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment, for it would be unkind to expose someone's shortcomings. He feared that should General Hay become incensed, he might leap forth and strike at his knees. Indeed, Marshal, go ahead and speak. You must. For to remain silent is to acknowledge oneself as a mere puppy, Marshal Hay proclaimed. Upon hearing this, Sun Yu realized he truly had no choice but to comply. Otherwise, he would be tacitly admitting to being a puppy. Alas, I have never encountered someone so intent on self-sabotage. Should a competition for such folly ever be held, General Hay would undoubtedly emerge as the champion. Chapter 19. Brother, let me show you the fireworks. Setting aside the vile organization known as the Red Ribbon Army, one might argue that Marshal Hay possesses a commendable nature. Firstly, as a formidable figure in the early stages of the Dragon Ball universe, he never entertained the thought of annihilating the government forces to unify the realm, a feat well within his military prowess. Secondly, while his subordinates are indeed a band of rogues, it is worth noting that a significant number of them met their demise by Marshal Hay's own decree, which could be considered an act of purging evil. Thus, from an alternate perspective, the commander of the Red Ribbon Army, Marshal Hay, could be regarded as a rather noble individual. He harbors a seemingly trivial dream, to grow to a height of 1.60 meters. For this modest aspiration, he toils day and night, ridding the populace of various threats along the way, a poignant and convoluted journey that is hardly suitable for public discourse. Should this theme be woven into an inspirational novel, it would surely achieve great commercial success. Reflecting on this, Sun Yu found it increasingly difficult to bring himself to eliminate him. Consequently, he announced to the assembled soldiers, "In truth, your Marshal Hei collects Dragon Balls solely in pursuit of his desire to grow taller. As for world domination, that can wait for another time." Silence enveloped the room once more, the only sound being Bulma's rhythmic licking of her lollipop, as all eyes turned towards Marshal Hei, creating an atmosphere of peculiar tension. "Marshal, assure me this is not the case." Lieutenant Brack's veins throbbed visibly as he glared intently at Marshal Hei, yearning for an affirmative response. "Of course. I have never been concerned with my height," Marshal Hei stammered, having lost the bravado he once held, now retreating to the side, struggling to mask his discomfort. At some point, Sun Yu had also procured a lollipop, savoring it while adding fuel to the fire. "Little dark shorty, your explanation only serves to further expose your insecurities." Upon hearing Sun Yu's remark, Marshal Hei immediately retorted in a shrill voice, "You are the short one. Your entire family are short ones." Although displeased by the insult, Sun Yu decided it unwise to engage with someone on the brink of death. As events unfolded, Lieutenant Brack wore a grim expression. He drew his sidearm, aiming it squarely at Marshal Hei's head, and proclaimed loudly to the assembly, "According to the regulations of the Red Ribbon Army, we are all bound to the mission of world conquest. Those who violate this decree shall face execution without mercy. Kill without mercy." The soldiers, who had long been simmering with rage, erupted into a thunderous roar under the incitement of Officer Brack. "Please do not kill me." The once formidable Black Marshal now appeared utterly bereft of his former stature, his eyes wide with terror as he implored Officer Brack for mercy. However, Brack remained unmoved. In an instant, he pulled the trigger, and with a sharp crack, the Black Marshal fell lifelessly from the armored vehicle. Brack coldly surveyed the lifeless body of the Black Marshal, a subtle, inscrutable smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He soon adopted a serious demeanor and proclaimed to the exhilarated troops, "An army cannot be without a leader for even a day. Though I am unworthy, I shall nominate myself as F. Rare. What say you?" The moment his words left his lips, the soldiers erupted in fervent chants of his name. Brack, Brack, Brack. Now seated atop his newfound power, F. Rare Brack smiled down upon Sun Yu, addressing him with a patronizing tone. "Mr. Sun, it seems that heroes emerge from youth. Might you consider joining our Red Silk Army? If you are willing, I can appoint you as a vice-marshal, and together we shall divide the world. You have long desired to eliminate the Black Marshal to seize his position. Haven't you?" Sun Yu casually remarked, licking his lollipop. Brack's eyes flickered with a cold glint upon being exposed, yet he quickly donned a facade of joviality. "Ha, Mr. Sun, you jest. As long as you surrender the Dragon Pearl, I shall grant you half the world." Sun Yu lifted his gaze to Brack and replied coolly, "I appreciate your offer, but I desire not half the world. I wish for your demise." The audacity to kidnap Bulma demanded a blood price from the Red Silk Army, and Sun Yu was fiercely protective of his own. "Oof, you refuse my hospitality and choose punishment instead. Tao bye-bye, dispose of him." Brack bellowed in a fit of rage. Then, from a lavish Lincoln limousine, emerged a figure whose gaze was as cold as steel. Sporting a thin mustache and clad in a striking pink cheapao, emblazoned with the character for kill in bold brushstrokes. None other than the world's foremost assassin. Tao bye-bye. With Tao bye-bye's arrival, Brack regained his composure, perhaps believing that with this formidable ally, Sun Yu would be effortlessly subdued. He regarded Sun Yu with a gaze infused with sympathy. "Young man, your demeanor is composed and reserved. You indeed possess extraordinary qualities. Alas, you have encountered me. Tao bye-bye." While ostensibly praising Sun Yu, he aimed to underscore his own superiority, sensing Sun Yu's exceptional nature. The malevolent Tao bye-bye resolved to eliminate Sun Yu at once, lest he later emerge as a rival. "3 moves, Tao bye-bye declared, extending 4 fingers. His attendant tremulously pressed down an extra finger, prompting Tao bye-bye to clear his throat awkwardly. "Just 3 moves, and I shall assuredly kill you." Sun Yu smiled bashfully and replied, "I can't help but feel it will only take 1 move." Recognizing his own limitations, I struck with a flying kick toward Tao bye-bye, who, despite his aspirations, was caught off guard. Just as Tao bye-bye was about to address Sun Yu leisurely extracted a half-eaten lollipop from his mouth and casually poked it towards Tao bye-bye's forehead. These seemingly languid movements transpired in an instant. Tao bye-bye barely had time to react before the innocuous lollipop embedded itself in his brow. The world's #1 assassin had met his demise, killed by a half-eaten lollipop. The smiles of Barak and the others remained frozen on their faces, struggling to accept the absurdity of such an event. A plastic lollipop. Vanquishing the most formidable assassin on the planet. Yet, disbelief was futile, for the reality had unfolded before their very eyes. Sun Yu gazed down at the lifeless Tao Bai and sighed, lamenting the loss of the uneaten portion. Bulma looked up at Sun Yu with wide, innocent eyes. Raising her own lollipop and offering, "Bulma's is for you." The nearby Barak and his companions were on the verge of tears, pondering the trivial cost of a lollipop compared to the staggering sum they had paid to recruit Tao Bai. Now he lay dead, a significant loss indeed. "Hey Barak, do you have any secret weapons left? Let's see one." Sun Yu yawned, feigning disinterest. In truth, he was eager to witness the artificial beings crafted by Dr. Gero, which had been vaguely referenced in the original text but lacked detailed accounts. Given Sun Yu's combative Saiyan nature, he naturally held expectations for the current generation of androids. However, it appeared to be a hollow pursuit. "And no, Master Sun," Barak stammered, his legs trembling as he knelt. The realization that someone like Tao Bai could be dispatched with ease filled him with dread. Afen Buruk, lacking in it, understood the peril of being so close to Sun Yu, who could effortlessly eliminate him. Thus, he ingratiatingly declared, "Master Sun, I am willing to follow you, to serve you tirelessly. Anything you desire in this world, I shall provide." Though his words professed loyalty, his hand stealthily reached for the gun at his waist, planning to strike when Sun Yu let his guard down. However, Sun Yu did not spare him a glance. Instead, he knelt down and gently pinched Bulma's cheek, asking Bulma, "Would you like to see some fireworks?" Yes. I want to see fireworks, brother Sun." Bulma replied eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Chapter 20. The Arrival of the Androids. Upon hearing of the impending fireworks, little Bulma's eyes widened with excitement as she gazed at Sun Yu. He hoisted her onto his back, softly instructing, "Hold on tight. I'm going to fly high into the sky." "Okay," she affirmed. Upon finishing his words, Sun Yu inclined himself and soared above the front lines of the Red Silk Army. Seeing that Sun Yu had disregarded him, Barak let out a chilling smile and picked up the communication device of the Black Marshal, issuing commands to all aircraft and tanks. "All forces, heed my orders. Once they venture beyond a safe distance, eliminate them, reduce them to dust." With compliance, all fighter jets and tanks converged towards the base, aligning themselves precisely against the airborne Sun Yu. Bulma, clutching Sun Yu's neck anxiously, felt no fear due to her unwavering trust in him. Sun Yu stood serenely in the sky, gazing down at the Red Silk Army's main contingent, and silently paid homage for 3 seconds. The time had come to send them on their way. With an exclamation of "Ha!" Sun Yu's aura erupted in a thunderous display, his combat prowess fully unleashed. Soaring to unprecedented heights, he clasped his hands before his chest, murmuring incantations. As he spoke, he drew energy from his waist, sending forth a dazzling blue light in all directions, causing even the waters of the Western Ocean to tremble at his fearsome presence. A concentrated Kamehameha wave surged forth, resembling a brilliant blue comet streaking across the sky. The soldiers of the Red Silk Army stood stupefied, and only when the devastating orb of energy descended did they realize the need to flee. In an instant, chaos erupted as the troops scattered like birds startled from their roosts. "Help! Run! Quick, run! Divine being, please save us!" Yet, the divine would not heed the pleas of those who had committed such misdeeds, and even if they wished to intervene, they lacked the power to do so. Given Sun Yu's combat power of 8,000 at full throttle, the Kamehameha wave he unleashed possessed at least 16,000 combat power. Do not underestimate a fully charged Kamehameha. The twofold increase in combat effectiveness is far from reaching the ultimate potential of this technique. As Sun Yu grows stronger, he could even unleash waves that are 5, 10, or even 100 times more powerful. This is the terrifying nature of the technique. The stronger the user, the mightier the impact, with no upper limit. At this moment, Sun Yu's Kamehameha finally struck the ground, the eerie blue energy sphere quickly penetrating deep beneath the surface before exploding. The ground of the Red Silk Army's base began to fracture, beams of ghostly blue light illuminating the faces of all present, akin to the gaze of death itself. In the next heartbeat, the earth trembled violently as a colossal mushroom cloud rose majestically, the ferocious shockwave shattering nearby aircraft attempting to escape. Within moments, the ground spanning dozens of miles evaporated entirely, the scene resembling an apocalyptic revelation, leaving behind a vast crater with a diameter of several dozen miles, into which the waters of the Western Ocean began to pour. "This smoke is rather terrifying," Bulma gasped, her eyes wide in shock as she clung to Sun Yu's back. Rendered speechless by the unfolding spectacle, Sun Yu felt a pang of regret, worried that he had frightened the little girl. Gently stroking Bulma's head, he spoke softly, "Bulma, they are merely collaborating with your brother to put on a show, as they understand that bullying you is wrong." However, he found himself at a loss for words, and after a prolonged pause, he could not continue. At that moment, Bulma turned to him with a sweet smile and said, "Actually, Sun Yu, you don't need to comfort me. I am no longer a child. They're the bad people, while you, Sun Yu, are the good person. It is only natural for good people to confront bad ones." Seeing Bulma defend him, Sun Yu felt a warmth in his heart and silently praised her. Indeed, Bulma was remarkable, whether in this world or in the Dragon Ball anime. She was always so intelligent, strong, and kind. Lost in thought, Bulma suddenly leaned forward and planted a kiss on Sun Yu's cheek, her cool, pink lips leaving a soft imprint, accompanied by a sweet fragrance that lingered in the air. The kiss was fleeting, and when Sun Yu looked at her in confusion, Bulma met his gaze with a triumphant expression. Amused, he playfully tapped her forehead and remarked, "Such a little imp." With that, he took to the skies, carrying Bulma on his back towards Korin Tower. Once Sun Yu's attention shifted away, Bulma let out a sigh of relief, her face turning as red as a ripe apple, her heart racing as she buried her head into Sun Yu's back. Long after they had departed, the previously tranquil sea suddenly erupted with the emergence of a figure, hovering in midair, scanning the surroundings. Who is it? Who just unleashed such formidable energy? After absorbing this power, I feel utterly reborn. Ha ha, foolish Dr. Gero thought severing my reactor's energy source will be enough to stop me. How naive. I crave more energy. I must absorb even more. This towering figure, approximately 2 meters tall, was muscular and clad only in black athletic shorts. With wild hair and a gluttonous gaze, he searched for some time before finally locking onto the direction Sun Yu had taken. He laughed heartily, exclaiming, "I found it. I found the energy I desire, my sustenance." He then turned and pursued Sun Yu, revealing 2 large characters on his back, the Roman numeral 9, Android 9. At that moment, Sun Yu was flying at full speed toward Korin Tower when he soon encountered an aircraft from the Capsule Corporation making its way urgently to him. "Hey, Dr. Briefs," Sun Yu called out from a distance, and Bulma, perched on his back, excitedly pointed towards the approaching plane. "Mr. Sun, Bulma," Dr. Briefs exclaimed, opening the cabin door, his eyes brimming with tears of joy as he beheld the approaching duo. "Daddy," Bulma exclaimed, leaping into Dr. Briefs' arms in a display of affection. Watching their heartfelt reunion, Sun Yu felt a warm joy swell within him. "Mr. Sun, I am profoundly grateful to you for rescuing my daughter. I am at a loss as to how to express my gratitude. Should you ever require my assistance, please do not hesitate to command me. I shall comply without hesitation," Brievus declared, patting his chest. However, he soon expressed concern, asking, "Mr. Sun, what of the Red Silk Army? They have not troubled you, have they?" "The Red Silk Army?" Sun Yu chuckled lightly, gesturing dismissively as he replied, "In this world, the Red Silk Army no longer exists." "No longer exists?" "Doctor." Brievus was evidently perplexed by Sun Yu's words, repeating them with a look of confusion directed at him. Literally, Sun Yu elucidated, accompanying his explanation with a gesture across his throat. Upon witnessing this, Brievus gasped in astonishment, and his gaze towards Sun Yu now held a hint of admiration. Chapter 21, Confrontation. Fortuitously encountering Dr. Brievus, Sun Yu seized the opportunity to inquire about the progress of the gravity training chamber. "Dr. Brievus, may I ask if the gravity training chamber I requested has been completed?" Dr. Brievus shook his head solemnly, replying, "No. There remains one critical technical issue that has yet to be resolved." Upon hearing this, Sun Yu was momentarily taken aback. Then his lips twitched as he weakly inquired, "Doctor, please do not tell me that the technical issue pertains to the positioning of the sound system." "My goodness, Mr. Sun, you are truly astute." Brievus' eyes sparkled with fervent admiration as he earnestly remarked, "You truly have an unparalleled yearning for life and music." "Yearning for what?" Sun Yu's expression darkened. He was far from being astute. While working on the gravity training chamber for Sun Wukong in the Dragon Ball anime, Brievus had spent a considerable amount of time fretting over the sound system. Was this issue truly significant? Who would train under 100-fold gravity while listening to The Little Apple by Chopstick Brothers? It seemed like an unnecessary concern. Yet one could not deny that it had a certain appeal. Imagine Sun Yu, drenched in sweat in the gravity training chamber, performing push-ups and sit-ups while a surround sound system played a catchy tune, the quintessential dance track known as Little Apple. "You are my little apple. No matter how I love you, it is never too much." The most terrifying aspect was the synchronized rhythm on both sides. Oh, the imagery was too beautiful to behold. Just as Sun Yu's imagination ran wild, the driver suddenly reported, "Boss, we have detected an unidentified object rapidly approaching from the rear. Please advise." An unidentified object approaching rapidly? Sun Yu sensed the surroundings, noting the absence of any energy signature. It could not possibly be Lana. Her aura was unmistakable. He then asked the driver, "Is it an aircraft?" "Not an aircraft, Mr. Sun. That object is quite small and does not resemble a plane," the driver respectfully responded. "Doctor." "Briefs, Buma, I shall venture out. You two should keep your distance," Sun Yu declared. "Indeed, Mr. Sun, please exercise caution." With that, Sun Yu opened the hatch and soared into the open air, standing still as he observed the swiftly moving shadow in the distance. It has arrived. Although he detected no trace of combat prowess from the approaching figure, a subtle sense of oppression began to stir within him. The training of a warrior hones one's senses, granting an acute awareness of danger, and it was evident that this individual bore ill intent. Whoosh! In an instant, the figure appeared before Sun Yu. Their avaricious gaze fixated upon him for an extended moment. With palpable excitement, they exclaimed, "It is you indeed. Ha! You are the one who granted me freedom. To repay your kindness, allow me the honor of ending your life." "Excuse me, who are you?" Sun Yu questioned, somewhat bewildered. "Remember, the one who seeks to kill you is named Nate." Before Sun Yu could react, Nate vanished with a swift motion. Instinctively, Sun Yu heightened his vigilance, activating his Sharingan to perceive every movement around him. He soon discerned Nate's location and let out a cold smirk as he unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! Sun Yu's fist collided with Nate, yet he seemed unaffected, as if he had struck an indestructible alloy. Sun Yu's hand tingled as though he had struck a superalloy steel plate. Unexpectedly, "You are not human," Sun Yu said, excitedly rubbing his fist. He then suppressed his arrogance and continued, "If I am not mistaken, you are an android, correct? No wonder I cannot sense your energy. It all makes sense now. Android Nate, model number 9. Congratulations, you are correct, though sadly, there is no reward," Nate replied, a chilling glint passing through his eyes as he launched into another assault against Sun Yu. "Intriguing," Sun Yu said, no longer holding back. With a thunderous roar, the energy within him surged, catapulting his combat power to a staggering 8,000, causing the surrounding air to howl. Bang! 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 Sun Yu and Android 9 engaged in an aerial clash, exchanging blows in a fierce back and forth. Given that Nate possessed an indestructible steel body, Sun Yu found himself mostly on the defensive, and it wasn't long before his form bore numerous scars, each one igniting his nerves and escalating his exhilaration. From the outset, Sun Yu poured forth all his strength, unleashing the full extent of his 8,000 combat power. Nevertheless, he sensed that he was still outmatched by the android, estimating Nate's combat prowess to be around 16,000. Huh, I never anticipated such strength from this android. The gap between us is considerable. How fascinating. As a warrior of the Saiyan race, Sun Yu felt no hint of trepidation when faced with a formidable opponent. Instead, he was enveloped by an overwhelming desire for battle, a thirst for confrontation with the strong. The Sharingan, a manifestation of time stagnation. As Sun Yu's injuries worsened, it became exceedingly imprudent to confront the artificially crafted beings forged from superalloys with mere flesh and blood, especially given that their combat prowess surpassed his own by more than double. Thus, Sun Yu seized a fleeting opportunity to activate the time-stopping ability of his Sharingan, freezing time in an instant. Aware of the formidable strength of his adversary, he knew the duration of his time stagnation would be brief. He had to deliver a devastating blow to the artificial being or risk dire consequences for himself. "While you are ailing, I shall claim your life," Sun Yu roared, channeling all his strength into a single, ferocious punch aimed at the temple of the artificial being, designated as number 9. With a resounding crash, a dent appeared in half of the being's head, propelling its body skyward from the force of Sun Yu's strike. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed an incredible aura in the fleeting moments of time stagnation, extending his hands and reciting an incantation. A swiftly charged Kamehameha was unleashed, a cerulean sphere trailing a long tail as it surged toward the unsuspecting number 9 in midair. "Huh! Success!" Sun Yu grinned. His Kamehameha boasted a combat power of approximately 16,000, and at such close range, even an artificial being would be reduced to mere fragments. However, his smile was short-lived, for as his Kamehameha struck number 9, the being suddenly raised its hands toward the attack. To Sun Yu's astonishment, the Kamehameha, which should have obliterated the artificial being, rapidly diminished as if it had been extinguished, ultimately vanishing into a wisp of azure smoke. Sun Yu's lips twitched in realization, recalling that Dr. Gero had created androids capable of absorbing energy, suggesting that number 9 belonged to the same category. Ah, what pure energy! I'm exceedingly grateful to you for providing me with such a bounty. I almost hesitate to bring about your demise. Number 9 fixed its unwavering gaze upon Sun Yu, sending a shiver down his spine. It appeared he had not inflicted any harm, but rather inadvertently empowered his foe, complicating matters significantly. Chapter 22. The Double Tomo Sharingan. Given the pressure currently exerted by number 9, its combat power had evidently escalated to at least 20,000. Engaging an opponent with 8,000 against one with 20,000 would likely yield a foregone conclusion. Suddenly, Sun Yu instinctively recoiled, narrowly evading a surge of energy that sliced past him. The cerulean energy sphere collided violently with the surface of the Western Ocean, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion that sent towering waves soaring hundreds of meters into the air, transforming the once tranquil sea into a tumultuous tempest. That was close, Sun Yu thought, patting his chest, his heart racing with trepidation. The energy shock had been overwhelmingly potent. And what was infuriating was that it was his own energy, now appropriated by number 9 to facilitate his own demise. Are you prepared to meet your end? In an instant, Android 9 materialized before Sun Yu, its face contorted into a grotesque grin as it raised its fists high, crashing them down toward Sun Yu's head. With a resounding thud, Sun Yu felt the world spin around him, a torrent of blood erupting from his mouth, his body plummeting helplessly from the air. Yet, he did not descend far, for Android 9 swiftly reappeared beneath him, bending low to deliver a powerful kick to Sun Yu's abdomen. Sun Yu coughed up blood once more, sent soaring by the force of the blow. It seemed as though Android 9 was intent on exacting revenge. It retaliated in kind for every assault Sun Yu had unleashed upon it. From a distance, Breves and his daughter observed the unfolding chaos, their hearts jolting with alarm. They were acutely aware of Sun Yu's formidable strength, yet this boy, whom they revered as a deity, was now utterly defenseless against a seemingly inexplicable adversary. Breves' daughter, Bulma, gazed at her brother plummeting from the sky, tears brimming in her bright eyes. Bulma, do not worry. Your brother Sun Yu will not be so easily vanquished. You must have faith in him, Breves reassured her, bending down to gently stroke Bulma's head. At that moment, Sun Yu was drenched in blood, his bones likely fractured in numerous places. Android 9 grasped his neck, a sinister smile spreading across its face as it declared, "You're still alive, boy, but your time is running out. Surely, you possess some residual energy within you. Huh, now it all belongs to me." As it spoke, a faint glow emanated from its hand, and Sun Yu felt the scant energy remaining within him stir restlessly, flowing towards Android 9's palm. Panic surged through Sun Yu as he endeavored to break free from Android 9's grasp, but he found himself utterly spent, unable to escape. If he allowed Android 9 to siphon off his energy, his demise would be inevitable. He had to devise a means to thwart the android's absorption. Yet how could he achieve that? As his energy dwindled, Sun Yu's vision began to blur, his head lolling to the side, though he could still faintly discern the setting sun in the distance. Am I to perish? He mused, finding it absurd that he had not yet removed his weighted armor. The combat potential of the android was undetectable, and he had never anticipated the battle would conclude so swiftly. Had he discarded the armor beforehand, perhaps he might have had a sliver of a chance. Though life and death are the natural order, who would willingly embrace death if given the choice to linger a moment longer? Contemplating this, a bitter smile tugged at Sun Yu's lips. Having traversed into this world, he had already faced death once, and truthfully, the sensation was far from pleasant. In the moment of death, it felt as though one had been exiled to an endless abyss, surrounded by an all-encompassing silence and impenetrable darkness. There was neither sound nor light, only a profound despair that enveloped the soul. Gradually, a dense aura of death encircled Sun Yu, as the energy within him dissipated and his heartbeat ceased. Is it truly over so soon? Artificial human number 9 scoffed, scrutinizing Sun Yu's lifeless form before confirming his demise with absolute certainty. With a casual flick, he discarded Sun Yu's body into the vast expanse of the Western Ocean. Witnessing this, Bulma, Sun Yu's sister, was overcome with grief, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Dr. Briefs embraced his daughter, then turned to the pilot with a grave command. Open fire on that individual. Do we have missiles on this aircraft? Reduce him to ashes. The pilot hesitated, reporting, "Sir, this aircraft is unarmed." Only Team 2 is equipped with weaponry. We are a civilian craft. Then summon all of Team 2's fighter jets at once. That person has killed Mr. Sun. We must avenge him. Dr. Briefs shouted with urgency. Soon, the pilot utilized communication devices to mobilize all fighter jets previously searching for Sun Yu's location. In no time, the skies above the ocean were filled with an array of armed aircraft. All Team 2 fighter jets are in position, awaiting your orders. Open fire. Unleash everything. With Dr. Brief's command, the armed planes unleashed a barrage of attacks upon artificial human number 9. However, how could mere human weaponry affect a being whose combat power exceeded 20,000? In the face of the onslaught of missiles and Gatling guns, artificial human number 9 merely sneered, then swiftly approached a combat helicopter, delivering a devastating blow to its windshield. The impact resonated with a thunderous crash, causing the helicopter to billow black smoke before spiraling toward the ocean surface. After downing one aircraft, number 9 seemed invigorated, rapidly advancing towards the next fighter jet, and with a single kick, severed its tail, resulting in a fiery explosion in midair. Witnessing the effortless destruction of the aircraft, the pilot of Dr. Brief's plane was nearly paralyzed with fear, exclaiming, "Sir, we must flee at once, or we will be killed." Dr. Briefs stood frozen, his expertise and research failing him in the face of such life-and-death circumstances. Just as artificial human number 9 was about to wreak havoc upon Dr. Brief's aircraft, a series of unusual bubbles surfaced from the ocean below. It was Sun Yu. In that precarious moment, he had touched the boundaries of life and death. Having experienced death, he now found it easier to grasp the essence of mortality. Thus, with a single thought of life and death, the realm was born from within his heart. At a moment of utmost peril, Sun Yu transcended the realm of awareness, entering a state of apparent death, successfully deceiving the scrutiny of android number 9. At this juncture, the essence of life within him began to awaken, and his mind was inundated with fleeting images. Lana, Bulma, the catastrophic scene of Frisia obliterating planet Vegeta, and an unprecedented desire for survival erupted within him. He yearned to live, to grow stronger, to seize control of his destiny, and to protect those who mattered most to him. Suddenly, Sun Yu's pupils dilated, and the edges of his eyes revealed 2 black tomo. The blood-red circles of his eyes were marked by a black tomo, symmetrically positioned on either side of his pupils. This was the double tomo Sharingan from the world of Naruto. Chapter 23. A triumphant initial encounter. With the emergence of the double tomo Sharingan, Sun Yu's consciousness was fully restored. He reached into his robe and retrieved a previously prepared senzu bean, which he swiftly crushed and swallowed. A torrent of vitality surged through his limbs and bones, granting him a sense of rebirth. Having revived from a near-death state, the moment he regained his strength, the energy within him surged exponentially. Such is the extraordinary nature of the Saiyan physiology. The more grievously injured one is, the greater their battle power becomes. On the brink of death, their strength multiplies upon resurrection. With a resounding roar, Sun Yu unleashed his aura without reservation. As his power escalated, the ocean itself began to quiver, and waves surged across the surface for miles, crashing against the rocks. With a mighty explosion, Sun Yu burst forth from the depths of the sea, creating towering columns of water around him, perfectly positioned to intercept android number 9 and Bulma's aircraft. Upon witnessing Sun Yu's reappearance, Bulma, with tears wiped away, rushed to the window, calling out joyously. Sensing her presence, Sun Yu turned and caught sight of the little girl peering from a window. He flashed a self-assured smile, raising his left hand in a thumbs-up gesture. Bulma's father, Dr. Briefs, felt a wave of relief wash over him upon seeing Sun Yu once more. Although he was still the same Sun Yu, the energy emanating from him was now utterly transformed. Even someone as ordinary as Dr. Briefs could perceive the extraordinary aura surrounding him. The battle had escalated beyond the realm of ordinary intervention, prompting Dr. Briefs to decisively order all combat units to retreat to a safe distance and observe the unfolding conflict in silence. Android number 9 regarded Sun Yu with keen interest. To him, Sun Yu's life or death was inconsequential. What mattered was that he sensed an abundance of energy within Sun Yu, energy he craved to absorb. So much energy, come to me, Android number 9 thought greedily, even extending his tongue to lick his parched lips. Sun Yu smiled faintly without responding. In a daze, he had already launched an offensive. The synthetic being number 9 narrowed its eyes, as it could not discern Sun Yu's movements, only feeling a gust of wind rushing toward him. By the time he reoriented himself, Sun Yu's fist had already struck his abdomen. A dull thud echoed through the air as number nine's back arched dramatically, disbelief washing over him that his superalloy body could not withstand the might of Sun Yu's flesh and blood. But the assault did not end there. Sun Yu seized the voluminous hair of synthetic being number 9 and yanked it downward with force, while simultaneously thrusting his right knee upward. A sharp crack resounded as the cheekbone of number 9 caved in instantaneously, compounded by the prior damage to half of its head, leaving the synthetic being utterly unrecognizable. Though number 9 could not feel pain, the destruction wrought by Sun Yu ignited a furious rage within. It opened its mouth to unleash a wave of eerie blue energy, its body swelling ominously, wisps of smoke emanating from it. With a thunderous roar, number 9 unleashed a barrage of energy blasts from its mouth, each explosion punctuating the air. In that moment, Sun Yu activated his double Tomo Sharingan, absorbing everything around him into his gaze. The transformation from a single Tomo to double Tomo had granted him mastery over his ocular techniques. The chaotic energy bombardment from No. 9 appeared to Sun Yu as slow as a snail, making evasion effortless. In an instant, Sun Yu deftly dodged all the energy blasts, standing with his hands on his hips, gazing impassively at number 9, who was frantically searching for his figure below. Observers from a distance erupted in excited cheers. It was clear to them that Sun Yu had gained the upper hand, and defeating the loathsome synthetic being was merely a matter of time. "Hey, what are you looking for?" Sun Yu called out. It was only then that number 9 detected Sun Yu's position. Cursing under its breath, it charged at Sun Yu with all its might, extending its palm in an attempt to siphon Sun Yu's energy. Yet, how could Sun Yu acquiesce to its desires? Under the scrutiny of his Sharingan, number 9's attacks were riddled with flaws, and Sun Yu effortlessly evaded them. "Even if you manage to absorb my energy, granting you a combat power of 20,000, it is still not derived from your own training. Thus, you cannot unleash its full potential. All you can do is flail about aimlessly, which is truly disappointing," Sun Yu remarked, gazing at the synthetic being before him, devoid of any desire to continue the battle. Upon hearing Sun Yu's words, number 9 smiled slyly and coldly replied, "What? Are you feeling proud? I am merely a failure. But the terror of synthetic beings is something you will experience one day." "The terror of synthetic beings?" Sun Yu's lips curved into a slight arc as he replied, "I cannot speak to the fearsome nature of synthetic beings, but you can certainly experience the terror of us Saiyans right now." Upon finishing his words, Sun Yu swiftly grasped the wrist of android number 9 with both hands, then leaped into the air, driving his feet forcefully against the creature's chest, intending to sever its arms entirely. "Damn it, what are you doing? Stop, please." Although devoid of the capacity to feel pain, android No. 9 possessed a simulation of human emotions, and as it beheld Sun Yu preparing to dismember its limbs, a profound sense of fear stirred within its core. With 2 sharp cracks, Sun Yu forcefully tore away android number 9's arms, from which gushed a stream of viscous oil. The android staggered backward, its eyes filled with despair. "Without the energy absorption devices on your arms, I shall see how you can absorb my Kamehameha." Sun Yu silently channeled the energy within him, his hands moving towards his chest. As he prepared to unleash the Kamehameha, the energy sphere in his hands erupted with a terrifying brilliance. With Sun Yu's combat power surging dramatically, the potency of the Kamehameha soared correspondingly. The figures escalated: 28,000, 35,000, 39,000, 40,000, 48,000. Given that Sun Yu's current battle prowess hovered around 24,000, the fully charged Kamehameha exhibited a doubling effect, culminating in an imposing energy sphere of 48,000, trailing a long tail as it surged towards the android. Having lost its arms, android number 9 struggled to maintain balance in the air and was soon overtaken. With a thunderous explosion, Sun Yu's Kamehameha detonated high above, and without its energy absorption devices, the android let out a final scream before disintegrating into ash amidst the cataclysmic energy blast. The blinding light enveloped the surroundings, piercing the eyes of all present, and only after a lengthy interval did it fade. In that moment, Sun Yu's figure, silhouetted against the setting sun, appeared remarkably majestic and towering. Chapter 24. Where are your Dragon Balls? After vanquishing android number 9, Sun Yu returned to Bulma's aircraft. Upon seeing his return, Bulma, disregarding the bloodstains covering him, rushed forward and clung to him, unwilling to let go. "Mr. Sun, I'm so relieved you're safe." Briefs emerged from within the aircraft, presenting Sun Yu with a clean uniform. "Please, change into this. I shall arrange for a banquet. Might I have the honor of your presence?" Aware of Sun Yu and Lana's weakness for exquisite cuisine, Briefs proposed this suggestion, and Sun Yu could hardly refuse. Certainly, Dr. Briefs. But my sister Lana is still in the temple training. I would prefer to wait for her to join us. He was unwilling to indulge alone, for he knew that if Lana emerged to find him absent, her wrath would be formidable. Dr. Briefs acquiesced to Sun Yu's wishes. Yet little Bulma refused to leave his side, her hands tightly gripping his attire, impervious to any persuasion. Perhaps I should take her to the temple. Once Sister Na emerges, we can return together to the eastern capital, Sun Yu suggested. Very well, Briefs replied with a resigned shrug. He remained with Sun Yu, assured of Bulma's safety, so he readily consented. Dr. Briefs, remember to prepare the gravity training chamber upon your return, Sun Yu reminded him, before soaring towards the temple with Bulma on his back. Due to carrying Bulma, Sun Yu did not fly at great speed, but fortunately, the temple was not far from the Karen sacred land, and soon they arrived. Upon returning, Sun Yu noticed the heavenly god's serious demeanor and felt a twinge of confusion. My lord, what troubles you? You seem preoccupied. Is it because I eliminated those Red Ribbon army members? The heavenly god shook his head in response. Those Red Ribbon soldiers were the scourge of this world. Your actions have rid the realm of their malevolence, which is indeed a virtuous deed. He paused, stepping to the edge of the temple to gaze solemnly below. I witnessed your battle with android number 9, and I never anticipated such wickedness could exist in this world. I am aware of the words spoken by android number 9, especially the chilling notion that we androids are terrifying creatures you will eventually encounter. The use of we implies there are more than one android. If one failure can be so formidable, how powerful might the successful creations be? The heavenly god pondered, grappling with his unease. Do not worry. Sun Yu, carefree as ever, approached and patted the heavenly god on the shoulder. No matter what comes our way, whether androids or other entities, I will defeat them. You can rest assured. Indeed. Brother Sun Yu is the strongest. Bulma chimed in, peeking at the heavenly god with her adorable face. The heavenly god regarded Bulma's cherubic features and the confidence radiating from Sun Yu, ultimately letting out a weary sigh. Let's hope so. It appears the safety of Earth will rest upon your shoulders. Protecting Earth was a duty once belonging to the heavenly god himself, and now he found himself uttering such words, a testament to his internal conflict. Yet, there seemed to be no alternative. Echoing the sentiments expressed in the original Dragon Ball narrative, the world no longer required a deity. What it truly needed were warriors. At that moment, the heavenly realm overlooked the setting sun to the west. Sun Yu and Bulma sat at the edge of the temple, quietly watching the distant sun dip below the horizon. The sunset symbolized the twilight of life and the inevitability of decline. Having transcended the boundaries of understanding in martial arts, Sun Yu seized this opportunity to reflect on the profound meaning of the sunset as time gradually slipped away. Time passed unmeasured, and as dawn broke in the east once more, Sun Yu found himself abruptly awakened, cradling the still sleeping Bulma in his arms. A sudden surge of overwhelming power resonated in the air, causing the atmosphere to tremble. The deities Tianshun and Bobo materialized beside him, their expressions filled with astonishment as they gazed towards the spirit and time room within the temple. Soon, a striking figure emerged from the temple, Lana, who had spent a year honing her skills in the spirit and time room. Yet, in the realm of reality, only a single day had passed. Now, at the age of 16, Lana possessed a graceful and statuesque form. Her tattered garments, remnants of her rigorous training, barely concealed her alabaster skin, while her long, elegant legs were exposed to the open air, captivating Sun Yu's attention. Lana radiated an aura akin to a tempest, sweeping through the temple with unrestrained vigor. Sun Yu, having gained strength from his battle against the androids, fared better than Tianjin and Bobo, who trembled under Lana's formidable presence, struggling to maintain their composure. After a year of training, Lana had nearly attained perfection in her mastery of the subtleties of martial arts. Yet her style was the antithesis of Sun Yu's restraint. It was wholly flamboyant. In the realm of subtlety, her martial prowess emerged spontaneously and dissipated at will, reflecting her fiery personality. Hey Kyle, it's been a year. Oh, isn't that the little girl Bulma in your arms? What's she doing here? Lana exclaimed, immediately tempering her energy upon noticing Bulma, anxious not to frighten her. The commotion had already stirred Bulma from her slumber, and upon seeing Lana, her face lit up with joy. This calls for a lengthy explanation. Sun Yu appraised Lana, estimating her combat prowess to be undoubtedly above 40,000, and perhaps even reaching 50,000 in a full display of her strength. He marveled at the wonders of the spirit and time room and recounted the events that had transpired since Lana's entry into it. including Dr. Brief's visit, the annihilation of the Red Ribbon Army headquarters, Bulma's rescue, and his encounters with the androids. After absorbing Sun Yu's narrative, Lana scrutinized him with an unusual gaze and posed a question that left him astounded. So, where are the 2 Dragon Balls that were originally in the possession of the Red Ribbon Army? Alright, where are the Dragon Balls? The last 2, 25 and 26. She mused. Kyle, aren't you eager to train in the spirit and time room first? Lana was perplexed, as she presumed that upon learning of her formidable combat capabilities, Sun Yu would be anxious to commence his training. However, Sun Yu had not elaborated on the combat strengths of the androids, leaving Lana unaware of the true circumstances. Coupled with Sun Yu's ascension in martial arts, he had refined his ability to suppress his energy, making it difficult for others to perceive the full extent of his combat power without engaging directly. Thus, Lana naturally assumed that Sun Yu's combat power was still around 8,000. If he did not wish to be perpetually left behind, he should have been eager to engage in rigorous training. Moreover, Lana had previously conveyed to Sun Yu that she had no fondness for those weaker than herself. Therefore, if Sun Yu truly harbored feelings for her, he ought to strive to surpass her. Why then did he remain so indifferent? Could it be that he did not care for her at all? If that were the case, why had he acted as he did before? Contemplating this, Lana felt a mixture of anger and humiliation, casting a fierce glance at Sun Yu, wishing she could confront him physically. But that seemed unnecessary. Oblivious to Lana's inner turmoil, Sun Yu casually remarked, the air in the spirit and time room is thin, and the temperature is quite high. Merely standing still can be exhausting, let alone training in there, which can easily lead to irritation. Sun Yu's current focus was on cultivating his state of mind, as maintaining inner tranquility was paramount at this juncture. In truth, if he were solely pursuing combat power, he could achieve rapid improvement. However, what significance would that hold? Cultivating one state of mind is akin to laying a foundation. The sturdier the foundation, the greater the potential for future advancements. This principle is vividly illustrated in the cases of Goku and Vegeta. In the Dragon Ball anime, aside from their initial encounter, Goku's combat power consistently surpassed that of Vegeta during other encounters, primarily because Goku's martial arts realm was more elevated. By the time he reached planet Namek, he had already entered a state of clarity. Even during his battle with Cell, both Goku and his son Gohan touched upon the essence of the Tao. The so-called natural way of the Tao was embodied in their daily lives, where even eating, sleeping, and fishing became forms of training. In comparison to their profound realms, Vegeta, who solely focused on relentless training, appeared somewhat lacking. Of course, this does not imply that Vegeta's training approach is flawed. After all, every individual's martial path is distinct, and what suits oneself is ultimately the best. Furthermore, to enhance combat power, the most effective method is through battle. Sun Yu's clash with Android 9 serves as an exemplary instance. Under the pressure of a formidable adversary, facing near death, Sun Yu unleashed unprecedented combat power, even awakening the second stage of his Sharingan, the double Tomo. As a warrior race, Saiyans thrive in battle. Only through life and death struggles and the pressure of formidable foes can one expedite the enhancement of their strength. It seems you're merely slacking off. Reluctant to elevate your power, Lana remarked, turning her head away in frustration. She felt a profound sense of disappointment, unable to articulate whether it stemmed from Sun Yu's lack of ambition or her concern that he did not care enough for her. Sun Yu appeared perplexed by Lana's sudden anger, shrugging his shoulders helplessly as he said, "Not at all. My combat power is already at 24,000. I believe it won't be long before I reach even greater heights." "What?" Lana exclaimed, interrupting Sun Yu in astonishment. "You claim your combat power has already reached 24,000? It has barely been a day." "Indeed," Sun Yu explained, "when I faced Android 9, I nearly met my demise. However, after consuming a Senzu bean, I recovered from the brink of death, and my battle power surged threefold." It became clear to her that Saiyans could significantly enhance their strength when on the verge of death, a fact she was already aware of. The miraculous Senzu beans played a crucial role. Without them, one would surely succumb to fatal injuries, let alone experience such a dramatic increase in power. The inability to recover promptly from wounds is one reason why Saiyans often engage in life and death battles, yet possess extraordinary strength. There's a saying that goes, "A Saiyan on the brink of death is perfectly complemented by Senzu beans." Nevertheless, Lana felt a twinge of frustration. She recalled her arduous year of training in the hyperbolic time chamber, originally anticipating the opportunity to mock Sun Yu upon her return, only to find that he had achieved in a single day what had taken her half a year. Lana felt as though her year of training had been wasted. Sigh, you've put me in a foul mood, she lamented, plopping down on the ground, pouting in annoyance. Sun Yu quickly offered a smile, saying, "At least you are still stronger than I am. Besides, Dr. Briefs has invented the gravity training room, and training there will yield rapid improvement as well." Really? Lana perked up at the mention of the gravity training room. "I don't care. I want to use it first." Huh? Sun Yu was taken aback. "Sister Lana, that's not fair. You're already so much stronger than me. There's no need to compete." That's not my concern. If you don't let me use it first, I won't talk to you ever again." Lana insisted, her emotions tangled. While she was thrilled by Sun Yu's progress, she feared that he might soon surpass her, and the thought of being overtaken made her cheeks flush. All right, I can't argue with you," Sun Yu said, oblivious to Lana's inner turmoil. He turned to the obedient Bulma, standing behind him, speaking gently, "Let us head to Bulma's house. I can't wait to indulge in a feast." "Sure, I'm hungry too," Bulma exclaimed, playfully leaping into Sun Yu's arms. Lana's expression soured slightly as she watched. Pouting in jealousy, "You're not even sparing such a little girl. You creep. Such a lullicon." Thus, Sun Yu, cradling Bulma, bid farewell to the Supreme Kai and Bobo, and together they flew towards Dr. Brief's home in East City. To Sun Yu's surprise, Mrs. Briefs greeted him and Lana with a warm smile upon seeing Bulma, showing no signs of a long-awaited reunion, as if Bulma had merely been away on a trip rather than having been kidnapped. Had he not known Mrs. Brief's nature, Sun Yu might have wondered if Bulma were adopted. In the grand courtyard of his home, Briefs hosted an extravagant banquet. Although the attendees were merely Sun Yu, Lana, and the Briefs family, he summoned over 25-star chefs who transported copious amounts of ingredients in massive trucks. Yet this was still insufficient. Brief had also purchased several luxurious restaurants in the eastern capital for Sun Yu and Lana. Whenever they desired, he would promptly gather staff to prepare the most exquisite dishes for their enjoyment. "Kyle, once dinner is finished, please retrieve the last 2 Dragon Balls for me." Lana suddenly interjected as Sun Yu savored a whole roasted cow. "Is it truly necessary to rush? I still wish to have a good night's sleep," Sun Yu replied reluctantly, gazing at Lana. If you return without finding them, it would be a disservice to you." "Enough chatter. Eat up and go," Lana commanded with gravity. Chapter 26, The Plan. Thus, before Sun Yu could satiate his hunger, Lana shooed him away. As he soared through the sky, he reminisced about the unfinished feast of roasted steak, grilled lizard, shark burgers, and whale fins, feeling a profound sense of desolation. In his eagerness to retrieve the Dragon Balls, Sun Yu flew at an astonishing speed, resembling a silver streak that sliced through the heavens, fleeting and elusive. Even those who glanced upward could scarcely discern its true form. Drawing upon previous experiences, Sun Yu swiftly located the remnants of the Red Ribbon Army's stronghold, which had since transformed into a vast ocean. The land obliterated by his own hand. Uncertain of where the Dragon Balls might lie, he produced the Dragon Ball radar and meticulously scanned for their locations. Indeed, the radar revealed that 2 Dragon Balls were scattered on the ocean floor. Sun Yu pinpointed a nearby location and, steeling himself, plunged into the water, diving deep in search. Beneath the waves, the ruins of the former Red Ribbon Army headquarters were barely visible. Arriving at the location indicated by the radar, Sun Yu labored amidst the debris. He had to surface periodically for air, harboring grievances about the situation, yet he could hardly blame anyone. Had he been more astute in seizing the Dragon Balls before annihilating the Red Ribbon Army, he would not be enduring this ordeal. At long last, through relentless effort, he unearthed one of the Dragon Balls, carefully securing it, fearful of misplacing it again. Only one more 6-star ball remained, and Sun Yu would have the complete set to summon the Eternal Dragon. However, his enthusiasm for Earth's Eternal Dragon was rather tepid, for he was well aware of the existence of the Namekian Dragon and even the legendary Super Dragon that spanned across the cosmos. Before his journey across worlds, Sun Yu had often fantasized about one day gathering all 7 Dragon Balls to summon the Eternal Dragon and fulfill his wish for immortality. How splendid it would be to possess an indestructible form akin to that of Majin Buu. However, as Sun Yu's horizons broadened, he realized that in the face of absolute power, nothing is truly immortal. Whether it be Cell, Majin Buu, or even Zamasu, who possesses an immortal body in the universe of Dragon Ball Super, they can all be vanquished, and it is the Saiyans who have triumphed over them. Perhaps the Saiyans are not inherently powerful, but when confronted with immense pressure and the trials of life and death, they consistently transcend their limits, unleashing unprecedented potential, an innate quality that even the divine Zamasu covets. Consequently, Sun Yu currently seeks to refrain from relying on the power of the Dragon Balls, at least until he has touched the realm of the divine. If one day he were to ascend to the heights akin to that of the God of Destruction Beerus, it would seem rather ludicrous to depend solely on his own strength. After all, mortals remain mortals. Should he wish to traverse further along the path of martial arts, it is undoubtedly essential to harness the power of the eternal dragon. Moreover, Lana had previously expressed her desire to fulfill a wish, so this opportunity to summon the dragon should be reserved for her. Following the guidance of the Dragon Ball radar, Sun Yu arrived at a massive rock formation beneath the sea, realizing that the elusive six-star ball was buried beneath this colossal stone. It was quite vexing. Should he obliterate the rock with the Kamehameha? After deliberation, he resolved to indeed use the Kamehameha to shatter the stone. Sun Yu retreated several meters, gathering his energy. Since he merely needed to break a rock, he did not require an overwhelming display of power. Merely a force of around 10 to 20,000 would suffice, though perhaps even 7 or 8,000 would be adequate. Ultimately, he decided to restrain his strength to a mere 1,000, lest he inadvertently reduce the area to a barren plain, leaving him uncertain of where to search for the Dragon Balls thereafter. Once he calibrated his strength, Sun Yu unleashed the Kamehameha, the cerulean glow illuminating the ocean depths. Upon striking the rock, it pierced through instantaneously, causing a catastrophic explosion at its core, creating a vacuum in the spot where the boulder once rested, and a torrent of seawater erupted outward. Beneath the enormous stone, Sun Yu beheld a yellow glass ball, the six-star ball he had been searching for. Upon locating the six-star ball, Sun Yu swiftly flew to its position, eager to retrieve it before the encroaching waters could engulf it. Clearing the soil surrounding the six-star ball, he grasped it in his hand, finally gathering all 7 Dragon Balls. Although these were merely the Dragon Balls of Earth, he was nonetheless curious about the wish Lana would make, hoping it would not entail a desire for the Eternal Dragon to grant her the title of Queen of Vegeta. Just as the seawater began to recede, Sun Yu intended to depart when, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a heavy iron door that had mysteriously appeared beneath the great rock. Infuriatingly, the door bore the inscription, "No entry for unauthorized personnel." Unfortunately, Sun Yu is precisely the type of curious individual who, upon encountering such signs, becomes even more eager to delve deeper into the mysteries within. Here lies the remnants of the original Red Silk Army, and one cannot help but speculate that it may conceal some secret laboratory, perhaps even one dedicated to the study of live experiments, which would be particularly thrilling, especially following the emergence of the artificial human number 9, which only fortified Sun Yu's resolve to explore further. Could it be that the unfinished artificial human number 18 awaits? A striking beauty, indeed, Sun Yu mused, before he forcefully smashed through the heavy iron door, striding boldly inside. Once within, he shut the iron door behind him, and the sea beyond returned to its tranquil state. Sun Yu ventured deeper, where the dimly lit corridor emanated a chilling glow, and the rust-streaked walls offered an ideal backdrop for a horror film, authentic enough to require no artificial enhancement, merely needing a camera to capture its eerie essence. However, Sun Yu felt no fear in this unsettling ambience. For one of his caliber, the supernatural held no sway. Should any audacious specter dare to confront him, he would not hesitate to send it fleeing in terror. Thus, this declaration was not merely a self-encouragement. It was indeed sincere. Sun Yu proceeded further into the depths of the laboratory, traversing a lengthy corridor flanked by numerous transparent walled labs. Inside these rooms were various instruments and an array of chemical substances that Sun Yu, lacking expertise, chose to overlook. Eventually, he arrived at a chamber resembling a library. Yet instead of books, rows upon rows of shelves were filled with densely packed miniature spy robots. These robots, familiar to him from the Dragon Ball anime, were designed to collect combat intelligence on warriors like Son Goku and Vegeta, while also gathering cellular samples from the field. Pushing open the door, he found himself in the central area, where a colossal supercomputer illuminated the room. The screen, displaying monochrome graphics, was cluttered with a myriad of text. Sun Yu was drawn in by the opening lines, which proclaimed the final plan. Chapter 27, Spy Robots. A multitude of miniature spy robots were present. What could this final plan entail? Sun Yu could not suppress an expletive. While the presence of miniature spy robots did not surprise him, having seen them in the anime, this so-called plan seemed non-existent. A torrent of thoughts surged through his mind as he approached the computer, meticulously reading the ensuing text. The narrative was lengthy, but upon a cursory glance, Sun Yu discovered it indeed pertained to artificial humans and biological modification technology. It appeared that Dr. Gero had commenced research on human-based artificial beings long before, akin to the existence of artificial human number 18. If it were merely this, Sun Yu would not be overly concerned. For the combat data concerning the androids in the original Dragon Ball is derived from the likes of Son Goku and other warriors. Currently, the most formidable power on Earth is akin to that of Tao Pai Pai. The mere existence of android number 9, capable of absorbing energy, is already remarkable. Thus there is no cause for alarm. However, in the next moment, Sun Yu felt a searing pain on his face. He had discovered various combat information about himself in the computer database. Clearly, the Red Ribbon Army had taken notice of Sun Yu and Lana the moment they set foot on Earth. Although their time of activity on Earth was brief, the spy robots of the Red Ribbon Army were ubiquitous, diligently gathering a plethora of useful intelligence, including Sun Yu's cellular samples. In the absence of Son Goku, Sun Yu became the prime target for Dr. Gero, so one should not underestimate those mad scientists. Who knows what mischief they engage in all day? Then came the plan, as the spy robots had recorded the battle between Sun Yu and android number 8. Once this footage was uploaded, Dr. Gero promptly began studying Sun Yu's cellular samples. He intended to transplant a unique chromosome from Sun Yu cells into a biologically modified android, with the objective of creating the ultimate weapon to exact revenge on Sun Yu for the Red Ribbon Army and, incidentally, conquer the world. Goodness, has my appearance utterly disrupted the narrative? Could it be that Cell is to be born prematurely? Sun Yu felt a cold sweat trickling down, even in his initial state. Cell possessed the strength to contend with a Super Saiyan. If Cell were to manifest prematurely, his combat power, just exceeding 20,000, would undoubtedly be obliterated. Earth is indeed terrifying. Perhaps returning to Vegeta to assume the role of a prince would be preferable. To suggest the so-called plan should not involve Cell. Based on Sun Yu's conjecture, Dr. Gero likely cannot produce formidable androids at this point. If he truly possessed such capability, he would not allow his own army to suffer annihilation. Now, Sun Yu contemplated whether he should trace the source to locate Dr. Gero and eliminate him before he could develop any powerful androids. The current laboratory appeared to be a data collection and research center, where all data would be uploaded to Dr. Gero's private research headquarters. If he could utilize the transmission signal from this computer, discovering Dr. Gero's whereabouts would not be overly difficult. Yet, Sun Yu, as a pure Saiyan, harbored an insatiable yearning for formidable adversaries. Should he indeed destroy Dr. Gero, it would result in a significant absence of powerful villains. Without those antagonists to contend with, what substance would there be left to write about in this narrative? Suddenly, Sun Yu felt an immense pressure, as every decision he made bore far-reaching consequences. With greater power comes greater responsibility, he mused, before shattering the computer before him with a decisive slap and turning to depart. As Sun Yu departed from the chamber, he subsequently hurled an energy sphere, annihilating all the miniature robots contained within. Although Sun Yu harbored no fear of the androids, the adage rings true: it is not the thief one fears, but the thief's incessant presence. Being surveilled daily by a swarm of fly-sized espionage robots is far from a pleasant experience. With this matter resolved, Sun Yu soared back, where he found Dr. Beerus tending to the garden. Upon noticing Sun Yu's return, Dr. Beerus set down his watering can to greet him. Lana was engrossed in her training within the gravity exercise room. Sun Yu instructed a servant to summon her, and then he accompanied Dr. Beerus to the lounge. In the lounge, the group convened, and Sun Yu succinctly recounted the discovery of the mysterious research facility beneath the Red Silk Army ruins, revealing Dr. Gero's plan. Dr. Beerus exhibited a look of concern, while Lana waved dismissively. As a pure Saiyan, Lana wholeheartedly supported Sun Yu's actions, asserting her intention to commandeer the gravity training room until she acclimated to the 100-fold gravity. Dr. Beerus, I think it would be best if you could construct a gravity training room exclusively for me, devoid of any sound equipment, Sun Yu remarked with a hint of exasperation. Upon hearing the request for a soundless facility, Dr. Beerus's face fell. However, he dared not defy Sun Yu's wishes, responding, "As you wish. Grant me 5 days to accomplish this." Kyle, how do you intend to manage the Dragon Balls? In truth, Lana was more concerned about the Dragon Balls than the nefarious designs of Dr. Gero. Sun Yu produced a universal capsule, opening it with a pop, revealing a modest plastic box containing 7 neatly arranged Dragon Balls. "Wow, let me see," Lana exclaimed, snatching the plastic box from Sun Yu's hands, her excitement palpable. "How do I make my wish? Do I just think about it quietly, like a birthday wish?" "Not quite," Sun Yu explained, gesturing animatedly. "To fulfill a wish, You must loudly recite the incantation to summon the eternal dragon, and then articulate your wish to the dragon. Only then will your desire be granted. Why must it be so complicated? Lana seemed dissatisfied with this method and inquired, "Can it be more discreet?" Discreet? Sun Yu was taken aback. This was clearly out of character for Lana. It was impossible to be low-key, for the arrival of the dragon would incite cosmic phenomena. The sky would darken, and thunder would rumble. To be honest, I too am quite eager to witness such a spectacle. Dr. Beerus adjusted his glasses and cleared his throat, eager to assert his presence, expressing his interest in the event as well. By the way, Lana, what wish do you intend to make? There's no time like the present. Let's summon the dragon together. Sun Yu encouraged. You all are going? The thought of declaring her wish before everyone made Lana's cheeks flush crimson. Absolutely. Both Sun Yu and Dr. Beerus fervently nodded in agreement. Your actions are truly excessive. I shall no longer make wishes. Lana, in a fit of anger, hurled the plastic box at Sun Yu and stormed out. Sun Yu, bewildered, gazed at the scattered Dragon Balls on the floor and inquired of Dr. Briefs. What could have possibly upset her? Dr. Brief shrugged, looking at Sun Yu with a puzzled expression. Chapter 28. The Gravity Training Room. The affairs concerning the Red Ribbon Army have reached a temporary conclusion, though Sun Yu remains vigilant against Dr. Jero's schemes. Lana now seems utterly enchanted, spending her days secluded within the Gravity Training Room, showing no intention of relinquishing it for Sun Yu's training. Fortunately, Dr. Briefs assured him that the new Gravity Training Room would be completed within 5 days, alleviating Sun Yu's concerns. In the following 2 days, Sun Yu sees an opportunity to venture into the ocean, locating the Kame House. Given his status as a super-rich individual, utilizing satellites to scan the oceanic islands proved effortless, and he quickly discovered Master Roshi's abode. Upon Sun Yu's arrival, Master Roshi expressed no surprise. He had previously sensed Sun Yu's formidable aura during his battles, a chilling presence that lingered in memory despite the distance. Sun Yu sought Master Roshi to discuss martial arts. Yet Master Roshi feigned ignorance, refusing to divulge much information. However, Sun Yu had come prepared. He tossed out a universal capsule, which revealed 2 towering stacks of the latest swimwear fashion magazines. The mere sight of those alluring covers sent Master Roshi into a frenzy, causing him to erupt with excitement and eagerly snatch one to examine closely. With the allure of the fashion magazines bridging their connection, the rapport between Master Roshi and Sun Yu flourished. In Master Roshi's own words, it was a case of meeting too late. While Master Roshi indulged in the magazines, Sun Yu seized the opportunity to seek guidance on his training, and Master Roshi, with his wealth of experience spanning over 3 centuries, shared invaluable insights, leaving Sun Yu feeling immensely enriched. Sun Yu resided at Kame House for several days until he received word from Dr. Briefs that the Gravity Training Room specifically constructed for him was complete. Bidding farewell to Master Roshi, Sun Yu swiftly flew back to East City, where Dr. Briefs awaited his return. Bulma had been eagerly anticipating his arrival and rushed to him as soon as she saw him. Where have you been these past few days? Sun Yu? You didn't take me out to play. Bulma pouted, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Sun Yu gently lifted the adorable Bulma and replied, I went to meet a friend, but I promise to take you along next time. He pondered how Bulma would react upon meeting Master Roshi. That sounds great, Bulma exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Sun Yu's neck, her joy evident. As long as Sun Yu was the one taking her out, she would be delighted to meet anyone. Where's your father? I have heard that the new gravity training chamber has been completed. Sun Yu, cradling Bulma, walked towards the house. Bulma pointed towards the basement and said, This way. I also contributed to the construction of the new gravity training chamber for brother Sun Yu. Really? Bulma, you are amazing. Sun Yu exclaimed, playfully pinching Bulma's cheek. Although he was unaware of the nature of Bulma's contribution, there was no doubt that her extraordinary scientific talent was beginning to manifest. Under Bulma's guidance, Sun Yu arrived at the entrance of the gravity training chamber. Due to the experimental nature of the chamber, he instructed Bulma to remain outside while he ventured in alone. The gravity training chamber was expansive, covering over 200 square meters, its walls reinforced with thick titanium alloy. At the center stood the gravity control console, where the multiplier for gravity could be adjusted. After closing the door, Sun Yu approached the console. He activated the gravity amplification device according to the icons displayed. Considering the material's endurance, it was currently impossible to create a chamber capable of withstanding over 100 times gravity. Thus, the maximum amplification value was capped at 100 times. Sun Yu first selected a multiplier of 20 times. Immediately, the device emitted a low humming sound, and within moments, a tremendous downward force was exerted upon him. making him feel as though his body were laden with lead. Due to his wearing of the heavy protective gear, the gravity affecting Sun Yu equated to approximately 45 times that of Earth. Even with a combat power of 24,000, he found it somewhat overwhelming. Yet, the thought of Lana tirelessly training spurred Sun Yu to push through the discomfort. Training was not a matter of a single day. It required a gradual approach, setting small goals such as first enduring 100 times the gravity. Although his entire body felt as if it were filled with lead, making each step a monumental effort, Sun Yu was not one to easily surrender. He began with simple walking, then transitioned into a light jog. As his leg muscles adapted to the weight, he commenced training his arm muscles through push-ups and horse stances. Once he could move freely under 20 times the gravity, he gradually increased the amplification. Uncertain of when Dr. Jiro's schemes might resurface, both Sun Yu and Lana devoted themselves fervently to training, spending the majority of their time in their respective gravity training chambers, sometimes even eating and sleeping within. However, unlike Lana, Sun Yu dedicated a portion of his daily routine to meditation, refining his mental state. Time slipped by quietly, and 4 months had passed in the blink of an eye. Dr. Jiro seemed to have completely evaporated from existence, with no news emerging whatsoever. Bulma had long been dissatisfied with Sun Wukong's constant seclusion in the gravity training room. Each day, she would press her face against the window of his training chamber, her expression laden with sorrow. "Brother Sun Wukong, you promised to take me shopping." One day, as Bulma saw Sun Wukong emerge from the gravity training room, she disregarded his drenched appearance and leapt into his embrace. "Didn't Tiwi agree to go in 2 weeks?" Sun Wukong lifted the little girl in his arms, playfully pinching her cheek. Bulma pouted, her brows furrowing in displeasure. "It's already been a month, and you still haven't taken me out to play." Sun Wukong chuckled awkwardly, surprised that so much time had passed. Since entering the gravity training room, his combat power had soared, and he had now adapted to 80 times the gravity. In a state without his heavy armor, his peak combat power reached 95,000. On the other hand, Lana, having previously entered the time chamber and not needing to meditate for long hours like Sun Wukong, had fully acclimated to 100 times the gravity. In a similar state, her maximum combat power could reach 120,000, a height she had once only dared to dream of. The balance of intense training and relaxation had arrived, prompting Sun Wukong to acquiesce to Bulma's request. "Very well, shall we go out together today?" Sun Wukong smiled. "Today? Yes, yes. Brother Sun Wukong, you're the best." With that, Bulma tilted her head and planted a kiss on his cheek. Chapter 29, The Wolf Man. At that moment, Lana happened to walk by and noticed the jubilant Bulma. "What's got you so cheerful, Bulma?" she inquired. Bulma looked at Lana, her demeanor sweetly obedient. "Brother Sun Wukong has agreed to take me shopping. You should come too, Sister Lana." "Shopping?" Lana murmured thoughtfully, then turned her discontented gaze towards Sun Wukong. "I say, Kakarot, you have yet to fully adapt to 100 times the gravity, and you're already thinking of slacking off?" Lana had been eagerly anticipating Sun Wukong's adaptation to the extreme gravity, envisioning their triumphant return to planet Vegeta as formidable warriors. She had long harbored aspirations for the throne of planet Vegeta. However, Sun Wukong was not concerned that Lana would genuinely be upset, for there were 2 things in this world that she could never resist: exquisite cuisine and shopping. This sentiment was easily comprehensible. Shopping could indeed be considered a universal talent among women across the cosmos. No female being existed who did not adore it. Initially, as a warrior woman of the Saiyan race, Lana had been quite dismissive of shopping, deeming it a tedious pastime. Yet when Mrs. Briefs led Lana into the grand department store of East City, she was utterly astonished by the dazzling array of merchandise on display. Particularly, when Lana witnessed Mrs. Brief's astounding bargaining prowess, she was left in awe, realizing that shopping could evoke a sense of triumph akin to that of a hard-fought victory in battle. Thus, one can observe a wealthy lady, whose affluence rivals that of nations, alongside a Saiyan, whose prowess would render the act of robbing the universe's largest bank an effortless endeavor. They engage in a fervent bargaining scene over a mere 200 yuan coat, a spectacle that utterly challenges one's worldview. "Sister Na, I heard the East City Grand Department Store is holding an anniversary celebration with everything at 50% off." Sun Yu mischievously nudged Lana with a wink, dropping a bombshell. 50% off? Lana stared blankly at Sun Yu, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished. When she reappeared, she had transformed from her training attire into a dazzling and appropriate casual outfit. "Wow, that was quick." Sun Yu scratched his head, marveling at the fact that discounted items hold an allure far greater than free offerings in the minds of women. Haha, brother Sun Yu, you should hurry and change too. Sister Lana and I will wait for you in the lobby, Bulma urged, playfully pushing Sun Yu toward the changing room. Reluctantly, Sun Yu freshened up and donned a clean shirt. In an effort to fully immerse themselves in earthly life, he and Lana often traveled on the Brief's family's private jet. Upon arriving at the mall, Bulma took Sun Yu by one hand and Lana by the other, and the trio appeared as a blissful family unit. The mall was teeming with people. Upon entering, they were immediately engulfed by the bustling atmosphere. A wide thoroughfare, spacious enough to accommodate 10 burly men standing side by side, connected numerous shops over several hundred meters. Looking upward, the 7-story building was a hive of activity, filled with a constant stream of patrons. The first floor was predominantly occupied by clothing stores, accompanied by various specialty eateries, while pedestrians flowed continuously along the streets, their voices rising in a cacophony of calls, shouts, and bargaining. To pass the time, Sun Yu purchased a large assortment of snacks, munching as he walked. If it weren't for the presence of the unique, beast-like individuals from Dragon Ball's Earth, he might have been transported back to his original Earth in a moment of nostalgia. Oh no! Bulma's voice rang out as she darted ahead. Sun Yu, still savoring his food and leisurely observing the surrounding shops, heard Bulma's exclamation and looked up to see her sprawling on the ground, her shopping bag scattered, her expression one of distress. Not far from Bulma, a towering wolf-like creature gnawed on a beef leg, swaggering through the crowd without a care. After helping Bulma to her feet, Sun Yu escorted her back to Lana before swiftly appearing behind the wolf-like being, placing his hand firmly on its shoulder. The beast halted abruptly, turning in rage, only to find no one behind it. Clearing his throat, Sun Yu felt a flush of embarrassment as the creature then noticed him, a mere half of its stature. It was not that Sun Yu was short. Rather, this imposing wolf-like figure stood at no less than 2.5 meters tall, making Sun Yu's outstretched hand barely reach its shoulder. The wolf-like figure cast a glance at Sun Yu, tearing a piece of meat from the beef leg in his hand and chewing it as he inquired, "Little one, seeking death?" Sun Yu pointed at the tearful Bulma and coldly replied, "You collided with my sister and left without a word? Surely, you do not expect me to apologize?" The wolf-like man regarded Sun Yu with a peculiar expression, as if he had just heard a particularly amusing joke. Bulma, worried, looked at Sun Yu, hoping he would let it go, for she had not sustained any injury, merely having stumbled. However, Lana intervened, reminding Bulma that despite the wolf-like man's imposing stature, this world does not necessarily equate height with prowess. It would be best to apologize. I am quite reasonable, and if you adopt a sincere demeanor, perhaps I shall forgive you. Bulma was Sun Yu's Achilles heel. Should anyone dare to be disrespectful to her, Sun Yu would not hesitate to demonstrate why his temper ran so hot. The wolf-like man's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had heard the most comical of anecdotes. Stifling his laughter, he responded, his voice tinged with a tremor, "You want me to apologize? Ha ha! I'm afraid you are mistaken. While you may be easy to converse with, I am not. I'll give you 3 counts if you do not leave. Do not blame me for being impolite." By now, a crowd had gathered, drawn by the spectacle, and the stark contrast between the two figures was striking, one towering at 2 meters and 50 centimeters, the other barely reaching 1 meter 70. No one anticipated that this confrontation would yield any suspense, and thus, the onlookers cast sympathetic glances toward Sun Yu. Though Sun Yu felt a sense of embarrassment as a Saiyan bullying an ordinary earthling, he could not overlook the fact that this brute had wronged Bulma, leaving him little choice but to intervene. Whispers circulated among the crowd, and seeing that the wolf-like man had no intention of retreating, he grinned menacingly, declaring, "Ignorance begets folly. It seems that without a lesson today, you will never comprehend your limitations." With that, he hurled the remnants of the beef leg skyward, then clenched his fists as if wielding a baseball bat, and suddenly struck at Sun Yu's abdomen. His muscular frame exuded explosive power, causing gasps to erupt from the gathered spectators. Initially, Sun Yu remained composed, awaiting the wolf-like man's attack. However, when the hefty fist connected with his abdomen, Sun Yu's eyes widened in shock. A thunderous sound echoed as he was knocked back 4 steps, incredulous as he stared at his adversary. Lana, equally astonished at Sun Yu's retreat, questioned Kyle, "What performance are you putting on?" After all, Sun Yu possessed a combat power of 95,000 without wearing his heavy armor. With such prowess, not even an ordinary earthling, let alone a missile, should have posed a threat. Yet, while Lana pondered this, Sun Yu had no intention of addressing her concerns. He was acutely aware that the force impacting him was far beyond what any terrestrial being could muster. This fellow seems to have issues. In Chapter 30, let us engage in a fierce battle. Well, young one, I did not expect you to still be standing. I underestimated you. Looking at the wolf-like man, he wore a smug expression while gazing at Sun Yu, casually catching a half-eaten beef leg that he had previously tossed into the air, displaying an air of ostentation. You're truly being rather conceited. Sun Yu brushed off the dust from his clothes, muttering in dissatisfaction, truly, what a ridiculous situation. Are you the protagonist, or am I? According to the script just moments ago, it should have been me who flaunted my prowess and slapped that wolf-like man with a villainous visage. Why are we deviating from the script? Kyle stepped aside, allowing his sister to avenge him. Lana gently ruffled Sun Yu's hair and then positioned herself in front of him. Hey Lana, what was that look you just gave me? I merely let my guard down. You don't think I was being bullied, do you? Sun Yu vociferously defended himself, casting glances around for support. The crowd collectively nodded in agreement, with Bulma sweetly reassuring him, It's all right, brother Sun Yu. You will always be a great hero in my heart. Sun Yu nearly choked on his own blood, exclaiming, Girl, are you deliberately trying to provoke me? You know very well what my capabilities are. Have you forgotten who defeated the Red Ribbon Army and Android number 9? Sister Lana, don't interfere. Step aside and let me deal with this scoundrel. Sun Yu rolled up his sleeves, preparing for a life-and-death struggle with the wolf-like man. Lana playfully stuck out her tongue, granting Sun Yu a clear path. Hey, beast, come over and meet your demise. Sun Yu stepped before the wolf-like man, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Upon hearing Sun Yu call him a beast, the wolf-like man's expression darkened, revealing an unmistakable glint of murderous intent as he coldly replied, Hee. There was another who dared to call me a beast. And guess what? The grass on his grave has already grown 2 meters high. Oh, how fortuitous. Sun Yu felt an inexplicable thrill in response to the wolf-like man's menace. Someone once dared to disrespect my Bulma. You know what happened to them? They don't even have graves, as they perished without a trace. The onlookers, witnessing their exchange, believed they were merely jesting, bursting into uproarious laughter. However, Lana felt a sudden chill in her heart, instinctively tightening her embrace around Bulma, sensing that the wolf-like man was no ordinary foe. Remember, the one who will kill you is called Yax. The wolf-like man introduced himself, then suddenly lunged forward, unleashing a thunderous punch towards Sun Yu. The force of the strike was akin to thunder itself, prompting Sun Yu to raise his hand in defense. The two forces clashing with a sound that sliced through the air. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, unable to believe that this seemingly frail youth possessed such remarkable strength. Sun Yu and the wolf-like being named Ikes exchanged a fleeting glance of astonishment, prompting Sun Yu to abandon any underestimation of his opponent. Although he could not gauge Ikes' combat prowess, he was acutely aware that Ikes' strength was on par with his own. I concede that I underestimated you earlier. Now, let us showcase our true abilities, Sun Yu declared, his curiosity about the identity of the wolf-like creature piqued. However, as a Saiyan warrior, he believed that any problem solvable by fists would not be an issue. In perfect harmony, Ikes and Sun Yu leaped into the air, eliciting gasps from the onlookers as they ascended to the rooftop of the Eastern Capital Department Store. Lana, cradling Bulma, followed closely behind, quietly observing the two. Standing face to face, Sun Yu vanished from his position in a blur and struck towards Ikes' chest with a powerful palm. Ikes' expression remained cold and inscrutable, as he raised his massive wolf claws to cross defensively over his chest. Sun Yu's seemingly casual strike concealed hidden power, and Ikes felt as if he had collided with a mountain. Summoning all his strength to withstand the blow, they both staggered backward after a resounding impact. Sun Yu marveled inwardly at Ikes' combat strength, realizing it was equal to or even exceeded his own. He pondered how such formidable beings could exist on Earth. Yet he welcomed the challenge as an opportunity to test the results of his recent training. With a roar, the two ascended and engaged in a fierce melee. Sun Yu refrained from using energy attacks to avoid harming innocents, while Ikes relied solely on brute force, engaging in a raw and visceral hand-to-hand combat. Their punches landed with ferocity, and they exchanged blows mid-air, moving at such speed that the ordinary spectators below could barely catch a glimpse of their shadows. After dozens of exchanges, they paused in the sky, breathing heavily. Despite their respective injuries, both warriors could see the thrill reflected in each other's eyes. At this point, are you still holding back? Sun Yu asked, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with a slight smile directed at Ikes. Don't think I'm oblivious. You haven't been fighting seriously at all, Ikes retorted, spitting out blood and cracking his neck with a series of pops. I'm just concerned that unleashing my full power at once might frighten you. Sun Yu replied with a chuckle. Well, let me witness it then. But I hope you're not just puffing yourself up, Ix remarked, his expression laced with intrigue as he regarded Sun Yu. As you wish. With that, Sun Yu bent his arms across his chest, arching his back as he began to unleash his full aura. A powerful surge erupted from within Sun Yu, enveloping his body in a faint golden aura, while the surrounding air thickened, resonating with a low hum. Infuriatingly, although the young man Yax could not accurately sense the presence of energy, he could still feel a breathtaking power emanating from Sun Yu's body. From a distance, Lana, perched atop the East Capitol Grand Department Store, observed the formidable aura radiating from Sun Yu, a knowing smile gracing her lips. After a considerable duration, Sun Yu unleashed his full combat strength, reaching an astounding 95,000. The pale golden energy enveloping him solidified, emanating a gentle glow. Be careful, I'm about to strike, Sun Yu said, casting a mysterious smile at Yax before vanishing from sight. Yax, infuriated, could barely discern Sun Yu's movement. The latter's speed was simply too astounding. Yax frantically searched the surroundings, but found nothing. Where on earth is he? Right here, came Sun Yu's voice, as he materialized before Yax in an instant. With a resounding thud, Yax was sent crashing backward, propelled by the sheer force of Sun Yu's strike. His body barreled through the building behind him, creating a massive crater in the ground, fortunately situated in a green space, thus sparing any casualties. Chapter 31. Lana joins the fray. Hey, if you don't show your true abilities soon, I might actually take you down, Sun Yu declared, flexing his wrist as he hovered above, surveying Yax below. As anticipated, Yax struggled to rise, his eyes now a fiery red, resembling a bloodthirsty beast lost to madness. His powerful claws dug into the ground, and before the astonished crowd, his body began to swell dramatically. With a thunderous roar, Yax's once receding fangs reemerged, his physique expanding at a visible rate, his clothing ripping apart to reveal robust limbs. Akin to a savage wolf of the wilderness. In the world of Dragon Ball, beastmen had long since devolved into humanoid forms, their fangs and claws having faded away centuries ago. Yet the creature before them could no longer be called human. It was a wolf, clearly demonstrating Yax's reversion to a primal beastly state, devoid of any rational thought in his gaze. This is impossible. Beastmen on Earth cannot transform into beast forms. Sun Yu thought, a jolt of alarm coursing through him. He shouted to the paralyzed crowd below, "He is dangerous. Run." At his urgent command, the stunned crowd snapped back to reality. "Run. That beast will eat us," was the instinctive thought echoing in many minds, prompting an immediate uproar as people scattered in every direction, their screams and cries for help heightening the tension and triggering Yax's primal instincts. Spotting a solitary girl, Yax's gaze sharpened as he lunged toward her. "Be careful." Sun Yu's eyes flashed with crimson light as he activated his Sharingan, focusing intently on Yax in a moment of desperation, employing the technique of time stasis. If Sun Yu still harbored intentions of employing time stasis to confine this realm within its temporal boundaries, then such a modest application of time stasis would scarcely affect the formidable Otaku. However, perhaps due to the advancement of his Sharingan to the double Tomo variant, Sun Yu's mastery over time stasis had significantly improved, inadvertently concentrating its effects solely upon Otaku. In an instant, the once lightning-fast Otaku appeared ensnared within a quagmire. Unable to move, Sun Yu felt a surge of joy and swiftly whisked away the isolated girl, casting a cold gaze upon the beastly form of Otaku, which had freed itself from the time stasis. Otaku emitted a low, threatening growl, its crimson wolf eyes warily fixed upon Sun Yu. Intentionally feigning a vulnerability, Sun Yu anticipated Oku's response, and indeed, the beast's forepaw arched, launching itself like a bolt of lightning towards him. Although Oku's pounce was executed with astonishing speed, Sun Yu, with the insight granted by his double Tomo Sharingan, evaded the attack, twisting his body to avoid the onslaught. He reached out with his left hand, firmly grasping Oku's wolfish head, while his right fist came crashing down. A series of dull thuds resonated as Sun Yu's blows caused blood to flow profusely from Oku's head. In pain, Oku twisted its body, its iron tail, as thick as a bowl, whipped toward Sun Yu. In the midst of evasion, Oku broke free from Sun Yu's grasp and swiftly raised its enormous wolf paw to strike. Despite the Sharingan having detected Oku's assault, Sun Yu, having narrowly escaped the iron tail, found his speed reaching its limit, leaving him helpless as the massive paw slammed into his chest. The impact sent Sun Yu crashing into the cracked earth, and just as he extricated himself from the ground, he was intercepted by the sudden appearance of Lana. "Red car, Kyle. It's my turn now," she declared, catching Sun Yu off guard. The beastly Ikuz assumed a defensive stance, cautiously observing the two figures before it. Sun Yu's eyes returned to normal, and albeit reluctantly, he remarked, "Hey, Sister Na, I haven't lost yet. Why are you stepping in? And where did you leave Bulma?" Lana flexed her wrist and pointed towards the rooftop of the East Capital department store, saying, "Bulma is on the roof. Watching you fight for so long has made me a bit restless. If you don't want to get beaten up by me, you better make yourself scarce." All right. You're my sister, and you're formidable," Sun Yu said with a resigned shrug, adding, "Just be careful," before soaring towards the rooftop to find Bulma. As Sun Yu departed, Lana turned to the vigilant Ikuz and, with a slight smile, remarked, "Little wolf, you'd better be cautious. I won't be as lenient as that fool." The wooden-headed lowly enthusiast. The smile on Lana's face struck Sun Yu as more terrifying than a demon from the depths of hell. A fool? A wooden-headed lowly enthusiast? Where did she harbor such deep-seated resentment? Sensing the immense pressure radiating from Lana, the beastly form of Yax resolved to take the initiative, launching himself forward with a powerful swipe toward her. Lana, observing Yak's advance, curled her lips into a cold, mocking smile, then delivered a thunderous punch aimed directly at his head. The impact was so forceful that Yak's massive frame seemed to collide with an impenetrable barrier, rebounding to the ground. Upon landing, Yax disregarded the pain in his head and attempted to counter with a sweeping strike of his iron tail. Yet, Lana appeared unfazed, remaining utterly still. "Get out of the way, Lana." Sun Yu, watching from the rooftop, felt his heart lurch. If that tail struck true, even a Saiyant's physique would not withstand the blow. Bulma, nestled in Sun Yu's embrace, instinctively covered her eyes, unable to bear the thought of her beloved Lana being harmed. Just as Yak's iron tail was about to make contact, Lana nonchalantly raised her hand to block it, as if it were a mere trifle. The formidable tail halted abruptly, caught mid-air by her bare hand. "Huh, a tail, you say? I have one too." Lana, now fully invigorated, pivoted sharply on her right foot and unleashed the tail that had been coiled around her waist. A sharp crack echoed throughout the commercial district as her tail, akin to a steel whip, struck Yax squarely across the face, leaving a gruesome mark. For the first time, a glimmer of fear flickered in the wolf-like eyes that had previously been filled with a murderous desire. Sun Yu, witnessing this from a distance, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Honestly, from now on, it's best not to provoke Lana. She strikes with such ferocity. Though Yax trembled slightly, it was evident that Lana was not inclined to relent. After all, it was a rare opportunity to unleash her fury on a wolf-like meatbag. To forego such an occasion would be a grave loss. Suddenly, Lana erupted with an overwhelming aura, her power cascading forth like a collapsing mountain or a torrent of water in reverse. Her battle prowess, surpassing 120,000, coalesced into a tempest that swept through the desolate commercial street. With a resounding declaration, Flame Fist, Lana's energy converged into a searing wave, creating an illusion of being engulfed in a sea of fire. Is this technique of the Flame Fist something she developed herself? Sun Yu murmured in astonishment. Chapter 32. Gazing from afar, upon the moon. At this moment, Lana was enveloped in a fiery aura, the intense energy fluctuations causing those present to feel an undeniable heat. This technique bore resemblance to the Kamehameha's concentrated energy, yet Lana utilized her limbs as conduits, allowing for a more manageable concentration of power, amplifying its force to thrice its usual might. Little wolf, if you have any last words, now is the time to speak, for soon you shall have no opportunity. Lana's voice was sweet, yet sent chills down the spines of Sun Yu and Yax. With a fierce determination, Lana raised her fist, radiating with searing heat, and propelled herself forward with a sudden burst of energy. Poor Yax barely had time to react before being struck violently. The massive wolf-like creature tumbled through the air, desperately trying to regain its balance, only to be confronted by an intense heat emanating from behind. Alarmed, it swiftly turned its head, only to find Lana had already positioned herself directly behind it. With a swift motion, Lana delivered a fiery kick to Yak's abdomen, the unbearable burn eliciting tears from its eyes as it plummeted to the ground. To its dismay, Yax realized Lana had already taken her stance, poised to strike again as it descended. A mournful howl echoed through the air as Yax was mercilessly battered by Lana, its form becoming increasingly battered and bloodied. Sun Yu hastily shielded Bulma's eyes, recognizing that this gruesome spectacle was utterly unsuitable for children. Doubts began to creep into Sun Yu's mind regarding his decision to bring Lana to Earth for training. He found himself feeling sympathy for the creature named Yax. If fortune favored Yax and it survived this encounter, it would likely bear the scars of trauma for a lifetime. Speaking of which, many middle school math teachers might ponder the psychological impact of such an experience on this wolf-like being. Hey, Lana, that's enough. If you continue this onslaught, this creature may perish, Sun Yu shouted, not out of mercy, but rather a desire to keep Yax alive long enough to inquire about its formidable strength. After all, a being capable of enduring Lana's relentless assault was surely no ordinary creature and could not possibly belong to Earth. Kai, how about we have roasted wolf for dinner? He began to suggest, but suddenly Lana froze, her expression vacant. The flames surrounding her dissipated, and her once-raised arms fell limply to her sides. Lana? Sun Yu was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, but a realization dawned upon him. Turning to Bulma in his arms, he asked Bulma, "Could you check the sky for me? Is there a full moon tonight?" Upon hearing Sun Yu's request, Bulma obediently nodded and looked up, pointing towards the sky behind Sun Yu. "Yes, there is. There's a full moon right behind you, brother Sun Yu. Why do you ask?" A chill ran down Sun Yu's spine as he suddenly recalled that in their revelry, they had lost track of time, and today, of all days, happened to be a full moon. The full moon marked a pivotal moment for Saiyans. Upon witnessing its glow, their tails would absorb the 17 million bruts waves emitted by the moon, transforming them into mighty great apes. Upon transforming into a great ape, one's strength escalates to tenfold of their usual capacity. Yet this power comes at the cost of rationality. In the realm of the Dragon Ball anime, only Vegeta has managed to retain his intellect during this transformation. Thus, it is likely that Lana and Sun Wukong, without any unforeseen circumstances, belong to the category of those who lose their cognitive faculties upon becoming a great ape. Frustration surged within him. He could not allow Lana to transform into a great ape here. Without a moment to spare, he leaped from the building, aiming to sever her tail before she could fully metamorphose. Alas, he was a moment too late. Just as Sun Wukong emerged from Lana's form, she began to enlarge, her garments shredding before his very eyes. Inadvertently, the rosy-hued Sun Wukong glimpsed some sights he ought not to have seen, and he was taken aback that a fierce Saiyan girl like Lana would choose such a girlish color. However, this was hardly the moment for such distractions. Shaking his head, he resolved to avert his gaze and flew towards Lana's rear. Perhaps feeling exposed by his unabashed stare, Lana, in the throes of transformation, exhibited a flicker of irritation, and with a furious swipe, she struck at Sun Wukong. Caught off guard, Sun Wukong's mind was solely focused on severing Lana's tail. He had not anticipated that a blow from her, with her regular combat power of 120,000, would escalate to over 1 million upon transformation. The force of her strike sent him reeling, rendering him momentarily dizzy and breathless. He felt as though numerous bones had fractured within him, and, thankfully, he had brought along a few senzu beans. In haste, he consumed one to regain his vitality. Cautiously, he dared not glance towards the sky, but, upon rising, two gigantic figures loomed before him. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, he confirmed the sight before him. One was the transformed Lana, her familiar brown fur and enormous ape-like form unmistakable. However, the other entity was a mystery. The second beast, positioned farther away, seemed to writhe in agony before abruptly raising its head to unleash a resounding howl towards the full moon. It was the wolf-like humanoid Ikusu. Suddenly, a flash of understanding struck Sun Wukong. The name Ikusu phonetically resonated with the English alphabet. Could it be part of a plan? He recalled the day he had perused documents in the underground archives of the Red Ribbon Army, where the so-called plan involved the development of super androids through grafting technology and biological engineering. If that were the case, the grafted segments would likely have originated from his own cellular samples, thus elucidating Ikusu's transformation into a colossal beast upon sighting the full moon. So it is. You too are an artificial being, but perhaps one should not call you an artificial wolf. After contemplating the circumstances, Sun Yu found the situation rather astonishing. However, given the current scenario, Dr. Garo had yet to develop the eternal energy device akin to that utilized by the androids 17 and 18 in the original Dragon Ball. Assuming that X was equipped with such an eternal energy source, it would be nearly impossible for Sun Yu to contend with him unless he could reach the pinnacle of Super Saiyan Level 1. He was left pondering whether severing X's wolf tail would revert him to his original humanoid form. In Chapter 33, Come Forth, Shunran, after consuming a senza bean, Sun Yu experienced an instantaneous recovery from his injuries, resulting in a combat power increase of 5,000 points, thereby surpassing the significant threshold of 100,000. Compared to his previous battle with Android 9, where he had a threefold surge in combat power after a near-death experience, this latest increase seemed somewhat modest. Yet it was not without its rationale. The previous encounter marked the first time Sun Yu faced a life-or-death moment. It is not an exaggeration to say that he was gravely injured, nearly crossing into the realm of the deceased. Thus, under such dire circumstances, the latent energy within him surged dramatically. In contrast, although he was injured by the giant ape transformation of Lana this time, an injury equally severe, it did not pose a mortal threat. Consequently, the resulting combat power post-recovery lacked the dramatic enhancement of before. Nevertheless, Sun Yu's combat power had reached a commendable 100,000. Yet, upon gazing at the two ferocious beasts before him, a chill enveloped his heart. The transformed X into a colossal wolf was formidable enough. But Lana's giant ape form boasted a staggering combat power of 120,000, rendering Sun Yu far inferior, barely a fraction of her strength. Life, it appeared, was exceedingly arduous. Fortunately, the situation had yet to escalate into a catastrophic scenario of the two beasts uniting to obliterate the world. Should that come to pass, Sun Yu would have no recourse but to unleash the Kamehameha on the moon. However, with the moon situated some 380,000 kilometers from Earth, one wondered if such a technique could truly reach it. Surely, one could not deceive him with such notions. As the old adage goes, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. After exchanging glances, Lana, in her giant ape form, and X, in his wolf form, began to engage in a fierce confrontation, shaking the very ground beneath them and rendering it impossible for Sun Yu to approach within 10 paces. It was likely that their dialogue went something like this. Foolish wolf. What are you staring at? What of it? Dare you challenge me? Try staring again if you can. Let us see then. And thus, they clashed fiercely. Sun Yu made several attempts to sneak up behind them in hopes of severing their tails, but the animated depictions had proven misleading. Contrary to the notion that transformations lead to diminished intelligence and sluggish reflexes, he discovered that Lana, now a giant ape, exhibited speed, strength, and reflexes that were tenfold those of her normal self. Therefore, with one hand, she held X's wolf head and slammed it against the ground, while with the other, she swatted at Sun Yu with the dexterity of swatting a fly, exhibiting no sign of strain whatsoever. It is not that Sun Yu is particularly weak. The disparity in combat prowess is unmistakable. Unless he can, much like Lin, catch Lana off guard with a sudden Kyuan slash, it will be exceedingly difficult for him to sever her tail. How infuriating! If only I could transform into a great ape like Vegeta without losing my sanity. Sun Yu muttered in frustration from a distance. However, mid-sentence a thought struck him, and he exclaimed joyfully, I can do this. I have found a solution. Without delay, he gathered his energy and soared towards Bulma's location. Upon locating Bulma, who was peeking from the rooftop, he inquired, Bulma, where are the Dragon Balls? What have you done with the ones I collected? Bulma tilted her head in contemplation and replied, they are in the little black cat's nest. It sleeps with the Dragon Balls every day. Sun Yu was taken aback, even if he had not wished for anything at the time. It was utterly irresponsible to leave such precious orbs in the possession of a cat. After all, those are the Dragon Balls, capable of summoning Shinran, not mere toys. Forget it. I'll take you home first. Just bear with it for a moment, he said, feeling utterly exasperated. Subsequently, Sun Yu concentrated all his energy and cradled Bulma in his arms, flying at full speed towards the brief residence. The East City department store was already swarming with reporters, and he knew the military would soon arrive. He had to resolve this matter before those foolish enough to come forth met their demise. In no time, he arrived at the brief's courtyard, gently setting Bulma down before rushing to the little black cat's wooden house. With a swift motion, he lifted the roof, startling the cat into a hasty retreat. Fortunately, the 7 Dragon Balls lay quietly within the cat's nest. Sun Yu retrieved them all and arranged them in the courtyard, then took a deep breath and called out the incantation to summon Shinran. Come forth, Shinran. As he spoke, the 7 Dragon Balls began to emit a brilliant light. Mr. and Mrs. Brief approached Bulma's side, observing Sun Yu's intense focus without interruption, silently witnessing the unfolding event. Come forth, Shinran, grant my wish, Sun Yu proclaimed with fervor. Suddenly, dark clouds enveloped the sky, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Fortunately, it was nighttime, and this celestial phenomenon went unnoticed by others. With a whoosh, the 7 dragon balls shone brightly, and a bolt of golden lightning shot forth from them, twisting and coiling in the air until it transformed into a colossal figure. Sun Yu stood in awe, the scene of Shinran's emergence far more astonishing than anything depicted in anime. The immense stature of the dragon instilled in him a profound sense of insignificance. "State your wish," Shinran intoned in a deep, resonant voice. Sun Yu replied earnestly, "I am a Saiyan, and when I gaze upon the full moon, I transform into a great ape and lose my reason. My aspiration is to harness the power of the great ape transformation, allowing me to metamorphose at will without losing my sanity. If Sun Yu could master the ability to transform at any moment, it would undoubtedly provide him with an additional formidable advantage before he ascends to Super Saiyan. Moreover, it is said that the legendary Super Saiyan 4 is achieved through the transformation into a golden great ape. In truth, Sun Yu could easily enlist the dragon's assistance to sever the tails of Lana and X, a task that would pose no challenge for the dragon. However, as a Saiyan, his innate combat instinct dictates that he shall resolve matters with his fists whenever possible. "Apologies, but what you propose amounts to 2 wishes," the dragon proclaimed with an air of authority, exhaling a mist of energy. "You must either master the ability to transform at will, or choose not to lose your reason." Furious, Sun Yu's battle power surged explosively, a mighty aura erupting towards the heavens as he bellowed at the dragon. "Do not attempt to bargain with me. Do you not believe I could destroy you? I could simply have the Supreme God create another dragon afterward. My relationship with the Supreme God is quite favorable." Sensing Sun Yu's sudden surge of power, the dragon instinctively recoiled slightly, a bead of cold sweat forming on its brow as it remarked, "I did not expect you to be familiar with the name of the Supreme God. Speak plainly, do not regale me with archaic language. I cannot comprehend it." Sun Yu retorted irritably. Yes, understood." The dragon's massive head lowered slightly, shedding its earlier haughty demeanor. With no alternative, the dragon recognized that its fate lay in another's hands and could only submit to this formidable force. "Dear sir, it is not that I am unwilling to fulfill your wish. It is simply my limitation," the dragon implored, its brow beading with sweat. With a chilling gaze, Sun Yu gathered a small orb of light in his hand and declared, "Then you shall perish." "Wait," the dragon, now curled in fear, reflected on its long existence. How unfortunate to encounter such a creature, one who immediately resorted to violence, stripping the dragon of its dignity and leaving an indelible psychological scar. "Do you have any last words?" Sun Yu inquired. No. Sir, your eyes possess extraordinary potential. With a slight modification, your wish might indeed be attainable." The dragon hastily responded. Chapter 34. Sun Yu's Transformation. "Oh, is that truly the case?" Sun Yu realized that the dragon referred to his Sharingan, a powerful ocular technique within the Naruto universe endowed with myriad capabilities. Perhaps there was indeed a means to control the transformation. "Indeed, it is true." The dragon sighed in relief, a look of survival washing over its countenance. "Scions transform into great apes due to the moon reflecting sunlight, emitting a wavelength of 17 million Brutus waves. As long as your eyes can receive this wavelength, transformation is possible. I believe your eyes have the ability to extract Brutus wave from sunlight, thus allowing you to control the transformation." Listening to the words of the divine dragon, Sun Yu nodded in agreement, yet a lingering doubt crossed his mind. While the ability to control the transformation into a gorilla has been acquired, what about the restoration of rationality? If one cannot retain their wits after the transformation, what would be the point? The corners of the divine dragon's mouth twitched as it softly replied, "Sir, if my perception is not mistaken, your eyes can aid in restoring your sanity. This is something you should be more aware of than I." "Very well, then hasten to fulfill my wish," Sun Yu urged impatiently. "Understood," the divine dragon responded. Following this, a brilliant crimson light emanated from the dragon's immense eye, and Sun Yu's Sharingan suddenly activated. An ancient incantation reverberated in his mind, and the tomo of his eyes revolved around the crimson wheel before returning to normalcy. "Is that all?" Sun Yu inquired. "Indeed, sir, I have granted your wish. Farewell." Before Sun Yu could respond, the divine dragon soared into the sky, transforming into a sphere of golden light. It silently vowed never to behold such a fearsome creature again. As the golden radiance faded, 7 white, circular orbs materialized. Once wishes are fulfilled, the Dragon Balls petrify and will not regain their luster for a year. Just as the Dragon Balls were about to scatter in all directions, Sun Yu abruptly leaped into the air, extending his hands to seize the 7 orbs, which he then forcefully smashed into the ground, creating numerous small craters. "You think you can escape?" Not a chance. After collecting all 7 petrified Dragon Balls, Sun Yu triumphantly descended to the ground, briefly informing Mr. and Mrs. Briefs of the situation, urging them to safeguard the Dragon Balls and not misplace them, before flying towards the East Capital department store. On the way, Sun Yu activated his Sharingan and attempted to gaze at the full moon above. A sudden surge of restlessness coursed through him, but he utilized the unique power bestowed upon his Sharingan by the Divine Dragon to forcibly suppress this agitation. It appears that slippery creature did not deceive me. I truly seem capable of mastering the ability to transform into a giant gorilla at will. Elated, Sun Yu accelerated to his utmost speed, swiftly returning to the East Capital department store. At that moment, the department store lay in ruins, with the giant gorilla-like Lana and the giant wolf-like Ike still locked in combat. Despite Lana's overwhelming advantage, Ike's stubbornly persevered, bolstered by an indomitable will. The battlefield spanned dozens of miles, affecting the surrounding areas, and the residents had long since evacuated. It was rumored that military units were en route, likely to arrive shortly. Sun Yu spotted several police cars racing below and lowered his altitude to match their speed. Hey, you there! If you value your lives, do not proceed forward. That is not a situation you can handle, Sun Yu kindly reminded as the windows of several police cars rolled down. It was none other than the officers he had encountered at the entrance of the Dongdu Bank. What brings you here? The officers recognized Sun Yu, and upon stopping their vehicles, they exclaimed, "Ah, it's the hero. What are you doing here? Could it be? You guessed correctly. Leave the situation over there to me. Maintain a safe distance to avoid any collateral damage, and it would be prudent to establish a cordon." I see many journalists recklessly rushing in. Upon hearing Sun Yu's words, the Dongdu police officers stood at attention as if they had received a royal decree, saluting with fervor and vowing to fulfill their duty. Sun Yu chuckled helplessly, bidding farewell to the endearing Dongdu officers as he soared towards Lana. As he approached the heart of the battlefield, Sun Yu descended from the sky, activating his Sharingan. The moonlight's radiance converged into his eyes, and he bellowed, "Saruhenge." He felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body, as if he could obliterate the world with a mere gesture. His form expanded rapidly, tearing through his garments. And just before touching the ground, his transformation into a giant ape was complete. The colossal figure crushed an abandoned building beneath its weight, causing the earth to tremble. The giant ape form of Lana seized X and casually tossed him aside, then turned her gaze, filled with murderous intent, toward Sun Yu. The discarded wolf-like X seemed to sense the imminent threat from Sun Yu and, in a moment of clarity, decided to attack the transformed Sun Yu first. Thus, Lana and X flanked Sun Yu from either side. He slowly raised his massive ape head, his eyes still shimmering with the crimson Sharingan, the tomo spinning in his gaze. "Two of you together?" A smirk curled on Sun Yu's lips as he roared, "Flame Fist." Indeed, this was Sun Yu utilizing his Sharingan to replicate Lana's skill, Flame Fist. As his voice echoed, a scorching wave enveloped him, and crimson flames spiraled around his hands. "Let us engage in a proper fight." Sun Yu launched a punch towards Lana, but she leaped into the air. Just as he prepared to pursue, X lunged at him, his sharp claws aimed at Sun Yu's chest. "Seriously? You two were just battling fiercely, and now you're working together, so seamlessly?" Though he grumbled, Sun Yu ducked to evade X's attack, extending his ape-like arm to hoist X and execute a shoulder throw. Before he could toss X away, Lana's assault commenced. In a moment of desperation, Sun Yu twisted his body, using X as a living shield. "Oh, woo!" X howled in pain as he took a hit, allowing Sun Yu to leap behind him and swing X's tail, hurling it towards Lana. Confronted by the immense form of the wolf hurtling towards her, Lana summoned all her strength to unleash a powerful punch. The sound of cracking bones echoed through the air, likely indicating that several of Yak's bones had shattered. Poor Yaks. Sun Yu silently mourned for him for 3 seconds, but there was no time for lamentation as the battle demanded every second of their attention. Thus, Sun Yu once again swung Yak's tail towards Lana. The outcome was predictable. Yaks, now a mere weapon in Sun Yu's hands, found himself being mercilessly battered by Lana, with hardly any of his bones remaining intact. The scene presented itself as a clash between the giant ape forms of Sun Yu and Lana. It appeared more like a relentless bloodbath inflicted upon Yaks by both Sun Yu and Lana. Poor Yaks indeed. Chapter 35. The Resolution of Matters. Fortunately, Yak's suffering did not endure for long, as his wolf tail soon succumbed to Sun Yu's torment, ultimately snapping with a resounding crack. Just as Sun Yu had anticipated, Once Yak's tail was severed, his massive form rapidly shrank back to that of a wolf human, albeit in a pitiful state, likely devoid of any unbroken bones. Sun Yu glanced down at him, feeling a pang of compassion for such a fine creature reduced to a mere punching bag. He reached for a magical bean from his pocket. Oh wait, he was in his giant ape form, and there were no pockets. Never mind, strive to survive. Sun Yu silently prayed, choosing to ignore Yak's plight. As for Lana in her giant ape form, Sun Yu could not bring himself to engage in combat against her. His singular objective was to sever Lana's tail to regain control of the situation, which, for someone also transformed into a giant ape, was not an insurmountable task. With a fierce roar, he charged at Lana, attempting to grasp her and pull her tail free. However, the giant ape Lana was clearly aware of his intentions. She gripped his wrists tightly and leapt, using her weight to pin Sun Yu down. Rather than merely pressing him, it was more accurate to say she sat upon him. As the unique anatomy of giant apes features long arms and relatively short torsos and legs. Thus, as Lana settled upon Sun Yu's abdomen, certain unspeakable parts of their anatomy inevitably made contact. Sun Yu felt a warmth in his lower abdomen. Despite Lana's current giant ape form, she was still, after all, Lana. Moreover, he too was a formidable gorilla at that moment. Consequently, Sun Yu found himself in a state of internal conflict. However, considering that this narrative is a refined and wholesome tale, he resolved to maintain his composure, embodying the virtue of restraint. Sun Yu extended his ape-like arms to grasp Lana's thighs, attempting to reach behind her, yet Lana, seated atop him, remained unruly, continuously raining blows upon his chest with her raised fists. The colossal ape possessed remarkably developed pectoral muscles, rendering Lana's earlier actions relatively harmless to Sun Yu. He felt no pain whatsoever. However, the girl's incessant fidgeting was becoming unbearable, and as his agitation reached an apex, he seized Lana's tail. With a decisive tug, the tail snapped, prompting Lana to halt her strikes against his hands. A look of bewilderment crossed her face, and soon her form began to shrink, her fur receding to reveal alabaster skin and a delicate physique. With the threat dissipated, Sun Yu closed his eyes momentarily. When he reopened them, his vision had returned to that of a human, and his simian body had likewise transformed back. Cradling the bare Lana in his arms, his heart raced, almost leaping into his throat. Fortunately, she remained unconscious, sparing him from an exceedingly awkward situation. Seizing the moment, Sun Yu boldly gazed at Lana's form. Her skin was exquisite, taut yet supple, devoid of any superfluous fat. At that moment, Lana lay in his arms, her head resting against his chest. Her exquisitely refined cheeks flushed as if they might bleed. Wait a moment, hadn't she lost consciousness? How could she still be blushing? A sudden realization struck Sun Yu. Lana's fainting spell might have been feigned. Feeling a pang of guilt for his previous actions, he cleared his throat and stammered. There should be a clothing store nearby. We could find some clothes there. After casting a furtive glance at Lana, who appeared to still be feigning sleep, he grew bolder, his grip on her becoming increasingly audacious. During their flight, he deliberately jostled her up and down, relishing the astonishing sensations coursing through his hands, all the while humming a carefree tune. After circling the chaotic East Capitol department store several times, Sun Yu finally decided to enter a casual clothing shop. He gently placed Lana on the ground, maintaining the pretense of her slumber. "Sister Lana, I'll go find you a few outfits. You just rest here," he said, knowing that as long as he remained, she would be too embarrassed to awaken. He feigned departure, granting her a moment of solitude, convinced she would continue to act as if asleep otherwise. True to his expectations, the moment he stepped away, Lana sprang to her feet. Glaring at the door through which he had exited, her teeth clenched in frustration. She stomped her foot and began searching for suitable garments to wear. When Sun Yu returned, Lana was already dressed. "Oh, Sister Lana, you're awake," he exclaimed, feigning surprise. Approaching him, she shot him a scathing glance and raised her foot to stomp down on him. The sudden pain made Sun Yu grimace. "Sister Lana, how could you repay kindness with malice? Are you committing fratricide? Speak another word, and I shall tear your mouth apart," she retorted fiercely. Lana, for reasons unknown, held a faint recollection of her transformation into a great ape. Being a Saiyan, a warrior race, she should have been indifferent to her appearance. Yet, inexplicably, she felt an overwhelming aversion to confronting Sun Yu in such a monstrous form. The thought of appearing before him as a grotesque creature was utterly repugnant to her. At that moment, her heart was a tempest of anxiety. She feared that Sun Yu might perceive her as a monster, despite their shared heritage as Saiyans. Every girl yearns to remain the epitome of beauty. The two soared through the skies, one trailing behind the other, with Sun Yu grasping the frail X's in his hand. While retaining the creature might lead to future trouble, he felt a sense of regret at the thought of eliminating it. So he resolved to take it back for the time being. Upon exiting the combat zone of the East Capital's Grand Marketplace, Sun Yu unexpectedly spotted Beerus and Bulma, who were being held back by a line of East Capital police, accompanied by a throng of reporters. Sun Yu beckoned Lana to descend to the ground, where the officers promptly recognized both him and Lana as the heroes who had vanquished the bank robbers. As they approached, the young officers hurried over, beaming with smiles, and inquired, "Have you two heroes dealt with the monsters inside?" Sun Yu merely nodded in acknowledgement, then disregarded the officers to approach Beerus and Bulma. "Brother Sun Yu," Bulma exclaimed as she leaped into his embrace. He lifted her and affectionately ruffled her hair, smiling as he reassured her, "Don't worry, Bulma. The situation inside has been resolved." Chapter 36, The Strongest in History. Beerus wore a calm and composed smile, his hands tucked inside his white coat. He shrugged and remarked, "It's a relief to hear that, Mr. Sunday. I suspect you and Miss Lana must be quite hungry. I have reserved a luxurious suite at the East Capital Grand Hotel." Upon hearing that a meal was provided, both Sun Yu and Lana's stomachs audibly grumbled in unison, eliciting laughter from the gathered crowd. Noticing the jovial atmosphere, the young East Capital officers timidly edged closer to Sun Yu, rubbing their hands together as they asked, "Sir, could you possibly share some information about what transpired? We've received reports of a colossal monster rampaging. Was it you who defeated it?" As soon as the question was posed, the surrounding reporters sprang into action, armed with cameras and microphones aimed squarely at Sun Yu, overwhelming him with the sudden attention. Sort of, Sun Yu chuckled lightly. After all, he too was a part of the monster saga. Thus, there was no need for concern. He had resolved the matter of the beast. "Mr. Sun, I'm a reporter from the East Capital Blue Sky newspaper. Could you enlighten us on how you managed to defeat that monster? Of course, I'm not questioning your strength, but it appeared to tower even above buildings." Suddenly, a reporter raised a question that resonated with many, prompting nods of agreement from those present, eager for answers. Before Sun Yu could respond, Bulma, nestled in his arms, proudly clung to his neck and sweetly declared, "Humph, what a monster! My brother Sun Yu is the strongest in history. The strongest in history." The journalists swiftly noted these words in their notebooks, then bombarded with their inquiries. "Mr. Sun, where did you learn your martial arts? Mr. Sun, may I ask how old you are now? Mr. Sun, is the person behind you your girlfriend?" Such fervent questions left Sun Yu feeling quite overwhelmed. Lana's cheeks, already flushed, turned even redder upon hearing inquiries about her relationship with Sun Yu, causing her heart to race as she occasionally stole glances at his reaction. However, Sun Yu seemed unfazed, which only intensified Lana's frustration. Dr. Beerus, recognizing Sun Yu's discomfort in handling such situations, stepped in front of him to shield him from the reporters, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sun Yu and Miss Lana have just had an exhausting battle with a monster and require some rest. Our Universal Capsule Company will hold a press conference regarding this matter. Additionally, I would like to announce on behalf of the company that we will be purchasing the East Capital Department Store and the surrounding area to construct a new technological park. This park will feature a landmark building, which we shall name the Lan Yu Building." Given the aftermath of the battle between Sun Yu, Lana, and the monster, the East Capital Department Store was nearly in ruins. Thus, when Sun Yu heard Dr. Beerus announce the acquisition of the land, he felt a warmth in his heart and softly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Doctor." Dr. Beerus turned slightly, replying quietly, "No need for thanks. I plan to expand the new company anyway, although I initially intended to pursue opportunities in the West Capital." Sun Yu chuckled awkwardly, having grown accustomed to the disruptions of the original storyline of the Dragon Ball world. After finally dispersing the reporters, Dr. Beerus led Sun Yu and his companions to the East Capital Grand Hotel. As for Yax, who was still alive, he likely wouldn't perish anytime soon. So Sun Yu decided to toss him into the airplane's trunk, planning to return to feed him a senza bean for healing after their meal. Looking at Yax lying in the trunk, Sun Yu reminded Lana, "Sister Lana, please remind me after we finish eating that there's a half-dead person in our airplane's trunk." Lana nodded in agreement, crouching down to earnestly address Bulma. "Bulma, dear, after we finish our meal, please remind me to remind Sun Yu that there is someone in the trunk of our airplane." Bulma pondered for a moment, then quickly lifted her head, her big, adorable eyes sparkling as she sweetly said to Sun Yu, "Brother Sun Yu, after we finish eating, please remind me to remind Sister Lana to remind you that there is a person in the trunk of our airplane." At that moment, Yak's body suddenly convulsed, his wolf-like eyes rolling back in exasperation, wearing an expression of utter despair. You must be doing this on purpose, he thought. Ah, may God bless you, Sun Yu remarked gravely as he forcefully shut the trunk. The subsequent hours would transform into a nightmare for the chefs at the Dongdu Grand Hotel. After indulging in a hearty meal, Sun Yu briefly explained to Lana his ability to transform at will, considering this skill to be second only to the transformation into a Super Saiyan. He hoped that Lana might share this ability, but was met with a resolute refusal. Lana expressed her desire to use the Dragon Balls to ensure her tail would never grow back. Although Sun Yu could not comprehend Lana's reasoning, he informed her that the Supreme Kai possessed a method to seal a Scion's tail. Immediately, Lana set off for the Korin Tower in search of the Supreme Kai, leaving behind a parting insult. You stubborn fool. Feeling perplexed by Lana's unexpected rebuke, Sun Yu returned home and released X from the trunk, reviving him with a Senzu bean. Perhaps due to the replication of Sun Yu's genetic material, X experienced a slight increase in power upon revival, and, upon seeing Sun Yu, sought vengeance. However, Sun Yu, in a foul mood, delivered a punishing blow, leaving X thoroughly defeated. After being revived once more with a Senzu bean, X expressed his dissatisfaction and challenged Sun Yu to a duel, which ended with him kneeling and pleading for mercy. Calling Sun Yu father 1,000 times before he ceased his assault. Content with X's admission of guilt, Sun Yu declared himself a master of discipline, leading to yet another round of punishment for X. Almost in tears, X lamented, I've already submitted. Why do you continue to strike me? Sun Yu shrugged helplessly, replying, You call me father. Does a father need a reason to discipline his son? It seems you have yet to embrace your role as my child. And thus, the beatings continued. During a conversation with X, Sun Yu learned an amusing yet unfortunate piece of news. It seemed that Krillin might find himself single for the foreseeable future. Previously, X had mentioned that he had killed a man who insulted him, that man being Dr. Gero. The untimely demise of Dr. Gero directly resulted in the absence of Android 17 and Android 18, as well as Cell. Whether Krillin would still manage to find a partner without Android 18 remained uncertain. For an extended period thereafter, the lives of Sun Yu, Lana, and their companions returned to tranquility. Dr. Briefs developed a gravity training chamber with 300 times Earth's gravity, and Sun Yu and Lana immersed themselves in a new round of training. It wasn't until a year later that an unidentified spaceship descended upon Bowsy Mountain. Chapter 37. Who Comes? 1 year later, in the year 740 of the age of the universe, at the Briefs household, Mr. Sun, Dr. Briefs announced, We have just received imagery from our satellite. An unidentified spaceship is approaching Earth, expected to arrive in 2 hours. He handed Sun Yu a device resembling a tablet. Lana and Bulma leaned in to gaze at the screen of the tablet, while Yax, who had already become Briefs as bodyguard, stealthily approached, intrigued. The screen displayed a single-pod spaceship traversing the cosmos, identical to the one Sun Yulan had used when she first arrived on Earth. Saiyan. Both Sun Yu and Lana exclaimed in unison. After exchanging a glance, they fell silent, attempting to gauge the visitor's combat prowess through their senses, yet despite their efforts, they could discern nothing. Noticing their silence, Bulma curiously inquired, Is this person a relative of Sun Yu and Sister Lana? Are they here to take you away? Sun Yu affectionately ruffled Bulma's hair and replied gently, They are likely one of our kin, but for now, we remain uncertain of their intentions. Who could this visitor be? Sun Yu pondered deeply, recalling that in the original tale, Sun Wukong arrived on Earth in the year 743 of the age of the universe, leading Sun Yu to conclude that it was unlikely this individual was Sun Wukong. Could it be Vegeta? However, if it were Vegeta, the 2-year-old prince would undoubtedly possess a combat power of around 2,000, making it improbable for Sun Yu and Lana to be oblivious to his energy. After much contemplation, Sun Yu decided to venture out, saying, Sister Lana, let us go and see. At that moment, he felt a surge of confidence with their current combat strength. Aside from Frisia, few in the universe could pose a threat to them. Indeed, over the past year, Sun Yu's combat power had matched Lana's, as they both reached a formidable 300,000. Despite Lana's frantic training to regain her edge after Sun Yu caught up, the solid foundation Sun Yu had established in martial arts began to bear fruit. This past year, Sun Yu had achieved mastery in martial arts, experiencing a remarkable leap in his combat capabilities. Although he had dedicated only half the time to training compared to Lana, he was on the verge of surpassing her, prompting her to nearly rush back into the hyperbolic time chamber. With a combat power of 300,000, which transformed to 3,000,000 in Great Ape form, Sun Yu felt assured that unless Frieza transformed into his ultimate form, he might not be able to match Sun Yu. You go if you wish. I still have training to attend to this afternoon. Lana firmly declined, struggling to accept the reality of Sun Yu's newfound strength. Come on, Sister Lana. Training should balance exertion with rest. If you force yourself too much, your body won't hold up, Sun Yu said with a gentle smile. Mind your own business. Lana's cheeks flushed as she turned and dashed toward the gravity training room. Watching her retreating figure, Sun Yu shook his head lightly before turning to Bulma, who was leaning beside him. Bulma, would you like to join me? Upon hearing that Sun Yu intended to take her out, Bulma joyfully pecked him on the cheek and exclaimed, yes, yes. Bulma want to go play. Sun Yu smiled, while Bryphus shot Bulma an exasperated glance. All you think about is playing, Mr. Sun. I'll leave Bulma in your care. Rest assured, with me around, you can be completely at ease, Sun Wukong reassured Dr. Briefs with a wave of his hand. Honestly, Dad, you can be quite tedious, Bulma remarked, sticking her tongue out at Dr. Briefs. After deciding to venture outside, Sun Wukong scooped up Bulma and soared into the sky, patiently awaiting the arrival of the spacecraft. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye as they gazed at the heavens, a fiery orb suddenly appearing in their line of sight. Look over there, a spaceship, Bulma exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the fiery mass. Let's go check it out. Sun Wukong secured Bulma in his arms and followed the trajectory of the blazing object through the sky. The spacecraft streaked across the firmament like a meteor, ultimately descending toward a familiar mountain range known as Baozi Mountain. Could it truly be Sun Wukong? Sun Wukong's mind raced. If it was indeed him, it would explain the absence of his fighting power. As a baby, Sun Wukong's combat ability was merely a 2, making it quite challenging to perceive from such a distance. The spacecraft landed in a valley of Baozi Mountain, and Sun Wukong gently set Bulma on the ground. Bulma, stay here and don't wander off. I'll go retrieve the spaceship. Given the massive crater left by the ship's landing, Sun Wukong intended to relocate it to level ground first. Upon descending, he peered through the transparent window and beheld a uniquely coiffed infant inside, crying. This particular hairstyle was found on only one individual worldwide, Kakarot, a low-ranking warrior of the Saiyan race, also known as Sun Wukong. It's really you. Oh dear, the entire Dragon Clan storyline is in disarray. Why'd you arrived on Earth so early? Sun Wukong sighed, realizing that the butterfly effect he had inadvertently triggered had begun, leaving him uncertain of what future upheavals might arise. Sun Wukong extracted the spacecraft from the pit and placed it on the ground beside Bulma. As the hatch opened, Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the infant, exclaiming, "Wow, what an adorable baby!" This marked the first encounter between Bulma and Sun Wukong in this world. He is not nearly as cute as you, Sun Wukong mused silently. Suddenly, the spacecraft emitted a peculiar buzzing sound, projecting a hologram of a middle-aged man in a red, spiky hairstyle clad in a cloak. This was King Vegeta. Sun Wukong gazed at the holographic figure of King Vegeta, filled with confusion, while Bulma, seemingly frightened by the king's gaze, hid behind Sun Wukong. Soon, the hologram of King Vegeta spoke in Saiyan. To my scattered kin at the edge of the galaxy, I now require your strength. Immediately cease your invasion of Earth and report to planet Vegeta, where you shall face my wrath. Brother Sun Wukong, what is this man blabbering about? Bulma inquired. Bulma, unable to comprehend the language of the Saiyans, curiously inquired of Sun Wukong. With a resigned smile, Sun Wukong replied, "Pay him no mind. He is merely a fool talking to himself." From a few words uttered by King Vegeta, Sun Wukong gleaned several crucial pieces of information. Firstly, he realized that King Vegeta had long been aware of his and Lana's arrival on Earth, albeit under the mistaken impression that they had come to conquer it. Secondly, it became evident that King Vegeta was in dire need of manpower, suggesting he had begun to devise a rebellion against Frieza. Lastly, sending Sun Wukong ahead was likely an attempt to convey a message, casually assigning him the task of invading Earth. As Sun Wukong pondered how to handle the situation, a voice shouted from a distance, "Hey, is that Sun Wukong ahead?" Chapter 38, An Awkward Name. The speaker was an elderly man with a white beard, adorned in a vest decorated with yellow, circular patterns. It was none other than Son Gohan's grandfather. "Sun Wukong, I didn't expect to see you here. Where's Miss Lana?" Son Gohan's grandfather inquired, glancing around until his gaze fell upon the infant within the spaceship. Noticing the baby's long tail, he remarked, "Sun Wukong, could this little one be yours and Miss Lana's?" "Not all." Before Sun Wukong could explain, Bulma peeked out from behind him, puffing her cheeks in indignation as she glared at Son Gohan's grandfather. You silly old man. With a chuckle, Sun Wukong affectionately patted Bulma's head and provided a brief explanation about the infant's situation, though he refrained from disclosing its intention to destroy Earth. Ah, so this child is a member of your clan. Surely, his parents must have had compelling reasons to abandon him, Son Gohan's grandfather observed tenderly, reaching out to embrace the baby. However, the previously wailing Sun Wukong suddenly turned cold, launching himself at Son Gohan's grandfather with a fierce headbutt, catching him completely off guard and knocking him to the ground. Immediately afterward, Sun Wukong, now on all fours, charged towards Bulma, presenting a terrifying visage. Wow, brother Sun Wukong, that baby is frightening, Bulma exclaimed, darting into Sun Wukong's embrace. Sun Wukong shot an annoyed glance at the menacing infant and, in a fit of irritation, kicked him away, exclaiming, "You better behave." Yet, the force of his kick sent Sun Wukong tumbling down the hillside. Sun Wukong, why are you losing your temper with a child? Son Gohan's grandfather lamented, rushing down the slope. Moments later, he returned, cradling a bloodied and battered Sun Wukong in his arms. The injured Sun Wukong, seemingly transformed, lay quietly in Son Gohan's grandfather's embrace, tears welling in his eyes, evoking deep sympathy. Oh, I remember now. In the Dragon Ball anime, young Sun Wukong was quite the little bully, but after falling off a cliff and injuring his head, his personality changed entirely. How did it come to be that I was the one to send him tumbling down the slope? Sun Wukong mused internally, reasoning that it was inevitable he would fall someday, whether by his own accord or by another's, the outcome would be no different. Contemplating this, Sun Yu's sense of guilt diminished significantly. The poor child bore a grievous wound upon his head. What would happen if something were to go awry? Son Gohan, with a visage full of concern, pondered aloud. Rest assured, Elder Gohan, Saiyans are not so easily vanquished, Sun Yu replied, swiftly seizing Sun Wukong from Gohan's embrace. He produced a magical bean, crushed it, and placed it into Sun Wukong's mouth. There, consume it, and all shall be well. With a gulp, Sun Wukong obediently swallowed the bean, and his injury healed instantly, revitalizing him as he blinked wide-eyed at Sun Yu and Gohan. Sun Xiaoyu, could this possibly be the legendary bean my master spoke of? Sun Gohan exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, would you like to partake as well? Sun Yu casually produced another bean, offering it to Elder Gohan. Oh no, Gohan declined. Such precious elixirs are far too rare. I wouldn't dare waste them. Worry not. I have a few left, perhaps around tens of thousands, Sun Yu remarked nonchalantly. Tens of thousands? Son Gohan's eyes widened in disbelief. Subsequently, he invited Sun Yu and Bulma to his humble abode for a visit. Observing Elder Gohan bustling about to care for Sun Wukong, Sun Yu felt a twinge of melancholy. Gohan's solitary cultivation here was indeed lonely, and Sun Wukong's presence brought a touch of familial warmth. Elder Gohan conjured an improvised crib, diapers, and even a bottle with the finesse of a magician. My, how fond of children you seem to be. Your technique is remarkably practiced. I suspect you've engaged in such endeavors often, Sun Yu internally mused. May I inquire, does this child have a name? Elder Gohan asked, cradling Sun Wukong. Sun Yu gently shook his head, responding, not yet. Perhaps you could bestow a name upon him. If Gohan were to name him, it would undoubtedly be Sun Wukong. As the original narrative dictated, a notion Sun Yu had no doubt about. Very well. I sense a connection with this child. We share the surname Sun henceforth. Let us call him Sun Yu nodded, cradling Bulma as he awaited the revelation of the familiar name. Let us name him Sun Datu, Gohan declared. Quite splendid indeed. Sun Yu began, only to be abruptly struck by confusion. Wait, what did you say? Brother Sun Yu. Elder Gohan suggested we name this little one Sun Datu. Bulma chimed in with a bright voice. No, hold on, what was that? Sun Yu queried, staring bewilderedly at Elder Gohan, his expression suggesting disbelief. Sun Datu. Elder Gohan reiterated with utmost seriousness, lifting Sun Wukong and placing his head close to his own face for comparison. Just look at how large this little fellow's head is. He shall surely be clever in the future. Sun Yu slapped his face in disbelief, his sweat cascading down as he exclaimed, Are you jesting with me? This is utterly absurd. The original text is a deception. He turned to Grandpa Sun Wufan and implored, Perhaps you might consider bestowing a more dignified name upon him? Sun Datu seems rather rustic. In an effort to prevent Sun Wukong from flamboyantly adopting the title of Sun Datu, Sun Yu earnestly persuaded Grandpa Wufan. No. Grandpa Sun Wufan immediately waved his hand, stating with solemnity, It is better for a child to bear a humble name, as it ensures a good upbringing. Thus, It is settled. Yukong Kakarot, my brother, I have done my utmost. After all, you are stuck with such an unreliable grandfather, Sun Yu thought, envisioning the mortifying moment when Sun Wukong would introduce himself at formal gatherings, declaring, I am Sun Datu. The thought was too picturesque for him to bear. Ah, Dato. Come give Grandpa a kiss. Grandpa Sun Wufan joyfully lifted Sun Wukong. No, he should now be referred to as Sun Datu, and spun around the room in sheer delight. Grandpa Wufan, perhaps I should take Sun Wukong. Sun Datu. Home with me? Sister Na would surely be thrilled to welcome a new family member. Sun Yu harbored concerns that Sun Wukong might, during a full moon, transform into a colossal ape and inadvertently harm Grandpa Sun Wufan. Conversely, he wished to provide Sun Wukong with the finest environment for cultivation, for they were all Saiyans. Upon hearing Sun Yu's words, Grandpa Sun Wufan's expression dimmed slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he resolutely stated, Young son, although you are kin, I must bravely decline your request. After all, you and Miss Lana are still quite young and may not be able to care for a child. Brother Sun Yu, I do not wish for that fierce little baby to come to my home. I do not like him. Bulma unexpectedly opposed Sun Yu's opinion. Chapter 39, Planet Vegeta. Rest assured, young son, while my skills may not rival yours, I shall impart all I have learned to our little Datu. I have even devised a martial title for him. Let him inherit my legacy and be named Wukong, Grandpa Sun Wufan declared with fervor, appearing 100 years younger. As a side note, much like Master Roshi, Grandpa Sun Wufan is a venerable figure, boasting over 200 years of age. Sun Datu, with the given name Wukong. Very well, at least it somewhat aligns with the original narrative. Sun Yu smiled wryly, acquiescing to Sun Wufan's wishes. Although Sun Yu could easily convey a fraction of his own aura to demonstrate the disparity between them, he believed that for the sake of Sun Wukong's future, Grandpa Wufan would willingly part with him. However, many matters cannot be judged solely by combat prowess. Sun Yu held a deep respect for the martial artist before him. Moreover, the martial philosophy of their turtle school had laid a solid foundation for Sun Wukong's future ascendance, something Sun Yu felt he could not offer. Very well then, Grandpa Wufan. I entrust Data to your care. I shall frequently bring Sister Na to visit him. Sun Wukong squinted at Bulma, and just before departing, he suddenly recalled something and added, I must sever Goku's tail, for as Saiyans, we transform into ferocious apes upon witnessing a full moon. However, once the tail is removed, there is no cause for concern. With that, Sun Wukong promptly detached Goku's tail, knowing it would regrow swiftly. Bulma, please take care of yourself for your own safety. He felt compelled to remind her. It was indeed astonishing to learn of such a phenomenon, but Grandpa Gohan, though momentarily surprised, quickly accepted this revelation and did not allow it to alter his perception of the Saiyans, embodying the spirit of a true martial artist. After bidding farewell to Grandpa Gohan, Sun Wukong returned to the landing site of the spaceship with Bulma. He intended to bring the vessel back to the Brief's household, for the entire Saiyan race faced a grave crisis, and he felt a pressing need to take action. He then journeyed to the uninhabited outskirts of East City, where he located the spacecraft he and Lana had traveled in 2 years prior. Thus, Sun Wukong returned to the Brief's residence, carrying a single-pod spaceship in hand. Lana was still in the gravity training room, and upon explaining the situation to her, Sun Wukong noticed a rare look of concern on her face after learning of King Vegeta's sinister plot. Her worries were not unfounded. She was deeply anxious about her parents back on planet Vegeta. Kale, I wish to return and see how my mom and dad are faring. Lana expressed her heavy heart, hesitating to voice her fears. I share your sentiments, Sun Wukong replied with a smile. The two informed Mr. and Mrs. Briefs of their impending interstellar journey. Upon hearing of their long voyage, the Briefs eagerly prepared an abundance of earthly delicacies, packing them in a universal capsule for the duo to take along. As for X, who had taken to lounging at the Briefs' home, Sun Wukong had initially been uneasy about leaving him on Earth. However, he gradually realized that X meant no harm and lacked ambition, especially after Mr. Briefs purchased a steakhouse for him to enjoy freely. X quickly came to regard the Briefs as his benefactors, almost wagging his tail in gratitude, which eased Sun Wukong's worries considerably. As the departure date approached, the melancholy of farewell lingered. Little Bulma wept inconsolably, compelling Sun Wukong to vow repeatedly that he would return. She insisted that she would even construct her own spaceship to venture into space if need be to find him, a notion Sun Wukong found entirely credible. Given her prowess as a technological queen capable of creating time machines in the future, Thus, Sun Wukong and Lana reclined in the spacecraft. And as they ascended slowly under the watchful gaze of the Brief's family, they pressed the flight button, locking in their trajectory toward planet Vegeta. As the Earth beneath them shrank into a vibrant blue orb, Sun Wukong found himself reminiscing about their arrival on Earth. Recalling the time spent in the same spaceship with Lana, a memory that brought him immense joy. At that time, I was still quite feeble, possessing little ability for self-preservation. However, the present circumstances are markedly different. Sun Yu and Lana's combat prowess now resides at the upper echelons of the cosmic hierarchy, while formidable beings like Frieza abound. When considering the overall level of the universe, Sun Yu's current strength has indeed garnered him worthy opponents. Moreover, with the advantages of the Sharingan and the great ape transformation at his disposal, he can certainly hold his own even against the most formidable adversaries. After a year of traversing the cosmos, we finally beheld the dark red planet of Vegeta, originally known as Planet Plant, which was once home to a diminutive yet highly intelligent race known as the Plantians. However, as history progressed, the Plantians were exterminated by the Saiyans, who subsequently appropriated their advanced technology. The Saiyan ruler, King Vegeta, later named this planet after himself, establishing it as the stronghold of the Saiyan race. As Sun Yu and Lana descended, they occasionally glimpsed other spacecraft returning to Vegeta, suggesting that many were coming back, while few were departing. It seemed that King Vegeta had indeed implemented a stringent policy, secretly rallying forces in a bid to resist Frieza's dominion. To this, Sun Yu could only mutter, "If you seek your own demise, do not drag all Saiyans into your folly." Upon landing at the spaceport, Lana hurriedly emerged. Inhaling the air of her homeworld, her internal energy momentarily surging. "Hey Lana, do rein your combat power," Sun Yu urged, aware that both of them possessed a power level of 300,000. To appear so conspicuously on Vegeta would be akin to directly confronting Frieza and declaring, "Hey, let's engage in mutual destruction." Given that the entirety of Vegeta is under Frieza's surveillance, it is prudent for Sun Yu and Lana to exercise caution until they can directly confront him with greater strength. "All right, I hear you. I've suppressed my power level to 2,000, Lana replied, sticking out her tongue at Sun Yu. Since Sun Yu was younger and a lower-tier warrior, he needed to suppress his energy even further, limiting it to 1,200. As the two walked out of the spaceport, they found themselves amidst a bustling crowd on Vegeta. In addition to the Saiyans, numerous extraterrestrial beings were present, some sent by Frieza's forces, most of whom serve as his eyes and ears on Vegeta, while others were individuals from different star systems engaged in business with the planet. Sun Yu followed Lana through the familiar yet foreign streets. Familiar, for these places lingered in his memories as his birthplace. Foreign, because he was indeed a traveler from another world, experiencing Vegeta as if it were the first time. The vast cosmos awaited them. Chapter 40, Causing Trouble. In Sun Yu's recollections, he has been residing with the Lana family since childhood. His aunt and uncle, Lana's parents, are seasoned mid-level warriors, well regarded within the lower echelons of Planet Vegeta. Lana's father, named Ollie, holds the position of captain within a mid-tier battle squad, while her mother, known as Hill, is a striking Saiyan woman who is also part of Uncle Ollie's team. With a fiery temperament, her combat prowess rivals that of her male counterparts. Once a delicate blood rose upon the battlefield, she remains formidable, thanks to the unique genetics of the Saiyan warrior race, which ensures that their appearances do not alter with the passage of time. Thus, even as she approaches her 40s, Aunt Hill remains extraordinarily captivating. Walking alongside Lana, strangers often mistake them for sisters. As they navigate the residential area of mid-tier buildings, Lana exudes an unusual exuberance. The district boasts a broad thoroughfare lined with an array of food stalls and small shops. Despite the science of Planet Vegeta utilizing advanced technological devices from the cosmos, their limited intellectual capacity prevents many proprietors from fully mastering these high-tech products. This peculiar juxtaposition results in a delightful blend of advanced technology and a pronounced postmodern aesthetic, devoid of any sense of incongruity. To illustrate, it is akin to a Ferrari owner casually selling sweet potatoes from a mobile oil barrel by the roadside, an endearing contrast that Sun Yu finds irresistible. Upon finally reaching Lana's home, Sun Yu feels a wave of anxiety wash over him, uncertain of how to confront the two adults who raised him, though they appear to be of similar age. Given the social standing of Lana's parents, their residence is far more opulent than the surrounding neighborhood, a standalone, small villa. However, at that moment, the villa's door stands wide open. with a throng of onlookers gathered outside. What's going on, Kyle? Let us hurry and see why there are so many people at our doorstep. Lana senses something amiss and urges Sun Yu to quicken his pace toward her home. Sun Yu silently follows, and upon reaching the crowd, Lana inquires Uncle Risen. Why are you all standing at my doorstep? Is something wrong? She pushes past a burly man blocking her path, only to find that he is her neighbor, prompting her to question him with curiosity. Uncle Risen, upon seeing Lana, is momentarily taken aback, but quickly regains his composure, his tone tinged with sympathy as he responds. Ah, Miss Lana, it has been a few years since we last met. You are unaware of the situation? A sudden dread grips Lana's heart at his words, prompting her to ask, what do you mean? Please clarify. Do not fret, Miss Lana. During your absence, there has been an unfortunate incident at your home. Not long ago, your father's battle squad suffered a catastrophic defeat during a mission, with only a few severely injured members managing to return. Lana's eyes widened in disbelief. Although it was not uncommon for Saiyans to be injured or perish during missions, the news struck her particularly hard as it concerned her own father. How could she remain composed upon hearing such tidings? I must go and step aside, she demanded, her heart in turmoil as she attempted to push through the crowd, only to be halted by Uncle Risen. Miss Lana, it would be best if you refrained from returning. You should leave, Uncle Risen urged, placing himself firmly in her path. Get out of my way. Lana's gaze turned icy. Had it not been for their long-standing neighborly ties, she would have relished the opportunity to send him flying with a single punch. At that moment, Sun Yu, who had remained silent, gently placed his hand on Lana's shoulder. Speaking softly, Sister Lana, do not let your anger consume you. Perhaps we should heed Uncle Risen's reasoning. I am certain he does not impede you without cause. Ah, well said. You must be Kyle, right? It's been years. You've certainly grown, Uncle Risen chuckled, but his mirth quickly faded as he met Lana's fierce glare. He resumed a serious demeanor, saying, Miss Lana, you need not worry about your parents' safety. Your mother did not partake in that mission and is therefore unharmed. While your father did sustain severe injuries, our advanced medical technology has facilitated his recovery to a significant extent. Then, what is the situation? Lana inquired, finally exhaling with relief upon learning her parents were safe, glancing around anxiously. Uncle Risen sighed heavily, a hint of sorrow in his voice as he explained. Your father's squad has been rendered nearly defunct, and as a result, the Frisia force has redistributed the remaining fighters to different teams. Your father is now affiliated with a team called the Rep Squad. Leaning closer, Uncle Risen lowered his voice, confiding in Lana and Sun Yu. I have heard that this squad is fiercely loyal to Frisia. They are about to undertake a perilous mission, and your parents are being summoned to serve as frontline fodder. You must leave quickly. If they spot you too, they will undoubtedly conscript you under the guise of family, sending you off to the front lines as well. Upon hearing Uncle Risen's explanation, a cold smile crept across Lana's lips, causing the robust man before her to shudder involuntarily. Sun Yu recognized that Lana was genuinely enraged. Someone was bound to face dire consequences. Lana waved her hand dismissively, pushing Uncle Risen aside as she strode purposefully toward her courtyard. Miss Lana, you truly cannot go in there. Uncle Risen called out in protest. Sun Yu followed closely behind Lana, pausing to pat Uncle Risen on the shoulder as he reassured him. Do not worry, Uncle Risen. The real concern should be that Rep Squad. Without waiting for Risen to utter another word, Lana stepped into her family's courtyard, where two individuals suddenly appeared, seemingly members of the Reap team. Their intent was to obstruct her entrance, but before they could engage, Lana swiftly struck one of them, sending him flying and rendering him unconscious. Upon reappearing at her familiar doorstep, Lana was met with a scene of utter chaos within her home. The spacious living room was in disarray, with shattered furniture strewn across the floor. With a grim expression, Lana entered, closely followed by Sun Yu. As they crossed the threshold, they spotted a muscular man clad in a cloak and soft armor, gripping an injured man with one hand. Sun Yu recognized him as his uncle, Ali. Meanwhile, his aunt, Hill, was being threatened at gunpoint, her life hanging by a thread, as any movement could provoke a fatal response. Chapter 41. The Ignorant Youth. Father, Mother. Upon witnessing her parents in distress, Lana was consumed by fury, her emotions teetering on the brink of eruption. Lon, Uncle Ali, held aloft by the muscular man, felt a mix of joy and concern upon seeing his daughter return safely. His heart swelled with relief at her presence. Yet he was acutely aware that this was not a moment for family reunions. While he could endure captivity, he fervently wished to shield his wife and child from becoming collateral damage. Struggling, he urged Lana, listen to me, hurry and leave. Don't worry about us. Well, who asked this little girl? The muscular man turned his attention to Lana, sizing her up before glancing back at Ollie and Hill. A sinister smile creeping across his face as he inquired, "Is she your daughter?" "Quite innocent. ISNT she. Touch my daughter and see what happens." Aunt Hill, alarmed by the man's demeanor, stepped forward. However, the armed individual beside her raised his weapon, threatening, "Take another step and I swear I'll shoot." Fuming with indignation, Lana was poised to retaliate when Sun Yu entered the scene and interjected, "Sister Lana, restrain your power. Allow me to deal with these petty thugs. Exposing our true strength would be unwise." After all, these individuals were staunch loyalists of Frisia. Should Lana engage and reveal her formidable combat prowess, which soared to 300,000, Frisia would undoubtedly view her as a prime candidate for elimination. Though Lana was driven by emotion, she respected Sun Yu's counsel. Heeding his advice, she inhaled deeply to calm her emotions before pointing at the assailants and declaring, "I want them all dead." "Very well, I'll follow your lead." Sun Yu nodded, resolute in his intent to eliminate these foes regardless. To him, their allegiance to Frisia marked them as already condemned. "You are Kairu?" Ollie and Hill stared incredulously at Sun Yu, who approached with a confidence uncharacteristic of the timid child they once knew. "Greetings, Uncle Ollie and Aunt Hill." Sun Yu feigned familiarity as he greeted the elder couple, yet Uncle Ollie and Aunt Hill's expressions darkened. "Which of your eyes sees us as well? Does this situation appear favorable?" Uncle Ollie commanded, "Kyle, you and Lana should leave at once. They are not opponents you can handle." His gaze sharpened, prepared to confront the muscular men to create an opportunity for Sun Yu and Lana to escape. Unexpectedly, Sun Yu nonchalantly waved his hand. "No worries, Uncle Ollie, rest assured. I haven't even regarded these individuals as a threat." "Ha ha ha, little brat. Do you even comprehend what you're saying?" The others in the room stared at Sun Yu as if he were a fool. The leader of the muscular men poked at the combat power detector resting on his forehead. Soon, the device emitted a series of crisp beeps, revealing several numbers. Combat power 1200. "Huh, I expected more from him, but merely 1200 combat power? What a disappointment." The muscular man laughed loudly while pointing at Sun Yu. "However, to be fair, a little brat like him having 1200 combat power is commendable. Leader Relton, why not give this lad a chance to pledge loyalty to our rebattle team?" Someone else chimed in, their tone oddly exaggerated as they mentioned pledge loyalty, provoking a wave of laughter from the crowd. Upon hearing that Sun Yu possessed 1200 combat power, Uncle Ollie and Aunt Hill felt a flicker of joy. It seemed little Kyle had grown significantly in the years they had been apart. With a bit more time, perhaps he could even surpass them. Thus, they were even more resolute in their determination to protect Sun Yu and Lana at all costs. "Listen closely, kiddo. To be frank, I possess a combat power of 4,800. If you're wise, you'll join our rebattle team. And you, young lady over there, if you cooperate, you'll suffer less pain," the muscular man, Leader Relton, declared. Sun Yu shrugged with a smile. "Thank you, but I find your trash team utterly unappealing." "What did you say?" the young man responded, his voice dripping with menace. "Have the audacity to repeat that." Upon hearing Sun Yu label their team as trash, the crowd's demeanor shifted, and they glared, ready to confront him. Uncle Ollie's face darkened, silently chastising Sun Yu for his naivety. How could he provoke them in such a precarious situation? This would undoubtedly make him the target of their ire. He was injured, and even if he attempted to ambush Leader Relton, it wouldn't guarantee Sun Yu's escape, especially since he had already drawn their collective wrath. Relton sneered coldly, stepping closer to Sun Yu, saying ominously, "Kid, what did you just say? If you have the guts, repeat it. Are you deaf or something?" Sun Yu looked disdainfully at the muscular man, enunciating each word. "I'm not targeting anyone. I merely wish to declare that all present here are trash." Lana's expression darkened as she whispered, "Hey Kyle, you're mocking me while I'm still here." Uncle Ollie was utterly despondent. With those words, it was certain that these individuals would not spare Sun Yu, and they would seek to eliminate him swiftly. "Very well." Relton's muscles trembled with rage as he suddenly swung a fist toward Sun Yu, the air crackling with intensity, his aura overwhelming. The spectators were electrified, erupting in a chorus of cheers. Uncle Ollie felt his heart sink. It was too late for a sneak attack. At such a close distance, Relton's thunderous strike left Sun Yu with no hope of survival. Sun Yu regarded the muscular Relton's powerful punch with a bemused expression. Through his heightened senses, he had long since discerned that this man possessed a combat power of 4,800. But what of it? Even if it were 48,000, Sun Yu would not regard it with any concern. However, With the attack already initiated, he could not simply allow it to land. Gently raising his right hand, he extended a single finger to block the incoming fist. Sun Yu's stance remained as steadfast as a mountain, and the arena fell into an abrupt silence. What on earth is going on, you little brat? Realton felt as though he had struck not a finger, but an impenetrable wall. He staggered back, hastily activating his combat power detector once more. The reading remained at 1200. Damn it, is my detector malfunctioning? He exclaimed, turning to a diminutive man behind him. Why? Check your combat power detector and see what this brat's true combat power is. Chapter 42, Slaughtering Chickens and Dogs. Why? The vice-captain of the Reaper team, though seemingly small in stature, was shrewd and possessed commendable combat prowess. He was the brains of the team. Upon hearing Realton's request, he activated the combat power detector affixed to his ear, and unsurprisingly, it too registered a combat power of 1200. His combat power is indeed only 1200. Yet I sense something unusual about him. Realton, you should curb your arrogance. Be wary of underestimating him, Pwai cautioned, sensing Sun Yu's extraordinary nature. However, to him, a child was still merely a child, incapable of comparing to seasoned warriors like themselves. TCH, Realton scoffed, seemingly insulted by Pwai's words. He glared fiercely at Sun Yu, saying, Kid, I don't know what trick you just pulled. It's only because I didn't exert my full strength. This time, I will make you feel the torment of wishing for death. With that, Realton's aura erupted violently. In his furious state, Sun Yu sensed a slight increase in his combat power, 485-249-235-000. As Realton's combat power reached its zenith, he vanished from sight. The spectators struggled to track his speed, and when he reappeared before Sun Yu, the crowd erupted in cheers. Come on, crush his bones. Teach him a lesson for daring to look down on us. Realton, exuding the confidence of a victor, gazed disdainfully at Sun Yu. He was convinced that Sun Yu was rendered immobile by his sudden appearance, and, as he unleashed a punch, the air around him crackled with the sound of a piercing force. But experienced my strongest strike. In the face of Realton's punch, which boasted a combat power of 5,000, Sun Yu merely tilted his body slightly, as if he had been standing still for too long and needed a stretch. This minor adjustment miraculously allowed him to evade Realton's lethal blow. The onlookers were momentarily frozen, their eyes wide with disbelief. Was it mere coincidence? A deliberate maneuver by Captain Realton, or something else entirely? In that fleeting moment of collective astonishment, Sun Yu raised his right hand and delicately tapped Realton's chest, akin to a dragonfly skimming the surface of water. The motion appeared excruciatingly slow, yet everything transpired in the blink of an eye. This was the essence of speed and slowness that Sun Yu had comprehended. Before anyone could react, Realton's imposing muscular frame shuddered violently. Blood erupted from his mouth, and he fell backward, crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud that stirred up a cloud of dust. Captain? The spectators were engulfed in a surreal daze, unable to fathom the scene before them. A brawny man with a combat power of 5,000 had been effortlessly struck down by a slender child with a mere 1,200 combat power. Uncle Ollie, observing Sun Yu's seemingly harmless smile and glancing at Lana, who leaned casually against the doorframe, was suddenly struck by a wild and audacious thought. Could it be that Kyle had concealed his true strength? How is this possible? Uncle Ollie recognized that the vice-captain, Pwai, could also grasp this notion. His expression hardened as he averted his gaze from Realton's lifeless body and commanded the remaining team members, You two keep an eye on Ollie and Hill. The rest of you, advance together and capture this little brat. Understood. With Realton's demise, Pwai naturally assumed the highest authority within the squad. They felt no compassion for the deceased, treating him as if he were nothing more than a discarded piece of flesh, not even sparing a glance. Before long, the remaining members, obedient to Pwai's orders, encircled Sun Yu. Calm and composed, Sun Yu stood his ground, surveying the Saiyans closing in around him. With a flicker of thought, he discerned their energy signatures, combat powers of 3,700, 2670, 3021, and 3421. Such power would be deemed moderate on planet Vegeta, yet it proved utterly inconsequential. With a casual shake of his shoulders, Sun Yu adopted a stance of readiness for the impending clash. Suddenly, one of the team members lunged forward, a glint of cold determination in his eyes, while the others moved in synchrony, displaying remarkable teamwork. Sun Yu gently stepped back with his left foot, twisting his waist and raising his right elbow, as if merely engaging in a routine exercise, devoid of any discernible energy fluctuations. Suddenly, the first attacker behind him wore a frozen expression, What appeared to be a leisurely elbow strike from Sun Yu struck his abdomen with lightning speed. The attacker arched his back dramatically, his eyes nearly bulging out. Without a moment's pause, Sun Yu twisted his body and delivered a palm strike to another individual nearby, whose eyes were already clouded with dread. He attempted to retreat, but Sun Yu's palm had already landed on his chest. A spurt of blood erupted, leaving the attacker in a daze, devoid of any vitality. In the brief instant since the battle commenced, 2 members of the Reap team had already fallen, dispatched with the kind of ease one might use to slay a chicken or dog, amplifying the terror in the remaining 5 team members to an extreme degree. Run! Flee quickly! They urged. Nevertheless, Sun Yu had no intention of sparing the remaining 5. The nearest Reap member turned to escape, but Sun Yu swiftly closed the distance, delivering a palm strike to the man's back. A sharp crack echoed, and the man collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Sun Yu did not even glance at the fallen figure, continuing his advance towards the Reap team's vice-captain, Huai. Wait, hold on, I have something to say. Huai, witnessing the unfolding scene, could scarcely believe his eyes, yet his heart quaked with fear. He realized that if he did not stop Sun Yu's relentless assault, he would undoubtedly share the same fate as Captain Rilton. No sooner had he spoken than a fist, moving at an unimaginable speed, halted inches from his face. The wind from its passage tousling his hair and spreading an overwhelming sense of impending doom throughout his being. He understood that had he hesitated even a moment longer, he would be dead. Oh, what do you have to say? Speak quickly. Sun Yu turned his head to regard Puai, his demeanor suggesting impatience. Please, please, my lord, do not kill me. Puai's eyes were filled with terror as he shifted his address, striving to appear humble. As long as you spare my life, I am willing to offer you the Reap team. From now on, you shall be our captain. Upon hearing this, Sun Yu retracted his fist, regarding Puai with a cold gaze. First, tell me how many members your Reap team has. Are they loyal to Frisia, or to King B, or perhaps to the Strong? Be detailed. I might consider sparing you. After all, Sun Yu's purpose in coming to Vegeta was to save a portion of the Saiyans. If this so-called Reap team were indeed staunch loyalists to Frisia, then he would have to eliminate them all without exception. Conversely, if they were merely loyal to the Strong, Sun Yu had other plans in mind. Chapter 43, 300,000 Battle Power. Upon hearing Sun Yu inquire about the Reap squad, He felt as if a great burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He promptly began to elaborate on the Reap squad for Sun Yu. My lord, our squad consists of over 30 members, of which only a little over 10 are core members. Each of these core members possesses combat prowess exceeding 2,500. As for the non-core members, at the mention of the non-core members, He awkwardly smiled at Sun Yu, who, without needing further explanation, already understood the nature of these so-called non-core members. Just moments ago, while Rilton was still alive, he had attempted to recruit Sun Yu as one of them. With a wave of his hand, Sun Yu gestured for to continue. My lord, regarding loyalty, only Rilton advocated for allegiance to Frisia. You are aware that he was previously the captain, and we only obey the strong. Puyi's response was artfully crafted. He attributed the Reap squad's allegiance to Frisia solely to a deceased individual, while simultaneously asserting their obedience to the captain's commands. Their loyalty, after all, was directed towards the current stronghold, Sun Yu. Subsequently, Sun Yu inquired about the details of the squad members, and Puyi shared every piece of information without reservation. Kyle, are you truly considering accepting this Reap squad? Uncle Ollie interjected, visibly anxious as he observed the growing camaraderie between Sun Yu and Puyi. He feared that Sun Yu's inexperience might render him susceptible to the machinations of deceitful individuals. Why not accept them? Sun Yu replied to Uncle Ollie with a smile, noting that Puyi had already addressed him as my lord, which rendered the other present members of the Reap squad hesitant to act against Uncle Ollie and Hill. However, Uncle Ollie remained unconvinced and continued to urge Sun Yu to abandon this notion, clearly troubled by the prospect of Sun Yu associating with someone like Puyi. Puyi, unwilling to allow Uncle Ollie to continue dissuading Sun Yu, approached him with feigned camaraderie. Brother Ollie, I apologize for any offense earlier. We are all family now. Before Puyi could finish, Sun Yu placed a firm hand on his shoulder and spoke in a grave tone. While I may have agreed to accept the Reap squad, I do not recall ever promising to spare you. A sharp crack echoed as a bone snapped. Puyi, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, collapsed limply. The other squad members, who had just thought they had evaded disaster, now gazed at Sun Yu in sheer terror. It was not that they lacked the will to resist, but rather that Sun Yu's overwhelming strength had extinguished their fighting spirit. Uncle Ollie, witnessing the scene, broke out in a cold sweat. Sun Yu's sudden action had taken him completely by surprise. He realized he could no longer discern the true nature of Sun Yu. Despite his youth and seemingly benign demeanor, exhibited such ruthless decisiveness. Should we eliminate the remaining members, Uncle Ollie? Sun Yu asked, flashing what he believed to be a charming smile. Those Saiyans were naturally inclined towards bloodshed. This tendency typically manifested only in the heat of battle. Moreover, not all Saiyans were merciless. Uncle Ollie clearly belonged to the latter category. Let be, for judging from the intelligence recently shared by Pwai. The true culprit has already met their end. These individuals merely acted under the command of Lealton. Observing that Uncle Ollie showed no intent to pursue the matter further, Sun Yu nodded, suppressing his aura of menace, and addressed the group. Have you heard? For the time being, your lives are spared. From this moment forth, I accept you into the Reap team, though a name change is in order. Those matters can be dealt with later. Right now, I command you to restore Uncle Ollie's living room to its original state, or else. Sun Yu's gaze turned icy, prompting the group to kneel and profess their loyalty. What is your name? Sun Yu inquired, pointing at a relatively young member of the team, who, as per prior knowledge, was a non-core participant, merely here to assist today. Upon hearing his name was requested, the young man promptly responded with deference. My lord, I am called Awakens, a non-core member. Before Awakens could finish, Sun Yu interjected. So you are Awakens. I am not concerned with your current combat prowess or your designation as core or non-core. What I require is your loyalty to me. You will keep a watchful eye on these individuals and report any developments without delay. Once this area is tidied up, you are responsible for gathering all members of the Reap team here for a meeting. If anyone is unwilling to attend, do not force them. Simply remove them from the list. Is that understood? Yes, I understand, my lord. Awakens responded, a flicker of excitement igniting in his eyes. Having faced exclusion due to his lower combat abilities, he felt a sudden surge of purpose at being entrusted with such an important task. Uncle Ollie, Ontil. Let us ascend and converse upstairs, Sun Yu suggested after addressing matters concerning the Reap team, inviting Ollie and Hill to join him, with Lana trailing behind. The four ascended the broad staircase together, where Lana stealthily approached Sun Yu from behind and pinched him sharply, causing him to wince in pain. Sister Na, why did you pinch me? Sun Yu lamented, rubbing his sword back with a forlorn expression. My hand was itchy. Why shouldn't T.I.? Lana replied, her large, innocent eyes blinking at him. Uncle Ollie and Aunt Hill, still engrossed in the previous events, felt their spirits lift upon witnessing the playful banter between the two, exchanging smiles. Once inside the room of Uncle Ollie and Aunt Hill approached Sun Yu, scrutinizing him from head to toe, and inquired, Are you truly my son, Kyle? Without a doubt, Sun Yu affirmed, thumping his chest, assuring her of his sincerity. Kyle, Uncle Ollie hesitated momentarily before resolutely asking, if I am not mistaken, your current combat strength must exceed 1200, correct? Would you be so kind as to disclose your true combat capabilities, along with Lana's? Following the recent events, even a fool could discern that Sun Yu's combat prowess surpassed 1200. Nevertheless, Uncle Ollie did not hasten to produce the combat power detector, for Rearton and his companions had already attempted to do so without success. Thus, it was certain that his own device would yield similar results. Sun Yu exchanged a glance with Lana, and, feeling grateful to the two who had nurtured him, he decided to disclose their true combat power. Lana and I currently possess a combat power of 300,000, he stated. Yes, you heard correctly, 300,000. Upon hearing this staggering figure, Uncle Ollie and Aunt Hill widened their eyes in astonishment. If the previous revelations had been within the realm of acceptance, this news was akin to a bolt from the blue. Is this truly the power of Saiyan? Then why were you undetectable by the combat power detector? After a prolonged silence, Uncle Ollie and Aunt Hill finally recovered from their shock and voiced their queries. With a slight smile, Sun Yu explained, We have mastered a method of controlling our ki, rendering the combat power detector ineffective. Moreover, with diligent learning, you too can acquire this skill. Chapter 44. Establishing Independence. We can master it as well. Both Uncle Ollie and Aunt Hill expressed their astonishment at Sun Yu's words. He proceeded to elaborate on the utilization of ki, leaving them in utter amazement. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Yu shared numerous insights about Earth and various methods to enhance combat power. Amidst their conversation, he retrieved 2 sets of pre-prepared weighted training gear from his multifunctional capsule. Is this what you refer to as the multifunctional capsule and the weighted gear? Upon witnessing Sun Yu toss a small capsule that, with a resounding thud, materialized into a massive cabinet filled with an array of weighted gear. He presented 2 sets to Uncle Ollie and Aunt Hill. Uncle Ollie, Aunt Hill, this is the weighted vest, weighing 400 kilograms. And the shoes and wristbands together amount to 500 kilograms. Lana and I regularly wear these. They are immensely beneficial for training. Thank you, Kai. Uncle Ollie and Aunt Hill joyfully accepted the weighted gear, unable to part with it. As elders who had been surpassed by their younger kin, they felt a sense of embarrassment. They had long admired the weighted gear and gravity training rooms that Sun Yu and Lana utilized. Now, equipped with the weighted gear, they promptly donned it and moved about, feeling the strain. After all, the gravity of Vegeta was 10 times that of Earth, meaning the 900 kilograms of gear they wore effectively felt like 9,000 kilograms. It is truly unimaginable that you 2 little ones can wear this and remain unfazed. Oncle Ollie remarqued in Eve. Dear, we must double our efforts. We cannot allow young Kyle to underestimate us. Aunt Hill cast a gentle glance at her husband, her eyes brimming with determination. After a brief exchange, Sun Yu's expression grew serious as he inquired of Uncle Ollie, Uncle Ollie, what are your thoughts on the relationship between Frieza and King Vegeta? Upon hearing this question, Uncle Ollie's demeanor darkened. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed and replied, Frieza commands the most formidable army in the universe. Even the proud Saiyans, such as ourselves, must heed his orders. In recent years, King Vegeta has been increasingly active, believing himself to be discreet. However, his schemes are well known to all. Uncle Ollie had long been aware of Frieza's establishment of spies among the Saiyans. Initially, he had no desire to engage in the machinations of the elite, yet he understood that in a collapsing nest, there are no unscathed eggs. Indeed, Uncle is a wise man, Sun Yu remarked with a smile. Yet, even without King Vegeta's subtle maneuvers, Frieza has never been amicable towards us Saiyans. He has already installed listening devices in the power scouters assigned to us, monitoring our every move. What is his purpose? Does this imply that King Vegeta's conspiracy has been laid bare before Frieza? Why has he not taken action? Because it is unnecessary, Sun Yu stated calmly. No matter how many troops King Vegeta gathers, he cannot contend with Frieza's absolute might. Defeat is inevitable. Defeat? What if the 2 of you join forces? Uncle Ollie sprang to his feet, for in his mind, King Vegeta represented immense strength. Yet Sun Yu claimed he could not withstand Frieza, despite his reluctance to admit it. Sun Yu responded, at present, I am not his match. An air of heaviness enveloped the room. Noticing the somber mood, Aunt Hill attempted to lighten the atmosphere. Kyle, what are your thoughts? I believe you must have some ideas of your own. Sun Yu nodded, suggesting, let's take one step at a time. Seeking an opportunity to escape planet Vegeta, we shall hide and cultivate our strength, and when we surpass Frieza, we will teach that scoundrel a lesson. This notion amused Uncle Ollie, for while fleeing is a source of shame for the warrior race of Saiyans, he was not a narrow-minded man. He understood the wisdom in preserving oneself for future endeavors. Very well. Then we must strive diligently to surpass Frieza at the earliest opportunity, Uncle Ollie declared with confidence. Sun Yu's lips twitched as he found it difficult to inform Uncle Ollie of Frieza's true battle prowess. The ambition of someone with a power level just over 4,000 aiming to surpass a monstrous strength of 120 million was indeed a tale of inspiration. As Sun Yu was silently criticizing Uncle Ollie, a series of footsteps echoed from outside the door. The chatter between Lana and Hill abruptly ceased, and all 4 turned their gazes toward the entrance. Knock, knock, knock. Accompanied by 3 rhythmic knocks, a timid voice called from outside, sir. The living room downstairs has been tidied up. The broken furniture has been replaced with identical new pieces, and the members of the Reap Squad have also assembled and are awaiting you in the hall. Sun Yu opened the door to find a young Saiyan standing there. His eyes filled with awe and admiration as he looked at Sun Yu. Oh, you must be Alex, Sun Yu remarked. I'm Lord Awakens. Sun Yu's face flushed slightly, prompting him to clear his throat and say, let us go down and take a look. If Uncle Ollie had harbored any reservations about Sun Yu recruiting the Reap Squad prior to this, the revelation of the conflict between Frieza and King Vegeta quelled his dissent. After all, having more companions equated to enhanced self-preservation. Thus, Awakens led Sun Yu and Uncle Ollie downstairs, while Lana and Hill chose to remain behind, eager to catch up on their long-overdue conversation. In the living room below, over a dozen individuals stood in 4 neat rows. The foremost row consisted of the troublemakers from Ollie's residence, the strongest fighters among them, their eyes gleaming with unwarranted pride. The rows behind them exhibited weaker auras, some casting fearful glances at Sun Yu, as if he were a monstrous creature ready to devour them. Sun Yu, puzzled by their stares. Noticed a discrepancy in the numbers and inquired, weren't there supposed to be over 30? Why are there only these few? A bald man with a bushy mustache stepped forward, wearing an ingratiating expression as he addressed Sun Yu. In response to your inquiry, my lord, the remaining individuals were rather unruly. Upon hearing of Captain Railden's demise, they wished to depart and establish their own faction. They have since been eliminated as per your directive. What? Sun Yu exclaimed, bewildered. If they wanted to leave, why didn't he let them? When did I ever suggest they should be killed? No wonder the others regarded him with such trepidation. This fool had misrepresented his intentions. As Sun Yu prepared to express his anger, awakens timidly interjected, my lord, you did mention that those unwilling to come should be struck off the list, which they interpreted as a death sentence. Upon hearing this, Sun Yu slapped his forehead in exasperation. He felt a profound sense of despair regarding this group of Saiyans, whose minds were seemingly consumed only by thoughts of violence. What kind of comprehension was this? Chapter 45, The Establishment of the Urban Management Squad. Noticing Sun Yu's displeasure, awakens and the bald man shrank back, exchanging worried glances as they whispered, my lord, have we erred in some way? Sun Yu let out a deep sigh and said softly, when I mention striking names from the list, it means expelling them from our team. Why do you all continuously think of violence? We are all Saiyans, and we should cherish and care for one another. Do you understand? He directed his gaze at the man with a prominent mustache and a bald head, who, overwhelmed with fear, fell to his knees with a thud. The man was nearly in tears, utterly bewildered by the thoughts of this young boy before him. Although Sun Yu appeared cultured and harmless when it came to taking lives, he showed not the slightest flicker of emotion, as if he were devoid of feeling. Just when everyone assumed he was of a cruel disposition, he implored them to love one another. Such a display of conflicting personalities was perplexing. Yes, we understand, the man responded, sensing the gravity of the situation. It was Arlanx, ever perceptive, who recognized that regardless of Sun Yu's true intentions, it was wise to affirm comprehension at that moment. The mustachioed man hastily bowed his head in apology, vowing never to defy again. That is more like it. Sun Yu waved his hand, signaling the two to return to their positions. He paused, seemingly on the verge of making an important announcement. The more than 20 individuals present held their breath in anticipation, a hint of tension palpable in the air. The courtyard of Uncle Ali was also filled with neighbors drawn in by the unfolding drama, eager to witness the events. I, Kelses, have taken command of the remaining members of the former rep team. To be frank, I do not care about your current combat strength. Here, we shall not distinguish between core and non-core members. What I truly value is your loyalty. There may have been misunderstandings leading many of you here under duress, and for that, I extend my sincere apologies. If anyone is unwilling to join my team, you may leave now without fear of reprisal. I have made this clear, and the surrounding neighbors have heard it as well. Those who wish to depart may do so. I will not hinder you. Having resolved to establish his own faction, Sun Yu understood that he must ensure all were willing followers. Loyalty is something that takes time to cultivate, but at this moment, his priority was to dismiss those who were insincere. Upon hearing his words, the crowd erupted into fervent discussion. After a while, a young man in the back summoned his courage and raised his hand, signaling for attention. Lord Kelses, I have a question. Sun Yu, noticing the inquiry, turned with a slight smile and said, feel free to ask whatever you wish. Encouraged by Sun Yu's approachable demeanor, the young man straightened his posture and boldly stated, Lord Kelses, I wish to know what tasks you would assign us if we were to join your team. This question echoed the concerns of other less powerful members, who had often found themselves cast as mere cannon fodder in the rep team, frequently undertaking perilous missions. Even if they miraculously survived, they were seldom rewarded with valuable resources, hindering their growth in combat prowess. Sun Yu naturally understood their concerns. With a serious expression, he said, I comprehend your intentions. Do not worry. I shall not treat you as mere cannon fodder like Rearton did. I will provide you with abundant cultivation resources, and for those among you with exceptional talent, I can personally guide your training. I trust you're already aware of my capabilities. Upon hearing Sun Yu mention personal guidance, those who had witnessed his prowess firsthand, including Alanx, gazed at him with fervent admiration, as if he were an enchanting beauty. The others, who had not yet experienced Sun Yu's strength, remained indifferent. However, the prospect of not being cannon fodder while having access to plentiful cultivation resources made joining Sun Yu's team an appealing option. After a brief moment, Sun Yu casually tapped his ear and addressed the crowd. Is there no one wishing to withdraw? You must think carefully if you dare to betray me in the future. I will ensure your utter annihilation. The chilling phrase sent a shiver through the hearts of the listeners, yet none chose to withdraw. Very well, in that case, I hereby declare the formation of our team. As for the team name, Sun Yu furrowed his brow and said, let us call it the Urban Management Brigade. The Urban Management Brigade? The crowd was taken aback and inquired, Lord Kyle, may we ask what this urban management entails? It was no surprise that the Saiyans were unfamiliar with the term, as it originated from the culture of Huaxia. Sun Yu smirked devilishly and replied in a low voice. The Urban Management Brigade is no ordinary entity. It hails from an ancient realm and represents a super combat unit. They are the ultimate aspiration of all warriors. The elite among the elite, the strongest of the strong. They bear the heavy responsibility of revitalizing their nation. A wise man once proclaimed, give me 3,000 urban managers, and I shall restore my grand heavenly kingdom. As Sun Yu's voice grew increasingly impassioned, the echoes resonated throughout the hall, captivating everyone present. They began to draw parallels to the current plight of the Saiyans, a proud warrior race now subjugated by Frisia. Their yearning to overthrow Frisia's tyranny and reclaim their autonomy ignited a fervor within them, further fueled by Sun Yu's words. In the hearts of every Saiyan, there existed an admiration for strength. They aspired to be powerful, to become elites, and to reject subjugation. They longed to become the mightiest urban managers. Suddenly, one individual in the front snapped back to reality, fell to his knees, and fervently declared, we pledge to follow Lord Kyle unto death. This proclamation jolted the others from their stupor, and they too knelt in unison, chanting, we pledge to follow Lord Kyle unto death. We pledge to follow Lord Kyle unto death. Listening to the fervent cries, Sun Yu found himself momentarily taken aback, pondering whether these individuals were truly in their right minds. After all, he had merely recited a humorous quip about urban management from Earth, yet they reacted as if they had been invigorated by a powerful elixir. Thus, the urban management team was established on the planet Vegeta, with Sun Yu appointing Uncle Ali as the team leader to oversee operations, while Awakens took on the role of deputy leader, assisting Uncle Ali in administration. For the currently underperforming members, Sun Yu instructed Awakens to mobilize all resources from the former rep team for their training. This single act filled the lower-ranking members with immense gratitude, prompting them to wish to demonstrate their loyalty to Sun Yu with fervent dedication. Sun Yu merely smiled at this sentiment. He understood that the true loyalty of individuals would require further assessment, and only those genuinely devoted to his cause would be entrusted with the exceptional philosophies he learned on Earth. Chapter 46, Preparing for Expedition. Despite Uncle Ali's repeated refusals of the position of team leader, citing the current low combat capabilities as a hindrance, it was clear that Sun Yu preferred to delegate responsibilities. He excelled in conflict, but struggled with management. Ultimately, Uncle Ali had no choice but to accept the role. Over the course of the next fortnight, he distributed the heavy protective gear brought by Sun Yu to well-performing members and provided guidance in their training, resulting in a remarkable transformation in the combat prowess of many team members. However, such a phrase as remarkable transformation pertained solely to these individuals. Sun Yu did not find it particularly impressive that someone with a combat power of 2,500 could rise to 3,500 in a mere fortnight, as differing levels of experience foster distinct perspectives. While Sun Yu dismissed this modest increase in strength, the ordinary populace viewed it differently. Many local Saiyans, familiar with Uncle Ali's family, eagerly sought to join the urban management team upon witnessing the rapid growth in the team's strength. Sun Yu entrusted Uncle Ali with the recruitment process, specifying that candidates should not be judged solely by their current combat power, but rather by their clear lineage and promising potential to qualify as reserve members. One day, while Sun Yu was instructing Uncle Ali in the gravity training chamber he had brought from Earth, a message from Awakens suddenly arrived. Lord Kale, a mid-level commander from the Frisia force, requests an audience. Shall we grant it? Although Awakens and the others could sense Sun Yu's unfriendly demeanor towards Frisia, the visitor was nonetheless a mid-level commander of the Frisia force, and a hasty refusal could easily lead to complications. Thus, they sought Sun Yu's opinion. How vexing. I recognize this individual. He is the one who assigned tasks to Railton. Kale, we must drive him away. Uncle Oli exclaimed, observing the situation through the holographic screen in the gravity training chamber. There's no need for concern, Uncle Ali. Let us first ascertain the situation, Sun Yu replied, maintaining his usual calm demeanor. Uncle Ali, uncertain of Sun Yu's thoughts, followed him out of the gravity training chamber. Two individuals entered the living room, where they found Arlanx bustling about, serving tea, yet neither Lana nor Aunt Hill was in sight. It was evident that the mother and daughter had either gone shopping or were engaged in some leisurely outing. It is often said that shopping is an innate talent of the female species, particularly after mastering the art of negotiation under the tutelage of Mrs. Breves. Lana and her mother had become an unstoppable force in the commercial streets of Vegeta, instilling fear in countless small vendors. In the living room, a so-called mid-level commander of the Frisia army lounged on the expansive sofa, flanked by two burly aliens, casting a disdainful gaze at Sun Yu and Uncle Ollie as they approached. "You are the Saiyan who killed that worthless Relton? You hardly seem formidable," the commander sneered. Both Uncle Ollie and Arlank's expressions hardened at this remark, while Sun Yu merely offered a slight smile, refraining from retorting. Seeing Sun Yu's lack of anger, the commander assumed the Saiyan was intimidated, and his tone grew even more contemptuous. "Do not think that merely forming some ridiculous team grants you license to act recklessly. Understand your precarious situation. I am here to convey Lord Frisia's orders. If you are wise, you will know how to respond." With that, the commander tossed the document onto the table with an air of arrogance. Uncle Ollie and Arlanx struggled to contain their fury, veins throbbing at their temples. Wishing to strike the commander down, Sun Yu gently patted their shoulders and whispered, "Why stoop to the level of such a sycophant? It is beneath us." He then stepped forward and examined the document on the table closely. It was a conscription order. Frisia intended to amass a vast army to assault a super-technological planet at the edge of the northern universe, known as Veblen. This planet was at the forefront of technological advancement and had recently dedicated itself to developing large combat robots. "Isn't this just like Gundam?" Sun Yu mused, recalling that such a planet did not exist in the original Dragon Ball narrative. It appeared that Frisia had ordered the destruction of Veblen, which was understandable given his tendency to obliterate any civilization that posed a threat to his dominion, much like the annihilation of Vegeta, the potential birthplace of Super Saiyans. Furrowing his brow, Sun Yu conceived a plan. The adage, "the enemy of my enemy is my friend," resonated within him. Perhaps he could exploit the pretext of attacking Veblen to rescue a contingent of Saiyans. Since Frisia was wary of Veblen's technological prowess, he could attempt to reclaim the planet, or, at the very least, maintain a cooperative relationship. After all, there was little more than a year remaining before Vegeta's impending destruction, and the opportunity to act was fleeting. Moreover, Veblen was situated at the outskirts of the northern universe, many light years away from Frisia's stronghold. In this vast expanse, Sun Yu perceived a glimmer of hope for survival. "Understood. I shall promptly rally my subordinates, according to the timeline stated in the document. If there are no further matters to discuss, you may take your leave." Sun Yu cast a glance at the haughty commander, his demeanor neither servile nor arrogant, which irked the commander. However, despite his irritation, the commander found himself at a loss in dealing with Sun Yu. Should Sun Yu defy orders, the commander could easily seize his group and act unilaterally, confident that subduing them would pose no challenge. Yet, the reality was that Sun Yu's attitude was surprisingly accommodating, exuding a sense of timeliness, albeit with an air of disdain that left the commander grinding his teeth in frustration. "We shall see," he muttered, leaving behind a vague threat as he and his cohorts departed. "Gather all active members of the urban management team in the conference hall. I have significant matters to announce," Sun Yu declared. Upon hearing this, Ollie and Alankus exchanged incredulous glances. "Kyle, you can't possibly intend to become Frisia's pawn, can you? How could you doubt me so?" Sun Yu replied with a grin. "I have devised a bold plan. If successful, we may secure a formidable ally, assuming, of course, that this ally is indeed powerful." Ollie, seasoned and perceptive, brightened at this revelation. "Kyle, are you suggesting?" Alankus, summon everyone. "We shall discuss this in detail in the conference hall." "Yes, my Lord Kyle." Chapter 47, A Chance Encounter. Responding to Sun Yu's summons, all active members of the urban management team converged at Uncle Ollie's residence. However, the team tasked with locating Lana and her daughter, Hill, reported having searched high and low without sight of them. Sun Yu hoped fervently that they had not encountered any trouble, although he was aware that no entity on this planet posed a threat to Lana's safety. The concern of a brother for his sister was inescapable, turning his attention away from worries about Lana and Hill's safety. Sun Yu surveyed the living room filled with over 30 individuals, men and women alike, the majority being adults, with a few young people around his age. All present gazed at Sun Yu with unwavering admiration, akin to fervent fans beholding their idol, their eyes brimming with uncontainable enthusiasm. Sun Yu attributed this to his charismatic persona. Without further ado, Sun Yu proceeded to articulate the details of the plan. It is noteworthy that all members of the urban management team were already aware of Frisia's utilization of battle power detectors to monitor the Scion's every move. Thus, in situations involving internal confidentiality, they had collectively refrained from wielding the devices distributed by Frieza. Aware of the inevitable clash between Frieza and King Vegeta, and recognizing that the latter stood no chance of victory, the assembly unanimously supported Sun Yu's plan. However, each individual expressed a desire to bring along their families, a request to which Sun Yu readily acquiesced. Consequently, a collective discussion ensued, determining that a single exploratory-class strategic void ship would be deployed for this nominal expedition. This vessel, a common military spacecraft within Frieza's ranks, diverged from the predominantly saucer-shaped ships of the fleet. Its design featured an inverted conical shape, characterized by a long, pointed prow and a broad stern equipped with various propulsion engines. Such attributes significantly enhanced the ship's navigational speed, yet it was evident that the interior space was limited, accommodating fewer than 2,000 individuals. Excluding the essential medical bay, the majority of the vessel's interior consisted of cryogenic chambers, leaving scant room for free movement. In essence, the maximum number of individual Sun Yu could transport was capped at 2,000. Considering the 30-plus members of the city management team and their families, Sun Yu hoped that Ali could identify additional trustworthy candidates, as no one could predict whether a return opportunity would present itself in the future. Thus, in the ensuing days, the city management team openly commenced a covert selection process for reliable candidates under the guise of an expedition to the planet Vibran. Sun Yu and Ali awaited the return of Lana and Ant Hill until dusk, though it was not the first occasion the mother and daughter had indulged in such revelry. Nonetheless, today bore significant news that needed to be conveyed to them, prompting Sun Yu to embark on a search. Although Lana's aura was relatively easy to discern, the bustling streets made it challenging for Sun Yu to pinpoint her exact location. As he traversed the lively commercial district, perhaps lured by a fragrance reminiscent of melodious song, he inadvertently wandered into a street lined with gastronomic delights. Renowned throughout the cosmos for their hearty appetites, Saiyan attracted numerous vendors offering local specialties from various planets. Strolling along this culinary avenue, which spanned less than a kilometer, Sun Yu encountered an array of gastronomic offerings from the northern universe, including the scorpion-tailed dragons of Planet Pendle and the gargantuan crocodiles from Giant Planet, alongside humanoid exoskeletal insects from Planet Jita. The sight of those repulsive, eight-faced exoskeletal beings elicited a visceral aversion within him. While he was indeed a glutton, he harbored no appetite for humanoid creatures and felt a tinge of disgust. Observing the Saiyans ahead, ravenously devouring their meals with grease dripping from their mouths, Sun Yu's appetite waned, and he contemplated departing. Suddenly, he was jolted by the sound of a quarrel ahead. The law enforcement in Vegeta was notoriously lax, adhering to a principle that allowed matters to be resolved by brute force, making brawls a commonplace occurrence. Sun Yu had no desire to engage in such chaos, so he turned to leave. "Cal, don't go. I've been bullied." A familiar voice echoed from a distance, causing Sun Yu to halt abruptly mid-step, nearly convinced he was hallucinating. However, a moment later, clarity returned, and he surmised that the raucous individuals causing the commotion were none other than the mother-daughter duo he sought, Lana and Hill. Sun Yu harbored no concerns for Lana's safety. Her combat prowess was formidable, and on this planet, there was no being capable of posing a threat to her. What troubled him was the possibility of Lana losing control of her strength in an unforeseen circumstance, which would undoubtedly disrupt the carefully laid plans he intended to execute. Lana was ill-suited for action in such a scenario. Thus, the mantle of heroism naturally fell upon Sun Yu. He felt an immense sense of relief at encountering Lana. Had he not, the repercussions would have been dire. "How dare you bully my sister Lana? Just wait until I deal with you." With a commanding stride, Sun Yu entered the throng, immediately spotting the displeased expression on Lana's face, accompanied by the elegantly poised Ant Hill, who had her arm linked with Lana's. Following Lana's gaze, Sun Yu's heart skipped a beat as he turned his attention to the two individuals in conflict with her. One was seated nonchalantly on a bench, casually picking at his ear with a leg crossed over the other. Adorned in purple skin and possessing a face reminiscent of a raccoon, he appeared frail, draped in eccentric attire akin to that of a theatrical performer. Behind him stood another figure, tall and slender, leaning on a slender cane. With a shock of white hair styled in a whimsical manner, his exquisite features and flawless complexion evoked envy among many women. It was none other than the God of Destruction, Beerus, accompanied by his master and attendant, Whis. Sun Yu felt a surge of panic, internally lamenting, "Lana, you have truly put me in a predicament." He involuntarily swallowed hard, silently praying, "He did not hear what I just said. He did not see me. He has not discovered my presence." "Kid, What were you saying about wanting to hit my mother? Beerus nonchalantly inquired, inspecting a lump of earwax on his finger. In that moment, Sun Yu's soul was gripped by a bone-chilling fear, an icy sensation that transcended mere temperature, tapping into the deepest recesses of human dread. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent, with onlookers curiously observing the initially bold Sun Yu, who now stood mute in the presence of those seated. Lana, bewildered by Sun Yu's sudden paralysis, had sensed his aura nearby and had summoned him to vent her frustration. Yet, Sun Yu remained frozen, prompting Lana to pinch him sharply at the waist, declaring, "You will help me teach this person a lesson, or else you shall face my wrath." Chapter 48, Confronting Beerus. "Oh my goodness, please, spare me." Sun Yu nearly wept, realizing the absurdity of confronting Beerus. It was one thing to have a combat power of 300,000. Even in his Super Saiyan 3 form, Goku would be toyed with by Beerus, who could easily dispatch him with a mere finger. As the strongest deity of the 7th universe, Beerus was the embodiment of destruction, a counterbalance to the creation governed by the Kaioshin. As the God of Destruction of the 7th universe, Lord Beerus possesses the capacity to obliterate countless galaxies with but a mere thought. Pure simplicity embodies evil. An eternal annihilation can also be seen as compassion. At the divine level, one cannot measure them by earthly moral standards, and this unmeasurable nature instills fear. "It seems I have mistaken the person. Why don't you two converse for a moment? I have matters to attend to," Sun Yu chuckled, attempting to mask his earlier actions. "Hey Kyle, what is your situation? You're not afraid of this foolish cat, are you?" Lana whispered to Sun Yu, who promptly covered her mouth with his hand. "Dear lady, let us not create a scene. I will explain everything when we return. You should quickly apologize to Lord Beerus." Upon hearing Sun Yu suggest she apologize, Lana's anger flared. "You dare suggest I apologize to this foolish cat? Very well, Kyle. Have your wings grown strong or what? Do you realize how outrageous this foolish cat is? This stall only sells 100 special desserts a day. My mother and I have stood in line for the entire day, and the last portion was meant for us. Yet this shameless foolish cat snatched it away. Is he not despicable?" Lana glared at Sun Yu, her expression conveying that if he dared to defend the foolish cat, he would face dire consequences. Sun Yu remained composed, observing the mounting tension in Beerus' eyes as Lana's verbal onslaught intensified. The atmosphere thickened, as if the very fabric of reality were on the brink of collapse. "Very well," Beerus declared. "I am inherently a benevolent deity, yet you persistently challenge my limits, leaving me no choice but to bring about your destruction. If you intend to strike, do so swiftly. Otherwise, when I act, you shall find no opportunity." Beerus rose slowly, raising his left hand to reveal a dark red energy sphere suspended in the air. While the crowd may have perceived little from the egg-sized energy sphere, both Sun Yu and Lana felt the terrifying energy it harbored. In that moment, Lana comprehended the source of Sun Yu's apprehension. She gripped Lana's arm tightly, recognizing the unprecedented fear mirrored in their expressions. This egg-sized energy sphere was Lord Beerus' annihilation sphere. Should this sphere be unleashed, the destruction of planet Vegeta would be inevitable, rendering any further narrative unnecessary. However, in a moment of desperation, one may lash out. Sun Yu could not allow Beerus to annihilate planet Vegeta without resistance. The thought of perishing alongside Lana, with Bulma waiting for his return on Earth, ignited a surge of rage within him. In a fit of fury, he pointed an accusatory finger at Beerus, proclaiming, "O Great One, I have tolerated your arrogance for far too long. Will you dare accept my challenge?" The crowd fell into a stupor at his audaciousness, while Beerus found amusement in Sun Yu's audaciously inappropriate remark. Whis stifled a laugh, remarking, "This lad is truly entertaining. He even adds honorifics while cursing." With a disdainful smile, Beerus flicked his finger, causing the terrifying annihilation star to dissipate into a wisp of azure smoke. Sun Yu and Lana immediately felt as if a colossal weight had been lifted from their shoulders. Beerus, casting a cold gaze upon Sun Yu, inquired, "How many years has it been since anyone dared to challenge me?" "Ha ha ha, young lad, do not say I do not grant you this opportunity. Should you manage to defeat me, this matter shall be considered resolved. However, should you lose, then you shall all perish." Upon hearing the exchange between the two, the crowd discerned that the stakes had escalated to a life-and-death wager, and they erupted into a frenzy. Yet, if they were to realize that, upon Sun Yu's defeat, not only would he be annihilated, but the entire planet Vegeta would meet the same fate, would they still be so exhilarated? "In order to prevent any accusations of me bullying you, I shall grant you 3 moves," Beerus declared, crossing his arms and leisurely awaiting Sun Yu's attack. Oof. In broad daylight, under the vast heavens, why must one resort to violence? Only a barbaric monkey would revel in perpetual conflict. Today, we shall not engage in combat. Sun Yu, pointing an accusatory finger at Beerus, rebuked him with an air of arrogance. Hey, Kale, you mocked Lana again. Lana's countenance darkened, prompting Hill to hurriedly apologize to the surrounding incensed Scions. Sun Yu turned and quietly murmured, "Why concern ourselves with such matters? I have my own methods." With that, he retrieved a sizable handful of universal capsules from his pocket and, with a swift motion, cast them into the air. Instantly, the spacious food street became adorned with heaps of delectable dishes, resembling small hills. These culinary delights, brought over from Earth, retained their freshly baked allure thanks to the capsules. Not only were the onlookers astounded, but even Beerus and Whis, who had endured countless eons, were taken aback. They prided themselves on having sampled the universe's myriad cuisines. Yet the mountain-like delicacies before them were entirely unprecedented and intoxicatingly fragrant. The most astonishing aspect was that a mere glance at the feast stirred an insatiable hunger. At that moment, Sun Yu had donned an apron and seated himself nearby. With a dismissive glance at Beerus, he proclaimed, "Are you intimidated? I intend to challenge you to a feast to see who can consume more and faster. If you dare not compete, you might as well concede defeat." "What did you say, brat? Do you believe I want to obliterate you right now?" Beerus growled, wiping away the saliva from his lips and glaring fiercely at Sun Yu. Unexpectedly, a light chuckle emanated from behind Beerus. "Oh, this soft and fluffy thing is exquisite. It melts in the mouth and leaves a lingering flavor. What is this delight?" Whis, who had already begun to indulge, inquired. "It's called pudding," Sun Yu replied, wiping the cold sweat from his brow and forcing a smile. "Pudding? Such a delightful name and taste," Whis exclaimed, tossing another piece into his mouth for further savoring. Beerus, visibly displeased, interjected, "Hey, Whis, those are for my contest with that little brat. You cannot partake." With a swift motion, Beerus shoved Whis aside and lunged towards the mountainous array of earthly delicacies. "Prepare the cutlery. I accept your challenge," he declared. In Chapter 49, the final trump card, when Sun Yu proposed a culinary competition, Lana felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. She initially thought Sun Yu was jesting, although she was unsure of the true nature of this cat-faced being. The overwhelming aura he exuded suggested he was undoubtedly one of the rare powerhouses in the universe. Could such a formidable being possibly engage in a trivial contest? To her astonishment, he truly accepted. Lana felt her worldview shatter, and 3 dark lines formed on her forehead as she muttered, "That foolish cat is willing to forsake all dignity for the sake of food." Without a word, Hill discreetly tugged at Lana's sleeve, signaling her to remain silent. Thus, the mother-daughter duo quietly retrieved a watermelon, slicing it in half, intending to remain as unassuming spectators. However, to their surprise, Beerus, having just donned a white apron, suddenly twitched his nose, turned sharply towards Lana, his gaze icy. In an instant, he appeared directly before her, casting a shadow over her. "Hey, what do you intend to do? Did you not accept Kale's challenge? What brings you here?" Lana stammered, drenched in cold sweat from his abrupt presence. Sun Yu, who had finally managed to relax, felt a jolt of worry as he glanced at Lana and Hill. "Child, what is that in your hand? Quickly tell me," Beerus demanded, a glint of menace in his eyes as he discreetly wiped his mouth. It seemed he was coveting the watermelon Lana held. Lana forced a smile and offered the fruit, explaining, "Esteemed sir, this is called a watermelon. It is a type of fruit." Upon hearing this, Beerus's intensity intensified. He turned to glare at Sun Yu, bellowing, "Hey kid, why is this fruit absent from our meals? Are you hiding some treasures from me? Hurry and reveal them. I do not wish for our competition to be unfair. Lord Destroyer, your dignity has fallen to the ground. Do you not intend to pick it up?" Beerus seized the watermelon from Lana's hands, opened his mouth wide, and swallowed the half-basketball-sized fruit whole, chewing noisily. As he savored the taste, he remarked, "Not bad, but the rind is a tad tough, and the seeds are quite intrusive, detracting from the overall beauty of this delicacy." In contrast, was quietly accepted the piece of watermelon from Hill. Unlike Beerus, he produced a spoon from seemingly nowhere, gently scooping out a piece of the fruit and elegantly bringing it to his lips. "Ah, this fruit is fragrant and sweet, wonderfully refreshing, perfect for such sweltering weather," he remarked. "Tisich, what a bother," Beerus scoffed, tilting his head back as he returned to his table with an air of disdain. "Your words are erroneous," Sun Yu remarked, wearing an expression of frustration akin to that of a mentor disappointed in a wayward student as he gazed at Beerus. The moment Beerus heard Sun Yu's statement, he became irate. "Boy, Repeat that once more, and I shall obliterate you without hesitation. Sun Yu, unperturbed, let out a disdainful huff. You lack understanding. A true connoisseur of cuisine must cultivate an appreciation for the culinary arts, especially while indulging in them. One should approach food with a reverent heart and refrain from making hasty judgments based on its unassuming appearance or the intricacies of its preparation. A genuine Epicurean will always savor the essence of gastronomy with a tranquil demeanor. Upon hearing these words, the crowd was taken aback, and Beerus stood momentarily dumbfounded. Throughout his endless existence, he had never encountered such wisdom, or rather, no one had dared to impart such notions to him. Whis discreetly accepted a small box of universal capsules from Lan Na, his eyes gleaming with delight. Sun Yu, gazing skyward, with a melancholic yet radiant expression, clasped his hands behind his back and spoke in a tone laden with solitude. This world is not devoid of culinary delights. It merely lacks the discerning eyes to uncover them. My friend, do not let your impatience cloud your vision. Lan Na, dismissive, spot in dirigen. Having never witnessed such lofty eloquence from a food enthusiast, a gentle breeze caressed Sun Yu's attire, and his hair danced in the wind, presenting him as a figure of otherworldly grace. Remarkably, Beerus refrained from countering Sun Yu's assertions, merely emitting a grunt of annoyance while turning his head away. Despite his inner displeasure, his body betrayed him as he seized a turkey leg from the table and voraciously devoured it. Hold on, we haven't even begun. Yet you've already started eating. Referee, I protest. Sun Yu exclaimed loudly. After a prolonged silence, he turned to see Whis and the mother-daughter duo of Lan Na and Hill, seated together and laughing joyfully over slices of watermelon. Curse it, Sun Yu muttered under his breath, unwilling to be outdone, and launched an assault on the food before him. As time trickled by, the crowd gradually dispersed, and a few oblivious souls attempted to interrupt the contest between Sun Yu and Beerus, only to be swiftly dispatched by Whis' staff. As the sun dipped low in the sky, the piles of culinary delights before Sun Yu and Beerus were steadily diminished. Naturally, Sun Yu could not genuinely expect to rival a deity's capacity for consumption with a mortal stomach. However, with a glimmer of cunning in his eyes, he quietly lifted a small dish of peas. Sun Yu's action caught Beerus' attention. He delicately pinched a pea between his fingers and tossed it in his mouth, producing a satisfying crunch. Sun Yu displayed a look of sheer ecstasy, exclaiming, "Delicious!" Beerus surveyed the wreckage before him and at last spotted a small dish of dark green. Shriveled beans nestled in the corner of Sun Yu's table. What is this peculiar item? How did I not notice earlier that Beerus is mimicking Sun Yu's actions? Pinching a shriveled bean and bringing it to his nose for a whiff, he inquired with curiosity. Sun Yu cast a lascivious glance at Beerus, a smirk gracing his lips as he thought to himself, "Of course, you have never encountered this before. I just discreetly enhance your meal with these 300-year-old high-concentration alcohol beans, which are guaranteed not to kill you." With this thought in mind, Sun Yu picked another bean from his bowl and tossed it into his mouth. Though he consumed an ordinary bean, one of these mystical beans could equate to the sustenance of an average person for 10 days. Thus, this small dish of beans represented Sun Yu's ultimate trump card. Coupled with the previous food he had ingested, even the God of Destruction, Beerus, would eventually reach his limit. To prevail in this contest, Sun Yu had spared no expense. If he could triumph over Beerus, not only would the crisis on Vegeta be averted, but he could also cultivate a rapport with Beerus, achieving multiple gains in one fell swoop. Chapter 50. Is this truly the case? There was no need to worry about Beerus losing and turning against him. As a connoisseur, as a deity of integrity, he would undoubtedly uphold his word. Beerus sensed that the shriveled bean before him was extraordinary, so he pinched one and popped it into his mouth, crunching down on it. His eyes widened in surprise. It was indeed delightful, rich and full of texture. With that, he abruptly dumped the entire small dish of beans into his mouth. Witnessing this, Sun Yu raised an eyebrow, feeling an immense sense of pride. What the God of Destruction? He had ultimately succumbed to my trickery. The two continued their extravagant feast, but Sun Yu had nearly reached his limit. Fortunately for Beerus, his situation was even more dire. Clearly, the effects of the beans had taken hold, and his belly was protruding considerably. He was now relying solely on his willpower to endure, striving not to succumb to defeat. Sun Yu looked at Beerus, who was on the verge of overflowing with food, and raised an eyebrow. If you can't handle it, then just concede already. If looks could kill, Beerus would have mentally slain Sun Yu 1,000,000 times over. How could such a minuscule creature dare to challenge his authority? Nonetheless, if given the chance to choose again, he would unhesitatingly accept Sun Yu's challenge, for the food was simply too delectable. At this moment, Each of them had one plate of octopus balls remaining, with 12 pieces on each plate. This meant that whoever finished these 12 octopus balls first would be crowned the victor of this culinary competition. Kid, I see you are struggling as well. Should you lose, I will ensure you have no place to be buried. Beerus growled ominously from deep within his throat, reaching out a trembling hand to skew an octopus ball with a bamboo stick. The octopus balls glimmered with a golden sheen, their fragrant aroma wafting through the air even from a distance. However, despite the allure of this unprecedented delicacy, Beerus found himself unable to open his mouth, fearing that doing so would unleash a torrent of the food he had previously consumed. Relishing such exquisite taste, he was determined not to yield. A glint of resolve flashed in his eyes as he abruptly shoved an octopus ball into his mouth, tilting his head back in an effort to swallow it whole. Sun Yu, refusing to be outdone, simultaneously speared 2 octopus balls on a skewer and swallowed them in one swift motion. Both men collapsed back into their chairs, breath coming in ragged gasps. Listen, if you concede now, I promise not to obliterate you. What do you say? Beerus gazed at Sun Yu with a weary expression, feeling as though the food in his stomach was about to choke him. Humph, victory matters not. I would rather perish than concede this challenge, for it concerns the honor of a true gourmand. With that, Sun Yu sat upright, determinedly pouring the remaining octopus balls into his mouth. You scoundrel! Beerus, witnessing Sun Yu's resolve as he devoured the last of the octopus balls, felt a surge of indignation and suddenly unleashed a formidable aura, causing the very heavens to tremble. A purplish-red energy enveloped him instantaneously, and Sun Yu's heart raced in response, as he sensed no tangible presence, yet was overwhelmed by a terrifying illusion of impending doom. The essence of a deity is imperceptible to mortals, yet the weight of divine power reverberated throughout the cosmos. Really? Is this necessary? It's just a few octopus balls. Sun Yu's mind raced with a flood of thoughts. He suddenly realized that the plate of octopus balls in Beerus's hand was truly worthy of reverence, for they were to be consumed by a god, one who would unleash all his might simply to savor them. This was indeed a case of using an atomic bomb to swat a mosquito. In an instant, as Beerus unleashed his full power, Sun Yu raised his own plate, pouring the remaining octopus balls into his mouth without a moment's hesitation. He swallowed 10 balls in one go. The crowd around them had mostly dispersed, having returned home to their own lives, as watching others indulge in delicious food had made them hungry as well. Only a few remained, alongside Whis and his daughter, Lana Hill, their eyes fixed intently on the unfolding contest between Sun Yu and Beerus, eager to discover the outcome. Would Planet Vegeta survive or face premature annihilation? In unison, they swallowed the last of the octopus balls, and Sun Yu slumped helplessly in his chair, reflecting on the undeniable truth of divine might. Thankfully, he had cheated by feeding Beerus a plate of senza beans. Otherwise, he would have been utterly defeated. Now, even a draw seemed a splendid outcome. Beerus released a deep sigh, settling himself into a chair and gently caressing his belly as he quietly digested the food within. At that moment, Whis approached, observing the two with a gentle gaze, and declared, "It appears the results of the competition are in. Congratulations to this gentleman. You are the victor of this contest." "Hey, Whis, have you accepted a bribe from them? It was clearly a tie, yet you declare him the winner. You must clarify this." Beerus shouted in frustration. "Indeed, I did accept their bribe," Whis admitted, producing a small box of universal capsules from his pocket and waving it before Beerus. He actually confessed. How brazen of him. However, Whis continued, "The verdict is still just. You seem to have forgotten that I consumed 2 pieces of pudding from your pile of food at the outset, meaning your portion was less than this gentleman's. How infuriating. I also had half a watermelon. Why didn't you mention that?" Beerus fumed. "No one forced you to eat. It was your own choice, so blame yourself," Sun Wukong said, shrugging his shoulders with an innocent expression. I shall not stoop to the level of you mere mortals." Beerus turned his face away, embodying an air of superiority. Sun Wukong noticed that despite his earlier provocation, Beerus did not seem angry. Evidently, the allure of food had slightly softened their relationship. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong bravely approached Beerus, placing a hand on his shoulder, and said with a glint in his eye, "Today's feast was delightful. Let us arrange a time for another grand meal. Don't worry, my friend. It's on me." Initially, Beerus was quite put off by Sun Wukong's familiarity, feeling that the fragile rapport they had established was shattered. Yet upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, his ears perked up and he turned to him, softly asking, "Are you serious?" Chapter 51, A Pillow's Mischief. Not all, I speak plainly. I know of a place that boasts the finest ingredients and culinary techniques in the universe. What we just enjoyed was but a mere fraction of the vast array of delicacies from that planet. Next time, I shall take you there. You may indulge to your heart's content. Sun Wukong patted Beerus on the shoulder, causing a fleeting look of astonishment to cross the latter's face. Just a fraction of the culinary wonders from that planet? What sort of place could it be? A paradise of gastronomy? Whis, too, appeared intrigued, offering Sun Wukong a warm smile. Let's become friends. My name is Sun Wukong, and the Saiyan name is Kylsa's, he said earnestly, extending his hand toward Beerus. Beerus hesitated for a moment before comprehending Sun Wukong's intent. This fellow wished to befriend him. How absurd! Does a god of destruction truly need friends? Withdraw your hand. I am Beerus, the god of destruction of this universe. This is my attendant, Whis. Beerus raised his head, looking down disdainfully at Sun Y. Do not presume that my earlier declaration of your impending destruction was mere jest. I wield the power of annihilation across the cosmos, capable of obliterating countless stars with but a thought. Lana and Hill, only now comprehending Beerus's true identity, gasped in astonishment. Although Sun Y was already aware of the identities of Beerus and Whis, he could not help but feel his heart race slightly as Beerus spoke with such gravity. Thus, do not entertain the notion of forging a bond with me. We exist on entirely different planes. After uttering this, Beerus yawned and turned to depart, accompanied by Whis. Sun Y regarded the suddenly solemn Beerus with mixed emotions. He had anticipated many scenarios, yet he overlooked one pivotal truth. In the original Dragon Ball narrative, the reason Son Goku could establish a friendship with Beerus was that he had acquired the strength to challenge a deity after transforming into a Super Saiyan God. In contrast, Sun Y's current meager combat prowess was but an insignificant blip in Beerus's eyes. Indeed, differing levels of power preclude friendship. However, I shall one day ascend to your realm and boldly challenge you, God of Destruction, Beerus. As Sun Y silently watched the retreating figures of Beerus and Whis, an intense determination ignited within him. Once Beerus and Whis had departed, Lana and Hill approached Sun Y, expressing their concern. Kai, are you all right? That individual truly is a deity. He seemed like a famished spirit reborn. With a nervous chuckle, Sun Y replied, he is indeed a deity, albeit one with a penchant for gourmet cuisine. Had he not been presented with those delicacies, everything on planet Vegeta would have been reduced to cosmic dust by now. A chill of apprehension swept over them. As Sun Y needed to discuss the expedition plans with Lana and Hill, the group promptly returned to Uncle Ollie's residence. In the sky, Beerus sat cross-legged, floating, while Whis stood beside him, observing with a smile. Lord Beerus, that fellow named Sun Y is quite an amusing character, Whis remarked. Humph. Beerus raised his head, displaying a look of disdain. I'm aware of your thoughts. His combat prowess is indeed formidable compared to others. Yet what significance does that hold? Before me, he is ultimately insignificant. Are you attempting to mask the embarrassment of having lost to him in the recent contest? Whis stifled a laugh, covering his mouth. Hey Whis, what nonsense are you spouting? I am utterly indifferent to such matters. Beerus bellowed. The two of them then swiftly arrived at the royal palace of planet Vegeta, striding in with an air of confidence, unnoticed by the guards. Upon reaching the divine realm, should they wish to conceal their presence from mortals, no matter how fervently the latter searched, even with lanterns in hand, they would find naught. Within the palace of Vegeta, every 5 paces there lay a corridor, and every 10 paces a pavilion, the towering walls adorned with intricate carvings of majestic beasts and rare birds. In the grand hall, a colossal dining table overflowed with exquisite delicacies presented in jade platters, epitomizing opulence. At that moment, King Vegeta sat leisurely upon his throne, indulging in tea and treats, when a voice, cold and indifferent, echoed through the vast hall. King Vegeta, it has been a long time. Who goes there? An assassin, with a jarring proclamation. 2 indistinct figures emerged, causing King Vegeta's heart to leap. His instinctive reaction was that an assassin had approached him undetected, a feat only accomplished by the rarest of formidable beings. He sprang from his seat, and the surrounding guards hastily converged, displaying their unwavering resolve to protect their king. Yet, upon focusing his gaze upon the nonchalant figures of Beerus and Whis, seated with legs crossed before him, he felt his legs weaken in terror. Your Highness pays respects to Lord Beerus. Reluctantly, King Vegeta advanced, kneeling on one knee. The guard stood in astonishment, having never witnessed the proud King Vegeta bowing to anyone, not even to the formidable Frieza. You lot, disperse at once, King Vegeta commanded with a glance, and the guards, awakening from their stupor, withdrew. Once the guards had departed, an oppressive silence enveloped the hall. King Vegeta, gazing at the impassive Beerus, mustered a strained smile and inquired, "Might I ask what brings you to my humble abode?" "Lord Beerus? It is fortuitous, for it is presently the hour of the banquet. Would it please you to grace us with your presence?" Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Beerus cast a frosty glance at the array of exotic dishes laid upon the table, then suddenly lifted his foot and placed it upon King Vegeta's face, exclaiming in anger, "Do you intend to pass off this rubbish as sustenance? Is this fit for human consumption? I doubt even a pig would eat such slop." Having recently savored the culinary delights brought from Earth by Son Goku, Beerus found no merit in the extravagant fare that Vegeta regarded as luxurious. To him, it was akin to swine feed. With Beerus's foot pressing down upon him like an immense mountain, King Vegeta struggled to brace himself against the ground. "It cannot budge an inch. Do you understand why I have come to seek you today? King Vegeta, you are quite bold. Last time, I tasked you with procuring the most comfortable pillow in the universe. You did find one, yet selfishly kept it for yourself, offering me only the second most comfortable one, which has led to my recent insomnia. Are you aware of your transgression?" Upon hearing Beerus's words, King Vegeta broke into a cold sweat and hastily replied, "Lord Beerus, I acknowledge my wrongdoing. Please grant me another chance, dear Lord Beerus." Chapter 52. A list in the eyes of Beerus, a frigid glint radiated, causing King Vegeta to tremble uncontrollably, his garments drenched in cold sweat. After a prolonged silence, Beerus emitted a disdainful huff, proclaiming, "Pray, for you are fortunate today. You have encountered me in a rare moment of good humor. I shall grant you one more opportunity. Present to me the most exquisite pillow in the universe, or else the existence of planet Vegeta shall be rendered futile." With that, Beerus forcefully stomped his foot, driving King Vegeta's face into the ground, only relenting when he felt satisfied. He then stood, brushing non-existent dust from his attire, preparing to depart with Whis, when he noticed a figure lurking behind a stone pillar in the corner of the hall. Before the voyeur could react, Whis swiftly moved behind the pillar, only to discover a child, approximately 4 or 5 years of age, which he effortlessly lifted by the nape of his neck. "Let go of me. How dare you underestimate me? I shall kill you," the child exclaimed, revealing himself as King Vegeta's youngest son, the prodigious Prince Vegeta, known as a once-in-a-century genius. At that moment, Whis held him aloft with 2 fingers as the young prince flailed his tiny arms in futile defiance. "Vegeta, do not be disrespectful to this esteemed gentleman," King Vegeta admonished, fearing that his son's insolence might provoke Beerus' divine attendant, bringing catastrophic consequences to planet Vegeta. "Ah, so, is the esteemed young Vegeta. A pleasure to meet you," Whis said, gently setting the boy down and drifting back to Beerus' side. Vegeta had witnessed the earlier incident where Beerus had mercilessly trampled his father, leaving a profound impact on his tender psyche. Anger surged within him. How dare anyone bully his father? After being released by Whis, Vegeta hung his head low, tears of humiliation welling in his eyes, unable to fathom how a noble Saiyan king could exhibit such weakness. In that moment, disdain for his ineffectual father festered within him, coupled with a profound loathing for his own inability to resist. A seed of hatred was quietly sown in his heart. Beerus yawned widely, his eyes half closed as he glanced at King Vegeta, stating, "I hope you possess wisdom. Whis, let us return. I am weary." With that, he settled cross-legged behind Whis, placing a hand on his shoulder. Suddenly, in a flash of radiant light, Beerus and Whis vanished without a trace. As the brilliance faded, King Vegeta crumpled to the floor, haunted by the soul-piercing chill emanating from Beerus, which plunged him into a profound abyss of terror. "Humph, worthless," Vegeta coldly regarded his father before departing without a backward glance. In the now desolate hall, only King Vegeta remained, slumped on the ground, his countenance ashen, oblivious to his son's departure, lost in contemplation. Upon returning to Uncle Ollie's abode, Sun Yu succinctly recounted his recent encounters. Uncle Ollie, upon hearing the tale, was filled with profound melancholy. He had only recently come to comprehend the terrifying might of Frisia, and now, the emergence of a deity of destruction, Beerus, left him with a sense of peril surrounding their world. As one's strength increases, their horizons broaden, allowing glimpses into realms beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals, a dual-edged sword. As Sun Yu mused, Uncle Ollie nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, for many ordinary folk, simply living a stable life suffices. Exposure to too much can easily shatter their courage. However, as a warrior race, the Saiyans, Knowing that such formidable beings exist in the universe brings me genuine joy. Previously, due to his limited perspective, Uncle Ollie believed that a battle power of 4 to 5,000 was the pinnacle, while King Vegeta's 10,000 was an insurmountable chasm. Yet, Sun Yu's arrival illuminated the fact that he had long underestimated the Saiyan potential. Through a period of intense and effective training, both Uncle Ollie and Aunt Hill surpassed the 10,000 mark in battle power. Their extensive combat experience and deep-seated foundations allowed them, under Sun Yu's meticulous guidance, to swiftly master the control of Ki, resulting in an explosive growth in their power, an advancement they had never dared to envision before. Subsequently, Sun Yu elaborated on the expedition plans to Lana and Hill. Lana expressed her unwavering desire to accompany Sun Yu wherever he ventured, while Hill readily acquiesced to her husband's arrangements. Thus, the expedition plan was firmly established. With a few days remaining for preparations, Sun Yu languidly reclined on Uncle Ollie's sofa, idly perusing a list of personnel provided by ranks. Considering the delicate relationship between King Vegeta and Frieza, he noted that planet Vegeta was now informally divided into two factions. One faction, predominantly comprising the upper echelons, leaned toward King Vegeta, many of whom were dissatisfied with Frieza's rule and yearned for the Saiyans to reclaim their autonomy. Since Uncle Ollie's family was regarded as mid-tier warriors of planet Vegeta, Sun Yu and Lana were summoned back from Earth by King Vegeta, an effort aimed at garnering support from more mid-tier fighters. The opposing faction mainly consisted of lower-tier individuals, who, being part of the lower echelons of Vegeta society, were naturally overlooked by the so-called elite. Coupled with the Saiyan admiration for strength, Frieza's presence provided these individuals an opportunity to prove their worth, leading many uninformed lower-tier Saiyans to staunchly rally behind Frieza's legion. Thus, among the 1,000 names on Sun Yu's list, most hailed from this latter faction, and he harbored no apprehensions regarding their potential betrayal in favor of Frieza. As this list has already been meticulously curated, it excludes some staunch loyalists who were favored by Frieza's army. The remaining individuals are those abandoned by the elite of planet Vegeta, relying solely on their own efforts for survival. In contrast to the lofty King Vegeta, they revere those who can directly lead them with strength. It is precisely for this reason that Sun Yu permits them to join his ranks. While casually perusing the list, Sun Yu is suddenly captivated by name Bardock. Chapter 53, Bardock. Sun Yu rubbed his eyes vigorously. He was certainly no stranger to the name Bardock, the illustrious father of Son Goku. Though he was also a low-class warrior, through sheer determination, he became one of the few formidable beings on planet Vegeta. In the Dragon Ball anime, Bardock was injured by a native of Kinesa with a magical punch, which granted him the foresight of the Saiyan race's annihilation. He was the first Saiyan to rebel against Frieza's army, and Sun Yu still vividly recalls the scene in the anime where Bardock bravely confronted Frieza single-handedly. To his astonishment, he discovered that Bardock currently possessed a battle power of 6,000. Sun Yu gazed in amazement at the supplementary information on the list, which indicated that such a formidable battle power typically belonged to the noble families of planet Vegeta. Yet, this low-class warrior had achieved such heights through his own efforts. Naturally, Bardock's wife, Jine, and eldest son, Raditz, were also listed, while Son Goku was absent as he had been sent to Earth earlier. Thinking of Son Goku, who was far away on Earth, a smile crept onto Sun Yu's face. He wondered how young Goku was faring, despite having reminded Grandpa Gohan. Sun Yu couldn't help but worry whether Gohan had remembered to timely remove Goku's tail. He hoped that when he returned to Earth, he wouldn't find himself accidentally trampled by the young Saiyan. Moreover, having absorbed much of Master Roshi's martial philosophy, Sun Yu considered himself a mentor of sorts to Gohan, making him, in a roundabout way, a senior to Bardock. Although Bardock was not a disciple of the Turtle School, he was indeed the biological father of young Goku, thus placing him in a position of respect. Sun Yu chuckled to himself, amused by the elaborate connections he had unwittingly constructed in his mind. Shaking his head, he called out towards the door, Awakens. Soon, the eager young Saiyan, Awakens, entered. He stood respectfully before Sun Yu, bowing slightly to show his deference, and inquired, Lord Kai, how may I assist you? Sun Yu handed him the list, pointing to the Bardock family, and said, I wish to meet this individual. Can you locate him for me? Awakens glanced at the name Sun Yu indicated, pondered for a moment, and replied, Certainly, my lord. I shall go find him at once. Wait. Sun Yu waved his hand and abruptly rose from the sofa. I shall meet him in person. Please lead the way. Yes, Lord Kyle, Awakens responded, somewhat bewildered. He could not fathom why Sun Yu felt compelled to meet this individual. Pardon my boldness, but may I inquire what your purpose is in meeting him? Has he offended you in some manner? No, no, Sun Yu replied casually. It is merely that his child has some ties to me, and I felt a spontaneous urge to pay him a visit. Having regarded awakens as a trusted confidant, Sun Yu had no intention of concealing his thoughts. Ah, understood. Then, Lord Kyle, let us proceed. Awakens, displaying his discretion, refrained from pressing further. He understood the role of a retainer well. Some matters were best left unspoken. Due to his humble origins as a lower-tier warrior, Bardak resided on the outskirts of the royal city, in a modest neighborhood. Awakens had once lived there as well. But since aligning himself with Sun Yu, he had rented an apartment in a more central area under Uncle Ollie's guidance. Sun Yu and awakens soared towards the civilian district, and as they beheld the congested streets and dismal ecological conditions below, awakens felt a pang of nostalgia. He reaffirmed that his unwavering loyalty to Sun Yu was the wisest decision of his life. Lord Kyle, that small house ahead is Bardak's home. We should prepare to descend. Following awakens' direction, Sun Yu observed an old, low building. Though somewhat dilapidated, it was impeccably clean, a testament to Bardak's diligent wife, Jine. According to the information at hand, Jine was merely an ordinary Saiyan woman, ill-suited for battle, who had secured a logistics position within the city. As Sun Yu and awakens descended gracefully to Bardak's doorstep, Bardak, having sensed Sun Yu's approach through his combat power detector, opened the door before Sun Yu could knock. With arms crossed, Bardak stepped out, gazing coldly at Sun Yu. You two have come uninvited. What brings you here? Sun Yu appraised the man before him. Indeed, he bore an uncanny resemblance to Goku, albeit younger, as he had not yet experienced the battles on planet Kinesa. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kelsath, though you may call me Sun Yu. This is my retainer. Awakens, Sun Yu said with a gentle smile. Upon hearing the introduction, Bardak furrowed his brow, recalling a recent invitation from a team called the City Management Corps, which sought his participation in an expedition. Even his wife, Jine, had been recruited as a logistics personnel due to the generous compensation offered, prompting his acceptance. I have heard of you. It was you who eliminated the former leader of the rebel team, Realton, and subsequently took command of his faction. Thus, it is you who has extended the invitation to me? Bardak scrutinized the seemingly youthful figure before him, finding it difficult to reconcile this individual with the formidable warrior rumored to have slain Realton. Habitually, he pressed the button on his power-level scouter, which still indicated a mere 1200. Bardak gently removed the scouter from his ear and, with a sudden crushing motion, shattered it, laughing as he remarked, as expected from the rumors, a power level of only 1200. Who would believe such nonsense? Come now, even if this device was a gift from Frisia, you should treat it with a bit more respect. Upon finishing his words, Bardak took a step forward, his eyes brimming with the spirit of battle. Since the scouter could not ascertain Sun Wukong's strength, he resolved to personally engage in a test of skill. For it is often said that Saiyans are fervent warriors at heart. Boldly, do not show any disrespect towards Lord Kale. Aralux discerned Bardak's intent, which was to challenge Sun Wukong, and thus sought to intervene. Just then, Jine, alerted by the commotion outside, emerged with a look of concern, followed closely by Bardak's eldest son, Raditz. Chapter 54. With such prowess, why not become my subordinate? My dear, what is happening? Jine peered out from the house, her eyes brimming with warmth, her petite figure contrasting sharply with the imposing form of Bardak. Suddenly, Bardak's haughty demeanor softened as he turned to regard his wife tenderly. It's nothing, just an acquaintance. Uncertain of Sun Wukong's true intentions, Bardak hesitated to disclose his identity, wishing to spare Jine any worry. Then why not invite them in for a chat? Jine smiled sweetly at Sun Wukong and Aralux. In truth, Sun Wukong was inclined to accept the invitation for a comforting cup of tea, yet he became acutely aware of Bardak's predatory gaze directed at him, as if agreeing to Jine's invitation would lead to mutual destruction. No, it's quite all right. Sun Wukong chuckled awkwardly as Bardak abruptly seized him and soared into the sky, waving to Jine as he said, I have something to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. Before the words were fully out, he whisked Sun Wukong away towards the outskirts. Aralux, understanding Bardak's intentions, bowed respectfully to Jine before pursuing them. Jine pouted in displeasure, casting a glance at her young son Raditz as she complained, Your father is truly something else. He never makes things easy. Before long, the three of them flew into an expanse of wilderness, with a distant civilian district merged seamlessly with the far-off horizon. And all around them lay a barren landscape of yellow earth. A gust of wind swept through the desolate terrain, stirring clouds of dust. As Bardak and Sun Wukong stood facing each other, with Aerolux positioned a short distance behind Sun Yu. Without reason, one does not enter the Hall of Three Treasures. Speak. What is your purpose for visiting me today? Bardak clenched his fists, the fervor of battle igniting in his eyes. Sun Yu smiled faintly. If I were to say I came to discuss life's philosophies and aspirations with you, would you believe me? Spare me the pleasantries. Are you going to speak the truth or not? Bardak's agitation was palpable, seemingly devoid of patience for Sun Yu's verbal games. How tiresome, Sun Yu thought, as he casually cleared his ears and replied, in fact, I did come to discuss life, but specifically your life. Before you, two paths lie ahead. The first is to follow me. Before Sun Yu could articulate the second option, Bardak interrupted, I choose the second. Sun Yu chuckled, regarding Bardak with a knowing gaze. You don't even wish to inquire about the second option before hastily choosing? The second path is for me to strike you until you concede. Ha ha ha. Bardak laughed heartily at Sun Yu's words, clutching his belly. I must admit, you possess a sense of humor, but I advise you not to mistake me for a weakling like Railton, or you shall find yourself in a world of trouble. As his words fell, Bardak surged forward, his form a blur as he attacked Sun Yu. Sun Yu appeared unfazed, standing his ground as if oblivious to the impending assault. Alanx, observing from behind, felt a surge of alarm. My lord, danger. Ha, I've got you now, you fool. Bardak exclaimed as he closed the distance. His right hand forming a grasp, coalescing an energy sphere the size of a palm, aimed directly at Sun Yu. With a whoosh, the air crackled as Bardak's palm tore through Sun Yu's form, only to reveal that he stood before an empty space. What? This is impossible. Bardak could scarcely believe his eyes. He had clearly seen his energy sphere strike Sun Yu. Yet in that instant, Sun Yu had inexplicably vanished. The phantom fist, Alanx exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. He recalled witnessing this technique when Sun Yu practiced with Uncle Ali, a sight that had left him in awe. Curse it, where are you? Bardak searched frantically, but Sun Yu's silhouette eluded him. Drawing upon years of combat experience, he suddenly looked up, only to be met by a flying kick aimed at him. With a thud, Bardak was sent flying several meters, stirring a cloud of dust as he hit the ground. Sun Yu landed gracefully on one leg, hands on his hips, and called out, Hey Bardak, you ought to take this more seriously, otherwise it loses all meaning. Bardak struggled to rise, brushing off the dust with a self-deprecating smile. How embarrassing to be underestimated by a mere child. So, does this mean you're finally going to take me seriously? Sun Yu gazed at Bardak with a sense of intrigue, genuinely curious about the true extent of Bardak's combat prowess, wondering if there might be an unexpected surprise. Indeed, you mustn't be so frightened that you soil your pants, Bardak replied, his fists clenched tightly, his muscles quivering, an overwhelming aura brewing around him. Although Sun Yu lacked a combat power detector, he had reached a profound mastery in martial arts, enabling him to acutely sense others' battle capabilities. Before him, Bardak's power was surging at a staggering pace. 60, 200, 66, 80, 7,000. After surpassing 7,000, Bardak's combat power finally stabilized at an impressive 7650. I never would have guessed that. As a lower-tier warrior, you could achieve such a formidable power, rivaling even the noble clans of the royal city. Sun Yu regarded Bardak with an appreciative gaze. Bardak felt a tremor in his heart. Sun Yu had accurately proclaimed his battle strength without the aid of a detector, and this feeling of being seen through was quite disconcerting. Enough chatter. Prepare yourself, he declared. If that's the case, I shall indulge you in this contest. In an instant, Sun Yu suppressed his own aura to a strength of 6,000, genuinely eager to engage with this legendary figure and discern who would prevail with comparable combat power. To win Bardak's allegiance, overwhelming him with superior force would not suffice, for it would only incite rebellion within him. To earn Bardak's respect, Sun Yu understood he must defeat him on equal terms, compelling him to yield wholeheartedly. As Sun Yu released his aura of 6,000, Bardak's eyes narrowed. Years of combat experience informed him that this youth was far from ordinary. He resembled a sword sheathed, poised to unleash lethal force upon exiting its scabbard. Yet, what did that matter? Engaging with a powerful adversary was the lifelong aspiration of a warrior from the Saiyan race. Thus, Sun Yu and Bardak transformed into two fleeting shadows. While Alanx could only hear the cacophony of battle resonating from the sky and the ground, their movements too swift for his eyes to capture. After a moment of astonishment, a smile curved Alanx's lips, his eyes sparkling with uncontainable longing. Is this the essence of combat among the strong? Chapter 55. Have you ever experienced despair? The blazing sun scorched the earth, and the boundless wilderness outside the city stirred with fierce winds, the ground trembling intermittently. Two residual shadows intertwined in the distance. It was Sun Yu and Bardock. Their battle raged from the ground to the heavens and back again, transforming the once vast wilderness into a desolate landscape riddled with craters and ravines, as if it had just endured a bombardment from a meteor shower. Throughout the confrontation, Sun Yu struggled to gain the upper hand, primarily due to his combat prowess of merely 6,000, which proved insufficient to sustain his body encumbered by 900 kilograms of cumbersome armor while engaging in a battle of human extremes. His speed was severely constrained, barely surpassing that of Bardock. Initially, Sun Yu leveraged this slight edge in speed to dominate the skirmish, but Bardock, a legendary figure, possessed a combat talent rivaling that of the future Sun Wukong. Upon recognizing Sun Yu's fleeting advantage, Bardock swiftly adapted his combat strategy, employing his extensive experience to anticipate Sun Yu's movements. While predicting a single action may be achievable for an average individual after specific training, the true challenge lies within the frenetic pace of high-speed combat, a challenge Bardock mastered effortlessly. In a flash, he executed a side kick, striking Sun Yu, who had attempted a sidelong assault. "You spoke so boldly at the outset. I expected you to be formidable," Bardock taunted. In response to Bardock's mockery, Sun Yu took a few steps back, brushing off the dust from his chest, and replied solemnly, "What is there to be so proud of? My body is significantly constrained, causing my movements to lag behind my thoughts." Significantly constrained? Movements lagging behind thoughts? Bardock echoed Sun Yu's words, momentarily taken aback before laughing derisively. "I see nothing that restricts you. Please, if you must make excuses, at least craft a better one." Sun Yu remained silent, hovering in the air, gently removing the gauntlets from his wrists and releasing them to plummet earthward. With a thunderous crash, the gauntlets struck the ground, sending up a cloud of dust as if he had discarded 2 grenades. "Curse it, what are those?" Bardock realized the weight of the items Sun Yu had been wielding in battle, staring at him as if he were a monster. "You fought me while wearing those?" Sun Yu merely smiled, remaining reticent as he crossed his legs in midair and let his heavy boots fall. Another 2 resounding booms echoed, leaving Bardock parched and breathless. If it had only been the gauntlets, he might have retained a semblance of confidence, believing himself still at an advantage. However, as Sun Yu discarded his heavy boots, Bardock felt as though a fierce beast had been unshackled before him. But the revelation was not yet complete. Sun Yu proceeded to remove the soft armor he had been wearing, unveiling a black vest beneath. At the sight of this vest, Bardock's heart jolted as if struck by lightning. Sun Yu crossed his arms and removed the excessively heavy vest, which weighed an astonishing 400 kilograms. Under the tenfold gravitational pull of the Baijita star, it crashed into the ground like a celestial meteorite, creating a massive crater with a radius of 5 meters. The peculiar creature, Bardock, stared in disbelief, unable to fathom that Sun Yu had fought him while encumbered by such weight. "Wow, it has been ages since I shed this cumbersome armor. I feel remarkably lighter," Sun Yu remarked as he began to stretch and move his limbs, throwing punches and kicking. Yet Bardock could scarcely perceive the speed of his actions, which were breathlessly swift. After a brief period of movement, Sun Yu halted, his gaze fixed upon Bardock. With a subtle smile, he inquired, "Have you ever experienced despair?" "What?" Bardock was taken aback, evidently baffled by Sun Yu's words. Before he could comprehend the situation, Sun Yu, who had been 50 meters away, suddenly appeared before him. Bardock instinctively attempted to retreat, but before he could take flight, he felt a sweetness in his throat and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Gazing down at his abdomen, he noticed that his ribcage had caved in on both sides, likely fractured. It was only then that a piercing agony surged through Bardock's consciousness, as Sun Yu's attack had been so swift that even the sensation of pain struggled to catch up. The scenery around him rapidly receded as Bardock forced himself to land, bowing his head and violently spitting blood once more, when suddenly a voice pierced through the haze. "Are you prepared to experience despair?" It was Sun Yu, who had seemingly materialized before him, hands on his hips, grinning at Bardock. "Kosuyu, D." A frantic Bardock shouted as he unleashed a powerful punch. Sun Yu, however, effortlessly caught his wrist and twisted it, producing a series of cracking sounds as Bardock's hand became immobile, blood spewing from his mouth, his gaze growing unfocused. Despite the excruciating pain that threatened to overwhelm him, Bardock clung to his remarkable willpower, staggering backward a few steps until he finally regained his balance. "You now face 2 choices," Sun Yu declared, advancing toward Bardock. "First, submit to me. Second, kneel and sing my praises. Then you might as well kill me." Bardock replied with a bitter laugh. "I loathe the fact that I possess no strength left. My bones are broken, and I yearn to surpass you. His form swayed before he collapsed to the ground, blood soaking his garments, a pitiful sight. Sun Yu approached Bardock, leaning down to whisper in his ear, "What if I could grant you power? A direct enhancement of your combat ability, tripled, without any side effects." Upon hearing these words, an extraordinary brilliance flickered in Bardock's eyes. He fixed an intense gaze upon Sun Wukong, his mouth moving soundlessly. "I shall take that as your agreement." Sun Wukong smiled faintly before seizing Bardock's head and delivering a powerful punch. Bardock was sent crashing to the ground, and Sun Wukong swiftly advanced upon him, unleashing a relentless barrage of blows. The brutality of the scene sent shivers down Alank's spine from a distance. After an extended period, when Bardock was left barely clinging to life, Sun Wukong finally ceased his assault. Observing the nearly lifeless Bardock, he reached into his pocket and produced a magical bean. Chapter 56, The Great Deceiver. Seeing that the battle had concluded, Alanx flew over. Upon witnessing Bardock sprawled on the ground, utterly battered, he was overcome with dread. "Lord Kakarot, has he perished?" Sun Wukong shot Alanx a glance, then, with a serious demeanor, instructed, "Alanx, regardless of what you witness next, refrain from questioning or speaking of it outside. Understood?" The matter of the magical beans was known only to Uncle Ollie and his family. The other members of the city patrol had yet to earn Sun Wukong's complete trust. However, he held Alanx in high regard, which is why he intended to treat Bardock in his presence. Clearly startled by Sun Wukong's words, Alanx could hardly fathom what was about to unfold. If it were merely a matter of killing someone or disposing of a body, there would be no need for discretion. Such occurrences were far too commonplace on planet Vegeta. Nevertheless, Alanx possessed the virtue of letting go of thoughts he could not comprehend. Since Sun Wukong was willing to place his trust in him, he resolved to remain a silent observer. "Indeed, my lord, my loyalty to you is as unwavering as the sun and moon," Alanx declared resolutely. Sun Wukong nodded, bending down to crush the magical bean and place it into Bardock's mouth, then lifted Bardock's chin to assist him in swallowing. With a soft gulp, Bardock's Adam's apple moved up and down. Sun Wukong laid him flat once more and stood by, waiting silently. Alanx glanced at the barely breathing Bardock, and then at Sun Wukong's expectant expression. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Could it be that his master had provided this man with some extraordinary elixir? If so, secrecy was indeed warranted. In an instant, Bardock, who had been teetering between life and death, abruptly opened his eyes wide, gasping for air as if a drowning man had been rescued from the depths. Once his breathing stabilized, Bardock sprang to his feet, landing several meters away from Sun Wukong, warily observing him while assessing his injuries. Strangely, the bones that had been shattered just moments ago had miraculously mended themselves in an instant. Alanx was taken aback by the scene, stepping back in shock. He clutched his mouth tightly, his heart racing uncontrollably. He was acutely aware of the Saiyan physiology, which allowed for instantaneous recovery from near-fatal injuries, with the severity of wounds directly correlating to an increase in combat power. The strength you seek has already been bestowed upon you. Release your own aura and observe, Sun Yu said with a gentle smile, gazing at Bardock in the distance. Skeptically moving his body, Bardock discovered that his injuries had indeed healed, prompting him to release his own aura. Although he no longer possessed a battle power detector to gauge his precise combat strength, he unmistakably felt a transformative sensation. His combat power had significantly surpassed its previous limits, reaching an unprecedented height. In such a dire state, I alone possess the means to revive you. This is your first encounter with death, which is why your combat power has surged threefold after recovery, placing it around 22,900, Sun Yu remarked. Perceiving Bardock's thoughts and casually stating his accurate battle power, are you suggesting that as long as one can recover instantly from injuries, there exists a shortcut to enhancing battle power in the future? Bardock questioned Sun Yu with skepticism. There are no shortcuts in this world, Sun Yu replied coldly. The Saiyan physique is already a formidable existence, but such explosive growth only occurs upon facing death for the first time. Future recoveries will not yield such dramatic increases, although improvements will still be notable. Indeed, as a warrior race, combat serves as the Scion's pathway to strength. A cold smirk crept onto Bardock's lips. I am truly grateful for your assistance in enhancing my power. In return, I can ensure your demise is excruciating. How despicable, you ungrateful wretch. Alanx interjected, positioning himself before Sun Yu without a moment's hesitation. Sun Yu placed a hand on Alanx's shoulder, stating, I have yet to regard his level of combat power as a threat. Not a threat? Alanx felt bewildered, unable to fathom how someone with Bardock's impressive 22,900 battle power could be dismissed so casually by Sun Yu. However, given Sun Yu's assertion, he believed it to be true. Alanx nodded excitedly and stepped aside. "You may attack now, Bardock-san," Sun Yu said, his gaze serene as still water. Bardock glared at Sun Yu with displeasure, spitting disdainfully. "Tisish, keep talking tough. Even without those cumbersome weighted gear, the disparity in our combat power is evident. You are truly courting death." With that, Bardock unleashed his full aura, transforming into a streak of lightning as he hurled a punch imbued with the sound of roaring tigers and thunder towards Sun Yu. "What? Are you too frightened to move?" Sun Yu chuckled softly, swiftly raising his palm in response. Boom! Centered around Sun Yu's palm, a palpable shockwave radiated outward, causing Bardock, who was rushing forward, to come to an abrupt halt as if he had collided with an impenetrable wall. Sun Yu remained steadfast, seemingly catching a child's playful ball with effortless grace. "This defies belief," Bardock thought in horror as he gazed at Sun Yu. He felt an immense surge of power within himself, yet before this youth, he was rendered utterly inadequate. "There is nothing impossible. Are you foolish? If I were unable to restrain you, would I dare to stand here and allow you to strike me?" Sun Yu regarded Bardock with an expression that suggested he was dealing with a simpleton. "Now, can you submit to me? My patience is finite. Should you continue to resist, I assure you, I shall end your existence." Bardock instinctively took a step back, his gaze fixed intently on Sun Yu, his eyes darting uncertainly. Observing this, Sun Yu sensed a glimmer of hope and embellished his words. "By the way, you must understand that our organization has only recently been established. It is still in its infancy. However, youth is synonymous with opportunity. If you diligently follow my lead, the organization shall not neglect you, and both the party and the people will remember your contributions to the noble revolutionary tradition." My lord, Alanx, drenched in sweat, interrupted urgently, exclaiming, "If you continue speaking in this manner, you will frighten away those who initially wished to join us. Is that so?" "I believe my words are quite appealing," Sun Yu replied, casting a glance at the visibly anxious Bardock, who was now sweating profusely. Clearing his throat, he continued, "In any case, should you choose to join us, I will guide you in your cultivation, and you're always welcome to eliminate me, provided you possess the requisite strength." Chapter 57. Kneeling to Sing Conquest. Sun Yu cleared his throat once more, reiterating, "In any case, should you choose to join us, I will guide you in your cultivation, and you're always welcome to eliminate me, provided you possess the requisite strength." Offering to enhance someone's power for free while simultaneously inviting them to overpower him in the future left both Alanx and Bardock feeling somewhat incredulous. "My lord, is this truly advisable?" Alanx queried, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Bardock, who had been silent, suddenly appeared to comprehend something, offering a self-deprecating smile as he remarked, "I suspect your confidence in your own abilities allows you to make such claims." "There is truth to that," Sun Yu nodded, "but more importantly, I seek to cultivate a sense of urgency within myself. As you know, pressure breeds motivation." "I see. However, before I commit to joining you, may I be so bold as to request a demonstration of your true power?" Bardock asked earnestly, the arrogance he once possessed replaced by a solemn demeanor. Alanx, too, looked at Sun Yu with eager anticipation. Although he had followed Sun Yu for some time, he had yet to witness the full extent of his capabilities. "Very well. As you wish," Sun Yu agreed, and with a thought, he levitated into the air. "Take a moment to appreciate this. I hope you do not soil yourselves in fear." Upon the utterance of his command, a resounding shout escaped Sun Yu's lips, akin to the sound of chains binding a ferocious beast being shattered. Immediately thereafter, an overwhelming force, capable of rending the heavens and shattering the earth, descended from above. Bardock and Alanx stood transfixed, gazing at the figure silhouetted against the sky, a form that, despite its unassuming stature, was magnified infinitely in that moment. The air around them reverberated with a thunderous roar, the earth trembling beneath its weight. The flickering shadows before their eyes mirrored the quaking of the firmament. It felt as though an unseen hand had tightened its grip around their throats, leaving them breathless. As Sun Yu unleashed his full power of 300,000 battle strength, a soft golden aura enveloped his body, igniting him in a blaze reminiscent of a divine being descending from the heavens. Peering down from above, Sun Yu commanded with 2 words, "Kneel." That voice, as if descending from a celestial realm, sent a shiver through Bardock and Alanx. Without hesitation, Alanx collapsed to the ground, kneeling in submission. Bardock gritted his teeth, desperately resisting the oppressive might of Sun Yu. As the essence of life and death emanated from Sun Yu, Bardock felt as if he were plummeting into the depths of the underworld, a chilling dread unfurling from the depths of his heart. Kneel. With a thud, Bardock's legs buckled, and he found himself kneeling before Sun Yu, this legendary Saiyan finally bowing his noble head. Kneel and sing conquer for me, Sun Yu instructed once more. What? Bardock and Alanx looked up in bewilderment, utterly perplexed by the request to sing conquer. Sun Yu intended to elaborate, to clarify that conquer was merely a song, when suddenly his gaze sharpened, shifting towards the rear. This is bad. We've been detected. We must leave at once. With that, he swiftly retracted his aura, hastily retrieved his heavy armor, and urged Bardock and Alanx to hasten their departure. The trio held their breath as they leapt swiftly across the terrain, soon vanishing from the vast wilderness. Shortly after their departure, 3 figures appeared in the sky, each distinct in appearance and not of this planet's Saiyans. They hovered in the void, silently observing the uneven ground below. 300,000 battle strength? How could such a being exist on this planet? One remarked, skepticism lacing his tone. I suspect your battle power detector is malfunctioning. Look at the battle scene below. If a warrior with 300,000 battle strength were truly engaged in combat, this land would have been reduced to ruins long ago. The last individual concurred. Indeed, judging by the evidence of the battle, it appears there are merely 2 individuals with battle strengths below 10,000. We should have reported to Lord Frisia first. Do you understand the consequences of misreporting military intelligence? After enduring a round of scornful jests from 2 companions, the individual standing at the forefront, his face flushed, crushed his combat power detector in frustration. Dreadful device. How it has embarrassed me so, he exclaimed. Let us depart. This is utterly tedious. With that, the trio transformed into streaks of light and soared towards the heavens. Having evaded the surveillance laid out by Frisia on planet Vegeta, Sun Yu and Alanx visited Bardock's residence for a brief while. Bardock had now assumed the role of Sun Yu's subordinate. It was only natural that he introduced Sun Yu to his wife, Jine. In the course of their conversation, Sun Yu casually mentioned the Saiyan he had found on Earth, none other than Bardock and Jine's second son, Kakarot, also known as Sun Wukong. To his surprise, Bardock already recognized his son, addressing Sun Yu with a tone of formality. Jine, however, looked at Sun Yu with evident concern, eager to learn about her child's well-being. Sun Yu, perceiving Jine's anxiety, smiled reassuringly and said, Your son is thriving on Earth, where he's being trained in martial arts by an old friend of mine. I shall take you to visit him when the opportunity arises. Upon hearing about Bardock's second son, Sun Wukong, Bardock's expression soured. An infant with a combat power rating of merely 2 to 3 could be deemed utterly ineffectual. Sun Yu placed a comforting hand on Bardock's shoulder and spoke earnestly. That child possesses the most extraordinary talent I have ever witnessed. His future achievements are boundless. As a father, you must strive diligently. It would be a source of great embarrassment if your son were to surpass you. Bardock was momentarily taken aback, uncertain why Sun Yu held his youngest son in such high regard. However, given Sun Yu's stature, he chose not to question it. No true warrior would bestow praise lightly, unless that individual had truly earned their respect. Indeed, my lord, I shall commit myself to rigorous training. One day, I will surpass you, Bardock declared resolutely. From behind Jine, Raditz emerged, his thick black hair billowing in the wind. I too shall train diligently, striving to surpass my father. The sight of the 5 or 6-year-old Raditz elicited hearty laughter from the group. With Bardock successfully recruited, Sun Yu casually left his weighted training gear with him, then returned to Uncle Ollie's abode alongside Alanx. As the day of the expedition approached, all members of the city management team busied themselves with final confirmations of the personnel listed, immersed in their tasks, while Sun Yu appeared rather idle, as all matters were under the purview of Uncle Ollie and Alanx, rendering him the most leisurely of all. Chapter 58. Closing the gates and releasing the hounds. The day of the expedition had finally arrived. Sun Yu led the entire city management team, along with nearly 2,000 contracted personnel, in a grand procession towards the spaceport. As the cosmic transit hub of planet Vegeta, the spaceport had long surpassed a staggering influx of over 1 million visitors. It is said that the spaceport on planet Vegeta spans several 100,000 square meters, with a grand transparent dome resembling a bird's nest encircling the outermost perimeter. In the central area, various military spacecraft are docked, ranging from a single-pod spaceship previously occupied by Sun Wukong to Frisia's favored command-class military fortress, among many others. as Sun Wukong prepares to board the exploration-class strategic void ship, which measures over 800 meters in length and features 3 boarding corridors. He divides the 2,000 individuals into 3 groups. He personally leads the first group, assigns the second group to be led by Lana and her family, and entrusts the third group to Bardock. Given that Lana's family and Bardock possess combat capabilities that far exceed those of the Saiyans on planet Vegeta, Sun Wukong feels no concern for their safety. After providing some essential instructions, the 3 groups navigate through the bustling crowd towards their respective boarding corridors. This marks Sun Wukong's first visit to the military terminal of the spaceport. During his previous return to planet Vegeta, he had landed through a civilian passage at the far edge of the spaceport. This time, however, he truly experiences the advanced technology of the universe. Unlike the outdated technology of the urban areas on planet Vegeta, everything here is fully automated. Conveyors abound on the ground, and standing on one instantly transports a person to their desired destination. Sun Wukong intends to lead his assigned team towards the conveyor, but he notices a gathering of no less than 100 individuals approaching with ill intent. Lord Kale's ally, Alanx, also observes their movements and casts a worried glance at Sun Wukong. "Yes, I understand," Sun Wukong replies casually, immediately sensing the energy of this group and discovering, to his surprise, that none of them are weak. Each possesses a combat power exceeding 4,000. Suddenly, a tall man strides forth from the crowd, his hair ablaze like fire, adorned with a ring of facial hair, clad in standard Saiyan battle armor, yet draped in a cape that exudes an air of authority. Could this be the legendary King Vegeta? Sun Wukong raises an eyebrow, observing the approaching figure. King Vegeta, taken aback by Sun Wukong's direct address, responds with a frosty demeanor, stating, "You must be Kale's, the adopted son of the Ali family. As part of the middle class of planet Vegeta, you should have a glorious future ahead of you. Why do you willingly serve as Frieza's lackey?" It is evident that King Vegeta harbors considerable dissatisfaction towards Sun Wukong's compliance with Frieza summons, particularly as he prepares to resist Frieza's rule. Naturally, he aims to eliminate any potential dissenters, yet he's entirely unaware that his combat prowess is inconsequential in Frieza's eyes. "I believe you may be mistaken," Sun Wukong replies as he approaches King Vegeta. To be in such close proximity to Vegeta's father stirs a sense of excitement within him. In a certain sense, those whose destinies are controlled by others are akin to dogs. They can be slain at will or spared as mere pets. I advise you, do not act foolishly, for it may lead to your demise. Despite the inevitable destruction of planet Vegeta by Frieza, the foolishness of King Vegeta hastened this grim fate. Sun Wukong, unwilling to witness the annihilation of the Saiyan race, a minority already, understood that should planet Vegeta be obliterated, the future of the Saiyan people would be shrouded in darkness. It is exceedingly difficult to sustain the development of a nation with merely 2,000 individuals. "Humph, how dare you speak to me in such a manner?" King Vegeta's eyes narrowed coldly, signaling the few men behind him to step forward. "You are a disgrace to our Saiyan race. Today, you shall taste the bitterness of defeat." Upon receiving the king's silent command, the 100 warriors behind him eagerly advanced, their eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty gleam, their fingers cracking ominously. Each of them radiated an intense aura of menace, sending shivers down the spines of Sun Wukong's companions. For who could fathom how many lives have been extinguished to cultivate such a profound bloodlust? I shall not hesitate to reveal the truth. These men are the elite of our clan. The weakest among them possesses a battle power of 4,000, and the strongest, well, brace yourselves, Nader, the young lord of the Nappa family, boasts a staggering battle power of 9,000. How about that? Kneel now, and perhaps you may be spared. King Vegeta declared imperiously, for he believed he commanded the CR Mida Las army of mid-level warriors, those whose mere names could instill fear in the hearts of many. Upon hearing King Vegeta's proclamation, Sun Wukong's hired aides erupted into a flurry of anxious whispers. Most of them had heard of the Nappa family's reputation. In the realm of planet Vegeta, many noble families were born to superiority. Their battle prowess far beyond the reach of ordinary beings. "It's over for us. This ignorant Kelses dared to speak to the king in such a manner. Does he not comprehend the king's might? What shall we do? Let us flee amidst the chaos. If a fight breaks out, we are surely doomed. Yes, we must escape quickly. Even if we combine our 3 groups into 2,000, we might still not match them." Sun Wukong casually surveyed the crowd behind him and waved his hand, saying, "Those wishing to depart may do so now. Once the fighting commences, you will not have the chance to flee." Alex and several other members of the city guard wished to voice their concerns, yet met Sun Wukong's gaze and fell silent, watching the crowd behind them. In no time, the majority of those behind Sun Wukong scattered in disarray. Once a gathering of over 600, now fewer than 200 remained. Ah, more than I anticipated. What do you think, Alex? Sun Wukong inquired with a smile, patting Alex beside him. Alex sheepishly chuckled, replying, "My lord, I believe having 200 left is quite a feat. Given the circumstances, anyone with even a hint of timidity would have fled." Sun Wukong let out a dry chuckle. King Vegeta gazed upon the significantly diminished ranks of Sun Yu's team and confidently declared, "I say, boy, it is high time you surrendered. Do not tell me you still entertain thoughts of resistance." Sun Yu gestured dismissively towards King Vegeta and corrected him. No, no, no. It is not resistance. It is a massacre, a unilateral slaughter." With a devilish grin curling at the corners of his mouth, he continued, "However, it is we who shall be slaughtering your friends behind me. I am pleased you have chosen the right side. Thus, as a reward, allow you to witness the terror of our urban management team. Urban management team, 1st Division, heed my command. Shut the gates, unleash the dogs, and attack." Chapter 59. So you are Shaker. At Sun Yu's command to close the gates and unleash the dogs, the eager members of the urban management team stumbled in confusion. Unleash the dogs? Who are the dogs? Lord Kyle, clarify this for us, or we might truly shed tears. King Vegeta had previously assessed the combat power of Sun Yu's group. Sun Yu's formidable power was unquestionable, universally measured at 1,200. Among them, awakens possessed the highest combat power of 4,000, while the hired hands trailing Sun Yu barely reached 1,000, some even less. Laughter erupted from King Vegeta's entourage, who regarded Sun Yu as if he were a fool. "Hey, are you out of your mind? Can't you grasp the situation? Even without a combat power detector, you ought to inquire of those beside you." One Saiyan, of a similar age to Awakens, timidly tapped Sun Yu's shoulder and said, "My lord, though my combat power is low, we are Saiyans, and we willingly follow you to glorious death." "Glorious death, you say?" Sun Yu retorted with a swift smack to the head. He turned to address the others. "Is this the sentiment shared by all of you?" Upon hearing Sun Yu's inquiry, the other Saiyans nodded in agreement, leaving Sun Yu both amused and exasperated. "All right then, no need for you to intervene. Urban management team, what are you dawdling for? Get to it." Sun Yu could not comprehend why the once-spirited members now looked at him with such forlorn expressions. Had he suddenly become more handsome? Alas, being handsome brings many troubles. At your command, the 10 members of the urban management team, led by Awakens, began to remove the heavy protective gear previously distributed by Sun Yu. With a resounding clamor, the heavy gear crashed to the ground, leaving Sun Yu's followers dumbfounded, as did King Vegeta's group, who broke into a cold sweat and instinctively activated their combat power detectors. Beep, beep, beep echoed mechanically, rendering King Vegeta and his companions speechless. For the 10 members of Sun Yu's team, their combat power underwent an astonishing transformation, skyrocketing from just over 3,000 to more than 7,000 upon shedding the cumbersome gear. The most terrifying presence was the attendant who stood persistently by Sun Yu's side. His combat prowess, originally measured at 4,000, had suddenly surged to an astonishing 11,000. Impressive indeed. Sun Yu cast a commendatory glance towards Awakens, recognizing the young man's remarkable capacity for comprehension. Having swiftly grasped the martial philosophy Sun Yu had imparted during a single session, coupled with his diligent efforts, Awakens now boasted a standard combat power exceeding 10,000. The dynamics of the battlefield shifted instantaneously, instilling a sense of unreality in the throng behind Sun Yu. They finally understood the source of his confidence. He commanded a formidable squad of extraordinary fighters. If even his subordinates were this powerful, how formidable must he be? Suddenly, those who had chosen to remain felt vindicated in their decision, glancing around to see the group that had retreated at a distance, intending to observe the spectacle. Regret coursed through them as they yearned to return and align themselves with Sun Yu. The 10 members of the team swiftly repositioned, encircling the 100-strong entourage of King Vegeta, their eyes betraying an unrestrained thirst for blood. While King Vegeta's subordinates were indeed ruthless, Sun Yu's fighters were no less savage. Each Saiyan was a born warrior. After a brief moment of shock, King Vegeta gradually regained his composure, forcing a smile as he proclaimed, "Even if your overall combat power is slightly superior, do you truly believe that 10 individuals can topple our 100? It seemed he was now resorting to a strategy of sheer numbers. Sun Yu regarded King Vegeta with sympathy before addressing his team. "Let us inflict harm upon one another, but do so swiftly. we still have a ship to board. Upon uttering these words, the 100 under King Vegeta felt a sudden shift. The 10 elite fighters vanished from sight, only to reappear like lightning amidst the throng, attacking with the ferocity of hungry tigers descending upon sheep. How infuriating! They're so fast. How can they be this strong? Are they truly Saiyans? Within mere moments, a significant number of King Vegeta's fighters had already fallen, with only a handful of elite warriors managing to withstand the onslaught of Sun Yu's formidable team. Sun Yu observed the scene with satisfaction. His team, having undergone specialized training, had begun to master the manipulation of their energy. In terms of combat instinct and reaction speed, they significantly surpassed those on King Vegeta's side. On one side stood trained martial artists, while on the other, brute strength without skill. The outcome of such a clash was all but predictable. The battlefield was a gruesome spectacle, with blood and flesh flying, and the sounds of shattering bones and lost teeth punctuating the air, a sight too horrific to behold. In the face of overwhelming strength, sheer numbers proved futile. The current situation was abundantly clear. Despite Sun Yu commanding only 10 warriors, their combat prowess far surpassed that of their counterparts, and King Vegeta's forces were being battered into disarray, slowly losing their will to fight. When a combat power of 10,000 faced off against 11,000, King Vegeta found himself utterly defeated by Erinx, left searching for his teeth. This young man, Erinx, clearly harbored a profound disdain for the affluent. Initially, he approached the once mighty ruler of planet Vegeta with trepidation, hesitant to unleash his full potential. However, as he gradually perceived that the formidable King Vegeta was not as invincible as he had once believed, his resolve strengthened, leading him to unleash a relentless barrage upon the king. Ironically, the more Erinx struck, the more exhilarated he became. It seemed as though the latent power within him had been ignited, and as he mercilessly pummeled King Vegeta, his combat power soared to an astonishing 16,000. This left Sun Wukong utterly dumbfounded. In his experience, Saiyans typically exhibited a unique trait where their power only surged when they were on the receiving end of punishment. To witness Erinx thrive in the act of domination was an unexpected revelation. Suddenly, a chilling realization struck Sun Wukong, and he felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. After King Vegeta was thoroughly incapacitated, the 10 team members paused, casting expectant glances at Sun Wukong, only to be met with a scathing rebuke. "What are you all grinning about? Do you derive satisfaction from bullying a group of weaklings? I implore you to set your sights higher. You are following me, and our goal is to become the strongest team in the universe, understood?" Rather than feeling disheartened by Sun Wukong's reprimand, the 10 members became even more invigorated. Once mere weaklings, they had now, under Sun Wukong's leadership, managed to trample those whom they once looked up to. This ignited within each of them a fervent ambition to unite the universe alongside him. King Vegeta, clutching his wounds, rose to his feet and glared coldly at Sun Wukong, venomously declaring, "Enjoy your triumph while you can. I can see that you are indeed formidable. But what of your other members? I suspect they are currently facing dire challenges." Chapter 60. Setting sail as soon as King Vegeta's words left his mouth. Sun Wukong and Erinx exchanged knowing glances and erupted in laughter. Erinx pointed to the battle power scouter he wore on his ear, saying, "We just received word from 2 other squads, King Vegeta. I bear some unfortunate news that you must brace yourself for. It is well known that battle power scouters possess communication functions. Members of the city management team do not wear them during internal discussions, but they carry them for convenience during missions. The reports from both squads indicated that they had encountered an ambush, and all the assailants have been eliminated." What? King Vegeta's heart raced violently as disbelief washed over him. He could scarcely accept that the elite subordinates he had dispatched to find those 2 squads had all perished. He was aware of the combat powers of the Ali family and Bardock. Both were of below-average strength. Could it be that each of them was equipped with weighted gear? Suddenly, King Vegeta felt a wave of vertigo. How could this be happening? Was he not the strongest Saiyan? Why has this so-called urban management team grown to such formidable strength? "Who on earth are you?" King Vegeta inquired, his gaze filled with fury as he fixed it upon Sun Yu. "My name is Sun Yu, an ordinary Saiyan." Sun Yu stepped forward to pat King Vegeta on the shoulder, leaving the bewildered monarch standing in place as he made his way towards the embarkation corridor. The members of the urban management team were already familiar with their esteemed Lord Kale, also known as Sun Yu, and thus were unperturbed by the encounter. Erinx hurried to Sun Yu's side and respectfully asked, "My lord, how should we deal with these individuals?" He gestured towards his neck, mimicking the motion of a beheading. Sun Yu looked upon King Vegeta with pity and replied, Let it be. I believe there are fewer than 10 warriors of intermediate rank remaining among them. You mentioned that Lana and Bardock are ruthless. After all, we are all Saiyans. How can they so readily resort to killing? The members of the urban management team broke into a cold sweat, reflecting that Sun Yu had been even more merciless when he eliminated the likes of Reldon. I suggest, King Vegeta, that you and your subordinates depart swiftly and cease your reckless behavior, Sun Yu advised, gesturing grandly as he led his entourage toward the embarkation corridor. King Vegeta gazed at the scattered remnants of his subordinates on the ground, surrounded by a throng of onlookers. It would not be long before word of today's event spread, and his reputation on planet Vegeta would plummet, perhaps by significantly diminishing King Vegeta's so-called elite warriors. He might come to realize his folly, and perhaps he would abandon any delusions of rebelling against the Frieza force, allowing planet Vegeta to endure a while longer. Of course, all of this was, for the time being, of no concern to Sun Yu. Without further regard for King Vegeta's fate, Sun Yu successfully boarded the exploration-class strategic void ship. Upon entering the vessel, they were greeted by an exceptionally spacious corridor, expansively laid out, reminiscent of a fire truck's interior. As they gazed down the passageway, they spotted the Ollie family, who were responsible for overseeing the boarding process. They too noticed Sun Yu and Lana, soaring through the air, suddenly flew towards his position. "Okay, why are there so few of you?" Lana inquired with curiosity, glancing at the more than 200 individuals following Sun Yu. "I had to trim the ranks a bit. I just spotted King Vegeta, and he sent people to obstruct your boarding, but you didn't take action, did you?" Sun Yu remarked, as long as Lana refrained from revealing her true combat prowess. Their expedition plan would already be half successful. Ah, so those individuals were sent by King Vegeta. No wonder they were so weak, Lana mused. Never mind him. Let us hurry to the captain's chamber. I am eager to see what it looks like and whether I might have a turn at piloting the ship, as I've never operated a warship before. You think it's like driving a tricycle? Sun Yu responded, drenched in cold sweat, as Lana forcibly dragged him towards the captain's chamber. Sun Yu discreetly instructed Uncle Ollie to promote the 200 individuals who had previously remained by his side to active members of the city management team. He then stealthily sought a secluded place to engage in his training, while Bedak and Alankus oversaw the arrangement for a portion of the group to enter a state of dormancy. Meanwhile, Lana, filled with excitement, dashed into the captain's quarters, resembling an inquisitive child exploring her surroundings. Fortunately, the more advanced the equipment, the more user-friendly its design, the majority of the battleship's functions could be executed automatically. With no overly complicated buttons, the captain and other pilots merely needed to monitor the ship's operational integrity throughout the journey. Thus, after spending a full half-hour gazing into the ship's console, Lana was met with a timid inquiry from the battleship. "Crew ready. Shall we initiate the pre-launch sequence?" "What is this? Is there not even a button?" Lana exclaimed in frustration, addressing the captain. "You know, the kind where you count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then I press it to launch?" The captain, a diminutive green figure with 4 eyes, wiped the sweat from his brow and struggled to utter a few words. "My lady, we ceased using such devices 400 years ago. But if you insist, you could simply press it." At that moment, Lana, undeterred, slapped the projection device, causing a significant dent in the projection table that emitted wisps of smoke. With unwavering enthusiasm, she bellowed, "Set sail." The onlookers were left in a state of shock. The launch speed of the exploratory-class strategic void ship was remarkably swift, and its internal structural stability was commendable. Lana felt no sense of acceleration. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves outside the atmosphere of planet Vegeta. There was none of the anticipated sensation of rapid travel or the turbulence typically associated with a battleship breaching the atmosphere, which left Lana feeling disheartened. The interstellar battleship movies she had watched on Earth now seemed misleading. This experience paled in comparison to the exhilarating rides in the single-pod spacecraft favored by Saiyans. As they embarked on their journey aboard the so-called fastest exploratory-class strategic vessel, Sun Yu and his companions set off from planet Vegeta toward planet Veblen, located at the edge of the northern universe. The journey would take approximately 8 months, allowing them to arrive 3 months ahead of Frieza's summon army. This meant that within 3 months, Sun Yu and his companions would need to either forge an alliance with the indigenous people of Veblen or forcibly reclaim the planet. However, Sun Yu was reluctant to create enemies at such a critical juncture. According to the data, the combat effectiveness of Veblen's high-tech battle robots averaged over 500,000. While combat power does not equate to overall strength, diligent training is always beneficial. Thus, Sun Yu set himself a modest goal: to fully acclimate to the 300 times the normal gravitational force during the 8-month journey to planet Veblen. Chapter 61, Avatar. 8 months may seem neither long nor short. In the northern realms of the 7th universe, the interstellar routes remain significantly less developed compared to other star sectors. Thus, the exploratory strategic void ship piloted by Sun Yu and his fellow Saiyans has encountered numerous meteor showers during its voyage. Upon hearing of an impending collision with a massive asteroid cluster for the first time, a wave of apprehension swept over the crew, filled with concern for the ship's safety. Yet, Sun Yu felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation, as his mind raced with images from various Hollywood blockbusters, where protagonists adeptly navigated their spacecraft through dense asteroid fields, executing breathtaking maneuvers and emerging unscathed, eliciting gasps of awe. Had the diminutive green captain not repeatedly emphasized the ship's energy shield, assuring them that occasional impacts would pose no threat, Sun Yu might have been tempted to take the helm himself, attempting feats only achievable by heroic figures. However, he recalled that what is portrayed on television is often misleading. In the vast tapestry of the universe, even the most congested asteroid clusters have considerable distances between individual asteroids, measured in kilometers. Excluding the smaller fragments that may separate from the asteroids, each still several dozen meters in diameter, these minuscule rocks would evaporate upon contact with the ship's energy shield. The approaching asteroid swarm scarcely lingered within Sun Yu's sight for a second. All he could perceive was the enormous holographic screen in the captain's chamber, where sporadic flickers of light danced against the backdrop of endless darkness. As the ship traveled faster than light, the empty expanse of asteroids left behind only a fleeting shadow. Sun Yu sat bewildered in the captain's chamber, gazing at the intermittent lights on the screen, symbolizing the true meteor shower in space, an embodiment of his shattered worldview. It was evident that television often misrepresents reality. After observing the nebulous lights for a while, a headache began to throb at his temples, perhaps a symptom of the painful reconstruction of his worldview. Eventually, he quietly exited the captain's chamber. Now, only a few days of travel remain until they reach Veblen Star, and Sun Yu has concluded his training. The 300-fold gravity proved to be far more challenging than he had anticipated. Reflecting on the original Dragon Ball series, Vegeta, in his base form, possessed a battle power of at least 3 million. Even with such formidable strength, training under 300 times the normal gravity left him drenched in sweat. It was only when Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, elevating his power to 150 million, that he could entirely disregard the immense gravitational pressure. Sun Yu realized that he still had a long way to go. Certainly, the training over the past 8 months has not been without its rewards. At the very least, without having faced a life-and-death battle, my combat prowess has ascended to 800,000, a remarkable feat largely attributable to Sun Yu's current martial arts mastery. In contrast, Lana remains at a nascent stage in her martial arts journey, resulting in a more gradual enhancement of her combat strength, which stands at 600,000. Though Lana harbors feelings of discontent, there is little she can do, given that Sun Yu has a knack for addressing any such grievances. Next is Bardak, whose strength has seen a meteoric rise during these 8 months. With only a slight nudge from Sun Yu, Bardak swiftly mastered the application of Qi, achieving the nuanced realm in a mere 2 months, and his combat power surged overnight to an impressive 120,000, a testament to his accumulated potential. Uncle Ollie and Aunt Hill have barely crossed the 90,000 mark in combat strength, diligently striving toward the goal of 100,000. The other members of the city management team have also made notable progress. As the spaceship neared the planet Veblen, 3 light-years away, it began to decelerate, finally allowing the crew to glimpse the distant stars through the ship's external screens, rather than fixating on the intermittent flickers of light. According to the captain's explanations, the hazy orb in the distance is indeed Veblen, which measures only 2/3 the size of Earth and possesses a gravitational force 15 times that of our planet. The ecological environment there has been nearly obliterated. The indigenous inhabitants, in a bid to adapt to their harsh living conditions, have gradually employed advanced technology to transform themselves into beings that are part human, part machine, akin to Dr. Jero's own modifications into an android. In the captain's quarters, Sun Yu, Lana, and other key members of the city management team gathered around the control console. The holographic projector, previously damaged by Lana, had been repaired and was now operational as Sun Yu prepared to report on the ship's forthcoming voyage. Lord Kyle, he began, "We are scheduled to reach our destination at cosmic time 135 hours and 78 minutes. Shall we land on this planet? Sun Yu tapped his ears and replied to the assembly with an air of certainty. Of course, we shall not land. If an armed aircraft suddenly appeared at your doorstep, would you allow it to land? Let's first see if we can establish contact with them. In line with Sun Yu's previous approach, he would typically disregard such concerns and fly in recklessly. If the other party was amicable, all would be well. If they were difficult to negotiate with, he would adhere to the old adage, matters solvable by fists should not be addressed otherwise. However, the situation has changed. Sun Yu now bears the responsibility of a group of individuals. Even if he disregards his own safety, he must consider the well-being of the Saiyans who follow him. A reckless confrontation with the natives of Vibran could spell disaster for these ordinary Saiyans. After persistent communication attempts with Vibran, the captain finally received permission to communicate. Shortly thereafter, the enormous screen on the front wall of the captain's quarters illuminated, revealing several figures with blue skin. Goodness, are those avatars? As Sun Yu discerned the silhouettes within the luminous screen, he could not suppress a loud exclamation. His reaction was not unwarranted, for the figures resembled the avatars of legendary tales. Yet, upon closer inspection, notable differences emerged. These azure beings stood approximately 2 meters tall, yet their backs were hunched as if they were venerable elders nearing the end of their days. Their muscular forms bore evident signs of mechanization, with numerous metallic limbs starkly exposed to the air, a sight that sent shivers down one's spine. The leader among them bore 3 jagged scars above his right eye, rendering his gaze particularly menacing and instilling a profound sense of dread. In a voice that resonated like the grinding of metal, he inquired, "Who are you? Where do you come from? And where are you headed?" He spoke in the universal language of the cosmos, and Sun Yu and his companions comprehended his words with clarity. Chapter 62, Negotiations for Cooperation. Gazing into the fierce eyes of this avatar, Sun Yu found it inconceivable that this individual would open with the 3 profound questions that have long plagued the annals of human philosophy. Who are you? Where do you come from? Where are you going? Truly, such profundity mirrored the essence of an avatar. Even a simple inquiry bore the weight of existential contemplation, leaving Sun Yu in a quandary as he thoughtfully scratched his chin. Those surrounding him appeared utterly bewildered, and the avatars outside the screen were just as perplexed. Had it not been for their confidence in their communication devices, they might have assumed that Sun Yu's group had failed to grasp their inquiry. After a prolonged silence, the avatars began to perspire, perhaps from anxiety or perhaps from the oil that coursed through their mechanical forms. They cleared their throats, interrupting Sun Yu's spiraling thoughts, and in a raspy, unpleasant voice stated, "Stranger, declare your intentions, or do not hold us accountable for unleashing an attack upon you." The tone of their threat pierced through the screen like a sharp blade, striking fear into the hearts of those in the captain's quarters. Sun Yu chuckled nervously and met the gaze of the apparent leader, saying, "Do not be so impatient. We harbor no hostility towards you. On the contrary, we have come to assist you." The leader scoffed at Sun Yu's words, retorting coldly, "Assistance? My people require no aid from you. The great deity Ignatz shall protect us." Ignatz? Sun Yu noted the unfamiliar name, ruminating on it carefully. In his recollections of the Dragon Ball lore, he could find no mention of a deity by that name. Apologies, but among the divine beings I am acquainted with in this universe, none carry the name Ignatz. At least within the 5 great kings of the Northern Galaxy, there is not even one known as Ignatz. Foolishness! The leader seemed to erupt with rage, extending his long, sharp finger towards Sun Yu, shouting, "The flickering flame of a king cannot compare to the brilliance of my people's sun and moon. Leave at once. My people do not welcome you." Sun Yu, taken aback, had not anticipated that these avatars were aware of the kings. Could it be that a deity named Ignatz truly existed? However, this was not the moment for a theological debate. "Wait," he interjected, "have you ever heard of Frisia?" The words of Sun Yu resonate with the same weight as the phrase, "Have you heard of Amway?" On Earth, anyone familiar with both would experience a jolt of recognition upon hearing these names mentioned with such seriousness. The terror of Frisia is, if anything, even more profound than that associated with Amway. Naturally, the avatars are well aware of Frisia, the notorious leader of the Northern Universe, a descendant of the ancient frozen demons, synonymous with war and dread. "Why do you bring him up?" Avatar glared at Sun Yu, inquiring. The matter unfolds thus. Sun Yu, choosing his words carefully, shared with the avatars the apprehension Frisia harbors for the technology of the Veblen planet and his intentions to amass an army to annihilate it. Upon hearing this, the already fearsome expressions of the avatars were filled with rage, the greed of conquerors evident on their faces. And why should I care about this? With a sigh of resignation, Sun Yu settled into the captain's chair and replied slowly, because once Frisia obliterates you, we Scions will be next. Their essay saying you may or may not know, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. To put it simply, I come seeking collaboration. The avatars were intrigued by Sun Yu's assertion that the enemy of one's enemy could be a friend, seemingly in agreement. If you genuinely seek collaboration, demonstrate your sincerity by leaving your army outside. Come speak with us alone for further discussion. Before Sun Yu could respond, Lanya and Alanx immediately slammed their hands on the table, exclaiming in unison, absolutely not. Bardock, however, calmly approached the holographic screen and addressed them in standard galactic language. We do not have a custom of allowing our leader to venture alone into unfamiliar territories. The army may remain behind, but we must send a few individuals to accompany him. This is our utmost sincerity. Having dealt with extraterrestrial beings for many years, Bardock was well-versed in diplomatic finesse. Though rarely needed, it was undeniable that his words held sway. The Avatar leader pondered for a moment before finally nodding. Then we can permit only 5 to accompany. No more, for this is our greatest sincerity. Thus, an agreement was reached. Sun Yu was indifferent regarding the accompanying personnel. Although Vebelin was quite distant, he sensed that its highest combat strength was merely 1 million. Such power, while formidable, was not insurmountable. Even if negotiations faltered, he was confident that they could not pose a significant threat to him. The accompanying personnel were then decided upon by the others. Lanya and Bardock, being the second and third strongest fighters present, were certainly to accompany him. The remaining 3 included Uncle Ollie, Alanx, and another individual named Vester, a member of the city management team. Vester, similar in age to Alanx, bore thick brows and large eyes, with a stocky build, and was known to be a rather restless Scion. After determining the accompanying personnel, Sun Yu led 5 individuals toward the launch pad of the single-capsule spacecraft. The launch pad was strategically positioned on both wings of the exploration-class void vessel. Habitually veering to the left, Sun Yu traversed a lengthy corridor where numerous patrolling Scions, upon spotting him and his companions, immediately bowed, their eyes gleaming with fervent admiration and homage to strength. As the corridor narrowed, they finally encountered a set of 15 steps. The group ascended the stairs and beheld rows of open single-capsule spacecraft, nestled within the ground's recesses, resembling a humorous array of egg-holding indentations. You two must not hinder Master Sun Yu, Bardock admonished coldly, glancing back at Alankus and Vester. Both men stiffened, lowering their heads in compliance. Sun Yu turned with a smile, saying, "It's quite all right. Just ensure your own safety. I can manage alone if need be." "Huh. Do you think it would allow you to venture out alone while we languish aboard this ship?" Lana discreetly pinched Sun Yu, her expression radiating pride. So that's your true intention," he remarked, and the group nodded in agreement. Their feigned concern for safety was merely a guise, as their true desire was to embark on an adventure. Sun Yu felt a twinge of regret for bringing them along. "I will distribute 10 magical beans to each of you. You should be familiar with their significance, as they could save your lives in a critical moment. I want to elaborate on the dangers of Vibran. You wouldn't heed my warnings anyway. Just prioritize your safety, understood?" The group nodded vigorously. Uncle Ollie and Lana, having already acquired numerous magical beans from Sun Yu, nonetheless gladly accepted his offering, recognizing that abundance is always advantageous. Chapter 63, The Challenge. After distributing the magical beans, the group boarded their respective single-capsule spacecraft, engaged manual control, and the 6 spacecraft slowly sealed their hatches. Beneath the massive left wing of the exploration vessel, a small passage opened, resembling a hen laying eggs as it released 6 spherical, white, flying objects, the very crafts that would carry Sun Yu and his companions. Once detached from the mothership, the 6 spacecraft began to hum, suddenly transforming into streaks of light that sped toward the dimly lit Vibran planet. If Sun Yu's first descent onto Earth revealed a breathtaking expanse of blue, this time, his arrival on Vibran unveiled a landscape marred by charred scars and ruins, casting a heavy pall over the Scions who had just set foot on this planet. From a celestial vantage point, the spacecraft's sensors revealed a landscape riddled with the pockmarks of desolation, as if this planet had recently endured a brutal conflict. In stark contrast to the ruins, towering conical pyramids ascended towards the heavens. While most celestial bodies possess gravitational forces far exceeding that of Earth, resulting in predominantly domed architectural designs, this planet uniquely embraced the pointed pyramid form. Were it not for the dimensional differences, one might suspect that these structures were the handiwork of the ancient Egyptians. A fleet of spacecraft aligned in formation pierced the atmosphere, and shortly after entering the atmosphere of Veblen's star, they observed several flying objects resembling yellow caterpillars emerging from the pyramid-like edifices below. These yellow caterpillar-like vessels disregarded the terrain's gravitational pull and air friction, soaring directly towards the vicinity of Sun Yu spacecraft. In an astonishing display, they executed a right-angle turn, aligning in a row to signal Sun Yu and his companions to follow. One cannot help but wonder what expressions Newton and the Wright brothers would have upon witnessing such a spectacle. Sun Yu and his crew trailed the yellow caterpillar vessels through a vast expanse of pyramid structures, eventually approaching the tallest of them all. The height of this monumental pyramid was beyond Sun Yu's estimation, though it had been faintly discernible from outer space. The pyramid, a striking silver gray, featured 12 copper columns supporting its upper quarter and was oriented with its southern face prominently displaying a vertical staircase. The spacecraft descended beneath this colossal silver-gray pyramid, and as they cautiously peered out, they were met by several blue avatars from the earlier light display, though the scarred leader was conspicuously absent. Approaching Sun Yu, they placed their right hands over their hearts, bowing slightly, and spoke in a gravelly voice. "May the god Ignaz bless you, esteemed visitors from afar. Please follow me." With that, they ascended towards the pinnacle of the immense silver-gray pyramid. Sun Yu exchanged glances with Lana and the others, all equally perplexed, and thus silently followed. Upon reaching the 12 copper columns, Sun Yu spotted the scarred leader, while the accompanying guards parted to stand respectfully to either side. "Esteemed avatar, this individual." Sun Yu hesitated, uncertain how to address him. He had been silently mocking their resemblance to avatars, almost letting it slip. He turned to seek assistance from Lana and the others, but found them all averting their gazes. The leader seemed to perceive Sun Yu's awkwardness, and, rather than exploiting the moment, sincerely placed his right hand against his chest, bowed slightly, and intoned gravely, "Before Ignaz, I am Tarsal, the chieftain of the Veblen planetary survivors." Survivors? The crowd echoed Tarsal's words, seemingly attempting to deduce the history of the Veblen planet from the term remnant. "Greetings, chieftain. I am Sun Yu, a Saiyan," he declared. Following this, the two engaged in a momentous handshake, after which Sun Yu conveyed to Chieftain Tarsal the detailed intelligence regarding Frisia's expeditionary forces and expressed a desire for collaboration. However, Tarsal declined. "I fail to comprehend, Chieftain Tarsal, why you reject our cooperation. Is it perhaps due to a lack of trust in us?" Sun Yu inquired, somewhat vexed. He had endeavored patiently to reason and appeal emotionally, yet this half-human, half-mechanical chieftain appeared utterly unmoved. "You demand we demonstrate sincerity, and we have adhered to your requests. Is that not sufficient?" Lana, possessing a fiery temperament, would have engaged in combat had Sun Yu not previously cautioned her against acting impulsively. The expressions of the accompanying individuals were grim, ever vigilant, ready for a potential clash should negotiations falter. However, Tarsal calmly elucidated, "I believe you have misunderstood, Mr. Sun Yu. Our refusal to collaborate is not a matter of distrust. Rather, it is our tradition that any who wish to ally with us must first vanquish our finest warrior." Upon hearing this, Sun Yu and his companions felt a wave of exhilaration, for, as a warrior race, the Saiyans thrived on the thrill of challenging formidable adversaries from various clans. "Lord Sun Yu, please grant me permission to challenge their warriors," Bardock interjected, mimicking Tarsal's tone. Lana stealthily positioned herself behind Sun Yu and playfully pinched him. "Kai, do you think I should go?" Uncle Ali cleared his throat, "Ahem, while I too wish to participate. Perhaps the opportunity should be afforded to the younger generation." Alanx and Vest expressed eagerness as well, though their modest combat prowess rendered them hesitant to vocalize their desires. "Hey, everyone, could you settle down?" Sun Yu exclaimed, casting a discontented glance at Lana and Bardock. "Typically, when I ask you to do something, you all seem lethargic. Yet now that a fight is at hand, you're all so eager." Observing the spirited debate among Sun Yu and his companions, Tarsal spoke up. "In fact, it may be best for Mr. Sun Yu to engage in battle, as only he possesses the combat strength that could potentially overcome our warriors." Sun Yu and his companions were taken aback, not out of concern for the might of Tarsal's warriors, but rather astonished that they could perceive their own power levels. "You could detect our combat strength?" Tarsal nodded, his voice gravelly indeed. "We possess a powerful energy detection device within us, capable of sensing the energy intensity of all living beings, no matter how adeptly you conceal it." "Oh, what an unexpected turn of events." Sun Yu regarded Tasser with keen interest. Due to Tasser's half-cyborg nature, Sun Yu found himself unable to gauge his combat prowess, and it seemed he had inadvertently revealed his own capabilities, perhaps leading others to underestimate him. However, allow me to caution you not to underestimate the Saiyans. Chapter 64, The Templar Warrior. Observing Sun Yu's prompt agreement, Tasser signaled to one of his companions, who slowly approached and knelt before him. This is our clan's Templar Warrior. If both parties have no objections, we shall commence the competition now, Tasser stated calmly. Sun Yu, flexing his wrists, exclaimed with excitement, Templar Warrior? The name bears a resemblance to the Jedi Knights from Star Wars. It sounds rather formidable. I can hardly contain my anticipation. The gazes of the others focused intently on Sun Yu, who typically concealed his aura so effectively that they were unaware of his true strength. Now, they would finally witness it. The Templar Warrior turned slowly, his gaze steady and devoid of emotion, and nodded slightly at Sun Yu. Please follow me. They could not engage in battle here, lest they damage the structure of the pyramid. Thus, the group flew several kilometers away to an uninhabited zone. This desolate area, devoid of life, was filled with barren mountains and ruins, making an ideal location for an intense confrontation without repercussions. This shall suffice, Tasser declared, hovering in the air while several clan members remained behind him. Rudd, keep it light, do not take his life. Understood, esteemed leader, replied the Templar warrior named Rudd. Bowing deeply to Tasser, Lana and Ollie, along with their companions, also ascended into the sky, whispering amongst themselves. Sun Yu positioned himself opposite Rudd, casting a resigned glance at Tasser, who bore the visage of a quintessential villain. Despite his polite demeanor, Sun Yu found it hard to reconcile Tasser's character with his appearance. I must say, Tasser, your personality does not quite match your face. The local Vibra natives exchanged puzzled glances, struggling to comprehend Sun Yu's words. Tasser, momentarily taken aback, touched his face, mistakenly believing Sun Yu inquired about the origin of his scars. With a serious expression, he proclaimed, "This scar is a badge of honor. Do you understand? Our clan reveres glory and the spirit of the warrior. I recall the time I endured a... Let us save that discussion for after our contest," Sun Yu interjected, unable to tolerate Tasser's lengthy monologue. It was simply unfathomable that this imposing figure, who could easily be the final antagonist in any Hollywood film, was now lecturing him on honor and the warrior spirit. Can you believe it? This was not merely frustrating. It was utterly ludicrous. From this brief encounter, Sun Yu gained insight into the nature of these avatars. Despite being half human and half machine, they embodied a chivalric code reminiscent of Western knights, adhering to their own values of honor. As you wish, Rude did not pursue the matter of Sun Yu offending their chieftain, despite the fact that they had completely misinterpreted Sun Yu's intentions. Sun Yu acknowledged this with a brief response, then spread his feet apart and assumed a stance, his demeanor transforming from playful to serious in an instant. His gaze sharpened, and a palpable aura of power erupted from him, revealing a formidable battle strength of 800,000. Bardock and the others felt a wave of disorientation wash over them, gazing at Sun Yu's figure as if it were a towering peak, instilling a sense of helplessness within them. Tarsal and his companions maintained their calm expressions. They were already aware of Sun Yu's true combat prowess, as the energy detectors implanted within them could accurately gauge an individual's energy intensity, no matter how perfectly concealed. Rude remained expressionless, standing as immovable as a mountain, towering over Sun Yu with a height that dwarfed him, silently scrutinizing him. Sun Yu felt a surge of annoyance at being underestimated, prompting him to take the initiative and directly experience the formidable capabilities of these half-human, half-machine beings. "Take this, fiery fist," Sun Yu shouted, a torrent of scorching energy enveloping his hands and feet, resembling a war god treading upon flames. Upon witnessing Sun Yu execute the fiery fist, Lana proudly pounded her chest and proclaimed to those around her, "Did you see that? That technique was invented by yours truly. Impressive, isn't it?" Bardock, however, did not even glance at her. Only Uncle Ollie and Alank's vest offered token praises, which filled Lana with delight. She was relieved to have severed her tail with the divine blade. Otherwise, it would be raised high in triumph now. In the arena, after Sun Yu unleashed the fiery fist, Rude and the others were momentarily taken aback, but they quickly regained their composure. Sun Yu's figure flickered and suddenly appeared before Rude, launching a punch with tremendous force. Rude did not flinch or evade. Instead, he raised his right hand, and with a resounding boom, their fists collided, generating a shock wave of sound. Impressive, Sun Yu thought, sensing Rude's battle power to be around 900,000. However, they could compress their energy to a pinpoint at the moment of striking, conserving every ounce of power to withstand my attack. Is this the advantage of a mechanical body? In that fleeting moment, countless thoughts raced through Sun Yu's mind, and Rude seized upon Sun Yu's momentary distraction, delivering a whip-like kick aimed at his abdomen. Despite their massive physiques, their speed was not to be underestimated, especially in terms of reflexes. They could make the most precise judgments, ensuring that any strike would hit its mark. Faced with a lightning-fast kick, Sun Yu felt a sense of urgency. He knew that being struck would render him at a distinct disadvantage in the ensuing battle. Cursing these half-artificial beings for their calculative nature, a crimson glint flashed in his eyes, and his pupils abruptly transformed into a deep red. Sharingan, time stands still. As Sun Yu activated his Sharingan, an indescribable force of time enveloped Luda, rendering his once agile body burdened, as if the very fabric of time around him had decelerated. What was happening? The indigenous people of Vibrant Star, including Luda, felt a wave of disorientation wash over them. They had already mentally rehearsed the entire course of the battle. Yet an unknown power had intruded upon the flow of combat. Uncle Ali, observing with keen eyes, seemed to glimpse something terrifying, fixating intently on Sun Yu's gaze. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Noticing her father's unusual demeanor, Lana curiously turned to him and inquired, "Dad, what is wrong?" His eyes changed color. "It appears to be his unique ability, so there is no need for concern," she reassured. However, Uncle Ali seemed oblivious to Lana's words, continuing to stare intensely in Sun Yu's direction, murmuring, "His eyes are just like that person's," a statement that perplexed many. Yet Lana understood that the individual her father referred to was a unique appellation for Sun Yu's father. However, the specifics remained unclear to her, as her father seldom mentioned Kyle's father. On the battlefield, Sun Yu unleashed the long-dormant Sharingan, imposing a temporal stasis on Luda, causing a momentary rigidity in his movements. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Yu delivered a powerful punch, creating a visible shockwave in the air. Chapter 65, Quadruple Kamehameha. Boom! Luda was struck down by Sun Yu's explosive punch, crashing to the ground and creating a sizable crater. Bardock and the others cheered for Sun Yu, while Tarsal maintained a demeanor as calm as still water. "Heh, do you now recognize my prowess?" Sun Yu exclaimed triumphantly, gazing at the ground. As the dust settled, a transparent energy shield emerged. The onlookers, Bardock, Lana, and the others, gasped in astonishment as they beheld Luda, unharmed within the shield, their amazement reaching new heights. Sensing their confusion, Tarsal explained in his deep, gravelly voice that is a protective shield capable of withstanding a certain amount of attacks. "Oh, a protective shield, is it?" Sun Yu remarked coldly, his Sharingan fixed on Luda, his aura intensifying once more. "Let me see how much you can withstand." With that, he vanished from sight, and in the next instant, Luda felt an intense wave of heat approaching his face. Sun Yu launched a relentless barrage of punches against Luda's protective shield, each impact sending ripples through the barrier, causing the earth to tremble and eliciting awe from the distant observers. Within the protective shield, although Rude was momentarily startled by Sun Yu's imposing aura, his confidence in the shield prompted a sinister grin, revealing his sharp fangs. "No need to exhaust yourself," he declared. "I acknowledge the might of your attacks. However, unless you can shatter my protective barrier instantaneously, the energy within me will continually replenish the shield's wear and tear. Ultimately, you will succumb to fatigue, while my energy is inexhaustible." Suddenly, Sun Yu recalled the concept of a perpetual energy device. To his astonishment, even after Dr. Gallo's demise, other civilizations had managed to develop such technology. Yet what did it matter? Perhaps for artificial beings, combat prowess was directly linked to their initial energy settings, resulting in limited potential for growth. But Sun Yu was not bound by such constraints. His ability to unleash instantaneous combat power was as effortless as plucking a fruit from a tree. "Oh, it seems you possess great faith in your protective barrier." Sun Yu paused his assault, leaping back to a distance of 5 meters before Rude. "I hope your shield truly is as formidable as you claim. Otherwise, you may face a grim fate." Rude merely chuckled in response, non-committal. Sun Yu exhaled deeply, crossing his hands before him as he began to chant. Waves of ethereal blue light erupted from his palms, the surrounding air thickening, while the stones beneath trembled like restless grasshoppers. Sun Yu had retracted his hands to his waist, and the ground quaked subtly. Tarsal and the others could easily sense the surge of energy emanating from Sun Yu, now doubled. In astonishment, they quickly cautioned Rude, "Retreat." Do not withstand it head-on. With a thunderous shout, Sun Yu thrust his palms forward, unleashing a beam of blue light akin to a high-pressure water jet toward Rude. The spectacle left Rude in shock. After a brief moment of paralysis, he leapt into the air, attempting to evade Sun Yu's Kamehameha wave. However, had this technique been so easily dodged, Sun Wukong would not have devoted such focus to mastering it. Sun Yu gave a vigorous shake of his hands, sending rippling waves forward, and, just like that, the Kamehameha wave altered its trajectory, pursuing Rude's airborne position. What? It can do that? The onlookers were astounded. They had just lamented the possibility of Sun Yu's prolonged charging being sidestepped, but now they were taken aback by the unexpected ability of the technique to change course, revealing itself as anything but a conventional skill. Rude, secretly relieved to have evaded Sun Yu's terrifying strike, instinctively lowered his head, only to discover that the eerie beam had curved sharply in midair, hurtling directly towards him. In a moment of peril, Rude had no time to evade. He crossed his robust arms before his chest, summoning a crystalline barrier just in time. As the Kamehameha collided with Rude's energy shield, a resounding crash echoed through the air, and the transparent barrier was marred by deep fissures. Rude's gaze hardened as he shouted, "The system is overloaded. Activate triple shields." With a sizzling sound, Rude's once azure skin turned a fiery red, wisps of smoke rising from his form. The protective barrier before him thickened significantly, and the shattered shield from the Kamehameha rapidly restored itself. Witnessing the spectacle, Sun Yu felt a surge of displeasure. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "Humph. Do you think you're the only one who can overload? Watch closely. I too can unleash my power. Quadruple Kamehameha." Huh. With his energy soaring, Sun Yu unleashed his full fighting potential, cracks forming in the ground beneath him and spreading outward. A powerful gust of wind sent debris soaring into the air. The energy sphere at Sun Yu's hands swelled dramatically, and a colossal orb of light surged along the path of the original Kamehameha. Upon contact with Rude's triple shields, the seemingly indestructible barrier crumbled as if it were made of paper. Boom! As the quadruple Kamehameha pierced through Rude's defenses, Sun Yu immediately tempered his energy. Rude was struck by the residual force of the Kamehameha, his body turning a deep crimson as he plummeted from the sky. His injuries were a consequence of both Sun Yu's assault and the ramifications of his own overload. Tassel swiftly moved, teleporting to catch the descending Rude, while others followed to assess the situation. Sun Yu, having exhausted his energy, felt as if he had been drained completely and stumbled to the ground. At that moment, Lana flew to his side, reaching into her bosom to retrieve a magical bean, which she fed to him. "You really are reckless. Exerting quadruple Kamehameha with your current strength is quite taxing." Swallowing the bean, Sun Yu instantly regained his vitality, grinning as he declared, "With these magical beans, I won't face any serious issues. Moreover, I sense that this energy depletion has enhanced my fighting prowess. But enough of that. Rude seems gravely injured. Let's go check on him." With that, the two soared toward Tassel. Rude lay on the ground, his right side a gruesome sight, but fortunately, his life was spared. Uncle Ollie produced a magical bean to feed Rude, grateful that the indigenous people of Vibran had not transformed themselves entirely into mechanical beings. Otherwise, even a magical beans would be of no help. After consuming the magical bean, Rude's injuries healed before the astonished gazes of Tassel and the others. Rising to his feet, he disregarded the circumstances and knelt before Tassel, exclaiming, "Elder, I have brought shame upon my clan." Chapter 66. The infected Tassel helped Rude to his feet and spoke in a deep voice. "Defeat is not to be feared. What is truly terrifying is the inability to confront one's failures. Hone your martial skills diligently, my warrior. Due to the constant and unchanging energy of their cyborg beings, they cannot enhance their combat abilities like Sun Yu. Their only path to strength lies in the relentless honing of their combat skills and the accumulation of battle data in the intelligent chips residing within their minds. This reverence for the spirit of the warrior is precisely why they hold it in such high esteem." "Understood, esteemed leader," Rude said as he rose and stepped aside. At that moment, the gaze of the Vablurians towards Sun Yu and his companions shifted from the initial indifference to one imbued with respect. Like the Saiyans, they revere the strong. "It is a pleasure to collaborate with you, Mr. Sun Yu," Tarsal said, bowing slightly to convey his respect for his allies. Sun Yu was pleasantly surprised by the ease with which an alliance with the Vablurians was formed. Although the Vablurians possessed limited growth potential, Sun Yu placed greater value on the advanced technology they wielded. "Very well, leader, since you have agreed to cooperate, let us discuss the matters that lie ahead." The specter of Frisia as combat power, an overwhelming 120 million, loomed over Sun Yu like a thorn in his side. If he could not swiftly reach the threshold of 3 million, the physical limit at which he could transition between his normal form and Super Saiyan, he would remain no match for Frisia even after transforming. The Super Saiyan form merely amplifies one's normal strength by 50 times. Ordinary Saiyans can, upon reaching a certain level of training, unleash their latent potential through anger, allowing them to transform into Super Saiyans. However, there are exceptions, such as the offspring of Super Saiyans, the legendary second generation, exemplified by Sun Wukong's young son, Sun Wutian. Lacking a Super Saiyan father, Sun Yu realized he must rely solely on his own efforts. He sighed softly, choosing to set aside thoughts of Frisia, deciding instead to follow Tarsal and the others back to their silvery pyramid. Suddenly, several indistinct auras flitted by, prompting Sun Yu and Bardock to sharply scan their surroundings, exclaiming, "Who goes there?" Lana and Uncle Ali also sensed a faint presence but did not pay it much heed. "Perhaps it is merely a few insects, aside from us. This planet harbors some resilient bugs," Tarsal replied, his voice tinged with a melancholic undertone, as if lamenting the fate of this planet. Bardock scoffed derisively, retorting, "You rely solely on your detectors. I doubt your device has informed you of the terrifying killing intent concealed within those auras." "What?" Tarsal and his companions gazed incredulously at Bardock, scrutinizing his demeanor for any signs of deceit. "Indeed," Sun Yu said warily, surveying the surroundings. He sensed that the aura bore a striking resemblance to the formidable combat power he had encountered in outer space. Given the uncertainty surrounding the Viblurians, he had refrained from inquiring further. However, it now appeared that this presence was decidedly hostile. "Leader, we are not fully aware of the circumstances here. Yet I implore you to stand united with us." It is not that Sun Yu is unwilling to trust Tarsal. After all, it is prudent to remain vigilant when venturing into the unknown. Lana, Uncle Ali, and Alankas unconditionally trust Sun Yu, and upon witnessing his serious demeanor, they too adopt a defensive stance around him. Only Tarsal and his companions exchange glances, not out of disbelief in Sun Yu, but rather adhering to their innate warrior pride. "You are engaging in futile efforts." Tarsal rarely displays impatience, casting a cold glance at Sun Yu before preparing to depart. "Danger." The realization strikes Sun Yu, sending chills down his spine as an instinctive warning. Indeed, several figures emerge from the ruins hundreds of meters away, and Sun Yu feels his heart leap. Powerful auras press toward him and his companions like towering mountains. The combat prowess of these figures exceeds 500,000, and at the forefront stands a one with a combat power of 1 million that Sun Yu sensed in space. "Patriarch, quickly take cover." Yes, that individual with a combat strength of 1 million is targeting Tarsal, the patriarch of the Vibrant. The sudden assailant bears striking similarities to Tarsal's kin, yet with black skin and devoid of a mechanized body. More importantly, Sun Yu can sense their battle power unless they intentionally conceal it. With a sudden burst of energy, Sun Yu unleashes his flame fist, propelling himself at breakneck speed in an attempt to push the unresponsive Tarsal aside, but he is a moment too late. The black assailant strikes with both palms, one aimed at Sun Yu's chest, and the other transforming into claws that pierce Tarsal's heart. Sun Yu feels his insides twist from the blow, yet he endures the pain and retaliates with a powerful fist imbued with searing heat. The black assailant is forced back a few steps, while Lana and Rude join the fray, fending off the initial wave of attackers. Can someone elucidate the situation? Sun Yu endures the impact of the strike, feeling the severity of his injuries. After all, the opponent's 1 million combat power is no trivial matter. He swiftly consumes a miracle bean, restoring himself to optimal condition. The black assailants encircle Sun Yu and his companions, their cold gazes sweeping over them as if they were insignificant insects. "Hey, you are the patriarch. If your subordinates are this formidable, you should be even stronger." Lana inquires with a furrowed brow, clearly displeased with Tarsal's earlier demeanor. Had Tarsal cooperated with Sun Yu, he might have avoided such grievous harm. Tarsal's visage appears to age in an instant. He coughs lightly and explains, "This is my oversight. I did not anticipate their presence on this planet." In the universal language, their pronunciations differ, a detail Sun Yu and his companions keenly note as they listen intently to Tarsal's subsequent words. They are known as the Infected. Once our kin thousands of years ago, when our planet was still a remarkably beautiful sphere. However, at some unknown point, certain members of our tribe fell victim to a demonic curse, transforming into the terrifying Infected. those who have led us to our current plight. As Chieftain Tarsal spoke, his hunched figure trembled incessantly. When the term infected arose, Sun Yu's mind immediately conjured images of the parasitic organism, cotton, from Dragon Ball Super. Yet, noticing the absence of distinctive hair on the other's head indicated that cotton was not the culprit. Exercising caution, Sun Yu activated his Sharingan, employing the technique of insight to scrutinize the infected before him. As Sun Yu's gaze fell upon Tarsal, his expression turned icy, and he abruptly plunged his right hand into Tarsal's heart, the pale blue blood of the Veblen pouring forth like a torrent. Chapter 67, The Force Shield. The suddenness of Sun Yu's action startled everyone present. Rude was the quickest to react, furiously raising his massive hand to strike Sun Yu, while Lana, Bardock, and the others unleashed their full momentum, forming a protective barrier around him. The outermost infected watched intently, as if waiting for an opportunity to invade. Prepare to ensnare Sun Yu and Tarsal's group in one fell swoop. The atmosphere was charged with tension, a peculiar standoff. After a moment of shock, Chieftain Tarsal gestured for Rude to withdraw. At that instant, Sun Yu withdrew his hand from Tarsal's chest, raising it high to reveal the crimson-stained appendage. The onlookers were astonished to see a writhing insect clutched between his fingers. With a swift squeeze, Sun Yu crushed the creature, reducing it to a pulp. I suspect that the infected are not cursed by demons, but rather infested with these insects. Sun Yu's gaze drifted towards the infected with a combat power of 1,000,000, who showed no signs of being flustered by Sun Yu's revelation, instead regarding him with a curious stare. Tarsal's expression darkened as he accepted a senza bean thrown by Sun Yu, mimicking his actions and consuming it. Though unaware of the bean's mechanics, they were well aware of its miraculous healing properties. This is not a place to linger, Mr. Sunday. Let us join forces to thwart their leader. We shall fight and retreat. Despite Sun Yu's group having a slight numerical advantage, only he and Lana could truly stand against their adversary. The others were no match for the infected. Thus, a strategic withdrawal was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Sun Yu glanced at the sun suspended high in the sky, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. No, Chieftain, allow me to handle that individual. You focus on ensuring the safe retreat of my kin. Tarsal hesitated. Logically, it was inconceivable to permit an individual with a combat power of 800,000 to confront one with 1,000,000. However, upon witnessing the unwavering determination in Sun Yu's eyes, he found himself doubting his analytical data for the first time in history. Perhaps this young man truly could perform miracles. Be cautious, for you must not fall victim to their claws and succumb to infection. Observing the fervent battle spirit of Sun Yu and his companions, the infected, regarding them as easy prey, adopted an offensive stance. Lana, take care of them. Do not overextend yourself, especially you, Bardock. I understand your desire to demonstrate your strength, but the priority now is survival. When I count to 3, we act. Sun Yu paused momentarily, and the infected seemed poised like arrows drawn back on a bowstring, ready to spring into action at his count. Skipping the numbers 1 and 2, Sun Yu leapt directly to 3, causing everyone present, including the infected, to stagger slightly, nearly losing their balance. Just as Lana and the others contemplated Sun Yu's unconventional approach, they found him sprinting towards an infected with a combat power of 1,000,000, delivering a surprise blow with both fists. Well, this lad is becoming increasingly cunning, Lana thought to herself in exasperation, having been deceived alongside her comrades. Sun Yu's sudden assault disrupted the previous equilibrium, creating a moment of chaos that unexpectedly favored Tarsal's side. While Sun Yu drew the attention of the infected, Tarsal and his companions seized the opportunity to strike. Their massive hands opened to reveal razor-sharp claws, decisively injuring the nearest infected. Not one to be outdone, Lana unleashed her fiery fist, her combat power of 600,000 commanding respect across the battlefield. With Lana leading the charge, Tarsal and his group managed to restrain most of the infected, while Bardock and Ollie provided auxiliary support from the flanks, turning the tide of battle in their favor. On Sun Yu's side, he sent the infected with 1,000,000 combat power flying several meters, only to be caught off guard as it retaliated with a swift swipe, its claws slicing through the air with a menacing whistling sound. In an instant, Sun Yu's form was torn asunder, vanishing into the ether. Yet the infected displayed no hint of triumph, realizing that this apparition was but a phantasm created by Sun Yu's skill. Suddenly, Sun Yu's true self reappeared on the ground, crouching before launching himself upward, harnessing the force of his jump combined with the enhancement of his fiery fist to deliver a powerful blow. Behold, the Lushan Rising Dragon Strike. It seemed as though a move from a certain band of legendary warriors had intruded upon the scene. However, the significance lay in the fact that Sun Yu's determined strike was effortlessly intercepted by the infected. In midair, the creature firmly grasped Sun Yu's hand, rendering him unable to break free. After all, facing an opponent with 1 million combat power with mere physical strength was a naive endeavor. The infected landed heavily, lifting Sun Yu's arm high before crashing it down with tremendous force, creating a resounding explosion that cracked the earth. Subsequently, it dragged Sun Yu's body closer, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches that rained down upon him like a tempest. With each descent of its fist, the earth trembled. Lana inadvertently glanced towards Sun Yu, only to witness the ground beneath him sinking several meters deep. Observing the precarious situation Sun Yu was in, Lana, in a moment of urgency, attempted to assist him. But Tasser restrained her. Mr. Sun Yu is unharmed. There is no need to worry about his safety, Tasser asserted with unwavering conviction, as if to validate Tasser's words. The ground before the infected creature suddenly erupted in a blaze of blue light. A wave of energy surged forth, striking the creature and forcing it to stagger backward. Following this, a faint golden figure ascended into the sky, and as the onlookers focused intently, they recognized it to be Sun Yu, enveloped in a shimmering golden shield. How could he possibly conjure a protective barrier? Tasser thought, feeling that today's shock exceeded all the fears he had ever experienced. He had never witnessed any being, aside from his own kin, employing such a technique. Sun Yu let out a nervous chuckle. After all, the Veblurians retained half of their biological traits, enabling him to utilize the Sharingan to replicate their abilities. This allowed him to activate the protective barrier just in time to withstand the assault of a creature with a battle power of 1 million, subsequently unleashing a Kamehameha to defuse the imminent danger. The infected Veblurian appeared devoid of the ability to control its battle power. Thus, as long as Sun Yu maintained his formidable barrier, he could endure the opponent's attacks. Although this strategy seemed somewhat underhanded and contrary to the Saiyan ethos of combat, Sun Yu was unconcerned with such matters. The priority was to vanquish his foe. With the situation on Lana and Tasser's side appearing favorable, it seemed they would soon shake off the infected adversary. Motivated by this thought, Sun Yu dove downward with renewed vigor, ready for mutual confrontation. Just as Sun Yu believed victory was within reach, an unexpected transformation occurred. The infected creature's form expanded threefold, its massive claws generating a whirlwind, shattering Sun Yu's protective barrier with a single blow, causing him to spew blood and hurtle backward several dozen meters. Chapter 68. Outwitted. As Sun Yu, brimming with confidence and shielded, sought to engage the creature boasting a battle power of 1 million, it suddenly underwent a formidable metamorphosis. Swatting Sun Yu away with a single claw, he was sent crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. What in the world? Am I not the protagonist of this tale? Wasn't it promised that I would prevail against all odds? Why is it always me who ends up being struck down? Sun Yu lamented, on the verge of tears, feeling as though his very insides were about to rupture, and numerous bones within him had been shattered. Suppressing the agony, he reached into his pocket, retrieved a mystical bean, and bit it in half. With a series of crackling sounds, all his broken bones mended, and Sun Yu rose to his feet, stretching his limbs. Not bad, 920,000 battle power, but what good is that? The opponent's transformation grants it too. 5 million battle power. The fluctuations in its combat power are the result of meticulous calculations, aligning with the scientific principles governing the metamorphosis of all species and biological evolution. Thus, the figure of 250 carries no ulterior meaning. Sun Yu gazed ahead at the towering figure approaching him, a creature he decided to refer to as 250. This being stood an impressive 6 meters tall. Its limbs robust, as if they were the trunks of ancient trees, its entire form brimming with explosive muscle, instilling a sense of dread with a mere glance. At this moment, its physique had transcended human form, resembling instead a bipedal lizard, adorned with numerous elongated spikes protruding from its shoulders and back. A sight both fearsome and awe-inspiring. In the distance, Tarsal and the others wore expressions of sheer astonishment. Sun Yu was nearly certain that this transformation was not a skill of the Vibronians, but rather unique to this individual. Could it be that this creature was merely a narrative device introduced to prolong the story? It certainly appeared as though it had emerged solely to extend the plot. Naturally, Sun Yu dared only to entertain such thoughts internally. Voicing them would undoubtedly lead to his torment in the forthcoming narrative. Just as Sun Yu was lost in contemplation, 250 had reached him, towering above and looking down with eyes filled with disdain and indifference. It slowly lifted its foot, poised to crush Sun Yu beneath it, as one might squash an insignificant ant. Danger! Sun Yu's peril did not escape Tarsal, who now appeared unsettled. Previously, Sun Yu had withstood the onslaught of an infected being boasting a combat power of 1 million, but circumstances had shifted dramatically. His adversary now wielded a combat power of 2,500,000. Even with extraordinary abilities, escaping the fate of being crushed seemed a daunting prospect. Blast it! Release Kyrana! Tarsal shouted, rushing towards Sun Yu, hurling fiery energy orbs with fervor. However, the orb struck 250's form with little effect, barely causing a flicker of annoyance, akin to a fly landing on its skin. As Sun Yu beheld the descending foot, he took a moment to reflect on the capriciousness of life, the tides of fortune ever shifting. He gazed upward at the overcast Fabronian sky, which invariably reminded him of Victorian England, despite his ignorance of the precise years of that era or having ever traveled abroad. Nonetheless, he wished to express that the sunlight was quite pleasant. Do you recall Sun Yu's wish to the divine dragon while on Earth? He had wished for equality among all people. No, that wasn't it. His true desire was to possess the ability to transform into a colossal ape at will. The dragon had subsequently enhanced his Sharingan, allowing him to extract the requisite 17 million bruz waves from sunlight. A peculiar red light flashed in Sun Yu's eyes as his crimson Sharingan activated. With a thunderous roar, he declared, Ape transformation. In an instant, his form surged dramatically, his jaw extending outward, his body enveloped in a coat of brown fur. 250 suddenly perceived that the insignificant ant beneath it was growing at a visible rate. 2 meters, 3 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters. Roar! The colossal figure of Sun Yu, transformed into a giant ape, pounded his chest with resounding ferocity, producing a thunderous echo. His simian visage subtly shifted as the crimson Sharingan swirled within its sockets, coldly fixating on the hapless figure of Erbewu. The latter, consumed by fear, could not fathom how something that had once seemed as insignificant as an ant could suddenly grow larger than himself, exuding an overwhelming aura that surpassed mountains in height, oceans in depth, and skies in vastness. Escape. This singular thought occupied Erbewu's mind, dismissing all notions of duty and the resurgence of his race as utterly irrelevant. Yet, faced with the imposing presence of the giant ape Sun Yu, how could he hope to flee? Before he could take more than a few steps, Sun Yu's hand clutched him effortlessly, akin to lifting a mere chick. Onlookers from afar were left utterly astonished, particularly the Saiyans accompanying Bardock. They were perplexed by Sun Yu's ability to transform without the aid of a full moon, and even more so by the fact that he retained his faculties in this form. Was it not said that only the noble elite warriors could achieve such a feat? Why could Sun Yu accomplish it? Long live Lord Care. I admire you so greatly. Aranx and Vistor stood transfixed, their excitement reaching unprecedented heights. Should anyone suggest that Sun Yu was a deity incarnate, they would embrace the notion without hesitation. Taser and a few other Vibranians remained silent for a prolonged moment, murmuring, "Is this the true power of Mr. Sun Yu? Such terrifying combat prowess." The battle strength of Sun Yu in his giant ape form was an astounding 2 million, an aura so potent that, even without deliberate release, it instilled a profound sense of oppression among those nearby. Erbewu, struggling futilely in Sun Yu's grasp, found no opportunity for escape as the giant arm lifted him high before slamming him down to the ground with tremendous force, followed by a powerful leap, crashing down upon him. With every thud of Sun Yu's colossal legs, Taser and the others felt the very planet tremble beneath them. Though such claims may be exaggerated, the resonant booms echoed like a colossal drumbeat against the hearts of the onlookers. The strongest of the infectors had been vanquished, and the remaining forces crumbled in defeat. Seizing the moment, Taser led his comrades in a relentless pursuit, capturing them all. As the crowd gathered around Sun Yu, their faces radiated with the joy of victory. Sun Yu unleashed another furious roar, proclaiming the resounding triumph of the battle. At that moment, Erbewu, now reverted to his original form and lying on the ground, coughed up blood before suddenly speaking in a hoarse, sharp voice. "Do you truly believe you have one? Ha! The 5 celestial locks of Vibran have been seized by us, and the planetary defense systems are utterly incapacitated. You have lost." What? Upon hearing the term heavenly lock, the figures of Tarsal and his companions trembled involuntarily. It represented the cornerstone of this planet's defensive apparatus. Should the heavenly lock be destroyed, The most vulnerable aspect of the planet Vibran would be laid bare to the cosmos. Suddenly, a realization struck them, and they hastened towards the designated location. However, they were met with an unexpected sight as a dark, sinuous worm crawled from the gaping maw of the entity known as 205, swiftly burrowing into the earth. Enraged, Tarsal unleashed an energy projectile, obliterating the ground within a radius of several dozen meters. A thunderous roar resonated through the sky as an almost imperceptible barrier was dismantled, plunging Vibran's already murky atmosphere into deeper shadows. Chapter 69, The Divine Artifact. At this moment, the sun blazed fiercely, mercilessly scorching the earth. Tarsal found himself momentarily transfixed, gazing at the gaping crater below, when suddenly his heart quaked with foreboding. The temple was in peril. The temple? Sun Yu and the others were momentarily taken aback. "It is the very place where the chieftain recently convened with you," Lude clarified. Without uttering a word, Tarsal transformed into a streak of light and soared towards the silver pyramid, with Sun Yu and the others trailing closely behind. As the scenery shifted around them, they returned to the silver pyramid temple, and before they could alight, they were met with the sight of blue Vibronians racing towards them. "Chieftain, we have dire news. The infected have reemerged. Chieftain, our defense system has suddenly collapsed. The autonomous combat drones cannot be deployed, and the infected are closing in on the temple. Chieftain, our kin have suffered severe casualties." Before Tarsal could regain his balance, a throng of tribespeople encircled him, relaying various grim reports. "Do not panic. Within the temple lies the artifact left by Ignaz, which can activate the psychic defense and awaken the autonomous drones. We still have hope," Tarsal reassured the crowd. Upon hearing Tarsal's words, the tribespeople managed to stabilize their emotions. Sun Yu exchanged glances with his companions, then followed Tarsal into the interior of the silver pyramid. Sun Yu once again found himself beneath the 12 copper pillars, as Tarsal advanced forward without obstructing his path, allowing Sun Yu and his companions to follow suit. The tribespeople who had just reported the situation remained outside the temple, awaiting further developments. The 12 copper pillars stood approximately 15 meters tall, with a radius of 3 to 4 meters. Though they appeared to be arranged haphazardly, Sun Yu sensed an elusive pattern resonating within them. Gazing upward, he observed the pillars adorned with depictions of numerous bizarre creatures, leaving Sun Yu and his companions in awe. Tarsal approached the center of the temple, standing beneath one of the copper pillars, from which he retrieved an egg-sized jade stone. He inserted it into a recess at the center of the pillar, and in an instant, the pillar trembled violently, rotating and descending autonomously. As this pillar sank, a platform approximately 10 meters in size descended from the temple ceiling. "Mr. Sun Yu, might I trouble you to guard this place for me? We need to enter the sacred chamber of the temple to activate the Ignaz artifact." Tarsal endeavored to maintain a composed demeanor, yet his eyes betrayed his anxiety. "Certainly, you may enter without worry. I assure you that not even a fly will trespass," replied Sun Yu. He could easily discern Tarsal's reluctance to allow them access to the secrets within the chamber. Thus, he resolved to remain vigilant at this spot. "Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Sun Yu." Tarsal nodded slightly before ascending the recently descended steps with several of his kin. Sun Yu, unfamiliar with the intricate design of the silver pyramid, found little inclination to investigate further, for a sudden realization struck him. He was aware of the Dragon Ball narrative, which did not feature planet Vebulon in the original text. Given the formidable combat prowess of its inhabitants and Frisia's evident trepidation towards them, Sun Yu had ample reason to believe that this planet had been obliterated prior to the onset of the Dragon Ball saga. Once, Sun Yu had assumed that Frisia's assembled army was responsible for the planet's destruction. However, upon witnessing the formidable strength of the Vebulon warriors, this hypothesis faltered. Unless Frisia himself intervened, his subordinates, mere minions, would hardly stand a chance against the Vebulon fighters. If Frisia was not the culprit, then who could have annihilated this planet? Through reverse reasoning, the answer became apparent. They had failed to activate the Ignaz artifact and were subsequently slaughtered by the infected. The ultimate outcome might have been Tarsal detonating the entire planet in a final act of defiance against the infected, but regardless of the circumstances, the planet now faced various internal and external strife. "Kyle, your countenance appears rather pallid. What troubles you?" Lana inquired, having noticed Sun Yu's unusual demeanor. Sun Yu found himself at a loss, unable to foresee how events would unfold, yet he could not divulge his thoughts to Lana and the others, so he evasively replied, "I just feel that something is amiss. A sense of foreboding weighs heavily upon my heart." Upon hearing this, Bardock and Ollie exchanged glances, Bardock stating. I wonder if you have observed how many guards Tarsal had in total? Though Sun Yu was uncertain of Bardock's intent behind the question, he pondered carefully before responding. It seemed to be 5 or 6, but who counts such things idly? Indeed, when they heard about the impending duel with the foremost warrior of the Vebulon, everyone's attention was focused on Yu and Rude. With the subsequent emergence of the infected, they would have hardly noticed such details. I simply wish to know how many there were. Do not provide me with such ambiguous answers, Bardock retorted coldly. As a proficient warrior, one should always be aware of their surroundings, yet he had overlooked this detail. Upon witnessing Bardock's intense reaction, and recalling the imminent possibility of Tarsal activating the artifact in failure, Sun Yu suddenly realized, could it be? Lord Kyle, Erinx suddenly remarked. I believe there should be 5 individuals on the opposing side. Both Bedak and Uncle Ollie were momentarily taken aback and chorused, Are you certain? Indeed, Erinx affirmed with a nod. Initially, I was concerned that we might not reach an agreement, so I counted their numbers beforehand. Tarsal has a total of 5 guards, making 6 in total, including himself. At that moment, Sun Yu's heart raced with alarm as he glanced anxiously at Bedak. Bedak's expression darkened as he replied, 7 have entered. The few tribesmen who had previously gone to report to Tarsal were still waiting outside the temple. Yet now 6 guards had accompanied Tarsal into the temple's secret chamber. It was apparent what this meant. This is bad. Tarsal is in danger, Sun Yu shouted, immediately turning to dash up the steps with Lana, Bedak, and the others following closely behind. Tarsal must not come to harm. Sun Yu silently urged himself as he quickly ascended to the temple's hidden chamber. Upon entering, he beheld Tarsal kneeling before a statue, chanting some incantation. The chamber was vast, approximately the size of 4 football fields, with a towering mechanical statue standing in the north, its height reaching several dozen meters. The statue, clad in armor reminiscent of a Gundam warrior, rested its hands on a colossal sword that stood upright like a staff. Tarsal and his companions were earnestly kneeling at the statue's feet, loudly reciting a spell. With their incantation, the dust covering the mechanical figure began to shed, revealing its original luster. So your divine artifact is indeed a Gundam. This is high technology, Sun Yu mused, momentarily forgetting his purpose for being there. Chapter 70, The Awakening of the Sharingan. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the chamber. A Vibranian, who had been kneeling in the corner, suddenly sprang into action, swiftly knocking aside several of his kin before attempting to seize the controller from Tarsal. Tarsal had been focused on his chant, which was merely the command to activate the Ignaz artifact. In an instant, flames flickered around Sun Yu, and an overwhelming aura surged forth, as the time-stopping effect of his Sharingan enveloped the assailant, transforming him into a mere streak of light. It was then that Tarsal and the others finally reacted, with Rude and his companions swiftly positioning themselves in front of Tarsal. As Tarsal's chanting grew increasingly rapid, the mechanical statue began to tremble violently, akin to a slumbering giant awakening. With a fiery fist, Sun Yu soared forward, delivering a powerful blow. The individual, whose movements had been hindered by Sun Yu's time suspension, was unable to evade in time and could only hastily counter. Boom! Their fists collided, and both were forced back a few steps. Sun Yu could sense the opponent's combat prowess. It was astonishingly at 1 million. It's you, the Infector. Truly, you are the indestructible cockroach. Sun Yu realized through his perceptive instincts, recognizing the individual who had previously ambushed them. After the previous battle, Sun Yu's combat power surged to an impressive 920,000 as he recovered from his severe injuries. With his profound foundation, he was now capable of engaging a foe with a combat power of 1 million. Observing that Sun Yu could handle the situation alone, Rude and the other Viblinians sheltered around Tarsal. Although Bedak and his companions were inclined to assist, the ongoing conflict seemed to require no intervention from them. In a brief moment, the mechanical statue was activated, emitting a thunderous mechanical roar. The eyes of the colossal automaton gleamed with a golden light, and with a powerful shudder, it plunged the massive sword in its grasp deep into the ground, leaving only the hilt visible. The instant the sword struck the earth, the silver pyramid temple trembled as if something had been awakened. Moments later, the mechanical giant emitted a mechanical voice, declaring, initiating Zenith Defense System, detecting infected entities, commencing eradication. With that, it raised its wrist and withdrew the sword from the ground. Rude, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Chief, it appears the artifact has successfully activated. We are saved. The activation of the Zenith Defense System promised not only to counter the infected, but also to defend against Frisia's forces, providing both offensive and defensive capabilities. Perhaps the fate of this planet was about to change. Tarsal called out to Sun Yu. Mr. Sun Yu, please step aside to avoid any accidental harm. Understood. Sun Yu replied. He gazed at the towering mechanical warrior, reminiscent of a Gundam. Although its combat power was indiscernible, it exuded an aura of formidable strength. He leaped back 10 meters, and in midair, he brought down the massive sword upon the infected creature. The infected entity howled in pain, its body swelling with rage. Despite the transformation, it appeared to retain its metamorphic abilities. After assuming a new form, its strength showed no decline, standing 6 meters tall, adorned with barbed protrusions, and maintaining a combat power of 2.5 million. With a mighty roar, the creature smashed through the mechanical statue's sword and leapt, clawing fiercely at the statue's chest. Sun Yu gestured to Lana and the others. Look at that oversized insect. It dares to confront the statue head-on. Truly, it seems it has a death wish. No sooner had he spoken than the creature pierced through the statue's chest. Lana shot Sun Yu an exasperated glare. You really have a knack for sarcasm. Sun Yu shrugged, forcing a smile. Am I to blame? Perhaps the statue is designed this way. Much like a seance, the more it endures, the stronger it becomes. In swift succession, the creature dismantled the statue's arms and shattered its head. The once majestic mechanical warrior crumbled before the infected entity's might, as if it were made of mere paper. The atmosphere in the arena suddenly turned awkward, with Lana and her group breaking into a cold sweat at the sight. Sun Yu slapped his forehead and shouted at the petrified Tarsal. Please, tell me this isn't your final trump card. It's utterly unimpressive. Tarsal mechanically turned to face Sun Yu, his lips trembling as he managed to utter a few words. Long neglected, long neglected. Long neglected my foot. Sun Yu thought to himself. Just moments ago, contemplating whether this mechanical statue could take on Frisia in a one-on-one battle, only to realize it was nothing more than a character destined to meet an early demise. Meanwhile, the infected had already reduced the mechanical statue, which had barely been in the fray for a minute, to rubble. It twisted its neck and slowly approached Sun Yu and his companions, eyes filled with murderous intent. Mr. Sun Yu, you must transform. Tarsal looked at Sun Yu with frustration, unsure of what to do next. After all, their foe possessed a combat power of 2.5 million. And aside from Sun Yu's transformation into a giant ape, no one else stood a chance against it. I can't transform in this dim chamber. There's not even a hint of sunlight. Sun Yu gritted his teeth in anger. While he could utilize his Sharingan to extract the sunlight's energy, it required direct sunlight to do so. What a bunch of useless fools. He realized he would have to rely on himself. Forget it. Let us charge together. We'll attack head-on while the rest provide cover. Sun Yu's aura surged once more as he activated his shield and charged towards the transformed infected. Bardock and the others were already eager to engage. Despite the overwhelming power of their opponent, Scions thrived on challenging those stronger than themselves. Politely put, it was a pursuit of reaching new heights. Bluntly speaking, they simply enjoyed courting danger. Thus, Sun Yu and Tarsal activated their shields, positioning themselves at the forefront to draw the infected's ire, while Bardock, Lana, and the others flanked the creature from behind for a surprise attack. Rude and the other Veblinians provided fire support from a distance. With a few healers, they could have formed a 15-person team for a dungeon raid, as the infected's physique and appearance were on par with any creature from World of Warcraft. However, in the realm of Dragon Ball, the disparity in combat power often could not be compensated by numbers. Bardock and Uncle Ali sustained injuries, but even though their wounds were severe, they quickly healed with a Senzabine. Roar! Sun Yu found himself cornered by the infected. In desperation, he grasped the massive sword left behind by the mechanical statue, lifting the 8-meter-long blade and swinging it towards the infected. Crack! The great sword shattered upon impact, but a blue gem the size of an ostrich egg flew out. As time seemed to freeze, Sun Yu instinctively caught the gem. The moment Sun Yu made contact with the jade stone, an intense, searing pain engulfed his eyes. A torrent of convoluted and chaotic information surged into his mind, causing his delicate features to contort. His eyes blazed as if ignited by flames, red to the point of seeming as if they could bleed. His pupils dilated continuously, and at the edges of his eyes, 2 black tomo symbols materialized, spinning in perfect harmony with the previous 2, signifying the awakening of his Sharingan's 3 tomo. Chapter 71, Super Tsukuyami. It felt as though time had come to a standstill. Sun Yu could not perceive the flow of air or hear any sounds. He felt as if he were adrift in the vast expanse of the cosmos, the only being to have existed since time immemorial. Then came the birth and extinction of stars, and he suddenly perceived visions of the past and future. intertwining in a surreal dance. Uncertain of how much time passed, Sun Yu discerned a peculiar black in the distance. He concentrated his will, drifting toward it. And as it enlarged, he realized it was a colossal bronze door, ancient and formidable, towering 1,000 feet high. Beneath it stood several figures. Sun Yu strained to identify them, and one creature with a short, round head captured his attention. It was none other than the omnipotent deity, the All-King. Perhaps sensing Sun Yu's gaze, the All-King turned his head, fixing his stare upon him. A faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke in a voice as innocent and delightful as a child's. "Hey, Sun Yu, let us play together." Suddenly, a terrifying aura washed over Sun Yu's consciousness, akin to plunging into an unfathomably cold abyss. The heart-wrenching fear tore at him, and he screamed internally, "No, this is not real. It's merely an illusion." He repeated this mantra, yet the All-King's presence felt overwhelmingly genuine. "Sun Yu, get away. Kyle, what are you doing just standing there?" Familiar voices echoed urgently in his ears, gradually pulling Sun Yu's consciousness back to reality. He abruptly remembered that he was still embroiled in a battle. Startled, Sun Yu awoke, warily surveying his surroundings. He still clutched the jade stone, the size of an ostrich egg, while the infected creature continued to advance from its previous location, a claw lunging toward him. So that previous environment only lasted a moment, Sun Yu mused with a wry smile. He sensed that the jade stone had awakened a latent potential within his Sharingan, and instinctively, he realized he had unlocked a new ability. Sharingan, Tsukuyami. In an instant, a bizarre aura emanated from Sun Yu, creating a 10-meter radius around him. As the infected creature crossed into this space, it seemed to be drawn into a peculiar alternate dimension, where the skies were crimson and the air and ground stretched into an endless void of black. "Welcome to my domain," Sun Yu declared, a smile adorning his face, one far more terrifying than that of an abyssal demon. Originally, Tsukuyami was a technique wielded by Uchiha Itachi in the world of Naruto. When Tsukuyami is activated, as long as there is eye contact, the opponent is thrust into an unknown alternate realm. In this domain, every element, time, location, geography, and so forth, is under the control of the caster. In other words, here, Sun Yu reigns supreme. Unlike Uchiha Itachi, both of Sun Yu's eyes can activate Tsukuyami, thus eliminating the necessity for mutual gaze. The mere proximity of an adversary within 10 meters of Sun Yu would render them vulnerable. Perhaps as Sun Yu's powers escalate, this range will expand, rendering this ability significantly more formidable than its counterpart in the Naruto universe. "Kid, no matter what tricks you employ, your demise is inevitable." The infected one sneered coldly, lunging towards Sun Yu with ferocious intent. Its colossal claws gleamed ominously, seemingly poised to rend him apart. The creature's speed was astonishing. Appearing before Sun Yu in an instant, its 3-meter span of claws crashing down with a force that threatened to shatter the very heavens. However, this thunderous strike met only air. The infected one looked up in bewilderment, discovering it had returned to its original position, while Sun Yu remained composed, as if nothing had transpired. "This is impossible. I clearly struck you." The infected one gazed incredulously at Sun Yu, attempting to discern a flaw in his expression. Sun Yu merely smiled in silence. Undeterred by this supernatural phenomenon, the infected one rose again to launch an attack. Once, twice, thrice, no matter how fervently it endeavored. Each time it approached Sun Yu, it would inexplicably revert to its prior location, as though none of it had ever occurred. The infected one was on the verge of collapse, feeling an overwhelming frustration akin to possessing immense power, yet being unable to unleash it. "I can assure you, in this realm, I am the sovereign," Sun Yu declared, stepping forward. "I can manipulate every aspect here, including time and space. Even the full moon in the sky is at my disposal. Hee, although we Saiyans transform under the full moon, as the ruler of this world, I need not transform if I choose not to." Sun Yu paused, seemingly relishing his surroundings. "My abilities have just awakened, and my combat power has soared to 1 million. Under the radiance of this full moon, my strength has multiplied tenfold. While this enhancement may be illusory and not entirely real, I assure you, without at least 10 million in combat power, you cannot hope to break my super Tsukuyami. In the Naruto universe, the principle is that Tsukuyami cannot be countered. Yet, given the differing laws of the Dragon Ball universe, should there be a substantial disparity in power between the caster and the afflicted, the notion of unbreakable techniques becomes moot. Just as Sun Yu finds himself facing Frieza at 100% transformation, with Frieza's combat power reaching a staggering 21 million, no matter how extraordinary Tsukuyami may be. It simply cannot affect Frisia. Nevertheless, as Sun Yu's strength increases, this technique can be deemed invincible within its tier, capable even of challenging those above it. Thus, Sun Yu bestowed upon you do a new name. Super Yu Do, originating from the world of Naruto, yet transcending its confines. My admiration for these eyes deepens. A smile graced Sun Yu's face as he declared, "Let us bring this senseless farce to an end. You are indeed fortunate to become the first to perish within my Super Yu Do." He slowly raised his hand. A force capable of altering the very fabric of reality swirling within it. The infected, attempting to flee, found themselves utterly immobilized. An oppressive aura ensnared the infected. And with a flash of radiance emanating from Sun Yu's hand, the unfortunate soul ahead was struck by the blinding light, releasing a mournful cry before disintegrating into nothingness. As the particles dispersed in the air, Sun Yu gently closed his eyes, only to reopen them moments later, his gaze reverting to those deep, obsidian pupils. At that moment, Tarsal, Lana, and the others approached, having witnessed the preceding events. The infected, once vocally inciting an attack, stood dumbfounded, only to be reduced to ash by Sun Yu's swift motion. Chapter 72, Equipment Upgrade. "Kyle, did you truly just kill it?" Lana exclaimed in exasperation. Sun Yu looked at them, puzzled. "What else should I have done? Keep it alive to celebrate the new year. Fool, at least leave one alive for questioning." Lana glared at Sun Yu, exasperated. Sun Yu chuckled awkwardly and beckoned Tarsal. "Chief, do you recognize what this is?" "I sense a formidable energy within." Tarsal, unable to contain his excitement, stepped forward at Sun Yu's gesture. "This is a gem embedded in a colossal sword. Historical records refer to it as the Eye of Ignaz, possessing boundless divine power, capable of serving as the core energy to activate the temple." With that, he seized the ostrich egg-sized gem from Sun Yu's hands and swiftly turned to a control panel. Sun Yu discreetly leaned toward Bardock and the others, whispering, "You might want to touch that object later, see if it can unlock any potential. I now possess 1 million battle power." 1 million? They gasped, regarding Sun Yu as if he were a monster. "How infuriating. You've surged ahead without a word. We must strive harder." As they spoke, the pyramid temple resonated with a series of thunderous roars, prompting curiosity from Sun Yu and his companions towards Tarsal. The defense system is now successfully activated. Autonomous battle machines have been deployed. It is time to eliminate the infected outside, Tarsal explained. "Let us join in their game," Sun Yu declared, his fingers snapping with enthusiasm. "Kyle, you need not accompany us. Grant us a chance to act," Lana said, her arm draped over Sun Yu's shoulder, her ample form pressing against his back with remarkable elasticity. Sun Yu silently marveled at the surprising resilience, clearing his throat. "Ahem, do take care, Tarsal. Please send some individuals to accompany them." Regarding this request, Tarsal readily agreed. "Rude, I shall allocate 300 autonomous battle machines to you, and you are responsible for obeying the commands of these esteemed individuals." Since it was Sun Yu who had rescued them, Tarsal's address toward Sun Yu and the others shifted, and he directly dispatched his most trusted subordinates to heed the orders of Bardock and Lana. This was a testament to his trust in Sun Yu. Rude bowed respectfully to Tarsal and led the group away. Sun Yu, with a smile illuminating his face, inquired, "Chief, I have heard that your technology is quite advanced. Would it be possible for you to construct a gravity training chamber for me? The size should be comparable to this secret room." The gravity training chamber has strict dimensional parameters. As the size of the room increases, the gravitational amplification also rises, consequently exerting greater force on the construction materials. This has been the reason why Dr. Beerus has struggled for extended periods on Earth to achieve gravity training chambers beyond the current level. Sun Yu now had to consider the training needs of the Saiyans docked in orbit around the planet Vibrant. Providing each of them with an individual gravity training chamber was undoubtedly impractical. So Sun Yu contemplated first establishing a large gravity training chamber, allowing them to train collectively, and then selecting the most capable individuals for their own private chambers. This approach would maximize resource efficiency while simultaneously igniting their competitive spirit. Upon hearing Sun Yu's words, Tarsal pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. "This should pose no significant challenge. I estimate that a few hours of simulating the structural parameters will suffice to commence construction. We have previously built such facilities for cultivating high-gravity vegetation." Sun Yu's eyes sparkled with delight. This technological prowess was indeed impressive. "In that case, could you also manufacture several pieces of super-heavy protective gear for me? The kind that is worn on the hands to safeguard the wrists, yet is exceedingly heavy, ideally with a weight of 150 times the cosmic standard gravity." A weight of 150 times the standard gravity equates to approximately 200 times Earth's gravity. Even someone with a battle power of 1 million like Sun, you could not disregard such a weight. The previous super heavy gear's weight was now negligible in Sun Yu's eyes, prompting him to seek stronger alternatives. We possess a type of flexible armor that can reduce gravitational effects by manipulating spatial gravity, which may be adapted to enhance gravitational force instead. If you desire, we can custom tailor a set for you, Tarsal suggested. That is a must. Ideally, provide one for each of my crew, as we are the intergalactic city guardians, and we cannot fall behind in our equipment, Sun Yu replied enthusiastically. With the issue of gear resolved, the training concerns for his Saiyan companions would be effortlessly addressed, leaving only their individual talents and efforts to determine their success. Tarsal, upon hearing Mr. Sun Yu's words, was drenched in cold sweat. Mr. Sun Yu, this technology has yet to reach the stage of mass production due to the absence of certain core materials. For the time being, we can only manufacture a single piece. Once we acquire these unique materials in the future, we can commence small-scale production. Very well, Sun Yu replied, waving his hand dismissively. One piece will suffice for now. I shall wear it for my own amusement. Tarsal then guided Sun Yu to the equipment testing facility, where the staff had designed an ideal combat suit for him. It was essential that the suit be lightweight and comfortable while also capable of reducing impact and providing protection. Furthermore, it possessed remarkable elasticity, ensuring that it would not tear during Sun Yu's transformation into a giant ape, thereby averting any awkward situations. The most extraordinary feature was the existence of a biological metal on Veblen, which, after being molded, could absorb microscopic molecules from the air to autonomously repair any damaged areas. Truly remarkable. So, the metal you wear is also this biological metal? Sun Yu inquired, astonished. Indeed, Tarsal remarked, merging with this metal can significantly prolong our lives. In the course of their conversation, Sun Yu learned that once the damaged heavenly lock was repaired, Tarsal had the means to employ spatial technology to conceal the coordinates of Veblen. The coordinates for interstellar navigation were determined through specialized radar scans of planetary regions. Thus, if the coordinates of the planet were hidden, it would vanish from the star charts. Although he was not entirely in favor of the concealment plan, Sun Yu recognized that they could only take one step at a time. He opted not to dwell on it further, eager to don his specially crafted combat suit and immerse himself in a new round of training. Veblen's production capabilities were remarkably robust, and the following day, Sun Yu received his custom-made combat suit. The design mirrored the combat armor worn by the locals, yet it fit him even more snugly and comfortably. Upon acquiring it, Sun Yu eagerly donned the suit and began to examine the gravity controller embedded within. After adjusting the settings to 200 times Earth's gravity, he instantly felt as if a mountain bore down upon him. The effect was truly remarkable, akin to that of a gravity training chamber. It was, in essence, a portable gravity training facility. In the ensuing days, Sun Yu remained in the temple, diligently training. During this time, Uncle Ollie visited him once to collect some celestial beings, to which Sun Yu distributed 10 to each of them. It was then that Sun Yu noticed Uncle Ollie's combat prowess had surged from 100,000 to 200,000. Indeed, the life-or-death battles proved to be the fastest avenue for enhancing strength, and he began to anticipate the current capabilities of Bardock and Lana. The supergravity training chamber that Sun Yu had requested Tarsal to construct was now completed. After 2 days of experimental testing, its efficacy was outstanding. Following Sun Yu's specifications, the expansive training chamber was divided into 5 zones, with each successive zone's gravity increasing by a factor of 20. By conquering all zones, one could be selected for access to a superior individual gravity training chamber. To this end, Sun Yu specifically summoned the members aboard the exploratory strategic void vessel still anchored in the orbit of the Veblen planet. However, he was oblivious to the chaos that had erupted on the void ship at that very moment. Just yesterday, the captain of the vessel received a confidential military communique from the formidable Jinyu force, a subordinate of the Frisia army. The data indicated that Sun Yu's warship had lingered near the Veblen planet for several days without launching an attack. Coincidentally, the Jinyu force had just completed a mission in a nearby star sector, prompting Frisia to dispatch them for reconnaissance. Indeed, the current predicament involved the notoriously flamboyant Jinyu force arriving to assess the situation on Veblen, which sent the crew of the void vessel into a frenzied state. The Jinyu force, known for their might and prowess, considered themselves unrivaled in the universe, save for Frisia himself. Most aboard the void ship were unaware of the Jinyu force's reputation. They had merely received an urgent military order mandating the disarmament within 3 days to welcome the Jinyu force, lest they face annihilation. Following the issuance of this order, panic ensued among the crew. At that moment, a communication from the Veblen planet was transmitted. The captain promptly accepted the call, and Sun Yu's visage appeared on the holographic screen in the captain's quarters. "Hello, Captain. And Hill, you're here too. Why does everyone look so glum?" Sun Yu inquired, observing the somber expressions in the captain's chamber. Anthill managed a faint smile and replied, "Let us set aside our concerns for now, Kyle. How are things going on Veblen? Is Lana and Ollie doing well?" Sun Yu chuckled, a hint of envy in his tone as he responded, "Oh, they're thriving. We have successfully forged an alliance with the Vebel Knights, and they even constructed a magnificent training facility for us. You all should come over, bring all the Saiyans with you." Upon hearing that her husband and daughter were safe, a radiant relief washed over Hill's face. "That's wonderful news. However, Kyle, there is something I must inform you of. Frisia has dispatched an advance team, known as the Jinyu Force. They may engage us directly in battle." When Sun Yu heard the name Jinyu Force, he couldn't help but chuckle lightly. "Is that so? Let them come. I reckon even Alankus could single-handedly overpower them. And Hill, you needn't worry." Hill thought she might have misheard, but upon seeing the unwavering determination in Sun Yu's eyes, she felt reassured. "Very well. Let us prepare for landing immediately. Our Kyle has grown up." Sun Yu felt a flush of embarrassment at Ant Hill's words. He turned to the busy Tarsal beside him and asked, "Is my ship ready for landing?" "Hurry, arrange accommodations and training facilities for my people." Tarsal grumbled impatiently. "I'm already overwhelmed with tasks. You're just adding to my chaos. How can this be deemed as creating chaos? My companions are indeed the vanguard, destined to become the backbone of our alliance. I must tell you, we Saiyans, Taser, do not flee. Come back." Often, Sun Yu is responsible solely for overarching decisions, leaving minute details to his subordinates. Consequently, while his subordinates are often overwhelmed with tasks, Sun Yu leisurely meanders about. After the exploratory void ship successfully landed, Sun Yu personally piloted a self-regulating fighter jet with elder-level permissions, accompanied by over 50 ordinary-level armed mechs to greet it. The grand welcoming procession soared through the sky with great majesty. Gazing at a small black dot gradually descending from the heavens, it grew larger until the void ship, measuring over 800 meters in length, landed like a spear thrust into the earth. The landing site of the void ship was not far from the Silver Pyramid Temple. Sun Yu ascended to a high vantage point and observed that the once massive void ship appeared diminutive next to the Silver Pyramid. However, considering the technological prowess of the Veblurians, especially their mastery of spatial technology, this was hardly surprising. The hatch doors on either side of the void ship slowly opened, and in an orderly manner, a line of Saiyans emerged, their auras indicating that they were significantly stronger than when they first boarded the vessel. Upon exiting, Anthill immediately spotted the neatly arranged squadron of combat mechs in the air. Cautiously, she flew to the forefront of the leading mech and, upon closer inspection, recognized Sun Yu seated within. With a smile, she inquired, "Kyle, what is this contraption? Why are you the only one aboard?" Sun Yu opened the canopy of the self-regulating fighter jet and leaned out to explain, "Anthill, this is a self-regulating fighter jet capable of transformation, designed as a combat-type armed mech. I'm merely taking it for a spin. For now, let us proceed. I will escort you to the temple." Taser had erected a towering pyramid, 400 meters high, near the temple to accommodate all the Saiyans. Sun Yu grandly named this architectural marvel the Khufu Pyramid. Thus, he led the 1,000-strong team towards the Khufu Pyramid, which was divided into 60 levels, with gravity training rooms the size of several football fields available every 5 floors. This structure is projected to house 20,000 residents, featuring a futuristic and sci-fi aesthetic, complete with artificial lighting and comprehensive facilities, though devoid of vegetation. As all plant life on Vebler had perished 3 centuries prior. After settling all the Saiyans, Sun Yu took special care to accommodate Bardak's wife, Jine, and their eldest son, Raditz, placing them on the topmost floor, conveniently close to his own quarters. This arrangement would facilitate Bardak's visits to his wife and child. "Commander, 5 unpermitted spacecraft have been detected. Should the Zenith Defense System initiate a destructive strike?" inquired the mechanical voice of Sun Yu's elder-level, self-regulating fighter jet. 5 vessels. Could it be that the flamboyant special forces have arrived? Sun Yu's eyes brightened with glee as he chuckled. "No need for confrontation. Let them come." Chapter 74. The Flamboyant Special Forces. In the atmosphere of the vibrant planet, 5 single-capsule spacecraft were executing a deceleration landing. 5 crimson streaks illuminated the sky, and the ground of the vibrant planet trembled in succession, creating a series of large craters in an open wilderness. With a soft hiss, the spacecraft doors gradually opened, and 5 figures emerged from the Earth's craters, an enigmatic melody seemingly wafting through the air. Likumu, a burly man with bright orange hair, landed on the ground, adopting a martial stance with his left arm across his chest and his right hand pointing skyward. Following this, a blue figure leapt forth, cackling in sharp contrast to Likumu's demeanor. Bart, with his windswept white hair, appeared as if he were in a hair care commercial. The fair-skinned man crouched slightly, arms raised towards the heavens, exclaiming GIs. Next came the little green figure, Guldo, followed by the captain, Jinyu, striking a peculiar pose with his backside facing upwards. As a chill breeze swept through, they indulged in poses for a while, but with no one in sight for miles around, their enthusiasm waned, and they clustered around Jinyu instead. Let the captain investigate where those Saiyan monkeys have scurried off to. If it were up to me, Lord Frisia would simply order the annihilation of those Saiyans. What a hassle, Jinyu remarked, extending a finger to prod the scouter on his ear. A series of beeping numbers materialized, leaving Jinyu momentarily speechless. Seeing their captain in a daze, the other members teased, "What's wrong, Captain? Have you encountered a power level that has frightened you?" My scouter must be malfunctioning. It indicates that there are several individuals with power levels of 4 to 500,000 ahead, seemingly engaged in battle. Jinyu, in a fit of frustration, ripped off his scouter and crushed it, turning to the others. "Bart, check the highest power level on this planet." Bart snickered. "Don't jest, Captain. How could there be anyone with power levels of 4 to 500,000? Apart from Lord Frisia, there exists no one stronger than us in this universe." As he pressed his own scouter, a series of numbers appeared on his visor. You were right about there being several individuals in that direction, but their maximum power level is only 50,000. While they may be formidable, they're still mere trifles to us. There are numerous individuals with power levels nearing 10,000, probably around 2,000 in total. Perhaps they're those Saiyans. Bart pointed towards the Silver Pyramid Temple. It is noteworthy that Bardock now possesses a power level of 500,000, yet he has slightly suppressed it, allowing his normal aura to only display a power level of 50,000. The imposing figure of Lycum patted Bart on the shoulder, eagerly suggesting, "Let us hasten to engage in some grand endeavor." I can scarcely contain my anticipation. Gardo, equally animated, chimed in, "Indeed, let us depart. We have lingered aboard this spacecraft for far too long. We are nearly growing moldy." Just as they spoke, Gardo suddenly noticed several shadowy figures lurking nearby. "Who dares to skulk there? Step forth and meet your demise." Bart, too, became aware of the towering black silhouettes that had materialized around them. Instinctively, he activated his combat power detector, which displayed a meager number barely exceeding 200 on his visor. These must be the natives of this planet. Their combat prowess is truly paltry. I fail to comprehend why Lord Frisia wishes to annihilate this desolate sphere. "Gardo, this trash is yours to handle," called out by Bart. Gardo sprang up indignantly. "Why must I be tasked with this rubbish cleanup? Are you not hailed as the fastest in the universe? A mere flick of your hand could dispatch them." Unfazed by Gardo's protest, Bart patted his shoulder dismissively. "You are going, and there shall be no dissent. Do you wish to distance yourself from us?" The laughter of Jinyu and the others erupted in response to Bart's words. "Fine, I shall go," Gardo conceded reluctantly, fixing his steely gaze upon the encircling black figures. "How dare you underestimate me? Gardo, prepare to face your end." With a furious roar, Gardo leapt into the fray, his diminutive fist aimed at the black entity. While Gardo possessed the extraordinary ability to halt time, he deemed it unnecessary to employ such power against an opponent of less than 200 combat strength, opting instead for a direct confrontation. However, before his fist could connect with the shadowy figure, the creature casually raised a hand and grasped Gardo as one might swat a bothersome fly. "Release me, you fiend." Gardo struggled in vain, realizing that the creature towered at 2 meters, robust and formidable. If Sun Wukong and his companions were present, they would undoubtedly recognize these beings as the infected. Realizing he had encountered a formidable foe, Gardo abruptly held his breath and activated his time-stopping ability. In an instant, the world around him froze. The wind ceased to blow, the clouds hung motionless, and all seemed to succumb to slumber. Gardo chuckled triumphantly at the stilled reality before him, though he nearly lost his breath, hastily covering his mouth with his hand. He gazed at the infected before him. contemplating how he might eliminate it. Yet, to his astonishment, the supposed frozen infected's eyes twitched within their sockets. Guldo was taken aback, realizing the dire situation he was in and wishing to flee for his life. However, a massive hand suddenly emerged, seizing his diminutive frame, causing him to gasp in desperation. He looked towards Jinyu and cried out for help. "Captain, save me!" With a sinister chuckle, the infected one exerted its dark energy, crushing Guldo with brutal force. "How feeble you are, little insect," it mocked. Ahead, Jinyu and the others sensed the impending doom, not out of concern for Guldo's fate, but rather because his absence would mar their team as formation. They decided to postpone the matter of their appearance and focus on the immediate threats. "Right 'em, guys. You two take the lead," Jinyu commanded, crossing his arms and disregarding the 5 encircling infected creatures. Raikum, hands on his hips, erupted into laughter before striking an awkward pose. "Leave it to me. Watch how I handle them with a single move," he declared, preparing for his signature flying kick. Yet, before Raikum could finish his boast, 2 dark figures zipped past, their sharp glints flashing ominously, leaving 3 deep gashes on Raikum's chest. "Damn it," he exclaimed, clutching his wound as he collapsed to the ground, exposing his pale backside. The remaining members were paralyzed with fear. They had never imagined that what they deemed insignificant creatures could annihilate Raikum in a single strike. Guys activated his power level detector again, only to find that the combat strength of the 5 dark figures had surged to 200,000 or 300,000. Panic gripped Guys as he turned to flee, but the nearest infected creature lunged at him, its menacing claws raking across his body, leaving a gaping wound. Guys' pupils dilated, and his eyes lost their spark as he fell to the ground, motionless. In mere moments, the Jinyu force had lost 3 members. Witnessing this, the so-called fastest in the team, the Blue Hurricane, Berta, was stricken with terror. He retreated a few steps before abruptly turning to escape, his blue figure transforming into a streak of lightning as he vanished from sight. "I'm done here. What a stroke of bad luck. How could such horrifying beings exist in the universe?" As Berta sped through the air, the scenery rushed past him. Although he despised cowards, nothing was more crucial than preserving his own life in the face of such formidable foes. Suddenly, he sensed a gust of wind beside him, and before he knew it, a massive dark silhouette loomed before him. It was the largest of the infected. With lightning speed, the creature seized Berta by the throat, its elongated, sharp claws raking across his body, leaving 3 bloody trails. A solitary Captain Jinyu stood amidst the lifeless bodies scattered around him. After a brief moment of astonishment, he was engulfed by an overwhelming joy. Who would have thought that such formidable beings exist in the cosmos? Truly, it is a blessing from the Creator. I was once foolish enough to believe that I was the mightiest being in the universe, aside from Frisia. Jinyu's gaze, intense and fervent, shifted towards the colossal infected creature soaring above, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "Praise the divine. I have discovered such a powerful entity. Soon, you shall become one with me." With that, Jinyu positioned his hands before him and shouted towards the airborne infected being. This was Jinyu's famed body-switching technique, a skill that allowed him to exchange his physique with that of another. In the original Dragon Ball series, he had exchanged bodies with Goku. A silvery beam of light shot forth from Jinyu's form, striking the back of the infected creature with astonishing speed. Though it was merely a soulless shell, Jinyu sensed a flicker of life emanating from the creature's cranial region. As the familiar sensation of dizziness enveloped him, Jinyu slowly opened his eyes. He moved his new body, the sound of cracking bones echoing around him, sending chills down his spine. This was true power. Jinyu spread his arms wide, embracing the gentle breeze of the high altitude. An unprecedented sense of strength coursing through his being. Had anyone employed a power scouter at that moment, they would have detected Jinyu's battle power at a staggering 500,000, perilously close to Frisia's standard fighting capability. I was once so naive, Jinyu thought disdainfully as he glanced at the body he had just exchanged. This original shell was one he had seized through his body-switching skill. Yet, he could feel an inexplicable force beckoning him. His eyes turned towards a towering structure to the north. In truth, Jinyu's current form was merely an empty vessel, devoid of a soul. His essence had exchanged places with the parasites within the infected creature. All the parasites obeyed the commands of the mother insect, while Jinyu had become the sole entity with autonomous consciousness among them. I sensed something calling to me from that direction. If I consume it, I may grow even stronger. Perhaps I could even surpass Frisia. I shall usurp him and ascend as the emperor of the universe. Jinyu cackled madly, raising a hand to beckon his former team members, who had previously perished. The once-dead Berta, Riku, and Ji staggered to their feet, joined by several other infected creatures gathering around Jinyu. Casting a disdainful glance at his former body, Jinyu unleashed a wave of energy, incinerating it. Pitiful creatures. Witnessed the birth of a new emperor in the cosmos. With that proclamation, he transformed into a streak of light and soared away. Days later, after concluding his training, Sun Yu suddenly recalled the Jinyu force. Those fellows have been on planet Veblen for several days now. I wonder if they're still alive. Such weaklings surely cannot survive for long on this planet. After finishing his stretch, Sun Yu ambled out of the training room, which was under 200 times gravity, exuding an air of casual ease. He shed his sweat-soaked training attire and strode purposefully towards the opulent bathhouse situated on the same floor. As he approached the entrance, he was suddenly met with the sound of cascading water. This was the pinnacle of the Khufu pyramid, where only Sun Yu and the Bardak family resided. Given that Bardak and his kin were out attending to the infected, it seemed that only Bardak's wife, Jinai, could be bathing within. Sun Yu speculated, his mind conjuring an image of Jinai's petite figure. Setting aside her Saiyan heritage, Jinai would undoubtedly be considered a rare beauty anywhere. The thought of her bathing just on the other side of the wall stirred Sun Yu's imagination. However, he was a man of integrity, although Bardak was nominally his subordinate. Sun Yu regarded him as an elder brother, thus making Jinai his sister-in-law. There is an ancient saying in Huaxia, nothing is better than dumplings. Nothing is more fun than a sister-in-law, though that wasn't quite right. He recalled the saying about friends and their wives. One must not deceive a friend's wife. I cannot betray Bardak. I am a man of integrity. I am a man of integrity, Sun Yu silently chanted to himself. His form flickered and silently appeared at the bathhouse door, his right hand involuntarily pressing against it. Alas, I am being controlled. My hand does not obey my commands. Despite grasping his right hand with his left in an attempt to halt its motion, it was too late. The door creaked open a crack, revealing the expansive interior of the bathhouse. At its center lay a vast swimming pool, flanked by private cubicles separated by opaque glass. In one of these cubicles, a curvaceous figure was showering. For most, such a sight would require closer proximity to discern the exquisite beauty within the cubicle. However, endowed with the exceptional insight of the Sharingan, Sun Yu could easily penetrate the barrier of glass. A sinister red hue glimmered in his eyes. After evolving to the third Tomo, his perceptive abilities had reached unparalleled heights. The figure within the cubicle gradually came into focus, causing Sun Yu's gaze to narrow as a surge of warmth flooded his lower abdomen. To his astonishment, it was not Jinai. Heavens, it was Lana. Chapter 76, The Malevolent Aura. The sound of rushing water echoed in Sun Yu's ears, and a waft of youthful fragrance seemed to transcend the glass barrier, tantalizing his senses. Little did he expect that the one bathing was not Bardak's wife, Jinai, but rather Lana, who had stealthily returned from the battlefield. Being a young girl, Lana was besmirched with the stains of combat, and to ward off the invasion of infectious insects, she had to apply a pungent ointment to her skin, which made her exceedingly uncomfortable. As the final offensive against the last occupied celestial lock was imminent, the entire team was granted a day of respite. Seizing this opportunity, Lana stealthily returned to the temple. Upon learning that the top tier of the Khufu pyramid boasted an opulent bathing facility, she hastily made her way there to indulge in a bath. Thus, it was in this splendid moment that she was inadvertently encountered by Sun Yu. It must be said that Lana possessed the most striking physique among all the female Saiyans that Sun Yu had ever encountered. Her muscles were not as robust as those of other combat-oriented women. Rather, she bore a slight softness reminiscent of youthful plumpness, her form outlining a perfect silhouette, with a flat abdomen devoid of any excess flesh. Sun Yu's nose bled uncontrollably. After all, he was merely a young adolescent, and upon witnessing such an alluring scene, he found it difficult to maintain composure. With a boldness that belied his youth, little Sun Yu lifted his chin, as if urging Sun Yu to seize the moment for some delightful endeavor, lest he squander this splendid occasion under the full moon. In that instant, Sun Yu found himself in a moral quandary. Given his current prowess, overwhelming Lana would pose no challenge, yet he felt an innate sense of hesitation. Shakespeare once pondered the dilemma. To act or not to act, that is the question. Just as Sun Yu felt the primal force within him teetering on the brink of recklessness, a youthful voice echoed from behind him. Kyle, what are you doing here? The vastness of the top level of the Khufu pyramid allowed the voice to resonate throughout the chamber. While Lana was relishing the rare comfort of her bath, She suddenly heard a child calling Sun Yu's name from outside. Startled, she peered out, and indeed, a figure squatted by the door, prompting her to clench her teeth in indignation, her formidable aura erupting instantaneously. Kai, what are you doing? The audacious child, none other than Raditz, the eldest son of Bardock, became the target of Sun Yu's ire. Sun Yu had previously held a fondness for the boy, yet he never anticipated that Raditz would choose this moment to ensnare him. What infuriated Sun Yu the most was the barely perceptible smirk of triumph curling at the corners of Raditz's lips. It was evident he had acted with intent. Raditz, I swear I shall not hesitate to strike you down, Sun Yu exclaimed as he seized Raditz, who had attempted to flee. The boy immediately erupted in a cacophony of wails. Help! Lord Kyle is going to silence me for peeping at Sister Lana. Sun Yu hastily covered the mischievous child's mouth, for an overwhelming aura of dread emanated from the bathroom, causing Sun Yu's heart to leap in trepidation. Turning mechanically, he caught sight of Lana emerging from the bath, a shirt elegantly draped over her form. Her hair still glistened with moisture, a bead of crystal-clear water lingering upon her collarbone, while her oversized shirt clung delicately to her figure, revealing her long legs to the air. The moment she appeared, a subtle fragrance enveloped the space, almost causing Sun Yu's youthful ardor to stir once more. As Sun Yu's nosebleed gushed forth once more, the child Raditz, held in his grasp, gazed intently at Lana, his eyes refusing to blink even once. What are you staring at, you little brat? Sun Yu exclaimed, turning his hand to deliver a sharp slap to Raditz's head. Is my woman something for you to gawk at? At that moment, Sun Yu's mind was in disarray, unaware of the words escaping his lips. Upon being scolded, Raditz burst into tears, exclaiming, "Wah! Lord Kyle is terrifying. Daddy, come save me." In the realm of spoken words, the speaker may be oblivious, yet the listener absorbs every sentiment. Lana's cheeks flushed crimson at Sun Yu's declaration of my woman, her prior anger dissipating significantly. When she directed her gaze back at Sun Yu, her eyes flickered with uncertainty. "Kyle, you rogue." She shot him an admonishing glance, stamped her delicate foot, and as she turned to retreat to the bathroom, a hint of a smile graced her lips. Sun Yu exhaled a deep breath, rubbing his nose, reflecting on the whims of fate. He regretted allowing Jine to bring Raditz here. With a mischievous grin directed at the boy, he declared, "Little one, I see great potential in your physique. You would make an excellent martial artist. Come, let me guide you in your training." Raditz protested vehemently, fully aware of Sun Yu's intentions. Though he was told it was training, it was merely a guise for a beating, especially after having disrupted Sun Yu's affairs. "I refuse to go," he cried. "You have no choice," Sun Yu replied. "Rest assured, I will leave you some energy for the magic beans." With that, he seized Raditz by the scruff of his neck and began dragging him toward the training room. At that moment, an unusual surge of malevolent energy erupted in the air. "Who goes there?" Sun Yu turned sharply toward the source, detecting an exceptionally evil battle power emanating from the northern reaches of planet Vibran, registering at a staggering 3 million. Impossible. How could such a power exist on this planet? Sun Yu set aside his reprimand of Raditz. If his senses were correct, the auras of Bardock and other members of the city guard were also emanating from that direction. Lana, now donned in her combat attire, rushed forward. "Kyle, what was that just now?" Indeed, a sinister and formidable force. "This is beyond what Bardock and Uncle Ollie can handle. We must hurry and investigate," Sun Yu replied, his demeanor shifting from playful to serious, causing a shiver to run through Lana. "Let's go," she said, closely following Sun Yu, the two soaring through the air. Concealed by the mist, Lana swiftly grasped Sun Yu's arm and held it close. Suddenly, feeling an astonishing sensation emanating from his arm, Sun Yu turned. Curiosity piqued as he noticed Lana's flushed face, caught in a moment of hesitation. "Sister Na, are you feeling unwell?" To him, she appeared akin to a lovesick maiden, a far cry from the robust character he knew her to be. How absurd, he thought. "Go to hell," Lana retorted, her frustration evident as she ground her teeth in irritation. A sudden, resounding explosion of brilliant light erupted ahead, causing Sun Yu and Lana to straighten their expressions. It was the energy of Uncle Ollie and Bardock. They were engaged in battle. I must hasten my pace. Chapter 77, Bardock. In the distant northern part of the galaxy, within the Frisia Force's main base, the elegant Sab approached Frisia's command room. At that moment, Frisia reclined languidly in a massive floating chair. Sab stepped forward and respectfully announced, "Lord Frisia, according to reports from the intelligence department, the Jinyu Force may have encountered some complications." Frisia furrowed his brow and lazily inquired, "Oh Sab, what possible issue could the Jinyu Force face?" Pray, do not tell me they are struggling against those Saiyans. This is not about the Saiyans, Sab replied, retrieving a combat power detector from his pocket. This was submitted by the individual responsible for monitoring the Jinyu force. Lord Frisia, please listen to this recording. As is well known, the combat power detector also possessed a communication function, facilitating contact among team members while simultaneously allowing Frisia to surveil everyone's movements. Sab pressed several buttons on the device, adjusting it to an audio output mode. Soon, indistinct static filled the air, but it quickly transformed into fragmented voices. Most present could only discern phrases such as, "How dare you underestimate me, Lord Guldo? How could such a terrifying being exist in the universe? You will soon become like me." After a brief silence, a familiar, hoarse voice emerged, stating, "I can become even stronger. Perhaps I could even surpass Frisia." Ha ha ha. The recording reverted to meaningless static, casting an eerie atmosphere over the command room. Noticing Frisia's darkened expression, Sab cautiously glanced at him. Frisia slowly rose from his floating chair, suddenly bursting into laughter as if he had heard an amusing joke, clutching his stomach for a long time. Then, with a chilling gaze, he turned to Sab and remarked, "Sab, since Jinyu has acquired the power to surpass me, let us witness this for ourselves. I hope it does not disappoint me." A bead of cold sweat formed on Sab's forehead as he observed Frisia's grim demeanor. The command room fell into silence, all eyes fixated on Frisia, who commanded an atmosphere so tense that no one dared to breathe. Just when King Vegeta seemed much more compliant, it was shocking to discover that the Jinyu Force possessed such wild ambitions. Frisia slammed his palm onto the control panel, shattering it into pieces. "Prepare for departure to planet Vibran," he commanded. At once, on planet Vibran, dozens of inhabitants, led by Bardock and Kyud, were about to clear the last stronghold occupied by the infected, only to be confronted by an individual whose combat power was terrifying beyond measure. He was a towering figure, standing at a staggering 3 meters tall. Unlike the ordinary infected, this being lacked the vacant stare and aggression characteristic of those afflicted. Not only was he endowed with remarkable intelligence, but his combat prowess was unfathomably profound. The initial assault was spearheaded by Bardock, who, thanks to the miraculous recovery provided by the Senzu Beans, was recklessly pushing himself to his limits, obsessively squeezing every ounce of potential from within. His combat power had stabilized at approximately 690,000, tantalizingly close to the elusive 700,000. Such formidable strength was rare among the inhabitants of Veblen Planet. Yet, despite Bardock's might, his adversary dispatched him effortlessly with a single, nonchalant strike, sending him hurtling several meters away, his bones nearly shattered. Fortunately, Uncle Ali had a few Senzu Beans remaining. As he fed a bean to Bardock, son Wukong and Lana arrived just in time. "Uncle Ali, Bardock, is everyone all right?" Son Wukong inquired, concern etched across his face as he surveyed those present. Bardock, still seething from his recent defeat, brusquely shoved aside Uncle Ali's support, yearning to confront the infected leader once more. Son Wukong positioned himself in front of Bardock. "Stand down. Bardock, calm yourself. You must sense the combat strength of that infected being. He is beyond your capacity to handle. Allow me to take this on." "Damn it." Bardock's fingers whitened as he clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. "I refuse to accept this. Why should I rely on you to vanquish a stronger foe? If survival means cowering behind you, I would rather perish in battle." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Bardock stepped forward toward the infected creature. Son Wukong attempted to interject, but was silenced by a look from Uncle Ali. The pride of the Saiyans weighed heavily on son Wukong's heart. He recognized the similarities between Bardock and Vegeta. Their pride and unyielding spirit were precisely what allowed them to become incredibly powerful. On the tower of the Locking Star, the 3-meter-tall infected being stood with arms crossed, coldly observing the scene below. As Bardock approached him unscathed, he let out a scornful laugh. "Ignorant Saiyan monkey, I have consumed the mother bug and attained the mightiest power in the cosmos. You insignificant ants truly do not know your own mortality. Raikum, Buddha geese. Why don't you three entertain them for a while?" Upon hearing those names, son Wukong paused momentarily, only to quickly realize that this infected being was none other than Jinyu, the captain of the Jinyu Force, renowned for his body-swapping abilities. "You are Jinyu," son Wukong exclaimed, his eyes widening as he gazed at the creature hovering above. "Oh, you've heard my name," Jinyu remarked, raising an eyebrow and regarding son Wukong with curiosity. "Let me gauge your combat power." Merely 10,000. "Little boy, you ought to scurry back to your mother for nourishment. This place is ill-suited for you. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Raikum, Bart, and GYS had already descended to the ground. Sun Yu noticed that they had not assumed the peculiar poses characteristic of the Jinyu force, which aroused his suspicions. However, upon observing the blank expressions of the three, he understood. Could it be that they were infected? Although Raikum and his companions had suppressed their auras well, Sun Yu could still sense the immense surge in power resulting from their infection. In the original narrative, aside from Captain Jinyu, the combat power of the other Jinyu force members was around 60,000. Yet, the battle prowess of the three before him had astonishingly inflated to 200,000 to 300,000, which was quite unexpected. Enough of a nonsense. You must be Jinyu. Come forth and face Bardock, he bellowed, propelling himself skyward towards Jinyu. Sun Yu's gaze narrowed as he sensed something peculiar about Bardock's aura. Chapter 78, The Enlightenment State. Jinyu stood calmly in the void, coldly observing the approaching Bardock. With a slight flick of his wrist, he commanded, "Let your blood bear witness to my ascendance. Attack. Tear them apart." Upon hearing Jinyu's orders, hordes of infected surged forth, akin to a flood breaching a dam, charging towards Sun Yu and his companions. What on earth? How could he command so many infected? Uncle Ollie exclaimed, witnessing the swarm of infected beings. Although their overall strength was slightly inferior to his own side, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Rudd quickly informed Tarsal to bring the main forces for reinforcement. "We have underestimated the infected strength," Lana commanded Rudd sternly. Resembling a Valkyrie on the battlefield, Rudd promptly bowed his head in contemplation, seemingly using their internal communication network among the half-cyborgs, an exchange more effective than mere telepathy. As tensions escalated on both sides, seemingly on the brink of an unprecedented battle, Sun Yu sighed and quietly assumed a starting posture at the rear, his aura erupting dramatically. "What is this?" Jinyu glanced at Sun Yu, the somewhat handsome youth before him harboring an unfathomable power within. He quickly assessed Sun Yu's battle power, which astonishingly displayed over 1 million and was rapidly increasing. Impossible. This boy possesses over 1 million in combat power? What sort of monster is he? Jinyu stared wide-eyed at Sun Yu, and after a moment, a grin spread across his face. What does it matter if he has over 1 million? I possess 3 million in combat power. Even Frisia may not stand a chance against me. What can a mere Saiyan accomplish? Crush these ants. Sun Yu's formidable aura formed an energy cyclone around him, sending dust and debris swirling within a radius of several dozen meters. The Kamehameha wave in his hands radiated a brilliant azure light, captivating the attention of all present. With a powerful shout, Sun Yu thrust his hands forward, unleashing a ghostly blue energy blast towards the airborne swarm of infected. Run swiftly. Although the infected are mere empty shells, the parasites residing within them possess an instinct for survival. As they witness their brethren succumbing to energy waves, disintegrating into ashes, they are filled with terror and scatter in all directions. Yet, is escape truly an option? Sun Yu observes the fleeing infected with a smirk. Does fleeing serve any purpose? Behold, with a flick of his wrist, the Kamehameha wave swept through the crowd as if animated, unleashing a cacophony of screams in the air. By harnessing the Kamehameha, Sun Yu compresses his combat power to a staggering 2 million, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone here to withstand his strike head-on. In an instant, a significant portion of the infected horde was obliterated, leaving Uncle Ollie and Rude in a state of disarray amidst the wind. Many had steeled themselves for a desperate battle, yet none anticipated that Sun Yu would resolve the crisis with such swiftness. Unimpeded by the throng of infected, Bardock soared towards Jinyu, fully aware of the disparity in their strength, yet resolutely prepared to engage in combat. One might deride his foolishness, but if those who discern their own limitations to avoid danger are deemed wise, then Bardock, along with Sun Wukong and Sun Yu, willingly embrace their roles as fools. They're the kind who, in their naivety, challenge adversaries far more powerful than themselves, striving to transcend their limits, even at the cost of their own destruction. This is the essence of the Saiyans. Undaunted, they act even when they know it is impossible. With a roar, Bardock surged towards Jinyu, unleashing a thunderous punch. Jinyu countered with a claw strike, their forces colliding and sending shockwaves through the air. Against all odds, Bardock managed to parry Jinyu's claw, a feat remarkable considering Jinyu's power had surged to 3 million after consuming the infected queen. In the blink of an eye, Bardock and Jinyu exchanged blows in a fierce contest, each strike resonating with raw power, igniting the fervor of the onlookers below. Go Bardock! Impressive Bardock! Bring him down! As the saying goes, the untrained marvel at the spectacle, while the experienced discern the nuances. Sun Yu fixated on Bardock's eyes, noticing a peculiar absence of emotion. It was as if he were a puppet, yet not devoid of vitality. At this moment, Bardock seemed to transcend the disparity of strength. The boundaries of life and death dissolving into nothingness, leaving only the essence of battle. I understand now. I finally comprehend why Bardock's aura felt peculiar moments ago. He has entered a state of enlightenment, born from his continuous oscillation between life and death, relentlessly pushing his potential to the brink, clinging to a resolute belief that he must surpass himself, even in the face of certain demise. Sun Yu suddenly recalled the scene from the Dragon Ball anime, Gods and God, where Son Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan God and battled the God of Destruction, Beerus. Although Goku eventually reverted to his normal state, one would assume that, despite his strength, he would be unable to withstand a blow from Beerus. Yet, he managed to stand toe-to-toe with the God of Destruction. The official explanation was that Goku had absorbed the essence of the Super Saiyan God, entering a state of transcendental clarity. Indeed, upon entering such a state of enlightenment, one perceives an overwhelming void between heaven and earth, with only the heart's desire remaining. Goku was singularly focused on defeating Beerus, while Bardock's thoughts were consumed with surpassing the possessed Jinyu. In this state of understanding, they both unleashed potential that defied common comprehension, especially as Saiyans grow stronger in the face of adversity, their development brimming with infinite possibilities. Watching Bardock engage in battle with Jinyu, Sun Yu felt a spark of combativeness igniting within him. It was evident that the legendary warrior of the past was not merely a remnant of history. As the first Saiyan to transform into a Super Saiyan and defeat the cosmic pirate, chilled, Sun Yu could not help but admire Bardock's innate talent. I must strive harder. Otherwise, I might find myself left behind, Sun Yu proclaimed passionately. Indeed, we must rise to the occasion. If Bardock has grown this formidable, we too must strengthen ourselves, Lana exclaimed. With renewed vigor, Awakens and the others responded to the call, transforming into streaks of light as they soared into the sky, each selecting their target and plunging into the remaining infected foes. Sun Yu, however, positioned himself around Bardock and Jinyu, aware that any interference in their battle could shatter Bardock's state of enlightenment, a scenario Sun Yu could not tolerate. He eagerly anticipated just how far Bardock could progress. Chapter 79. Elegance overfilled Jinyu was nearing madness. He had believed that after devouring the mother worm and acquiring a battle power of over 3 million, he would reign unchallenged across the universe. Yet, to his astonishment, a formidable Sun Yu emerged with a battle power of 1 million, decimating the majority of his subordinates with a single strike. Then, out of nowhere, Bardock appeared, fighting like a madman, initially possessing only 690,000 in battle power. This seemingly insignificant existence grew stronger with each blow, his wounds deepening yet amplifying his strength, eventually forcing Jinyu to succumb to the disadvantage. Saiyans are notorious for their battle fervor and exceptional prowess. It is no wonder Frieza once viewed the Saiyans as a thorn in his side, obsessively seeking their annihilation. In that moment, Jinyu, no longer underestimating his opponent, unleashed his full strength to combat Bardock. Sun Yu occasionally cast glances at Bardock, his eyes filled with incredulity. Nevertheless, Bardock, despite his remarkable talent, was outmatched by Jinyu and now bore the scars of battle. His body was battered and bloodied, his protective armor in tatters, and his face marred by several bleeding wounds. Fortunately, Bardock had applied a special ointment that rendered him immune to the parasitic infection of Jinyu. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly succumbed to Jinyu's enslavement. As the thunderous clash echoed around them, Sun Yu observed Jinyu, now losing his rhythm in battle, and felt a surge of hope. Jinyu's formidable combat prowess, acquired through body snatching, was not a product of his own training. Thus, he found himself increasingly outmatched by the ever-resilient Bardock. Should this trend continue, victory for Bardock was all but assured. Jinyu, fixated on Bardock, suddenly displayed a glint of cunning in his eyes. He abruptly retreated, creating distance between himself and Bardock, and extended his massive claws before him. In a strategy of aggression, Bardock, in a state of keen awareness, charged forward without hesitation. Sun Yu's heart sank as he realized the peril. He was aware of Jinyu's ultimate technique, the ability to exchange bodies. Clearly, Jinyu, sensing his impending defeat, aimed to employ this tactic, intending to swap forms with Bardock. A beam of light erupted from Jinyu, hurtling towards the advancing Bardock. Unfortunately, Sun Yu found himself devoid of any means to intervene, lacking even a mere frog to throw. as one might see in the Dragon Ball anime, to thwart this impending calamity. Suddenly, a flash of crimson light flickered in his eyes as he activated his Sharingan, attempting to halt the soul exchange beam that Jinyu had unleashed, while simultaneously propelling himself towards Bardock in a desperate bid to warn him. Yet, he was a moment too late. By the time Sun Yu reached Bardock, Jinyu had already completed the soul exchange. However, in that critical instant when Jinyu initiated the technique, Sun Yu had activated his Sharingan, inadvertently duplicating the ability. Though this soul skill was exceedingly rare, Sun Yu was at a loss as to its practical application. Did he truly wish to exchange bodies with another? What a preposterous notion. He was a scion of boundless potential, coveted by others for his very essence. While such thoughts might invite misinterpretation, the truth remained. Suddenly, a bold idea sparked in Sun Yu's mind. What if he could secretly exchange bodies with Lana? This thought evoked memories of a tantalizing scene he had inadvertently witnessed at the bathroom door, stirring a sense of excitement within him. Alas, he felt a rush of blood to his cheeks, realizing he was a gentleman and ought not to entertain such base thoughts. He must maintain his elegance, devoid of any lewdness. He instinctively glanced towards Lana, who was fiercely engaged in combat with an infected foe. Her flowing hair danced in the wind, and her alluring figure was accentuated by the graceful movements of her body, rising and falling in a captivating rhythm that left Sun Yu parched with desire. He swallowed hard, unable to suppress the involuntary reaction. To hell with the pretentiousness, to hell with the elegance. Bardock, forcibly swapped into another body, seemed to have fainted due to the abrupt interruption of his enlightened state. Meanwhile, Jinyu, now inhabiting Bardock's form, rummaged through his belongings and retrieved a pouch, from which he poured out several senzu beans. Weighing them in his hand, Jinyu tilted his head back and consumed all the beans in one go. With a series of crunching sounds, he swallowed the chewed beans, and instantly his injuries healed. Pleased, Jinyu surveyed his new physique, stretching and feeling the immense power coursing through him. Sun Wukong shot a disdainful glance at Jinyu, who had taken over Bardock's body, and spoke with irritation. Hey, if you don't want to meet your end, get out of Bardock's body, or I'll beat you so badly that even your aging Mother 1T recognize you. Jinyu threw his head back in derision, retorting, you strike me? This body couldn't even withstand a mere 300,000 battle power, and you're barely at 100,000, right? Kneel before me, and perhaps I'll allow you to remain in one piece. Thank you very much. Please, come and kill me, Sun Wukong replied, unimpressed, casting a mocking glance at Jinyu. With a cold snort, Jinyu assumed a fighting stance. Foolishness, let me show you the terror I possess. With that declaration, he unleashed his battle power. Instantly, all attention shifted to Jinyu, while Lana, Uncle Ali, and the others looked on with concern, apprehensive about the extent of Jinyu's power in Bardock's body. With a furious roar, Jinyu's form became enveloped in swirling energy, the clouds above appearing as though ravaged by a hurricane, disintegrating into fragments. The crowd held their breath, anxiously awaiting Jinyu's ultimate eruption. As his aura surged to its peak, Jinyu laughed maniacally in the air, casting a disdainful glance over everyone below. How does it feel to witness my terror? Tell me, what is my battle power now? 50,000, Sun Wukong casually replied, adjusting his ears as if uninterested. Ha, did you hear that? A full 50,000. Wait, what did you say? Did you say 50,000? Jinyu's expression twisted in disbelief as he scrutinized Sun Wukong, searching for any sign of deceit in his eyes. Am I offering you candy? Sun Wukong continued to regard him with disdain. It's impossible. Let me see for myself. Jinyu swiftly moved to the recently fallen Li Ku's side, removed his scouter, and aimed it at himself. Beep, beep, beep. The scouter displayed 5 clear digits, 50,000. His battle power truly was only 50,000. Chapter 80, a sight unbearable to behold. What is happening? How could this be? This body is clearly stronger than mine. Captain Jinyu is evidently unable to accept this reality. He clutched his hair fiercely, screaming in anguish. How can this be impossible? Sun Wukong said, flexing his wrists with a wicked grin. First and foremost, I must declare that Bardock is indeed a prodigious talent, but his strength is the result of relentless training, countless life and death battles, and enduring immense hardships to attain such power. As for you, Captain Jinyu, you are nothing more than a thief who merely appropriates the hard-earned achievements of others. You lack even the most fundamental ability to harness ki. How could you possibly unleash the full potential of this body? Jinyu, struck at his core by Sun Wukong's words, glared with a hint of madness in his eyes. How dare you call me a thief? I'll make you pay for that. With that, Jinyu summoned all his strength and launched a furious punch towards Sun Wukong. As Jinyu's fist approached, Sun Wukong slowly raised his hand. With a sharp crack, he firmly grasped Jinyu's fist, holding it in place. Jinyu, realizing the true combat power of this body was a mere 50,000, attempted to pull back his hand, but Sun Wukong's grip was as unyielding as iron. As Sun Wukong began to raise his fist, Jinyu felt a surge of fear. Struggling to muster a smile, he pleaded, "Esteemed sir, the owner of this body is your friend, is he not? You cannot harm me. It would hurt your friend. I will leave at once. Please spare me." "Friend? Perhaps," Sun Wukong replied, "but my way of treating friends is rather peculiar. I prefer to have those I fight with call me father." Before Jinyu could react, a swift punch from Sun Wukong struck him hard in the ribs. Jinyu felt as though his internal organs had been displaced, his back arching like a shrimp. Thud, thud, thud. After the first blow, Sun Wukong shouted and unleashed a flurry of relentless strikes upon Jinyu, who was left dazed and disoriented, his eyes rolling back in his head. To an onlooker, it might have seemed that they harbored a deep-seated vendetta, a blood feud. Even the fierce Lana shielded her eyes, unable to bear the sight. The scene was too brutal, almost akin to silencing a child's nightly cries. Alas, Bardock was caught in the crossfire. On another note, it appeared that Lord Kale was particularly irate today. Indeed, we must tread carefully and avoid provoking him. The punishment Jinyu was enduring was exceedingly harsh. Before long, Jinyu was nearly drained of breath, struggling to draw in air as he plummeted from the sky, clinging to the last vestiges of extraordinary willpower to crawl toward the infected being he had previously possessed. In the tranquil expanse of the sky, Sun Yu observed in silence as Jinyu, with great exertion, finally beheld the body he had previously usurped. Trembling, he raised his hands, which were reduced to mere fragments of bone, and murmured. In a flash of brilliance, Bardock and Jinyu had finally exchanged forms once more. It was only then that Sun Yu descended from the heavens, gazing down at the bloodied Bardock. He retrieved a Senza bean from his bosom, crushed it, and placed it into Bardock's mouth. This scene felt eerily familiar. After assisting Bardock in swallowing the Senza bean, his wounds rapidly began to heal. Yet, Bardock merely stirred briefly before his head lolled, and he succumbed to slumber once more. Who could fathom the trials Bardock had endured? He had entered a state of enlightenment, and upon successfully navigating this phase, his combat prowess could surge exponentially. Alas, before he could fully awaken to this clarity, he was forcibly swapped by Jinyu, followed by the merciless beating administered by Sun Yu. When his soul returned to his own body, Bardock finally comprehended the weight of existence that life can impose. In summary, he was utterly exasperated. "Let me rest well. Upon awakening, all shall be as it was." Sun Yu casually tossed Bardock to the nearby ranks, then turned his attention to the now upright Jinyu. "I shall kill you. I am determined to end your existence." Jinyu, in his infected form, glared intensely at Sun Yu, his eyes bulging with rage. If a gaze could slay, he would have already extinguished Sun Yu's life countless times. Like Bardock, I too wish to challenge those who are stronger, seeking the opportunity to attain enlightenment, Sun Yu remarked with a wry smile. "Regrettably, you hardly qualify as someone stronger than me. You barely even qualify as strong at all. Engaging in battle with you is exceedingly tedious." At Sun Yu's words, Jinyu's fury reached a boiling point, his chest heaving as he exclaimed, "You insolent wretch! Do you comprehend what you are uttering? You are merely a worthless fighter with a power level of over 1 million. I possess a combat strength of 3 million. I shall tear you apart." With a sudden lunge, Jinyu surged forward, his massive form flickering as he appeared behind Sun Yu, claws descending. "Prepare to meet your end, brat." Sun Yu slowly closed his eyes, shaking his head as he replied, "Power that is not cultivated through one's own efforts is ultimately not one's own. What is the use of sheer brute strength?" Just as Jinyu's colossal claw was about to strike Sun Yu, he abruptly opened his eyes, the three tomo within them spinning ceaselessly as a strange mist enveloped a 10-meter radius around him. In an instant, Jinyu found that Sun Yu had vanished. His massive claw struck the ground, yet, ironically, with his formidable strength, he failed to shatter the earth beneath him. Fear gripped Jinyu as he surveyed his surroundings. Apart from the crimson sky, all else was a void of darkness. This was Sun Yu's illusionary skill, Super Tsukuyami. Thud, thud, thud. As Jinyu searched frantically for Sun Yu's presence, he suddenly felt the ground tremble beneath him. When he looked up, an enormous figure towering dozens of meters above him materialized. Whether it was Sun Yu in his gigantic form or Jinyu, reduced to a mere fraction of his size due to infection, mattered little. For in this realm, Everything was dictated by Sun Yu, the true sovereign of this domain. Run, flee. Jin Yu's mind echoed with a singular thought as he gazed at the colossal figure overhead. His only desire was to escape this place. Yet, no matter how fervently he tried, even exhausting his every ounce of strength, he found himself unable to break free from this confined space. Overwhelmed and cornered, Jin Yu collapsed to his knees, engulfed in despair. Please, do not kill me. I can serve you. However, Sun Yu merely smiled, offering no words. He slowly raised his foot and then brought it down forcefully upon Jin Yu. With a resounding thud, Jin Yu was crushed. Exiting the illusionary realm of supermoon reading, Sun Yu unleashed an energy blast upon the lifeless Jin Yu, incinerating him completely. Chapter 81, The Ultimate Weapon. The scene left everyone present in a state of shock. They had faith in Sun Yu's formidable power. Yet even the mightiest of beings must exert some effort to extinguish a life, or so they believed. But Sun Yu shattered all preconceived notions to those watching. It appeared as if he simply observed Jin Yu, and then Jin Yu was no more. What has transpired? Lord Kyle wondered aloud. Did he kill him with a mere glance? Erinx weakly suggested. Perhaps it's some form of supernatural ability. Uncle Ollie speculated, swallowing hard as he sought a reasonable explanation. It cannot be said that the world of Dragon Ball lacks races skilled in illusions. Rather, in a realm where energy is derived from ki, power is predominantly revered, leading them to be oblivious to Sun Yu's use of illusionary attacks. Regardless, with Jin Yu, the leader of the infected, vanquished, the remaining infected forces were swiftly eradicated, a task that required no involvement from Sun Yu. Thus, he returned to the Khufu Pyramid with Bardock, entrusting him to the care of his wife, Jine, before boldly making his way to the temple to find Tarsal. Having resolved the crisis of the infected, the 5 celestial locks of Veblen planet reactivated, and the interstellar defense system was engaged, once again enveloping the sky in a translucent protective barrier. Perhaps still buoyed by the recent victory, Tarsal greeted Sun Yu with unusual warmth upon his arrival. Mr. Sun Yu, what an unexpected honor. What brings you here? Tarsal forced a smile that contrasted starkly with his fierce demeanor. Sun Yu, bewildered, stared at Tarsal, his lips twitching. Let us cut to the chase. Chief, we need to speak plainly. Your formalities are quite disconcerting. Taser awkwardly scratched his head and said, Mr. Sun Yu, I merely wish to express my goodwill. Thanks to your timely intervention, our crisis has been averted. I swear by the deity, Ignaz, that my clan shall forever remain allies of Mr. Sun Yu, unto death. What a rather juvenile leader. Sun Yu chuckled to himself. The true calamity lies ahead. Frisia's summoned forces will soon arrive, and it is quite likely that Frisia himself will make an appearance. Although I possess the formidable Jinjutsu, Super Tsukuyami, as a trump card, rendering me virtually invincible among peers, facing the fully unleashed 100 Frisia would render my illusions a mere jest. Taser, the danger is far from over. Do you recall what I mentioned about Frisia? He harbors a deep-seated fear of your mechanical warriors and is resolutely intent on annihilating your planet. Now that we are allies, might you enlighten me on the super mechanical warriors you are researching? Do they indeed exist? And if so, how formidable are they? Sun Yu's gaze was piercing as he regarded Taser, who, upon hearing Sun Yu's inquiry, donned a serious expression and contemplated for a long while. Finally, it seemed Taser had made a resolute decision. Since you have asked, Mr. Sun Yu, please follow me. The two walked quietly between the 12 copper pillars, and Sun Yu caught sight of the central pillar, the very one that had opened to reveal the chamber housing the mechanical deity. However, their destination this time was not that pillar. Taser led Sun Yu through a series of winding paths to a corner in the south, where his claw pressed against a copper pillar intricately carved with peculiar insects. Sun Yu found it somewhat familiar, yet could not recall why at that moment. Upon activating the mechanism, the copper pillar slowly ascended, revealing a passage leading underground. Come in, Mr. Sun Yu, Taser invited as he stepped forward into the darkened tunnel. Sun Yu carefully examined the passage, which exuded a sense of inexplicable excitement. He followed Taser down the corridor. After traversing a lengthy staircase, Sun Yu's vision widened to reveal an expansive space. He felt as though he were in a cutting-edge technological edifice, where 2 circular platforms stood at the center, providing direct access to each floor. From the entrance of the passage, Sun Yu could gaze down and observe numerous Vebulans diligently engaged in various peculiar tasks at their workstations on each level. Taser explained to Sun Yu, "These are the elite researchers of my clan. I shall now take you to witness our most powerful creation." Sun Yu nodded in acknowledgement and silently followed Taser to the central circular platform. The researchers bustled around them, bowing in reverence upon seeing Taser. Standing on the platform, Taser pressed a button on the control panel, and the platform swiftly descended, its speed rivaling that of ordinary flight techniques. Despite the swift descent of Sun Yu, he was still able to discern the conditions of each floor. On the uppermost levels, some were primarily engaged in the study of ordinary weapon components. As he ventured deeper, Sun Yu gradually encountered modified life forms, including some of his own kin from the Veblen race. Descending approximately 70 floors, he caught sight of colossal machines reminiscent of Gundams. Though these were not located at the very bottom, the lift he occupied continued its descent. Upon reaching the lowest level, Sun Yu felt an odd sense of familiarity, as if he were returning to Earth. Stepping out of the lift, he observed that the corridor was lined with cylindrical vessels, each containing a nurturing liquid teeming with creatures resembling insects with exoskeletal forms. These were the essence of their research, a biologically engineered warrior. Regrettably, centuries had passed with little progress. Taser led the way ahead, speaking as he walked. Sun Yu followed closely behind Taser, his gaze unwavering from the monstrous beings within the vessels. These entities, entirely green, bore a predominantly human physique, their heads adorned with various green spikes, their bodies encased in exoskeletons. A familiar name lingered in Sun Yu's throat, yet he incessantly reminded himself that these must be mere coincidences. The diversity of life in the universe was vast, and it could not possibly be the one he knew. After traversing a considerable distance, Taser finally approached a particular vessel, proudly gesturing to the creature within as he spoke. This is the culmination of my people's millennia of dedication. Once this research is completed, it will become the ultimate weapon, surpassing all existence. Alas, it possesses a flaw, and we can only regretfully seal it away. Sun Yu's eyes widened as he gazed at the creature within the vessel, his heart pounding like thunder. The being, in terms of physique, appearance, and its long green tail, bore an uncanny resemblance to someone he had envisioned. Impossible. This cannot be. I personally killed Dr. Jero. There cannot possibly be another Cell in this world. The creature within the vessel. Who else could it be but Cell? Chapter 82. The original Cell. Cell, the ultimate being from the Android saga in the Dragon Ball anime, had power that surpassed even that of the Super Saiyans. Of course, this was in its perfected form after absorbing androids 17 and 18, whereas the creature before him, according to Taser, was merely a prototype. Taser, please elaborate on this creature. Sun Yu requested, furrowing his brow. Taser, oblivious to Sun Yu's unease, gazed proudly at the being within the vessel and joyfully explained. This creature is a gift from the great god Ignatz. It can absorb the life essence of other species, achieving the goal of infinite evolution. Should we succeed in this research, we will create a super life form capable of continuous evolution. Upon hearing this, Sun Yu's expression darkened considerably, and he coldly remarked, such a life form is perilous, is it not? Should it spiral out of control, it would spell disaster for the cosmos. Indeed, Taser found his fervor extinguished by Sun Yu's words. He sighed heavily and replied, we have taken this danger into account, which is why we incorporated an emergency destruction device during the modification of this super life form. We believe this would suffice to mitigate the issue. Yet we never anticipated that this life form could evolve into its perfect state by consuming its kind, which also possesses this emergency destruction device. To prevent such an eventuality, we have confined them indefinitely here until we can devise a solution to this predicament. Listening to this, Sun Yu felt a cold sweat break out. Was this not reminiscent of Cell? The Cell on Earth evolved into its perfect form after devouring androids 17 and 18, both of which possessed emergency destruction devices. Although the remote controls for the destruction devices may have been destroyed, the devices themselves still resided within them. Considering the sequence of events in the Dragon Ball narrative, Sun Yu conceived a daring hypothesis. Perhaps in the original Dragon Ball universe, the inhabitants of planet Veblen developed the primordial Cell, only for their planet to be annihilated, thus vanishing from the Dragon Ball stage. These primordial cells, located in the depths of the Pyramid Temple, may not have perished in the destruction of planet Veblen. Rather, through some fortuitous circumstance, they found their way to Earth, where they were discovered by the brilliant Dr. Jero, who ultimately completed the research on them. Contemplating this notion, Sun Yu regarded it as somewhat absurd. However, he could find no superior explanation. He questioned how Dr. Jero, a mere earthling from a planet devoid of even faster-than-light spacecraft, could produce androids rivaling the might of Super Saiyans. Moreover, Sun Yu had personally witnessed the androids created by Dr. Jero. Whether it was Android 9 or the android wolf named X, these were all biological forms that had existed on Earth. In stark contrast, Cell's biological form diverged from any species on Earth. He could even regress into an egg and hide within a time machine, traversing through time to an era before Goku's heart condition. At that time, Bulma had remarked that such a creature had never been encountered on Earth. Given all of this, Sun Yu had ample reason to believe that perhaps the cell appearing in Dragon Ball was a modification of the primordial cell from planet Veblen, devised by Dr. Gero, which would explain why the initial form of Cell possessed the capacity to face Super Saiyans head-on. As for androids 17 and 18, they were likely created by Dr. Gero after uncovering the secret of Cell's evolution into its perfect form, thus specifically designed to assist Cell in its progression. In this manner, everything fell into place. Sun Yu finally comprehended why Frieza harbored such an intense fear of the technology possessed by the Veblen planet. It was, in fact, the primordial cell that instilled this dread in him. Rubbing his temples, Sun Yu acknowledged that this was merely a conjecture. Whether there were deeper implications, or if this was merely a remarkable coincidence, remained unknown to him. Nevertheless, the pressing issue of how to manage the primordial cells left Sun Yu in a state of distress. Observing Sun Yu's demeanor, Tarsal inquired with concern, "Mr. Sun Yu, is everything all right?" "It's nothing," Sun Yu replied with a smile, shaking his head. If the primordial cells were to be eradicated at this moment, he would indeed be reluctant to do so. After all, they were cells. Should they evolve into their perfect forms, only a Super Saiyan 2 would stand a chance against them. Perhaps the cells of this world were somewhat weaker. After all, the cells from a Dragon Ball anime contain the genetic material of all Dragon Ball warriors, which was undoubtedly Dr. Gero's greatest achievement. Keep a vigilant watch over these organisms. I can sense their terrifying potential. Until absolute control is achieved, do not release them recklessly. Otherwise, it will bring catastrophic disaster to this world. Sun Yu remarked with profound significance. Upon hearing Sun Yu's words, Tarsal solemnly vowed, "Rest assured, Mr. Sun Yu. I swear this on all my honor and faith." With Tarsal's assurance, Sun Yu felt a temporary sense of relief and began to leisurely survey his surroundings. Suddenly, Tarsal's core processor received a communication request. He accepted the call and stood in silence for a considerable time. Sun Yu, well aware of the Veblen's unique mode of communication, occupied himself with his own musings. After an extended period, Tarsal regained his composure, and Sun Yu approached him, asking, "What is it, Chief Tarsal?" "There are two pieces of bad news. Let us discuss them as we walk." Tarsal gestured for Sun Yu to accompany him back to the elevator platform. According to the latest reconnaissance report, Frieza's advanced forces have appeared a few light years away, and they are expected to arrive within 3 days. If it is merely an advanced force, I believe that even without our intervention, your planet's defense systems can handle them, correct? So what is the second piece of bad news? Tarsal nodded, indeed. The second piece of bad news is that Frieza himself intends to personally descend. Through his recent observations, Sun Yu had acquired a solid grasp of the overall strength of the Veblen people, leading him to this conclusion. Tarsal affirmed, "That's right. Based on the latest intercepted intelligence, Frieza has boarded the newest interstellar jump spaceship and is projected to arrive in our sector within a month. Other matters are manageable. But with Frieza, we currently lack the capability to confront him directly." "Wait, Chief Tarsal, didn't you mention earlier that you could conceal the planet's coordinates? How then? Were they able to locate us?" "I did mention that, but curiously, something on our planet is continuously emitting a signal source, which they're using to pinpoint our location." Sun Yu furrowed his brow, undoubtedly suspecting that it was the Galactic Special Forces and their spacecraft behind this. Putting that thought aside, he promptly summoned everyone to discuss a strategy. Although Sun Yu was reluctant to confront the situation so soon, it was inevitable that Frieza would soon arrive. Chapter 83, The Gathering Storm. Having received news of Frieza's imminent arrival, Uncle Ali and Lana were invited to the temple. Beneath the 12 copper pillars, Sun Yu and Tarsal sat side by side on elevated thrones, while the assembly below was divided into 2 rows. One comprised the Vibranians, and the other the members of Sun Yu's city management team. Bardock had long since awakened from his stupor, vaguely recalling the events that transpired. Despite understanding that Sun Yu had acted out of necessity, he could not suppress his resentment, directing a gaze filled with animosity towards him. Sun Yu, seated upon the high platform, completely disregarded Bardock's glare. Clearing his throat, he addressed the assembly. "I trust everyone is already aware that, according to the latest intelligence, the vanguard of Frieza's army will arrive on this planet within 3 days. However, this is not the most alarming news. The true cause for concern is our greatest adversary, Frieza, who is set to descend here in 1 month. His objective, as you all should know, is the annihilation of this planet. After a brief pause, a Vibranian raised his voice, rasping, "Is that Frisia truly formidable? What are our chances of success in a direct confrontation?" This was a query that weighed heavily on many minds present. Sun Yu nodded gravely and replied, "He is exceedingly powerful, and we stand no chance against him." This succinct statement incited an uproar among the attendees. Sun Yu's strength was well known, not only revered by the members of the city management team, but also acknowledged by numerous Vibranians, who regarded him as an insurmountable force. They found it hard to fathom that such a formidable being would declare himself without hope against Frisia. Just how powerful was Frisia, after all? I do not belittle myself. It is simply that the opponent is overwhelmingly strong. He possesses 3 transformation stages, and upon unleashing his full power, he wields an astonishing strength of 120 million. Sun Yu stated calmly, 120 million? A wave of shock rippled through the crowd, including Lana and Bardock, while they were already aware of Frisia's invincibility. The warrior spirit of the Saiyans ignited their desire for combat with the strong. Yet, Sun Yu, the planet's mightiest warrior, only possessed a battle power of 1 million. Perhaps he had improved during his training, but no matter the extent of his enhancement, the disparity in power was insurmountable. Should we not flee at once? A voice suggested, provoking outrage among those present. Whether they were proud Saiyan warriors or the honor-bound Vibranians, all shared a disdain for those who would choose to flee rather than fight. Fleeing is an act of cowardice. The esteemed Tarsal and the noble Lord Sun Yu, we are willing to defend the honor of warriors with our blood until our last breath. Upon uttering these words, everyone present became electrified, kneeling on one knee and beseeching to engage in battle, even if it meant doing so with great fervor. What infuriated Sun Yu most was that Lana and Bedak joined in, and he felt on the verge of tears, lamenting, "Oh, my aging mother, what madness possesses these people? Why do they constantly yearn for martyrdom? How has such a brainwashed mentality come to be?" Now, I understand that you are all fearless warriors, but Sun Yu is truly overwhelmed. However, could you not spare a thought for the innocent civilians of this planet? On planet Veblen, there are hundreds of thousands of ordinary inhabitants, defenseless and unarmed. Even disregarding the situation on Veblen, Sun Yu had to consider the fate of the thousands of Saiyans under his command. He was uncertain if Frisia had already obliterated planet Vegeta. Logically, at this point in the Dragon Ball canon, planet Vegeta had already been destroyed by Frisia using a technique known as the supernova. If that were indeed the case, it was highly probable that Sun Yu's faction represented the last remnants of Saiyans in the universe, and he had to preserve the final embers of this race's rebellion. When the subject of civilians was broached, a profound silence enveloped the group, for in Veblen tradition, as warriors, they bore the duty to protect the innocent. It was then that Tarsal, who had remained silent, finally spoke. "Mr. Sun Yu is absolutely correct. We do not fear death, but we must not engage in futile sacrifices. Given that this planet is on the brink of unprecedented calamity, I propose that we gather all civilians immediately and ensure their safe evacuation." Such a proposal seemed simple. Yet despite the sparse population of Veblen, there were still several 100,000 souls to consider, making it virtually impossible to relocate so many. "Elder, what is your plan? How long will it take to evacuate all the civilians?" Sun Yu inquired, his heart screaming for at least the safety of his Saiyan brethren. After a brief silence, Tarsal replied, "I intend to gather all the civilians within the temple. The temple possesses sufficient dimensional space to comfortably accommodate hundreds of thousands. Once all civilians are assembled, we can activate the temple to execute a spatial phase jump, allowing us to instantaneously traverse this star sector." Upon hearing this, Sun Yu felt a surge of hope, recalling the saying, "Technology saves the world." According to Tarsal's earlier explanation of spatial technology, ordinary spatial jump technology had already been widely implemented in spacecraft throughout the cosmos, while the more advanced variety was reserved for elite legions like Frisia's. Utilizing this technology, one could effortlessly span hundreds of light years. However, Tarsal's mention of phase jumping was akin to the instantaneous movement technique of Metamor, which employed the principles of phase transfer to achieve spatial traversal. In fact, the time machine that appears in the original Dragon Ball is akin to a temporal phase jumping device. However, this apparatus transcends not only space but also the timeline. How long does it take to initiate a spatial phase jump? Sun Wukong inquired. The temple's spatial phase jump requires merely a day's time for charging. Yet the pressing issue we face now is that relocating all the civilians may consume nearly 30 days, replied Tarsal. 30 days? Sun Wukong felt quite troubled. To To be honest, he hoped that Lana and the other Scions would depart from this place as swiftly as possible, especially since they were dealing with Frisia. However, he was eager to catch a glimpse of Frisia himself. Engaging in combat with him would be even better, although he understood the perilous nature of such thoughts. He could not help it. After all, he was a Scion who naturally yearns for battle with formidable opponents. Then it is settled, declared Sun Wukong. Tarsal, you must focus all efforts on the civilians. My city management team will hold back Frisia's advanced troops, ensure that all precautions are in place. Also, Bardock, come with me. I have a powerful technique I wish to impart to you. The mention of a formidable technique ignited the eyes of the onlookers. For receiving personal instruction from Sun Wukong was an opportunity they all coveted. Chapter 84. The Metamorph Fusion Technique. Lord Kale, may we accompany you to witness this? Aranx asked eagerly. Others chimed in, expressing their desire to observe as well. Sun Wukong turned to survey the crowd, his demeanor taking on an uncommon authority as he commanded. You cannot all follow. Tend to your own matters. The crowd sighed in disappointment, but Sun Wukong paid them no mind and flew directly out of the hall, with Bardock hesitating for a moment before following closely behind. As the two soared into the distance, Lana hurriedly approached Tarsal and asked, Chief, do you have any tiny spy robots, the kind that would go unnoticed by Kale and the others? Sun Wukong's prohibition on their following did not preclude the possibility of sending a small spy in their stead, although this action was not entirely above board. Tarsal's curiosity regarding what Sun Wukong would teach Bardock was piqued. He replied, as long as Mr. Sun Wukong and Mr. Bardock do not leave this planet, we can monitor their movements through orbital satellites. Please observe. With that, Tarsal extended his semi-mechanical arm, revealing a domed, transparent sphere at its center. In an instant, the sphere radiated brilliance, projecting a 50-inch holographic display before the crowd, showcasing the flight of Sun Wukong and Bardock. Tarsal slightly adjusted the angle of the surveillance, providing a clearer view for everyone. Dozens of miles south of the temple, Bardock and Sun Wukong flew in sequence, with Bardock trailing behind Sun Wukong. Suddenly, Bardock broke the silence, asking, Hey, what do you intend to do? Why not let them come along? Despite Sun Wukong's peculiar behavior, Bardock harbored no concerns about any potential harm from him. Instead, his resentment towards Sun Wukong stemmed from their prior body swap with Jinyu. Sun Wukong glanced back at Bardock, a sly smile adorning his face as he remarked, This technique is rather unique. I would prefer not to make a spectacle of myself before others. A spectacle? Bardock suddenly sensed an unsettling aura, unable to fathom Sun Wukong's intentions. Noticing Bardock's silence, Sun Wukong continued, You heard Tarsal's words. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we are likely to encounter Frisia's ambush before we leap through this star domain in the temple. And so what? If he dares to come, I shall leave him searching for his teeth, Bardock proclaimed, his demeanor exuding pride. Upon hearing Bardock's words, Sun Wukong abruptly halted in midair, turning to face the gradually slowing Bardock, chuckling, Truly, you are Bardock. I am quite curious about your current battle power, which allows you to confidently declare your intent to thrash Frisia, setting aside Bardock's previous state of enlightenment. After the body swap with Jinyu and being nearly beaten to a pulp by Sun Wukong, followed by revival through a Senza bean, his battle power would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. What if I told you my battle power now exceeds 1 million? Would you believe me? Bardock inquired with a playful glint in his eye. What is there not to believe? Do not regard a battle power of 1 million as something remarkable, Bardock. Would you like to experience true strength? Sun Wukong replied, his gaze laden with ambiguity. Bardock felt a chill run down his spine under Sun Wukong's scrutiny, instinctively taking a few steps back as he said, I do not comprehend your meaning. I hope you can elucidate further. Have you ever heard of the planet Metamor? It is a wondrous world where they possess a secret technique known as the Metamoran Fusion Technique. If memory serves me right, this technique allows two individuals with closely matched attributes to merge into one, thus creating a super warrior. After much contemplation, I believe you are the only suitable candidate. Given the current battle powers of both Sun Wukong and Bardock, even if the Metamoran fusion were to succeed, they might still struggle against a fully unleashed Frisia. However, even if they could not defeat him, they could at least buy some time. What? Bardock's heart skipped a beat upon hearing Sun Wukong's words. Although he was not entirely sure what the Metamoran fusion entailed, it must be something formidable. I can now clearly inform you that my battle power limit stands at 3 million. You can imagine how formidable our combined strength would be if we were to fuse. After a pause, Bardock regained his composure, shaking his head with a light chuckle. Though he craved power, and longed to battle strong foes. He would rather not possess a strength that was not earned through his own training. Bardock snorted coldly, stating, "Fusion? With you, Lord Sun Yu. Please do not forget that the essence of my strength lies in my desire to vanquish you, rather than engage in some grand fusion technique. I would rather meet my demise on the battlefield." With that, Bardock turned to leave. Sun Wukong, gazing at the receding figure of Bardock, remarked, "I recognize you as a true warrior, unafraid of death. But what of your wife and child?" Bardock abruptly halted, suspended in midair, motionless. Sun Wukong continued, "I regret to inform you that if Frisia arrives and we fail to retreat in time, no one will withstand his might. Have you considered the fate of your wife, Jine, and your child, Raditz?" Anger surged within Bardock as he clenched his fists tightly. Sun Wukong could observe the tremors in his shoulders, indicating his heightened emotions. "There is hope," Sun Wukong thought, his eyes gleaming with determination as he pressed on. "I understand your reluctance to collaborate with me, but our options have dwindled. Perhaps your understanding of Frisia's power is insufficient. I can provide you with a glimpse of his true nature." "What?" Bardock spun around, only to be met by a pair of blood-red eyes, the pupils black, encircled by a pattern of 3 tomo. Sun Wukong was utilizing his Sharingan to cast an illusion. Suddenly, the earth began to crack. Molten lava surged violently from the fissures, and the sky darkened with ominous clouds. Streaks of lightning dancing through the air as if heralding the apocalypse. "Where's this?" Bardock searched desperately for Sun Wukong, but all he could see was a distant white figure. He flew toward it, eager to clarify the situation. This Bardock had yet to experience the magical fist of planet Kanasa, rendering him oblivious to the illusion. He was entirely unaware that he was ensnared in a dreamlike realm. Before he could reach the white figure, a terrifying aura enveloped him. The vague white silhouette appeared to amplify infinitely in that moment. Bardock felt as though he were not confronting a mere person, but rather a towering, sheer cliff face. He struggled to utter those 3 words, but his throat felt as though it were constricted, rendering him utterly mute. Chapter 85. The Frail and Sickly One. The white figure seemed to sense someone behind it, and slowly turned to face Bardock. A mere disdainful glance pierced Bardock's very being, as if he were simultaneously pierced by 1,000 blades. He felt overwhelming pain, fear, and exhilaration. The apparition before him was not Frisia himself, but rather an imitation conjured from the Dragon Ball universe, depicting the climactic battle between Frisia and Goku on planet Namek, where Frisia unleashed his full power, exhibiting a combat prowess of 120 million without reservation. Thus, that single contemptuous gaze shattered Bardock's resolve, though it was magnified 1,000-fold by Sun Wukong's intent to amplify Bardock's terror. Regardless of the circumstances, Sun Yu achieved his objective. Back in reality, Bardock, drenched in sweat, still trembling with apprehension, inquired, "Lord Sun Yu, what just transpired? Was that person really Frisia? He appears quite different from my recollections." Sun Yu, filled with longing, replied, "That was Frisia's ultimate form, the fully unleashed mode with a battle power of 12 million. Haha, though I'm reluctant to admit it, that scene was indeed terrifying." Bardock confessed with lingering unease. "Was that your consent to merge?" Sun Yu looked at him with a cunning expression. Bardock turned his head away, remaining silent for a moment before clenching his fists and resolutely declaring, "Just this once. In the future, even if it costs me my life, I shall never agree again." "What do you expect me to do?" Sun Yu approached and patted Bardock on the shoulder, exuding confidence as he said, "The Metamarise fusion technique possesses a unique dance. You can first observe my movements and then replicate them." With that, Sun Yu leapt onto a spacious rock, nervously surveying his surroundings. Despite his heightened perception, capable of sensing anything within hundreds of miles, he felt uncomfortable with the awkwardness of the Metamarise dance. It could easily rank among the top 10 most cringeworthy dances in the realm, which is why Sun Yu was reluctant to let anyone else join in. If Lana and the others witnessed it, he feared he would never be able to hold his head high again. However, Sun Yu had not anticipated that the satellite orbiting Veblen star possessed remarkable surveillance capabilities. From the moment they had flown out of the temple, Tarsal was broadcasting the entire training session of Sun Yu and Bardock. Inside the temple, the members of the city management team, who had not yet been assigned tasks, gathered around Tarsal, their eyes wide as they watched Sun Yu on the holographic screen. There stood Sun Yu, alone on the massive rock, taking a deep breath before exhaling slowly. Just as the onlookers were filled with curiosity, he abruptly raised his arms in front of his chest, then spun to the left, murmuring incantations. His body squatted slightly, and his small, quick steps flowed like water. He lifted his left knee, his arms moving rhythmically across his chest. And with a loud shout, he thrust his left leg to the side, raising both hands above his head while bending his body to the right. Bardock was taken aback, and those watching from the temple, captivated by the satellite broadcast, were equally astonished. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Even a chilly breeze seemed to carry a few fallen leaves through the air. Mr. Sun Yu, I believe it would be far more dignified for me to perish at Frisia's hands. Bardock swallowed hard, casting a look at Sun Yu that conveyed disbelief, his body instinctively yearning to flee. The crowd in the temple was left in shock, questioning whether they had truly witnessed the real Sun Yu. Bardock, I'm serious. Sun Yu abruptly stepped forward to intercept Bardock, resolutely stating, do not take this dance step too seriously. Although it may appear rather peculiar, it is indeed a potent technique. Must I really do this? Bardock asked with a pained expression. You absolutely must, Sun Yu replied, indifferent to Bardock's reluctance. As he firmly grasped Bardock's hand and leaped onto the enormous rock they had just been on, standing side by side. Bardock, you must concentrate and truly feel my energy. As Sun Yu began to perform the awkward dance once more, the onlookers at the temple were bewildered. They could not comprehend what had come over Sun Yu, a figure of leadership, engaging in such peculiar behavior. Unbeknownst to Sun Yu, every move he made was being scrutinized by Lana and the city management team, who misinterpreted his actions as indicative of some peculiar inclination. At that moment, however, Sun Yu remained focused on guiding Bardock in the practice of the metamorph fusion technique. Bardock, your steps were half a beat faster than mine just now. You need to feel my energy and align our rhythms. 1, 2, 3, fusion. Bardock mirrored Sun Yu's movements. Yet he struggled to lower his pride enough to perform such an embarrassing act, making it difficult for their rhythms to synchronize. Damn it, are you truly not playing with me? Bardock was nearing his breaking point, regretting his agreement to practice the metamorph fusion technique alongside Sun Yu. Sun Yu felt wronged. He believed he was already accommodating Bardock's rhythm, but they always seemed to miss the mark by just a fraction. Bardock, I understand you find these dance steps absurd, but there is no alternative. Besides, no one is watching. Just cooperate with me this once, and if it still doesn't work, I 1T press you further. Bardock shot a disdainful glance at Sun Yu, but upon recalling Sun Yu's earlier words and the formidable power of Frisia, he ultimately bowed his head and took a deep breath. Let us go, Sun Yu said, seeing that Bardock had adjusted his mindset. He positioned himself to the left, standing parallel to Bardock. Together, they intoned the fusion incantation, their voices trailing melodiously. Due to their exceptional perception of energy, their movements became seamlessly coordinated once the mental burden was lifted. Their arms traced elegant arcs in the air as they half-squatted, taking small steps toward one another. As they drew nearer, each raised a leg and extended their arms outward in opposition at chest level. In unison, they shouted fuse. Their bent legs shot out suddenly, arms raised high above their heads, their waists bending toward one another in perfect mirrored synchronization. Just as Sun Yu felt a surge of joy, Bardock, in a moment of excessive force, misaligned his right hand by half a centimeter. Despite this minor error, a brilliant white light enveloped both of them. The onlookers in the temple gazed in astonishment at the dazzling white light emanating from the holographic screen, beginning to grasp Sun Yu's intent. Could this truly be a technique of some sort? In an instant, the radiant light dissipated, revealing a man adorned in the traditional attire of the metamorph people upon the holographic screen. Judging solely by his facial features, he bore a resemblance to both Sun Yu and Bardock. However, why was he so emaciated, resembling a mere monkey? And what was the matter with his paltry battle power of merely 2,000? This is quite absurd.